To become the strongest beast tamer in history, I chose not to pick from the known 108 powerful exotic beasts. Instead, on the day of awakening, I chose the unknown dragon ancestor, the candle dragon. But after the teacher saw the rich red light on me, he regretfully announced that my talent was the most useless S-level beast taming space. However, what they didn't know was, I actually awakened a god-level beast taming space that surpasses the 3S level. Not only did it open up a beautiful environment, but also a beast taming space that dominates the sea, land, and air. It also comes with 3 incredible attributes: rapid growth, enhanced aptitude, and instant summoning. What's even more terrifying is, as my level increases, new additional attributes will appear, and the rules of this world have thus become chaotic. This is why, when I awakened, a red light similar to an S-level talent appeared. At this moment, after hesitating for a moment, I left the awakening array directly. After all, in the cognition of everyone on Blue Star, 3S level is the strongest talent. How should I explain that I awakened to a level that has never appeared before? Should I tell others that I envisioned the candle dragon? But then how do I explain to others what kind of existence the candle dragon is? This is a dead end. Therefore, admitting that I have an S-level talent is the best choice at the moment. Later, following the process, my classmates and I arrived at the school's nurturing center, where we could receive a pet beast cub for free as our contracted partner. Of course, as products of large-scale cultivation by the school, the qualifications of these pet beast cubs are definitely not very high. But with the potential for improvement, the qualifications of the cub are not that important to me. Actually, it's not that important anymore. So, on the way here, I had already thought about the criteria for choosing a pet beast. At this point, the teacher in charge of managing the cubs, after hearing my request, asked in astonishment, "Are you sure you only consider the nurturing cost and don't care about anything else?" Hearing this, I nodded firmly. After confirming, the teacher fell silent for a while, then said solemnly, "If you have financial difficulties, the school can help you apply for a loan. Our Xia country provides subsidies in this regard, and the interest won't be very high. Moreover, the income of a beast tamer is not low. After you become an official beast tamer, it will be easy to pay off. Please don't waste your talent because of financial pressure, it would be a great loss." Upon hearing this, I was somewhat moved, but still said, "Thank you, teacher, but I still insist." "Alright," the teacher nodded and didn't say anything more. After all, for some families, even with a loan, they can't solve the problem, so he could understand Suzuki's choice. Then he took out a card from the drawer and handed it to me, saying, "Take this to complete the formalities. I guarantee that this is absolutely the best pet beast cub to raise in the entire Chuaning city, without a doubt." Later, when I arrived home, I followed the number on the card. Arrived at the designated area. The teacher in charge of registration looked at the card, slightly surprised. "Are you sure you want to take this one? Maybe you should go and take a look at it first, then make a decision." I shook my head helplessly and said, "No need, it's fine. They're all the same to me anyway." However, the teacher asked again. The procedure for receiving is directly entered into the system. Once entered, it cannot be changed. "Are you really sure about this?" "I've considered it. Please go ahead and process it for me." I was left speechless. Why are both teachers like this? The teacher didn't say anything more and started entering the data into the computer. The data was quickly entered, and she stood up and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go and get the pet cub for you." In less than 2 minutes, the teacher came back. But as soon as I saw the pet cub in his arms clearly, I couldn't help but twitch my mouth twice. To my surprise, what he was holding was actually a green turtle the size of a wash basin. As expected, this should be the pet I was supposed to receive. The turtle is green. Why does it feel like there's such a strong hint of strangeness? Am I being a bit ridiculous? I mean, I did say all pets are the same, but what the heck is this turtle? But now, even if I wanted to regret it, it's too late. I just hope that the people in this world don't know the special meaning of the term green turtle man. At that moment, the teacher handed me the turtle. "Take it. When she wakes up, you can try to make a contract with her." I just realized that this turtle is still sound asleep. The female teacher carried her all the way here, and she didn't even wake up. This alertness is unbelievable. At the same time, I finally understand what it means to be easy to raise in Chuaning City. Sleeping all the time naturally consumes less, isn't that easy to take care of? "Thank you, teacher." As I said that, I helplessly stepped forward to take over the turtle. It's the turtle I chose, so I have to take care of it even if it's a hassle. However, the female teacher's next words instantly widened my eyes. I only heard the female teacher explain that your turtle is a bit different from normal. Its attribute is not Earth-based, it's spatial-based. You must remember this point. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but be shocked. Spatial-based, teacher, are you sure there's no mistake in the identification? This is the first time I've heard this news. I'm even more shocked than you, but we have identified it 3 times in a row, so there shouldn't be a mistake, which is why this situation arose. We analyzed that it may have undergone some kind of unknown mutation. However, you should know that low-level spatial-based pets are actually quite mediocre. So, don't have too high expectations for it. Just cultivate it like a normal green turtle. I understand, thank you, teacher. Afterward, I suppressed the excitement in my heart and quickly left the breeding center. All the frustration before this moment vanished, and I even felt like cheering and jumping for joy. Without a doubt, I've hit the jackpot. Generally speaking, for spatial skills, the level must be at least 6th rank, and the aptitude must be platinum or higher for the spatial pet to have a chance to awaken. The stronger the skill, the higher the level and aptitude required. In other words, a low-level 1st rank, low-grade bronze aptitude green armor turtle has no possibility of awakening spatial skills. It has the spatial attribute but lacks spatial skills, which is why the female teacher called it mediocre. But for me, it's a different story. After all, with rapid growth and improved aptitude, as long as the resources are sufficient, I will eventually be able to awaken the spatial skills of the green armor turtle. After leaving the breeding center, I found an empty classroom and walked in. I planned to sign the beast contract with the green armor turtle first. On the one hand, after signing the contract, I could bring the green armor turtle into the beast space. On the other hand, it's still a bit embarrassing to walk on the road holding a green armor turtle. Soon the array was drawn. A faint white light appeared on the blood-colored array, then quickly entered the body of the green armor turtle. At the same time, I felt a rush of heat spreading throughout my body, but at the same time, there was a cool sensation in my mind. Both sensations didn't last long, but after they disappeared, my strength seemed to increase a bit, and my spirits were better than before. At this moment, a smile appeared on my lips involuntarily. Having this kind of reaction meant that I had successfully contracted with the green armor turtle. From this moment on, I became an honorable swordsman beast tamer. After a moment of contemplation, I said, from now on, you'll be called Xuanwu. The appearance of a green armored turtle is already quite impressive, so the name must be more domineering. Also, I want to use this name to remind myself that I am an earthling. Now you go back to the beast space to rest, and I'll go get you something to eat. After saying that, I moved my thoughts, and the green armored turtle on the table instantly appeared in the beast space, and my consciousness immediately followed in. The moment Xuanwu entered the beast space, he clearly paused for a moment. Then, after about 10 seconds, I sensed a thought, it's so beautiful here. Immediately, Xuanwu stretched out his 4 legs. He quickly crawled towards the ocean area at the edge of the island. His joyful appearance was completely different from the guy who couldn't be woken up before. It was like night and day. Seeing this, I smiled slightly, my consciousness returned to my body, and I walked towards the administrative office. The school will provide each student who has received a pet with a 1-month exemption from sales, which is considered a transition period for students who have just become apprentice beast masters. After receiving the allowance, I headed towards the classroom, following the procedure. Next, the homeroom teacher will also talk to us about some precautions for beast creatures. As soon as I arrived at the classroom door, I was stopped by someone. It was the class flower and school flower, Lu Ruyan, who had been called by the excited principal after awakening her B-level talent. Lin Mo, can you come with me for a moment? I have something to tell you. Lu Ruyan's tone is as gentle as before awakening her talent. Can't we talk here? I vaguely heard it when Lu Ruyan was speaking just now, coming from the classroom. Lu Ruyan said firmly, no, this matter is important and must not be known by others. Alright, you lead the way. I glanced at the crowded heads leaning against the classroom window, nodded helplessly, and since the other party said so, I couldn't refuse Lu Ruyan again. Ruyan immediately turned around and walked towards the empty classroom not far away. Lin Mo, keep it up. We believe in you, Lin Mo. The faint voice coming from behind almost made me stumble. I turned around and pointed fiercely at those guys, then quickly caught up with them. When it was time to land, Lu Ruyan didn't say anything, but started drawing the summoning array directly. After the array ended, he had an egg the size of a human head in his hand. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be moved. This is a high-quality pet egg. Lu Ruyan smiled and replied, this is the ultimate golden ghost tiger. I called you here to give this to you. Hearing that it's for me, I widened my eyes. A 5th-rank fierce beast egg like the ghost tiger. Its price is definitely over tens of millions. After a moment of silence, I asked, is this prepared for you by the school? Lu Ruyan nodded. I awakened a B-level talent before. The principal asked me to go with him just to give me this. I couldn't help but feel a bit envious. This is the benefit of having high talent. Then I asked, give this to me. What will you use? Lu Ruyan smiled gently. My family has prepared something for me. I fell silent. The complete version of this sentence should be my family has prepared something better for me, but this girl considered my feelings, so she omitted the last 3 words. Then I asked a very crucial question. Why did you give her to me? Lu Ruyan's face blushed slightly. Then she said, there's no reason. I just wanted to give her to you. Is this reaction not acceptable? I blinked and looked at Lu Ruyan, asking, do you like her? I saw a clear panic in her eyes. But she quickly calmed down, then nodded calmly and said, yes, I like you. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but gasp. I was more shocked than when Lu Ruyan gave me the pet egg. The fact that this girl really liked me made it clear that my classmates weren't just teasing me and Lu Ruyan for no reason. But I couldn't help asking again, what do you like about me? You're handsome. This statement left me speechless. I admit that I'm somewhat handsome, but girl, saying it like that is a bit hurtful, isn't it? Do I have no other qualities besides being handsome? With a chuckle, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh, and in an instant, the spacious classroom seemed to be in full bloom. Full of prosperity, then I saw countless beauties in my past life. At this moment, I couldn't help but sway a bit. Actually, I don't know what I like about you, but I just really like you. Lu Ruyan wrinkled her nose, seeming troubled by this as well. I can understand. There's a poem on earth that says love arises from unknown origins and deepens over time. Sometimes liking someone really has no reason, and such feelings often surpass ordinary ones. At this moment, Lu Ruyan once again handed me the egg. Can you accept it now? No. I still solemnly shook my head. Why? Lu Ruyan asked puzzledly. I like you, isn't it normal to give gifts? You can give me gifts because you like me, but I can't accept gifts just because you like me, then I'd be a scumbag. Lu Ruyan anxiously asked, then how can I make you accept it? I responded solemnly, if I were your boyfriend, then I should be able to accept it. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was determined to give the egg away. Upon hearing my words, she subconsciously said, then be my boyfriend. Hearing that, a slight smile crept onto my lips. Alright, I'm willing. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment before coming back to her senses. Her delicate face turned as red as a monkey's backside in an instant, as if she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Oh my, what have I said since just now? I quietly watched Lu Ruyan buttoning up the villa, her smile becoming more pronounced. I have to say, a beauty is a beauty, and even the way she buttons up the villa has a unique charm. After a while, Lu Ruyan finally calmed down and then looked up at Lin Mo abruptly. You said you were willing just now. At this point, I also suppressed my smile and nodded solemnly. Upon hearing that I was willing, Lu Ruyan's face lit up with joy. She stuffed the bullet into my hand. Take it quickly. But then he seemed to think of something else, and his expression became somewhat downcast. I immediately guessed the reason. You're leaving tomorrow, aren't you? Lu Ruyan nodded. I was not surprised by this. Chuanning City and Qiyun City both belong to Qingyuan province. However, Chuanning is just a small city with a population of around 2 million, while Qiyun City is the provincial capital of Qingyuan, with a population of over 8 million. In terms of resource reserves and teaching standards, the two are completely different. There, I can indeed receive better training, Lu Ruyan said. I thought for a moment and asked, if you go to Qiyun, you should ultimately go to Qing Academy, right? Lu Ruyan nodded again. That's settled then. In 3 months, there will be the National Unified Higher Level Beast Tamer Academy entrance exam. I'll come to Qing Academy to find you then. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's spirits lifted. Then, with some worry, she asked, do you have confidence to get into Qingyuan? It's not that he doesn't believe in Lin Mo, but to enter Qingyuan Academy, the exam scores need to be at least in the top 100 in the province. This requirement is simply too difficult for Lin Mo given his talent. I shook my head in lack of confidence and then said, but if you help me out, then it should be almost certain. Lu Ruyan quickly asked, you said as long as I can do it? Feeling a bit embarrassed, I rubbed my nose and said, lend me 2 million, and I'll return the principal and interest to you after a year. My original plan was to slowly make money, grow steadily. Anyway, with God-level talent, as long as I don't die prematurely, standing on my own is just a matter of time. But if I want to take the Qingyuan exam, then my previous plan obviously won't work. So, I can only resort to the pay-to-win method. Of course, mainly because Lu Ruyan is a wealthy woman and has the capability. Otherwise, even if I wanted to pay to win, I wouldn't have the funds. No problem, give me the account, and I'll transfer it to you. Lu Ruyan agreed without hesitation. Then I pointed to the teacher and said, let's go. After being alone for so long, who knows how the classmates might gossip. I don't mind, but Lu Ruyan definitely won't be able to handle it. I had one more question, Lu Ruyan blushing, but still mustered the courage to look at me. Are we officially boyfriend and girlfriend now? I neglected this issue. As I spoke, I walked up to Lu Ruyan and gently cupped his face. Then I lowered my head and kissed his lips. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened suddenly, realizing he had just lost his first kiss. Before he could recover, I let go of him. In our hometown, this is called a promise. From now on, you are mine. At this point, a mischievous smile played on my lips. So, are you satisfied with my answer? Lu Ruyan blushed even more, his cheeks as red as if they could bleed. But he quickly pecked my lips. This is my seal of approval. You are mine too. With that, he pushed me away and ran out. I touched my lips and smiled. Then, I stored the ghost tiger's egg in the beast space. I accepted the egg because it was Lu Ruyan's intention. If I didn't accept it, that girl would definitely not be at ease. Whether it's the borrowed 2 million or this egg, I will definitely have to return them in the future. I haven't even figured out my nickname, Green Turtle Man. How can I bear another name of a freeloader? Back in the classroom, my classmates naturally couldn't help but make a commotion. Before entering the classroom, Lu Ruyan's hard-earned composure turned red again. My thick skin didn't take it seriously at all. Lin Mo, did you confess? As soon as I sat down, my classmates surrounded me, their faces burning with curiosity. I, on the other hand, calmly said, I confessed. Lu Ruyan is my girlfriend now. Stop lying, only fools would believe you. The group immediately dispersed. Seeing this, I couldn't help but shrug. Reality is often like this, lies are too easily believed, while the truth is hardly trusted. Then, as the head teacher entered the classroom, the class fell completely silent. I have 2 announcements. First, in 3 months, there will be the national enrollment exam for the Academy of Beast Taming. This exam will directly determine your future. If you want your future life to be easier, then in the next 3 months, give me your all to improve your combat power, because this is the most crucial factor in determining exam scores. Do you understand? All the students responded in unison, understood. The head teacher nodded and then said, now for the second matter. Starting tomorrow, those with S-level or higher talents will report directly to the elite class. Upon hearing this, everyone looked enviously at the awakened individuals. Those with S-level or higher talents receive extraordinary benefits in the elite class. Not only will they receive free rations, but also an additional monthly subsidy worth 50,000 yuan. You should know that in the small city of Chuaning, the average monthly salary for ordinary workers is around 8,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan per month is equivalent to half a year's income for an average family. You don't need to envy them. Teacher Mu continued, saying that if F-level talents want to join the elite class, they can participate in the school's transfer challenge. As long as they can successfully challenge, they can enter the elite class and enjoy the same benefits as the elite class members. Upon hearing this, the F-level talented students were instantly excited. For them, it's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, soon the group calmed down again, because it's obvious that this challenge is not that easy. At this moment, the teacher clapped and asked, all right, that's all I have to say. If you don't have any questions, you can leave now. You can all leave for today. All the students shook their heads. But I slowly raised my hand and said, Teacher, I want to ask, if I want to take the entrance exam for Qingyuan Academy, how much do I need to improve my combat power? The teacher was stunned for a moment, looking at me with some surprise. You want to take the exam for Qingyuan? I nodded and said, yes. Yes, the surrounding classmates were all taken aback by this scene. F-level talent wants to take the exam for Qingyuan. Lin Mo must be out of his mind. It's not surprising. I bet he was stimulated by Lin Xiaohua. It makes sense. After all, someone who used to pursue him has become someone he can't reach. That's quite a blow. Poor Lin Mo. Everyone be quiet. Teacher Mu stopped everyone's whispering. Then he glanced at the seat, and saw Liu's face turned a little red. Regarding Lin Mo and Lu Ruyan, the gossip about this Lin couple, he had also heard about it, but never took it seriously, because from his observation, the interaction between these two was just normal interaction between classmates. But now that Lin Mo has done this, it made him have to think more about it. However, at this stage near graduation, even if there is something between the two, he will not interfere. Moreover, students being willing to go crazy for love is not a bad thing either. In case a big surprise is really revealed, the benefits to oneself, to the school, are not small. Then the head teacher thought for a moment and said, the last student admitted to Qingyuan Academy last year, if I remember correctly, had reached the 6th stage of the growth phase of his spirit beast, and his skill proficiency had reached the proficient level. As soon as this was said, it caused another commotion among the students. Oh my, reaching the 6th stage of the growth phase, this is a catalyst. and the skill proficiency is even more terrifying. Even if one practices day and night for 3 months, they may not necessarily reach the proficient level.
Got to the point. Comrades, this is just Qingyuan Academy, the last student admitted last year.
Think about it, how strong must those who ranked higher be? This is really terrifying to think about.
Hearing these discussions, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but look at Lin Mo with some concern.
When Lin Mo said he wanted to take the Qingyuan Academy exam before, he was excited and agreed directly. Now, thinking about it, the difficulty is indeed too great. Although he really hopes that Lin Mo can get into Qingyuan, he doesn't want to put too much pressure on Lin Mo. After hearing Uncle Li's words, I raised my eyebrows in surprise, thinking to myself that it seems like getting into Qingyuan is even harder than I thought. I thought that with the divine beast space and some spending, getting into Qingyuan Academy would be a piece of cake. But now it seems like I'll have to be more serious. When I got home and my parents hadn't finished work yet, I took out the egg of the phantom tiger and started praying. Generally, newly appointed apprentice beastmasters cannot contract a second pet because their beast space is not stable enough.
Contracting multiple pets may lead to issues with the contracts.
But my beast space is not only large but also stable, so theoretically, I can contract many pets now, of course, as long as I can afford to keep them. After a moment, as the contract formation entered the eggshell, cracks immediately appeared on the pale blue egg. Then, a palm-sized little tiger with ice blue fur, black patterns, and a slight transparent look emerged from the egg. It drilled out of the eggshell. Named Phantom Tiger, Water Attribute Talent, Ultimate Gold Talent, Advanced Skills in Concealment and High-Level Water Nourishment, and its growth level increased again. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel emotional. Truly deserving of being a gold-level talented pet, born with 2 advanced skills. Compared to the low-level green armor turtle, the actual attributes of this Phantom Tiger are simply outstanding. At the same time, I once again felt that sensation of my body and spirit being strengthened. Moreover, the degree of enhancement is greater than what the green armor turtle provided me. This is the reason why all beast tamers want to contract high-talented pets. High-talented pets not only have stronger combat capabilities and a higher growth limit, but also provide stronger feedback to the beast tamers. As soon as the little guy came out, he let out a soft roar, and I immediately understood what he meant. I'm hungry. I was speechless about this. Thinking ahead, every day, there will be 2 hungry pets waiting to be fed, mouths wide open. It's a big responsibility to earn money on my own. Just then, a message notification sounded. I took out my phone and glanced at it, only to find that the money the little rich woman lent me had been deposited. Accompanying it was another message: even if you don't pass the Qingyuan exam, you are still the man I've approved. Don't be too stressed. Seeing this, I couldn't help but smile. How did I not notice before that Lu Ruyan has such a cute side? Moreover, she borrowed 2 million and turned it into 3 million. My girlfriend is really something special. After that, I replied to Lu Ruyan, don't worry, Xin Yue has a gun. Then I looked at the Phantom Tiger and said, from now on, your name will be White Tiger. I'll call you Xiao Bai in daily life. Now, you go to the beast space first, I'll get food for you. As I speak, with a thought, I brought Xiao Bai into the beast space. The first time entering the beast space, Xiao Bai's reaction was the same as Xian Wu's before, also stunned. However, compared to Xian Wu, who was stunned for more than 10 seconds, Xiao Bai's reaction was obvious. He only stayed stunned for 3 seconds before coming to his senses, then the little guy cheered. He ran into the forest on the island and frolicked around. I have to say, compared to other beast masters, that mist-covered empty room, my beast space is truly a paradise. At least for other apprentice beast masters, wanting their pets to frolic in the beast space at this stage. That's simply impossible. Then I checked on Xian Wu and found that after he ate and drank his fill, he actually went to sleep again. I temporarily didn't bother about it. After all, it takes a long time to cultivate the attributes of the armor turtle's space, and I will take the exam in 3 months. So I decided that the focus of the training in the next period will be on Xiao Bai, based on Xiao Bai's initial attributes. As long as the training is done properly, entry into Qingyuan Academy should be just around the corner. Then I went to the Beast Department store, spent 1 million, and bought 3 months worth of luxury food for Bai Hu and Xian Wu. Luxury food for the green armored turtle. It can double the growth speed. The Phantom Tiger has a high level, and the difficulty of food modulation is great. Even the most expensive luxury version can only accelerate growth by 1.4 times. At this moment, I increasingly realize how powerful my rapid growth is. The next morning, I was awakened from my sleep by a special wave of energy. As my consciousness shifted, I immediately entered the beast space. I then saw Xuan was sleeping on a rock, enveloped in a faint white light. After about 30 seconds, the light disappeared. The green armored turtle, which was originally the size of a basin, had now grown a full circle larger, resembling a small millstone.
This is an upgrade.
Seeing this, I was overjoyed and immediately used my mental sense to check Xuanwu's current status. The green armored turtle's name, attribute, space series qualification, and low-level bronze talent skill turtle contraction with a super internal space, had now advanced by 2 stages in growth level.
Not only did it level up,
but it also awakened a new skill. I was full of shock at this moment.
Generally speaking, for a pet to advance from one stage to the next, it would usually take at least a month.
But Xuanwu and I made a contract.
To be precise, it actually leveled up in just half a day. This speed is truly terrifying.
Moreover, after leveling up, Xuanwu even awakened a new talent skill, the super internal space.
This is not scientifically possible. It took me a while to even say this. Space-type spirit beasts need to be at least tier 6 with qualifications surpassing platinum in order to awaken space-type skills.
But the current situation is that I have just advanced 2 levels, with qualifications only at the low level of bronze Xuanwu, yet I have awakened a space-type skill, and it's even a super skill.
This is truly beyond my comprehension. Could this also be the merit of the divine-level beast space? After thinking it over, this is the only explanation I can come up with. It seems that my divine-level beast space is far from being as simple as it appears.
It took me a while to calm down, then I used mental induction. I learned about the super space skill inside Xuanwu.
Not understanding, not knowing. After understanding, I was taken aback again.
The interior of a super space spirit beast becomes a space itself, with the space size increasing as the beast's level rises.
At first glance, it seems ordinary, just a space.
But its true awesomeness lies in the fact that this internal space can store living creatures, including humans. As everyone knows, the Jade Beast space can be used for storage, but it cannot hold any living creatures other than spirit beasts.
In this situation, what does an internal space capable of storing living creatures signify?
It means that while others are on edge in the wilderness, worried about being attacked by fierce beasts,
I can peacefully sleep inside my internal space. It means entering areas that some people cannot access.
I can hide in the space inside my body and sneak in secretly.
There are countless other amazing uses like this.
In short, if this internal space is used well, it is definitely a miracle.
Thinking of this, I found Xuanwu's eyes becoming more and more friendly and kind.
Don't be fooled by this guy's laziness, he just eats and sleeps all day long.
But his potential is really extraordinary.
The space inside is truly amazing.
After getting up and having breakfast, I arrived at school on time. At this time, Lu Ruyan's position was already empty.
Sun Lei and a few other highly talented students had also reported to the elite class. The classroom seemed a bit empty. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, it looks like I need to transfer to the elite class as soon as possible. Then I looked at the female classmate beside me and asked, "Do you know the challenges of the elite class?
Lin Mo, do you want to participate in the transfer challenge?"
Lu Weiwei hadn't spoken yet, but several male classmates had already gathered around.
Hearing this, I asked in return, "Don't you want to?"
"I do want to, but I feel like it's hopeless."
I did look at the challenge content. It's super difficult.
I feel like that challenge is just designed to make things difficult for people. I looked at them somewhat helplessly and said, "Well, let me tell you about the challenge content first. The challenge is to fight, defeat the champion on the stage, or withstand the champion's attacks for a whole minute without being defeated to pass."
Hearing this, I curiously asked, "Is the champion very strong?"
The champion's pet is a 3-stage ice armor wolf. It's not really strong, but it's enough to crush those of us who just formed a contract with our pets.
I thought for a moment and asked again, "Is it possible to attack the guardian beast?"
"Of course not," my classmates immediately responded in unison. I chuckled and then got up to walk outside directly.
Seeing this, a classmate reminded me, "Where are you going?"
"It's time for class. The first class is etiquette class." As soon as the challenge was mentioned, I had already walked out of the classroom. A few boys were stunned for a moment before reacting. "I'm going to challenge Lin Mo."
"Is he really that confident?"
"Why think so much?
Just go and see, then you'll know."
"I'm going too," so a group of people rushed outside noisily. Just as we reached the classroom door, we were stopped by the teacher who came in with books.
"It's time for class. Are you planning to rebel by running outside?"
Li Ban Lin Mo went to challenge the transfer class.
"We want to go and see."
"Transfer class challenge?" the teacher asked with some surprise.
"You didn't lie to me, did you?"
"Li Mo, we have the courage of a leopard and wouldn't dare lie to you."
Lin Mo really went.
"Li Mo, just let us go and see."
"All right, let's go and see," the teacher said, leading the way towards the challenge location.
Because the awakening of talents in the 3rd year of high school is done in batches, this transfer class challenge has been arranged for some time. Many have attempted the challenge, but so far, no one has succeeded.
So he really wants to see if Lin Mo can succeed. The challenge platform for transferring classes is set in the school's multipurpose classroom. When Lin Mo entered the classroom, someone was already challenging on the platform.
Below the platform, 3 students were waiting in line. Obviously, there were quite a few people who wanted to enter the elite class through the challenge. After receiving a queue number at the registration desk on the side, Lin Mo walked to the side of the platform to watch the battle.
As mentioned by his classmates, the host's pet was an ice armor wolf.
After observing for a while, Lin Mo made a rough judgment in his mind. Name: Ice Armor Wolf.
Attribute: Ice.
Talent: Skills: Ice Shield, Low Level, Ice Claw, Intermediate Level.
Growth level: 3rd stage of infancy. Aptitude: Uncertain. Judging the status of a pet through observation is also one of the essential courses for a beast tamer.
Among them, the 3 items, name, attribute, talent, skills, need to be memorized. The growth level needs to be judged based on the pet's status. The size of the pet, the number of teeth, and the length of fur can all be used as criteria for judgment. However, to make an accurate judgment, some experience is required. As for the aptitude, it is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye and can only be detected with instruments. Therefore, without detection equipment, it is challenging to determine a pet's aptitude. Lin Mo then looked at the challenger on the platform, a boy with a crew cut. His pet was a gray-black scorpion.
Name: Gray Pincer Scorpion. Attribute: Poison.
Talent: Skills: Poison Sting, Low Level, Growth Level, 1st stage of infancy.
Aptitude: Intermediate Bronze.
The reason for knowing the aptitude is that this gray pincer scorpion is also a product of the school's breeding center, and he has read the information.
I announced the challenge rules.
After both sides were ready, the teacher acting as the referee stepped. Li Shu's low drink interrupted everyone.
Although she didn't think Lin Mo had a chance of winning, Lin Mo had always been steady in his performance, not the impulsive type.
So, she still had a hint of expectation for Lin Mo's challenge.
Summon your pet. The referee looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded, pretending to draw a summoning formation and summoned Xiao Bai. The ice blue, slightly transparent little tiger immediately caught the attention of several onlookers. Isn't this a phantom tiger? Does our school's breeding center have phantom tigers? Even if the school has phantom tigers, it's not something SF-level talents can get. Obviously, Lin Mo brought it himself. Bringing a phantom tiger as a pet? Wow, did Lin Mo hit the jackpot? It's probably a low-quality phantom tiger. If it's high quality, one lottery win probably wouldn't be enough. Li Shu looked at Lin Mo meaningfully. The matter of the school giving Lin Ruoyu a phantom tiger was unknown to the students, but as a teacher, she had heard about it. A golden intermediate phantom tiger, Lin Ruoyu actually gave it to Lin Mo. It seems that the relationship between these two was really extraordinary. However, even if it's a golden intermediate phantom tiger, it's still only at the juvenile stage, probably not a match for this ice armor wolf. So she was still not optimistic about the outcome of this challenge. If you're ready, the challenge begins.
With the referee's command, he pressed the stopwatch.
Xiao Bai, conceal. Lin Mo immediately gave the order. Conceal, advanced conceal one's own form and aura, entering an invisible state. With Lin Mo's command, ripples immediately appeared around Xiao Bai's body. Then, Xiao Bai's figure seemed to become transparent and slowly disappeared. Be on guard. The host saw this scene and immediately made the ice armor wolf more vigilant.
However, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute passed, and nothing happened.
What is Lin Mo doing? Yeah, he's invisible. Why isn't he attacking? The onlookers were full of doubts.
Li Shu was initially puzzled as well. However, she soon had a change in expression, then smiled and shook her head. This kid is really cunning, to think of such a method. At the same time, the referee on the stage also looked at Lin Mo with a slightly strange expression. He also saw through Lin Mo's intentions, but as a referee, he couldn't speak out. Now, it depends on whether the host can react quickly. Otherwise, Lin Mo might really have found a loophole in this challenge.
Time passed by minute.
Under the host's command, the ice armor wolf remained on high alert.
But 3 minutes passed.
The invisible phantom tiger still did not launch an attack.
The ice armor wolf was starting to struggle. It's easy to be a thief for 1,000 days, but it's hard to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. For a juvenile at the 3rd stage, such a long period of mental tension was not ordinary. Why aren't you attacking yet? The host noticed the state of the ice armor wolf and frowned at Lin Mo. The referee's mouth twitched. If he doesn't attack, won't you take the initiative to strike? However, the referee could also understand the host. In the previous challenges, the challengers always initiated the attacks, and the host had always been on the defensive, leading to the host forming an inertia in thinking. Get ready, I'm about to launch an attack, Lin Mo said, looking down at his feet. Great, it's finally starting. Yeah, if we wait any longer, I'll fall asleep. I just hope the Phantom Tiger won't be taken out in one move. The onlookers were all looking forward to the upcoming battle. Li Shu shook her head again. Most likely, Lin Mo's words were just a bluff. Because Lin Mo's idea is to use the Phantom Tiger's stealth advanced skill to stall for time. As long as he stalls for a quarter of an hour, he will be considered successful in the challenge. And the fact also proves that Li Shu's judgment was correct. After another 2 minutes passed, the Phantom Tiger still did not launch an attack. Time reminder, 5 minutes. The referee's voice rang out. According to the rules, he can remind at 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 15 minutes respectively. So, this reminder does not count as a violation. You are deliberately delaying time. After hearing the referee's voice, the host finally reacted. Lin Mo shrugged. The rules didn't say you can't use this method, right? The host did not speak anymore, pointing at Lin Mo's feet. Ice Armor Wolf, attack. Swish! The Ice Armor Wolf pounced to Lin Mo's feet, but it missed. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. When he said I'm about to launch an attack earlier, he deliberately glanced at his feet to make the host think that Xiaobai was still by his side. The host did fall for it. In fact, Xiaobai had long been under his mental command and had run to the corner of the ring. The host's face looked a bit ugly, scanning the ring, trying to find the Phantom Tiger's trace. However, the Phantom Tiger's stealth advanced not only made its body invisible but also eliminated its breath. So, after looking around, he found nothing. Ice Armor Wolf, search. Helplessly, the host could only give this command. The Ice Armor Wolf immediately centered on Lin Mo and began a carpet-style search. But if someone could see at this moment, they would find that Xiaobai had returned to the position where the Ice Armor Wolf had pounced just now. 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. The Ice Armor Wolf searched the entire ring but could not find the Phantom Tiger's trace. This scene made the entire multifunctional classroom silent. Before this challenge began, they never thought such a situation would arise. Is it a bit shameless to use stealth skills to stall for time? Nonsense. A white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Since the rules don't prohibit it, Lin Mo's actions are justified. That's right, using rules reasonably is also a kind of tactic. I finally understand why Lin Mo asked can I attack the beast tamer himself before the challenge. It turns out he was waiting here. Unable to find the pet, and unable to attack the beast tamer himself, this is indeed a bit of a deadlock. The students' discussions reached the ring. The host's face became extremely ugly. He pointed at Lin Mo. Do you have the ability to summon your Phantom Tiger and have a fair fight with me? Lin Mo calmly shook his head. Sorry, I don't have that ability. If he had a chance of winning head-on, he wouldn't have used such a troublesome method. The host was almost furious but had no way to deal with Lin Mo. The pet didn't show up, and he couldn't attack Lin Mo himself. This was a typical situation of a rat pulling a turtle, with nowhere to start. Another 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up, Lin Mo's challenge is successful. The referee promptly announced the result. Oh my, he actually succeeded. Damn it, before this, if someone told me that he could still challenge like this, I wouldn't have believed it. If I remember correctly, Lin Mo should be the first person this year to successfully challenge a class transfer, right? Not the first this year, but the first in history. Class transfer challenges happen every year, but before Lin Mo, it seems that no one has ever succeeded. Damn, the first in history, sounds pretty awesome. The onlookers were all shocked. Before Lin Mo started the challenge, they never thought he could succeed. So this result truly caught them completely off guard. Li Shu looked at Lin Mo on the ring and couldn't help but smile. Mo Gu, how did you pass the transfer exam? Tell me about it, Sun Lei asked as he walked. Several students nearby, upon hearing this, also curiously gathered around. They all knew about the challenges of transferring classes. Not to mention, Lin Mo had an F-level talent. Even those with higher-level talents like them were not confident of winning steadily. Use the concealment skill to buy time, Lin Mo said directly. There was nothing to hide about this matter, nor could it be concealed. Impressive, Mo Gu, you can come up with such a method, Sun Lei said admiringly. The students who had gathered around, on the other hand, disdainfully turned their heads and left directly. In their view, this method was clearly cheating. So, they also looked down on Lin Mo. Lin Mo noticed the reactions of the few people, smiled slightly, and didn't care. If he were really an 18-year-old teenager, he might care about what these people thought, explain, and argue. But since he had lived 2 lives, his current mindset was, let these people think whatever they want, what did it have to do with him? After a while, they arrived at the training ground. Now, summon your pets, said the chubby male teacher.
The training ground immediately turned into a paradise for pets, with all kinds of pets dazzling the eyes. Lin Mo observed and found that the vast majority of the elite class used pets provided by the school's breeding center, just of slightly better quality than those in the regular class. Only a small number of people used self-purchased pets. Therefore, his ghost tiger Xiaobai became the most eye-catching cub in the training ground, attracting many gazes as soon as it appeared. Even the chubby male teacher, Su Qiming, was stunned when he saw the ghost tiger, giving Lin Mo a deep look. For the convenience of class management, as usual, before the training begins, we need to select a class monitor. Su Qiming looked at everyone. As for the selection method, it will be a pet PK. After all, as Beastmasters, strength speaks volumes. Now, those who want to be the class monitor can step forward. Rest assured, I will ensure a fair PK. There won't be any wheeling and dealing. The students looked at each other, but no one stepped forward. Most of the students who could enter the elite class had a sense of superiority. In short, they were all quite arrogant and not easy to manage. Therefore, being a class monitor was actually a thankless job. Su Qiming seemed to have anticipated this, and smiled. I almost forgot to mention, as the class monitor, in addition to the original 50,000 resource subsidy per month, there will be an additional 50,000 yuan allowance. With this statement, the students' enthusiasm instantly soared. I'll do it. I want to be. Count me in. In an instant, more than 10 students rushed out. With a subsidy of 50,000 yuan and an additional allowance of 50,000 yuan, totaling 100,000 yuan per month, the appeal was extraordinary for students from ordinary families. Mo Gui, let's give it a try? Sun Lei was eager to try. With his D-level talent, he would still be at the top even in the elite class. So, he had a significant advantage. Not in a hurry, let's wait and see. Lin Mo was also very interested in being the class monitor. Although he still had over 2 million on him, the 100,000 yuan subsidy for the month was not a small amount. Under Su Qiming's organization, the selection PK for the class monitor quickly began. Everyone had just formed contracts not long ago, and the pets' growth levels were all at the juvenile stage 1, so the PK was not very exciting, and it was easy to determine the winner. In less than a quarter of an hour, a student named Fu Qingli stood out. Anyone else challenging Fu Qingli? If not, he will be the class monitor, Su Qiming said. Mo Gu, should I go? Sun Lei looked at Lin Mo, seeking his opinion. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment but nodded. In fact, he didn't have high hopes for Sun Lei in this PK. Sun Lei's pet was the Iron Claw Bear. Name, Iron Claw Bear. Attribute, Gold. Qualification, Silver Intermediate. Talent skills, Frenzy, Intermediate, Iron Claw, Intermediate, Growth level, Young First Stage. Fu Qingli's pet is the Gale Fox. Name, Gale Fox. Attribute, Wind. Qualification, Unknown talent skills, Sprint, Intermediate, Foxtail Strike, Intermediate, Growth level, Young First Stage. Iron Claw Bear is a Strength-type pet. The Gale Fox is an Agility-type pet. In terms of attributes, Agility-type naturally restrains Strength-type. In this case, unless there is a huge gap in strength between the two, it is difficult for the restrained side to win. And the fact turned out as expected. Sun Lei's Iron Claw Bear, under his D-level talent Strength Amplification, launched fierce attacks, but couldn't hit the opponent. The Gale Fox is naturally agile, and with the acceleration of Sprint, the Iron Claw Bear was just left being led around. Finally, the Iron Claw Bear ran out of stamina and was defeated when caught off guard by the opponent. I lost. Sun Lei walked back with a dejected look. Lin Mo comforted him. It's normal to lose when the opponent's attribute restrains you. Consider it as accumulating combat experience. This was also the reason why he let Sun Lei participate despite knowing he would lose. Combat experience is equally important for a beast tamer. Sun Lei nodded and said, I was too hasty. The opponent is an agility-type pet. I should focus on defense and wait for their attack. Being able to realize this shows that your loss was not in vain. Lin Mo patted his shoulder. I'll find you another match. With that, he took Little White and walked to the center of the arena. This guy actually wants to be the squad leader. How dare he? Exactly, someone who entered the elite class by cheating. Who does he think he is? Could he be trying to stall with stealth skills again? You're overthinking it. This isn't a class transfer challenge. There's no time limit. He can't win by stalling. Let's wait and see. Fu Qingli's pet Gale Fox is Silver Advanced, definitely capable of easily defeating him. People like him should be taught a lesson. Let him know that not just anyone can enter the elite class. Some students who learned the truth about Lin Mo's challenge started discussing. Stop talking nonsense. Sun Lei exploded upon hearing these students bad-mouthing Lin Mo. How did Lin Mo cheat? Why can't he be the squad leader? The challenge rules are set by the school. The badge of successful challenge is also issued by the school.
the school acknowledges his strength. If you don't, do you think you're more authoritative than the school? What a bunch of nonsense. What, can't even mention cheating anymore? Exactly, stalling with invisibility, isn't that cheating? Several students who were scolded immediately retorted. Sun Lei was about to retort. Shut up! Su Qining coldly rebuked, anyone who causes a disturbance will have their monthly resource subsidy deducted. The students dared not speak. Sun Lei still refused to accept. Teacher Su, they are slandering. Lazy, be quiet. Lin Mo looked at Sun Lei. Sun Lei gritted his teeth and remained silent. Su Qining glanced at Lin Mo, who remained as calm as water, then turned to Fu Chengli. Lin Mo wants to challenge, do you need a break? Fu Chengli glanced at the ghost tiger by Lin Mo's side and nodded. Alright, let's start again in 15 minutes. Lin Mo said nothing, waiting silently. 15 minutes later. I'm ready. Fu Chengli stood up and positioned himself opposite Lin Mo. Let's begin. Su Qining stepped aside. Gale Fox, sprint, attack. Little White, stealth. Fu Chengli and Lin Mo almost simultaneously issued their commands. Sprint, intermediate, after use, movement speed increases by 50%. The Gale Fox was already fast, and after activating sprint, it was as fast as lightning, reaching Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. Obviously, Fu Chengli also knew that it would be troublesome if Little White entered stealth mode, so he didn't want Little White to complete the stealth. However, as soon as Xiaobai activated his concealment, he would immediately turn invisible. Therefore, although the speed of the Wind Fox was fast, it was still a step behind. By the time it pounced next to Lin Mo, Xiaobai had already completed his concealment. Fox Tail Strike. Fu Chengli did not hesitate to give the second command. The tail of the Wind Fox instantly completed a 360-degree sweep, trying to sweep Xiaobai out. However, this strike missed. Xiaobai had already changed his position under Lin Mo's command while activating his concealment. At the moment the Wind Fox's strike missed, Xiaobai, Waterblade, advanced, condensed the water element in the air and strike out in the form of a water blade. This is the second talent skill of the Phantom Tiger. In the 3 feet of empty space to the left of the Wind Fox, the water elements in the air converged into a water blade in an instant, then flew straight towards the Wind Fox. Fu Chengli's face changed, immediately controlling the Wind Fox to dodge. However, at this moment, the Wind Fox had just used Fox Tail Strike and was in a state of exhaustion, unable to react in time. Shie! The next second, the water blade cut across the Wind Fox's body, leaving a clear 3-inch-long blood mark. Hiss! The Wind Fox let out a painful hiss, stumbled, and almost lost its balance. At the same time, Xiaobai, who had reappeared in his previous position due to the attack, condensed another water blade. However, before the water blade could be launched, Su Qiming's voice rang out, PK over, Lin Mo wins. Lost? I lost? Fu Chengli actually lost. How is this possible? Those students who were hoping to see Lin Mo get beaten were finding it hard to accept this result. After all, Fu Chengli's beast taming talent was at the D level. With a D-level talent and a high-level silver pet, he lost to Lin Mo with an F-level talent. This just didn't make sense. Fu Chengli himself remained relatively calm, silently taking his pet to the medical room for treatment. Su Qining glanced deeply at Lin Mo once again. He had a premonition that Lin Mo might win because he knew that Lin Mo's Phantom Tiger had a golden-level aptitude. However, he didn't expect Lin Mo to win so decisively. Especially the timing of the final water blade release was extremely precise. To achieve this level of skill, either Lin Mo had rich combat experience, or he was a combat genius. Either way, it was enough to make Su Qining take notice. He looked at the other students. Does anyone else want to challenge Lin Mo? If not, Lin Mo will be the class monitor. No one responded. If even Fu Chengli wasn't a match, then they definitely weren't either. Su Qining said, wasn't there someone questioning Lin Mo earlier, saying he cheated to win the class challenge? Why is everyone backing down now? The group of students all lowered their heads. Especially those who had mocked Lin Mo before, now wished they could bury their heads in the ground. Su Qiming's words were clearly directed at them. Exactly, why is everyone backing down now? Sun Lei looked at those people with a mocking expression on his face, feeling extremely satisfied. At the same time, he understood why Lin Mo had shut him up earlier. Using strength to prove oneself was more effective than 10,000 words of trash talk. Since no one is challenging, then Lin Mo will be the class monitor. Su Qining said loudly, remember, the strength of a beast tamer includes not only combat power but also intelligence. Sometimes, intelligence is even more important than combat power. When faced with challenges, think more and act wisely, instead of just charging ahead recklessly like a fool. Furthermore, if anyone still doubts Lin Mo in the future, they can challenge him during the monthly comprehensive assessment.
But remember, before the challenge, everyone must obey Lin Mo's leadership.
Understood?
Yes. Regardless of their attitude towards Lin Mo, all the students had to agree at this moment.
Alright, let's officially begin today's training.
For the vast majority of pet skills, proficiency is measured in 3 aspects: the speed of skill release, the number of releases, duration, and the power of the skill.
Taking a simple example, Xiaobai's water blade. Currently, Xiaobai's proficiency in this skill hasn't even reached the beginner level.
If it reaches beginner, then the previous bloodstain on Jingfenga will not just be a bloodstain, but will turn into a wound. There is also the number of releases. Currently, Xiaobai in the first stage of infancy can only release the water blade 3 times in a row at most, anymore and it will be exhausted. But if the proficiency can be raised to proficient, it can release at least 6 times in the first stage of infancy. The importance of skill proficiency can be seen from this. Therefore, Su Qiming's training arrangement today is to let all the students control their pets to continuously release skills. When the number of releases reaches the limit, retract the pet to the beast space to rest. Compared to the outside world, pets recover faster in the beast space. After a good rest, summon them again and continue releasing skills.
This cycle continues.
According to Su Qiming, there is simply no shortcut to improving proficiency, only hard training.
However, not everyone can train like this, because this kind of training is extremely costly.
Exhausted pets that want to recover quickly not only need rest but also need to eat a lot. Following this training method, pets that originally ate only 3 meals a day might have to eat 6 meals a day, and the extra food consumption is not a small amount. Therefore, only the elite class with enough food supply can train like this. However, what Lin Mo gave Xiaobai to eat was not the ordinary food provided by the school, but the kind of food he bought that can accelerate growth by
1.4 times. This is very extravagant, but for Qingyuan Academy, these costs are worth it. The next few days were spent in training for the elite class. However, Lin Mo discovered something interesting during training. The training effect of Xiaobai in the beast space was better than outside. Because the beast space is limited in size, normally pets cannot train in the beast space.
But Lin Mo's beast space is obviously an exception. So, during a certain time when Xiaobai was asked to return to the beast space, he had a sudden idea: why not let the pet train in the beast space? Pets recover faster in the beast space, so training in the beast space can maintain a fast recovery state at all times.
It can also be considered as saving time in a way.
So after that rest, Lin Mo tried to let Xiaobai train in the beast space.
This attempt immediately yielded results.
Training Xiaobai twice in the beast space was roughly equivalent to training 3 times outside. In other words, the training effect of Xiaobai in the beast space was
1.5 times that of the outside world. Obviously, this is also the effect of rapid growth. For this unexpected surprise, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim again that his God-level beast space is really amazing.
After that, Lin Mo simply let Xiaobai stay in the beast space permanently. He only occasionally called Xiaobai out to show off.
This abnormal behavior quickly caught the attention of others.
After all, most people's pets were training outside most of the time, while Lin Mo's Xiaobai rarely appeared. In the eyes of the others, this behavior was simply blatant slacking off. But except for Sun Lei, no one cared. Especially those who had been humiliated by Lin Mo's strength before. They were eager for Lin Mo to slack off. This way, they could defeat Lin Mo in the end-of-month challenge. Su Qiming, who was in charge of training the elite class, also noticed this. Therefore, Su Qiming specifically talked to Lin Mo once, hoping that Lin Mo would not be arrogant and complacent, and should correct his training attitude. He tactfully reminded Lin Mo that no matter how good a pet's talent is, without good training and nurturing, it will ultimately become useless. Lin Mo was speechless about this, but he couldn't explain, so he could only solemnly promise that he would never delay training.
Su Qiming was skeptical about this, but since Lin Mo said so, he didn't say anything more. Afterwards, Lin Mo's performance still seemed lazy to everyone, but only Lin Mo himself knew how much progress he had made. On the 5th night after entering the elite class, Xiaobai leveled up,
from the original juvenile stage 1 to juvenile stage 2. With a burst of white light enveloping it, Xiaobai, which was originally only the size of a palm, grew a whole size larger, becoming as big as an adult house cat.
This growth rate, high-speed growth, really didn't disappoint me. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile.
When Xuanwu upgraded before, he wasn't sure if it was the effect of the divine beast space. Now Xiaobai's upgrade fully proved this point. Generally, it takes about a month for a pet to go from juvenile stage 1 to stage 2. Xiaobai, however, only took 5 days.
Although the
1.4 times accelerated beast feed he bought also played a role, it was clear that the effect of high-speed growth was greater. This growth rate filled Lin Mo with enthusiasm, and he continued to train Xiao Bai at full throttle.
On the 10th day of entering the elite class, Xiao Bai's Waterblade Advanced finally reached the entry level.
On the same day, Xuanwu, which Lin Mo had not been taking care of recently, also gave him a surprise.
Name, Xuanwu, Green Armored Turtle. Attribute, Space. Aptitude, Bronze Intermediate.
Innate skills, Turtle Shrink, Low level, Internal Space, Superior.
Growth level, Juvenile Stage 3.
Not only did the level increase from Juvenile Stage 2 to Stage 3, but even the aptitude improved from the original Bronze Low level to Bronze Intermediate. This is the effect of the aptitude enhancement of the Divine Beast space.
Lin Mo couldn't stop smiling.
Although the speed of aptitude improvement was much slower than that of the level, he was already very satisfied. Following this trend, owning a Divine Beast was only a matter of time. With such a Divine Beast space, he would be unstoppable. The training continued.
On the 20th day of entering the elite class, Xiao Bai leveled up again.
From Juvenile Stage 2 to Stage 3, its size grew again, becoming as big as a teddy bear. But the most noticeable change was the king character on its forehead, becoming clearer, giving the little guy a hint of the aura of a tiger king.
However, such rapid growth also had a major downside: it was costly.
Lin Mo had bought 3 months' worth of beast feed before, but now it seemed that it could only last for a maximum of 40 days. In this case, with my current money, I can only last until the end of the exam.
But it's enough. When I get to a higher institution, I can do tasks to earn money.
By then, I can repay the little rich girl.
Thinking of Lin Ruoyu, Lin Mo couldn't help but show a hint of a smile.
They had been messaging and calling each other almost every day these days, but the longing was still hard to dispel.
Fortunately, in just over 2 months, they would be able to meet.
Is your training effect a bit exaggerated?
On the 25th day of entering the elite class, Xuanwu leveled up again. It reached Juvenile Stage 4.
At this point, Xuanwu was several circles larger than before, with a shell diameter of up to 80 centimeters, lying there like a huge millstone.
Along with its body size, the area of its internal space also increased.
Now its internal space was already 4 square meters, with a height of about 2 meters, enough for several people to stay comfortably.
Out of curiosity, Lin Mo even went in to feel it.
Although it was a separate space inside, it felt no different from the outside, with breathable air, lighting, and the light changing with the outside world. Also, when inside the space, he could see the outside situation through Xuanwu's perspective, without worrying about being in the dark about the outside world after staying inside for a long time.
So, Lin Mo was increasingly fond of the internal space now. His mobile villa is just around the corner.
The 30th day of entering the elite class.
It's the day of the monthly comprehensive assessment.
It's also the day when all the students can challenge Lin Mo. As soon as the class started that day, Su Qiming took all the elite class students to the training ground.
Before the comprehensive assessment begins, let's warm up first. Su Qiming looked at the students and said, I know many of you have been eagerly waiting for today. Anyone who wants to challenge Lin Mo can step forward now. Me. More than 10 people stood up all at once.
Fu Qingli, who lost to Lin Mo in the previous squad leader selection, was also among them.
Su Qiming looked at Lin Mo and said, it seems like you, as the squad leader, are not very popular. Lin Mo smiled and didn't say anything.
He became the squad leader solely for the extra 50,000 yuan subsidy, and he didn't care about winning people's hearts.
Su Qiming then turned to the few who stood up and said, you guys discuss who will go first.
I'll go. Fu Qingli looked at the others and said, if I lose, there's no need for the rest of you to challenge. The others had no objections to this statement.
Fu Qingli's strength was indeed the strongest among them.
And over the past month, they had all seen Fu Qingli's performance. Compared to Lin Mo, who was lazy all day, Fu Qingli's hard work and training could at least rank him in the top 3 of the elite class. So they were confident in Fu Qingli's challenge this time.
Alright, summon your pets. Su Qiming signaled the two to prepare.
Although Lin Mo had assured him in every possible way that training was not delayed, his performance was there, and Su Qiming couldn't be at ease. So he was also quite looking forward to the outcome of this challenge. Lin Mo and Fu Qingli slowly walked to the center of the training ground and summoned their pets.
Second stage of infancy. The Wind Fox has indeed reached the second stage of infancy. Not only the second stage of infancy, Fu Qingli used accelerated growth feed.
If nothing unexpected happens, the Wind Fox should be close to the third stage of infancy. The key is that the Wind Fox's fox-tail strike has reached the entry level.
It won't be easy for Lin Mo to find a loophole this time. Great! Lin Mo is definitely going to lose this time.
Seeing Fu Qingli's Wind Fox, the students who wanted to challenge Lin Mo were full of smiles. Pets in the infancy stage undergo significant changes at each stage, so the level suppression is particularly evident. The high growth level of the wind fox meant that even before the fight began, Fu Qingli had already won half the battle. However, when the group of people saw Lin Mo's little white, their smiles froze on their faces. How is this possible? This can't be. Third stage of infancy. Are you kidding me? Tell me quickly, I must have seen it wrong. This phantom tiger couldn't possibly be in the third stage of infancy. Lin Mo clearly doesn't train much. How could his pet grow so fast? This is unscientific. The group of people stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. In just 1 month, the pet had grown from the first stage of infancy to the third stage. This speed was simply unbelievable. Equally shocked was Su Qiming on the side. At that moment, he truly believed that Lin Mo had not delayed his training. But was this training effect too exaggerated? He stared blankly at Lin Mo for a long time before coming back to his senses, then turned to Fu Qingli and said, "Should we just call off this challenge?" The advantage of the third stage of infancy over the second stage was too obvious. The result was almost a foregone conclusion. It was only at this moment that Fu Qingli came back to his senses from the shock. He thought that losing to Lin Mo in the previous challenge was purely due to his command error. If he hadn't used Foxtail Strike recklessly, he wouldn't have been caught off guard by Lin Mo and lost in one move. So over the past month, he has been training hard, not only allowing the Wind Fox to reach the second stage of infancy but also practicing the Foxtail Strike to a basic level. He did all this in order to defeat Lin Mo today and wipe out the past shame. However, the current situation is beyond his expectations. He had thought that Lin Mo's laziness might be a facade. He had thought that Lin Mo's pet could grow to the second stage of infancy. But the third stage of infancy, he had never really thought about it, because in his view, it was simply impossible. But now, things that he thought were impossible have actually happened. So much so that after hearing Su Qiming's words, he didn't know how to react for a moment. However, the hard work he put in over the past month made him unwilling to give up like this. He gritted his teeth and looked at Su Qiming. "Teacher, I still want a challenge." In a month's time, Lin Mo couldn't have both raised the level of his pet and improved its skill proficiency. So he speculated that Lin Mo's pet skills might still be at the basic stage. If that's the case, his Wind Fox might still have a chance of winning. "Are you sure?" Su Qiming was somewhat surprised. "I'm sure." Fu Qingli's attitude was firm. "Good." Su Qiming nodded, "Then let the challenge continue, but both sides should be careful, try not to get hurt, so as not to affect the subsequent comprehensive assessment." He ostensibly said this to both of them, but his eyes fell on Lin Mo when he spoke. Obviously, he was specifically reminding Lin Mo. Understood. Lin Mo and Fu Qingli both nodded. "So now, let the challenge begin." Su Qiming slowly stepped aside. But this time, he didn't step too far back, ready to protect at any time. "Wind Fox, attack!" Fu Qingli launched an attack as soon as Su Qiming's voice fell. Fu Qingli was much more cautious this time. He only gave the command to attack, without using any skills. Upon seeing the speed at which the water blade condensed, Fu Qingli's expression completely changed. A month ago, when Xiaobai used the water blade, he could still see the process of the water blade condensing. But this time, almost as soon as he saw the water element, the water blade had already taken shape. This speed absolutely reached the level of proficiency for beginners. But how is this possible? In just 1 month, not only did the growth level of the pet increase by 2 levels, but the skill proficiency also reached the beginner level. Is Lin Mo not sleeping at all? Even if he trains tirelessly, this speed is still too exaggerated. However, at this moment, Fu Qingli couldn't spare much thought and reacted instinctively. "Wind Fox, run fast, dodge." In fact, he didn't even need to give the order. Pets have intelligence and a combat instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. When the water blade appeared, the Wind Fox had already started to dodge. However, its movement was still a bit slow. Or more accurately, the speed of the beginner-level water blade was too fast. Plus, the distance between Xiaobai and the Wind Fox was already close. The water blade almost landed on the Wind Fox in the next second it took shape. A clear cutting sound rang out. A visible half-foot-long gash appeared on the white fur of the Wind Fox, gushing out a large amount of blood, instantly staining half of the Wind Fox's body red. "Challenge over. Quick, to the infirmary." Su Qiming reacted immediately. Fu Qingli quickly stored the Wind Fox in the beast space and then rushed to the infirmary. The beast space had the effect of delaying the worsening of injuries, giving him more time. Although the Wind Fox's injury was not fatal, if it bled too much and damaged the root, it would not be a quick recovery. Watching Fu Qingli hurriedly leave, the entire training ground fell silent. The students all looked at Lin Mo with a complex expression. When they saw that the phantom tiger had already reached the third stage of infancy, they had anticipated that Fu Qingli might lose. But they didn't expect him to lose so decisively. Even Su Qiming on the side felt the same. He had not retreated far after signaling the start of the challenge, so that he could intervene to protect when necessary. But just now, even he didn't have time to react. Fortunately, Lin Mo showed mercy, aiming the water blade attack at the Wind Fox's body. If the attack had been aimed at the Wind Fox's neck, the Wind Fox would probably be a corpse by now. In that case, as his mentor, he would be to blame. Giving Lin Mo a deep look, Su Qiming turned to the students. You all saw the result of the challenge, so Lin Mo will continue to be the class monitor for the next month. Any objections? The students remained silent. How could they have objections? If Lin Mo's first victory over Fu Qingli had an element of luck, this time it was undoubtedly a crushing display of strength. So, even those who thought Lin Mo had cheated his way into the elite class had to admit at this moment that Lin Mo's strength was indeed real. However, they all couldn't understand one thing. Lin Mo had clearly been slacking off the entire month, so how did his strength improve? Not only them, Su Qiming also had the same question. Since discovering Lin Mo's passive training, he had been observing Lin Mo in secret. And the result of his observation was that Lin Mo was indeed training passively. He had even prepared to change the class monitor before today's challenge began. But the current result, even he was a bit confused. But now was not the time to delve into these matters. Su Qiming turned to the students. Since there are no objections, let's proceed with this month's comprehensive assessment. The comprehensive assessment consists of two parts. The first part is to report on the progress of nurturing your pets, but we will do this later. Let's start with the second part now. As he finished speaking, Su Qiming raised his hand and began to draw a summoning array. Soon, as the summoning array took shape, a giant wolf with a body length of over 3 meters, a height close to 2 meters, and gray-black fur appeared in front of everyone. As soon as the giant wolf appeared, it let out a deafening howl. Then, with its emerald green eyes, it looked down on the students from a high vantage point, as if it were looking at its prey, exuding a powerful aura. Mature ironbone wolf. This is a third-order fierce beast. What is Teacher Su doing? Is he trying to make our pets fight this ironbone wolf? The students couldn't help but whisper to each other. Lin Mo looked at the ironbone wolf, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The ironbone wolf was only a third-order fierce beast, yet it had such a presence when mature. What would his little white look like when it matured into a fifth-order fierce beast? Don't worry, I'm not asking you to fight my ironbone wolf. Su Qiming timely dispelled everyone's worries. Next, what you need to do is very simple. Divide into groups of 5, then take turns standing in front of my ironbone wolf. Upon hearing this, the students were a bit puzzled. They didn't understand what Su Qiming was trying to do. However, they followed the instructions and divided into groups of 5. Then, the first group of 5 controlled their pets and stood in front of the ironbone wolf. The pets in the first and second stages of infancy were mostly around 30 centimeters in length. Standing in front of the 3-meter-long, 2-meter-high ironbone wolf, it was as if a group of dwarfs were standing in front of a giant. The difference was extremely stark. Su Qiming looked at them. Next, I will have the ironbone wolf use the intimidation skill. Prepare your pets to resist. The longer they hold on, the better. Understand? The group of 5 nodded, understanding the content of this comprehensive assessment. Su Qiming handed a form and a stopwatch to Lin Mo, because in his records, there are 7 or 8 pets that persisted in the first stage of infancy for a longer time than the pets in the second stage of infancy, and even significantly longer. How could this be? Lin Mo was somewhat puzzled. Logically, the higher the growth level and aptitude of a pet, the stronger its ability to withstand pressure should be. However, the current facts completely shattered this theory. Next group. Su Qiming's voice interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts. He immediately made a record, then handed the form and stopwatch to a classmate next to him because it was his turn. Their group was also the last group. However, because Fu Qingli had not returned yet, their group only had 4 people. Mo go, come on. Sun Lei stood next to Lin Mo with the iron claw bear, and he and Lin Mo were in the same group. Come on. Lin Mo directed Xiao Bai, standing opposite the iron bone wolf. Get ready, I'm going to start, Su Qiming said, about to command the iron bone wolf to use a skill. Wait, Teacher Su. Fu Qingli ran into the training ground with the shockwind fox. I apply to participate in the evaluation. By now, the wound on the shockwind fox's body had completely disappeared. The bloodstains had also been cleaned, and there was no trace of the previous injury. The reason for such rapid recovery was entirely due to the medical system Beast Tamer. In this respect, Blue Star was much stronger than Earth.
At least on Earth, it was impossible for a wound to heal in such a short time. Su Qiming glanced at the Shockwind Fox, confirmed that the wound had completely healed and would not affect the evaluation, then nodded, "Okay, let your Shockwind Fox get ready." "Yes." Fu Qingli nodded and slowly walked to Lin Mo's side. Then, under his command, the Shockwind Fox also happened to stop next to Xiao Bai, clearly showing the intention to compete. In response, Lin Mo just smiled and said nothing. "Get ready, I'm going to start," Su Qiming said, giving the command to the Iron Bone Wolf, "Intimidate." Intimidate, advanced, can intimidate and deter based on momentum, and can also make creatures much weaker than oneself submit. An invisible ripple spread out. Lin Mo instantly felt his body sink, as if an invisible giant hand was pressing down on him, making him submit. At the same time, through mental perception, he clearly felt that Xiaobai was also under the same pressure. And compared to what he was enduring, Xiaobai was clearly under greater pressure. Because the effect of intimidate on him was more physical, while for Xiaobai, it was a mental pressure. Like a tide of mental pressure, wave after wave impacting Xiaobai's mental defense, trying to make Xiaobai submit to it. At this moment, Lin Mo finally understood why those pets that couldn't bear it all ended up lying down. It was a gesture of submission and weakness. At the same time, he also understood what this comprehensive evaluation was testing. It was willpower, the willpower of the pets. For beast tamers and pets, it was impossible for every opponent they encountered to be weaker than themselves. So what should they do when they encountered a stronger opponent? Turn and run away? Or face the challenge head-on? Of course, in some situations, turning and running away might be a wise choice. But at least when they needed to face the challenge, the pets couldn't falter. And willpower was the key to whether the pets dared to face the challenge. So in some ways, the willpower of the pets was even more important than their aptitude and level. Understanding this, Lin Mo dismissed the idea of cheering Xiaobai on with his thoughts. He wanted to see how far Xiaobai could persist solely on its own. As Lin Mo's thoughts turned, time continued to pass by second by second. At 10 seconds, a student's pet lay down. At 12 seconds, another student's pet also lay down. In the group of 5 people, only Sun Lei, Fu Qingli, and Lin Mo remained. At 20 seconds, 1-3. Remember, you must report truthfully. If anyone is found to have lied, they will be sent back to their original class. Lin Mo, it's your turn to record. He took out another form and handed it to Lin Mo. Then, all the students began to report one by one. Mei Yuyao, Young Beast 2nd rank, skill proficiency, not initiated. Wang Pang, Young Beast 1st rank, skill proficiency, not initiated. Li Stauning, Young Beast 2nd rank, skill proficiency, not initiated. Sun Lei, Young Beast 2nd rank, skill proficiency, initiated. Li Bo, Young Beast 2nd rank, skill proficiency, not initiated. Fu Qingli, Young Beast 2nd rank, skill proficiency, initiated. Lin Mo, Young Beast 3rd rank, skill proficiency, initiated. All 55 students in the class have finished reporting. The vast majority of the students' beasts have already been trained to the 2nd rank of Young Beast. However, there are differences between the 2nd rank and nearing the 3rd rank of Young Beast. Some have just entered the 2nd rank, while others are close to reaching the 3rd rank. For example, Sun Lei and Fu Qingli. As for reaching the 3rd rank of Young Beast, Lin Mo is the only one in the class. Then there is the skill proficiency of the beasts. Most people are still at the not initiated level, with only about 1/3 of the class reaching the initiated level. This proportion may seem low, but it is actually quite good. Normally, it takes at least 3 months of hard training to raise the skill proficiency of a young beast to the initiated level. The students in the elite class have higher talent levels, which is why 1/3 of them have reached the initiated level. If it were a regular class, it is likely that no one would be able to reach the initiated level in a month. Now, the overall results of the comprehensive assessment are out. Su Qiming held up 2 forms and said loudly, "The top student in the elite class this month is Lin Mo, followed by Fu Qingli and Sun Lei in 2nd and 3rd place respectively. According to the school's regulations, the 3 of you will receive rewards. Come find me to collect them tomorrow when you come to school." Upon hearing this, the other students looked at the 3 with envy on their faces. Although they didn't know what the reward was, they were certain that it would be good. At the same time, Su Qiming turned to another student, Wang Pang, "Starting tomorrow, you will return to your original class for further training." Upon hearing this, Wang Pang blushed and lowered his head deeply. Being sent back to the original class meant that he had the worst training performance of the month. This was quite embarrassing. "Don't feel embarrassed," Su Qiming said. "Temporary performance does not mean anything. Train well in your original class. If you can pass the class transfer challenge, you can come back to the elite class." "Thank you,
Teacher. Wang Peng put away his beast and left. But whether it was himself or the others in the elite class, they all knew that it would be very difficult for him to come back. Despite enjoying various benefits in the elite class, his training results were unsatisfactory. It would be even more unlikely for him to achieve good results in the regular class. Students. Su Qiming looked at the students and said earnestly, elimination is cruel, but this is reality. If you don't work hard, no one can help you. There are 2 months left until the enrollment exam for the Advanced Beast Taming Academy. I hope you all can pull yourselves together and train well, as this could really determine your fate. Alright, I won't say more nonsense. Today's training ends here. Lin Mo, stay behind, the rest of you can leave. Then, the students dispersed. Lin Mo walked up to Su Qiming and asked, Teacher Su, is there something you want to ask? Su Qiming hesitated for a moment and said, I want to ask you a few questions, but it may be a bit offensive. If you don't want to answer, you can refuse. Go ahead. Lin Mo probably could guess what Su Qiming wanted to ask, but still agreed. Then I'll get straight to the point. Su Qiming asked, do you have a special method for training pets? Lin Mo admitted directly, yes. Little White's growth rate is obviously abnormal compared to other pets. If he denies it, he is obviously lying. And he doesn't want to deny it either. Because without any surprises, his future performance will be even more dazzling. By admitting it now, it can also be considered as laying the groundwork for the future. Su Qiming's eyes lit up and asked again, are you willing to share your training methods? Of course, the school will definitely compensate you generously. Judging from Lin Mo's training results, if his methods become popular, it will definitely make Chuaning know. One middle school shine in this year's higher education entrance exam. Sorry, Teacher Su. Lin Mo shook his head, it's not that I don't want to share, but my method is not universal, others can't use it. Su Qiming was slightly stunned, then reacted, is it related to your beast taming talent? Lin Mo nodded. Understood. Su Qiming looked at Lin Mo, I remember you have an F-level talent, right? Yes. Lin Mo nodded again. However, this answer made Su Qiming fall into contemplation. Generally speaking, the effect of an F-level talent is very limited. For example, Sun Lei's talent, Strength Amplification. An F-level Strength Amplification has an effect of 10%. An E-level Strength Amplification has an effect of 50%. A D-level Strength Amplification has an effect of 100%. The same talent, due to different levels, will have vastly different effects. So logically, even if Lin Mo's talent can enhance training results, its effect is extremely limited. This is why Su Qiming asked if Lin Mo had a special training method, because he never thought that Lin Mo's training results would be attributed to his talent. But the fact is, Lin Mo's training results are indeed due to his talent, and the effect of this talent is exceptionally good. This is obviously illogical. After a moment, Su Qiming came back to his senses. Alright, I understand. You can go back now, but don't be complacent. Training must not slack off. Lin Mo nodded and left. Su Qiming then quickly walked towards the principal's office. Regarding Lin Mo's situation, he must report to the principal. Chuaning No. 1 Middle School. Principal's office. In 1 month, he trained the pet from the first stage of infancy to the third stage of infancy. He also improved the skill proficiency to the entry level. The pet's willpower is amazing, resisting intimidation until it passed out without giving up. This is indeed not something an F-level talent can achieve. After listening to Su Qiming's report, Principal Dong Yaoqing was also somewhat surprised. You just said, this student is called Lin Mo? Yes. Su Qiming nodded. Then add one more thing. Dong Yaoqing said, he is the only student in recent years who has passed the class transfer challenge. Su Qiming said, to be honest, knowing that he won the class transfer challenge by using concealment to delay time, I just thought this student was very clever and had combat talent. But I didn't expect him to perform well in the elite class. After all, with an F-level talent, the foundation is too weak. But the results of this comprehensive assessment really surprised me. I have led so many sessions of the elite class, and students as outstanding as Lin Mo are really rare. Dong Yaoqing looked at Su Qiming. Tell me your thoughts. Su Qiming said, I think we can list Lin Mo as this year's top seed and provide him with the maximum support. The so-called top seed is their private term. It means selecting the most outstanding student of the year and giving full support to cultivate them. This practice is an old tradition in Chuaning City. Not only Chuaning No. 1 Middle School, but other schools in Chuaning City also do the same. And their only goal is to compete for the top scorer in the city. For a high school, it is self-evident the benefits of producing a top scorer in the enrollment of a prestigious higher beast taming institution. Therefore, the city's top scorer has always been the focus of competition among various high schools in Chuaning City.
Number 1 seed. Dong Yaoqing lightly tapped the table with his finger. Are you sure Lin Mo deserves this? Su Qiming said without hesitation, he deserves it. Dong Yaoqing said, I remember there are still 2 students with D-level talents in the elite class, right? Su Qiming said, if we have to choose between them and Lin Mo, I still think Lin Mo is more suitable.
Dong Yaoqing pondered for a moment. Then let's do as you say and designate Lin Mo as this year's number 1 seed.
Let me be the number 1 seed. Give me the maximum supportive resources.
The next day, as soon as Lin Mo arrived at school, Su Qiming called him to the office. Then Su Qiming told him about the school's decision. This caught him by surprise. He had thought that after achieving first place last month, the school might pay more attention to him, but he didn't expect the school to be so bold. Yes, the decision has been made. Su Qiming said, from now on, whatever resources you need, you can tell me directly, and the school will do its best to help you get them.
What if I don't get the top score? Lin Mo asked, will the school make me return these resources? Su Qiming smiled, you can rest assured about this. Although the school hopes you can get the top score, we also know that there are too many uncontrollable factors, so as long as you do your best, it's fine. I will do my best, Lin Mo said.
In fact, he also hoped to become the top scorer himself. As far as he knew, the school rewarded 1 million for the city's top scorer last year, and the Chuaning city government rewarded 3 million. If he could get the top score, he could pay off the debt to the rich woman at once.
Alright, now you can tell me, what resources do you need?
Su Qiming said, we don't need to mention beast feed, the school will provide you with the best beast feed available on the market, so tell me about other resources you need.
Well,
Lin Mo said somewhat embarrassedly, besides beast feed, I don't know what else I need. The best beast feed on the market, and rapid growth.
He really didn't know what else he could ask for his pet beast.
Su Qiming understood, that's normal, after all. The content you are studying now has not touched on this part.
Let me explain briefly to you, and you should know what you lack. Okay. Lin Mo listened attentively.
Su Qiming organized his thoughts and said, the cultivation of pet beasts is a systematic and complex project. At your current stage, besides paying attention to the growth rate of pet beasts, you also need to pay attention to the quality of their growth. You must understand the growth rate, so if nothing unexpected happens, the feed you give to the phantom tiger accelerates its growth, right?
Lin Mo nodded.
Su Qiming continued, then you should know that there is a limit to the growth rate of pet beasts. For example, even with the best beast feed on the market, your phantom tiger can only achieve a growth rate of 1.4 times. This is the limit of the growth rate I mentioned, its fastest growth rate can only be this fast. Perhaps there are ways to make it faster, but that's not something we can achieve here in Chuaning. So here's the question, if there is a person whose pet beast is the same as yours, and the growth rate of the pet beast is also the same as yours, how can you be stronger than him?
Lin Mo realized, by improving the quality of the pet beast's growth? Exactly.
Su Qiming said, generally speaking, when we analyze the strength of a pet beast, we often start from 3 aspects, the pet beast's level, aptitude, and skill proficiency. The quality of a pet's growth, simply put, is to make the pet stronger in the same level, qualifications, and skill proficiency. Therefore, when the pet's growth speed has reached its limit, improving its growth quality is your best choice.
Lin Mo nodded,
I understand, but I have another question.
Go ahead, Lin Mo asked, if growth speed and growth quality cannot be balanced, which one has a higher priority? Su Qiming's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to think of this question so quickly. This is a very good question because it is a problem that many beast tamers will find troubling. As for the answer, I can only say, different strokes for different folks. Because the advantages brought by growth quality can only be demonstrated when the pets of both sides are at the same level, qualifications, and skill proficiency. In blunt terms, growth quality can make you invincible at the same level, but only at the same level. If there is a significant gap between the 2 sides in terms of level, qualifications, skill proficiency, etc., then no matter how high your growth quality is, it is useless. However, one thing is certain, if your pet has always been invincible at the same level, then when you stand at the peak, you will definitely be invincible. But this is very difficult. Extremely difficult. To keep your pet invincible at the same level, it requires a massive amount of resources that ordinary people cannot afford. Therefore, the choice between these 2 still depends on the beast tamer to decide based on their own situation. After all, everyone's situation is different. As for you, you should know how to choose now, right? Lin Mo couldn't help but smile.
With the big sponsor of the school behind him, he naturally chose to have it all.
He immediately asked, Teacher Su, do you have any suggestions for the resources I need?
He didn't know much about resources.
After all, he used to be very poor, so even if he knew, he couldn't afford it, so he simply didn't bother to find out.
Su Qiming thought for a moment and said, "Your Phantom Tiger is a water type. With the innate skills of concealment and water blade, I suggest you choose water spirit stones for the water type and shadow stones for the shadow type. The former can increase the affinity between the Phantom Tiger and water elements, which is very beneficial for water blade, while the latter can enhance the effect of concealment. Currently, these are the two types of resources that will bring you the greatest improvement." Lin Mo smiled. "Then I'll take these two, thank you, Teacher Su."
Su Qiming was very efficient.
The next day, he handed over enough water spirit stones and shadow stones for 2 months of use to Lin Mo. In addition, he also gave him the reward for coming first last month, a bank card with 300,000 huaxia coins. Originally, the rewards given to students by the school were mainly in the form of resources, and money was not directly given. But because Lin Mo is now the #1 seed, and all resources are provided by the school, Su Qiming directly converted it into money for him.
This can also be considered as special treatment for him as the #1 seed.
Including this 300,000, Lin Mo's card now has a total of more than
3 million. With this money, he went directly to the Dasha Mall.
All of Xiao Bai's resources are provided by the school, so he doesn't need to spend a penny for the next 2 months. But Xuanwu, he still has to take care of it himself. Not knowing the concept of growth quality before was one thing, but now that he knows, he naturally cannot neglect it. So, he plans to buy some resources to improve the growth quality of Xuanwu as well. Before coming, he did some research. The resource that can improve the growth quality of space-type pets is called the Spirit Stone. However, in addition to the Spirit Stone, he also plans to buy some Earth Spirit Stones to enhance defense capabilities.
After half an hour, Lin Mo left the Dasha Mall with a pained expression on his face. The 2-month food supply is 280,000, the empty Spirit Stone is 1 million, and the Earth Spirit Stone is 600,000. Now, he only has over 300,000 left in his card. This made him involuntarily sigh once again. Being a beast tamer really burns money. In addition, he also casually asked about the prices of the Water Spirit Stone and the Shadow Stone. For 2 months' worth, it would total 1.4 million.
Even if the school has special procurement channels and the prices are lower, it is estimated to be over 1 million.
Adding the 1
for times accelerated beast feed for 2 months, it would cost at least 1 million. This made him fully realize the weight of the identity of #1 seed he holds.
The school is really investing heavily in him. Back home, he immediately put Xiao Bai into training mode.
As for the resources like Water Spirit Stone and Shadow Stone, the method of use is also very simple. He just needs to meditate with these things.
The main purpose of the beast tamer's meditation is to upgrade the beast space. As the pet grows, its requirements for the beast space will also increase. If the upgrade speed of the beast space cannot keep up with the growth speed of the pet, it will not only affect the loyalty of the pet but may also slow down the growth speed of the pet. Therefore, meditation is a daily task for every beast tamer. Lin Mo had hardly meditated before because his beast space did not need to be upgraded in the short term. But now, in order to transfer the energy from the 4 spirit stones to the beast space for the pet to absorb, he must meditate for long periods every day. This process is very boring, but it has great benefits for his mental strength. At the same time, the training in the school continues. In the second month, the training content of the elite class still focuses on improving the proficiency of the pet skills. After all, in a situation where the pet's growth speed is limited and its aptitude is difficult to change, improving skill proficiency is the best way to enhance strength. However, there are some differences in the training content compared to the first month. Su Qiming has tailored some training plans based on the actual situation of each student. For those whose skill release speed is not fast enough, they mainly practice speed. For those whose skill power is too weak, they strengthen the power. So, although everyone is training the proficiency of their pet skills, the training content for each person is different. As for Lin Mo, in the eyes of others, his slacking off has become more serious. Last month, they could still occasionally see Xiao Bai in the training ground. But this month, they almost never see Xiao Bai at all. However, this time, no one would really think that Lin Mo is slacking off. And that's the truth.
On the 10th day of the second month, which is also the 40th day since Lin Mo entered the elite class, Xiao Bai leveled up again.
From the 3rd stage of infancy to the 4th stage of infancy.
At this point, Xiao Bai's size is already as big as a border collie, with a majestic king mark on its forehead, exuding a commanding presence between its actions, looking like a little tiger king. And because Lin Mo has absorbed a lot of shadow stones, Xiao Bai's innate transparency has become more pronounced. Especially when in the woods, it is hard to notice its presence if you don't look carefully. There is also the skill, Water Blade, advanced. The proficiency is still at the beginner level. But due to the influence of the Water Spirit Stone, both the condensation speed and power of the water blade have significantly improved.
This also made Lin Mo fully understand the importance of growth quality. Then, on that evening, Xuanwu also leveled up, from the 4th stage of infancy to the 5th stage of infancy.
At the same time, its aptitude has once again improved, from intermediate bronze to advanced bronze. Naturally, Lin Mo was overjoyed by such changes.
With the advanced bronze aptitude, Xuanwu was already higher than most people's pets in the ordinary class. Even in the elite class, it is quite good.
Therefore, the current green armor turtle, even without considering the spatial attributes, can be considered a relatively good pet. And after the upgrade, Xuanwu's size has once again increased, with the diameter of its shell reaching 1 meter. The area of the internal space has also doubled, becoming 8 square meters, and the height has increased from the original 2 meters to 2.5 meters. With such a space, putting a bed in it would make it a mobile bedroom.
However, there is currently no need for that, so Lin Mo did not do so.
His current priority is still to work hard to improve Xiao Bai's skill proficiency. Li Shu told him before that the last student admitted to Qingyuan Academy last year had a beast pet at the 6th stage of infancy during the exam, with a skill proficiency of proficient. Judging by Xiao Bai's current growth rate, reaching the 6th stage of infancy before the exam should not be difficult. However, achieving proficient skill proficiency seems to be a bit challenging.
Therefore, he really dare not slack off at all now.
At the same time, he was also curious about what kind of geniuses the students who could pass the Qingyuan Academy entrance exam were.
His god-level beast pet space was so abnormal that he felt it was a bit difficult to pass the Qingyuan exam. How strong must their talents be to easily pass Qingyuan? If he were to say that their talents were better than his, he would never believe it. After all, he had the unprecedented god-level talent of the Blue Star. However, upon further thought, Lin Mo understood. It was not that their talents were better than his, but that they enjoyed better resources than him. Qingyuan Academy is one of the top 30 academies in Huaxia, and even if the students there are not the top elite of Huaxia, they are still among the second-tier elite. Students of this level often come from big cities.
Su Qiming had previously mentioned that besides the accelerated growth beast feed, there were other methods to accelerate the growth of beast pets, but it was not achievable in Chuaning. After all, Chuaning was just a small city and in many aspects could not compare with big cities. Therefore, it was not surprising that the students who passed Qingyuan had fast beast pet growth rates because they had access to resources and technological advantages that he could not reach. However, this meant that he had to work even harder.
Because the gap in resources between regions was not something he could bridge,
so the only thing he could do now was to give his all and work hard. On the 25th day of the second month, which was also the 55th day Lin Mo entered the elite class, Xuanwu leveled up again.
It went from the 5th stage of infancy to the 6th stage of infancy.
This upgrade was somewhat unexpected for Lin Mo because except for the last time, in the previous upgrades, Xuanwu had always leveled up after Xiao Bai. Now that Xiao Bai had not leveled up yet, Xuanwu unexpectedly leveled up first. However, considering that Xuanwu used beast feed with double acceleration and its aptitude had recently greatly improved, he understood. The growth speed of beast pets is related to many factors such as level, aptitude, race, and so on. In simple terms, the higher the race level of a beast pet, the slower its leveling up speed. For beast pets of the same race, the higher the growth level, the slower the leveling up speed. In the case of the same race and the same growth level, the lower the aptitude, the slower the leveling up speed. It must be emphasized here that race level and growth level are two different concepts. For example, a divine beast cub is born as a divine beast, but at the time of birth, its strength may not even be as good as a fifth-order ferocious beast.
The race level refers more to the bloodline, the growth potential, and the initial attributes of the race.
On the other hand, the growth level, from some perspectives, refers to the actual strength. However, both use the same level system, ranging from 1st to 9th order, with each order further divided into low, medium, and high levels. Take Lin Mo's Xiao Bai for example.
Race level, 5th order advanced. Growth level, 4th stage of infancy, less than 1 order.
It is also worth mentioning that the race level of a beast pet does not represent the growth limit of the beast pet. Xiao Bai, with a race level of 5th order advanced, could completely surpass the 5th order in strength. In conclusion, it is normal for Xuanwu's growth speed to gradually surpass Xiao Bai. After all, its race level is only 1 order lower, much lower than Xiao Bai. The lower the race level, the faster the leveling up speed. In the past, the slow upgrade was due to the low aptitude. Now, with the gradual improvement of the aptitude, its upgrade speed has also begun to accelerate gradually.
This also made Lin Mo think of a question. What is the aptitude of the last student admitted to Qingyuan Academy last year?
Li Shu only told him that the guy's pet is at the 6th stage of infancy, with a skill proficiency of proficient, but did not tell him the aptitude of the guy's pet. If the aptitude of the guy's pet is not high, then the 6th stage of infancy seems not as exaggerated as he thought. After all, there is still a month and a half before the exam, and his Xuanwu has already reached the 6th stage of infancy. And judging by this growth rate, it is possible to reach the 8th stage of infancy before the exam. Thinking about this, Lin Mo's pressure was reduced a lot. However, he still dared not slack off. After all, the 6th stage of infancy, skill proficient, was only the last one last year. And his goal is not just the last one. On the 60th day of entering the elite class, the day of the second comprehensive assessment has arrived. However, this time, Xiaobai just stood there, without doing anything, and directly locked in the first place.
Because last night, Xiaobai's growth level reached the 5th stage of infancy.
At this time, Fu Qinli, who had the fastest progress in pet cultivation in the class, only had a 3rd stage of infancy for his Jingfeng fox. Lin Mo was leading with a level difference. This result directly stunned the members of the elite class. Each of them looked at Lin Mo with eyes as if looking at a monster. Infancy 5th stage. This is simply unbelievable to them. Did Lin Mo give the pet a catalyst to eat? Equally surprised was Su Qiming, the mentor. He knew something about the phantom tiger. As a 5th-order advanced pet, even if it used 1.4x accelerated animal feed, its growth rate could not be so fast. So, after the strong shock, he immediately figured out that this must be due to Lin Mo's talent in beast control. F-level talent, but the effect far exceeds F-level.
What on earth is going on?
Su Qiming was somewhat puzzled. However, this also made him certain of one thing: designating Lin Mo as this year's #1 seed was indeed a very correct decision. Then, he ignored the astonished eyes of the crowd and directly took Lin Mo to the principal's office.
Go to Xiaolanshan for practical training. Dong Yaoqing, upon hearing Su Qiming's words, asked in surprise and joy, is Lin Mo's strength already so strong?
Su Qiming nodded. Leading by a level difference in growth, the battles between students are meaningless. According to the normal training plan, starting tomorrow, the elite class will undergo practical training. The content of the training is for the students' pets to battle each other to increase combat experience. But Lin Mo's strength is too strong, and it is likely that no one in the elite class can withstand Xiaobai's attack.
So, he suggested that Lin Mo go to Xiaolanshan. Xiaolanshan is a small mountain on the outskirts of Chuaning City. After Chuaning officials cleared out the high-level ferocious beasts inside, they utilized the natural environment and geographical advantages to establish a natural training base. Pets at various growth stages are present in the base, making it the best place for practical combat training. Good, good, good.
Dong Yaoqing said excitedly, you go back and prepare.
I will apply for the slots by phone. If nothing unexpected happens, you can go there tomorrow.
The training base is directly managed by the Chuaning authorities, and unofficial personnel must apply in advance to enter the training.
Okay. Su Qiming left the principal's office with Lin Mo and asked, do you know what to prepare?
Lin Mo shook his head. He had only heard of the Xiaolanshan training base, but did not know the specific situation. Su Qiming said, although Xiaolanshan training base is named as a base, it is actually a pure natural wilderness environment. In addition to the necessary supplies and medical facilities in the base, there is nothing else there, so once you arrive, you will be living an outdoor life, and you need to prepare everything necessary for wilderness survival.
Lin Mo nodded and asked, do I have to stay there for a month?
Su Qiming smiled and said, it's best if you can stay for a month, but based on my experience, if you can stay for 10 days to half a month, that's already impressive.
Lin Mo was a little puzzled.
Su Qiming explained, don't underestimate the phrase outdoor life. For children like you who grew up in the city, outdoor life is not easy. As far as I know, the longest record for high school seniors training at the Xiaolan mountain base is 18 days.
If you can break that record, there will be a big prize for you. Lin Mo nodded without saying anything more.
But a hint of a smile couldn't help but show on his lips. With the space inside him, he felt that this prize was basically a sure thing for him.
Poisonous beasts, the black-bellied snake, left the school.
Lin Mo went to the Daxia shopping mall again.
Normal wilderness survival requires many preparations.
And for him, he needed even more.
Because he needed to set up a home in the wilderness.
Bed and bedding, cooking utensils, tableware, seasonings, enough food and water for a month, daily necessities, essential items for wilderness survival, and some common basic medicines. It cost a total of 30,000 yuan to set up a simple home. The next morning, Lin Mo arrived at the school on time.
Su Qiming looked at Lin Mo, who was empty-handed, and was stunned. Why don't you even have a backpack?
Are you sure you have all the necessary items prepared? Although items could be stored in the beast space, whether putting things in or taking them out required a formation to open the door. So for convenience, most beast tamers going into the wilderness would carry a backpack with some items that might be needed at any time.
I have everything I need.
Lin Mo thought about the layout of the Xuanwu space inside him and made sure nothing was missing.
As for the backpack, he had instant summon, so he didn't need to bother with taking things in or out. Alright, since you're not fully prepared, you'll be the one to suffer. Su Qining directly took Lin Mo to the school's prepared special vehicle.
On the way, he continued to introduce Lin Mo to the situation at the base. The Xiaolan mountain base has a supply station. If you need anything later, you can go there to replenish, but the prices will be slightly higher than market prices. Also, you must remember that as a trainee like you can only go to the supply station once every 7 days, and each time you stop at the supply station cannot exceed 2 hours, otherwise, the accumulated time will be reset to 0. Lin Mo understood, so, if I want to break the record for the longest stay, I absolutely cannot violate this rule.
That's right,
Su Qining said. Furthermore, the base has a medical room where you can seek treatment if injured, but similarly, once you enter the medical room, the previous stay time will be reset to 0. Lin Mo somewhat understood why the longest record for high school seniors was only 18 days. These conditions were quite strict.
There's another very important point, Su Qining said.
The fierce beasts at the Xiaolan Mountain training base are distributed in order of strength from weak to strong.
The deeper into the mountains you go, the stronger the beasts are. If you feel overwhelmed during a battle, immediately retreat to the outer perimeter. This can effectively relieve pressure and ensure your safety.
Understood.
Lin Mo nodded.
2 hours later, the car stopped at the entrance of the training base.
As Su Qining said, the environment here was truly primitive.
Apart from a few rows of artificial wooden houses, all he could see were lush green vegetation and the verdant mountains covered with plants.
Su Qining completed the procedures for entering the base with Lin Mo. Then Lin Mo received a button-sized locator.
Do not keep this locator in the beast space, otherwise the base won't be able to locate your position signal, Su Qining continued to explain. Also, if you encounter danger, you can also seek help through the locator.
The base's patrol personnel will rush over at the fastest speed, but if you seek help, the accumulated stay time will be reset to 0, right? Lin Mo interjected.
Su Qining chuckled.
You know it well, but remember, never put yourself in danger just to impact the stay duration. It's not worth the risk, understand?
Understood,
then I'll go in.
Lin Mo bid farewell to Su Qining, then walked alone towards the mountain. Training here must be done without anyone accompanying, otherwise the stay duration is invalid. And if there is someone protecting by the side, the training effect will be greatly reduced.
Entered the mountain.
Due to the obstruction of trees, the light dimmed noticeably, and the temperature was lower than at the foot of the mountain. Besides the towering trees, the undergrowth and vegetation in the forest were also extremely dense, with almost no path underfoot. Lin Mo had to use a machete to keep clearing the way in order to move forward smoothly. The snakes, insects, rodents, and ants in the forest were disturbed, occasionally making some eerie noises, some of which were creepy. This darn place. After advancing about 500 meters, Lin Mo stopped to catch his breath, then tightened the collar of his protective suit and sprayed insect repellent on himself. These were all preparations he had made before coming. He thought he was well prepared enough, but now it seemed barely sufficient. Then he glanced at the little white creature following him. The little guy seemed quite content, constantly jumping around in the forest, looking like a fish in water in the mountain forest.
Let's go, let's see what your first opponent will be.
Lin Mo called out to the little white creature and continued forward. This time, after walking about 300 meters, the little white creature suddenly stopped in front and let out a low growl in a certain direction. Lin Mo paused, and followed the direction of the growl. On a large tree about 5 or 6 meters away from them, a black-green snake about 2 meters long, as thick as an adult's arm, with a triangular head, was coiled on a branch, silently spitting venom towards them. Lin Mo immediately recognized this fierce beast.
Name, black-bellied snake. Attribute, poisonous. Qualification, intermediate bronze.
Race level, intermediate 3rd rank.
Innate skills, venom spray, intermediate, strangulation, intermediate. Growth level, juvenile 4th stage.
The growth level is 1 level lower than the little white creature, but it is a poisonous beast. Lin Mod the black-bellied snake has a keen sense and immediately sensed the presence of Xiao Bai, then turned its head to look over. However, what greeted it was the swiftly approaching water blade. Hiss, the black-bellied snake let out a panicked hiss and instinctively tried to dodge. However, the water blade was too fast. Coupled with the element of surprise, before it could make a dodging motion, the water blade arrived.
Swish, under Xiao Bai's control, the water blade accurately landed on the black-bellied snake's neck.
With a light sound, the triangular head of the black-bellied snake flew out directly. Its over 2-meter-long snake body twisted rapidly a few times before falling from the tree branch to the ground.
Xiao Bai, well done.
Lin Mo gave Xiao Bai a thumbs up.
This encounter was Xiao Bai's first real battle. Its performance was considered perfect.
Then, he walked forward slowly and stored both the head and body of the black-bellied snake in the beast space.
The materials on ferocious beasts could be sold for money. Moreover, some rare materials were even more valuable.
So for the vast majority of beast tamers, killing ferocious beasts to sell materials was their main source of income. Lin Mo roughly estimated that if all the materials on this black-bellied snake were sold, they should fetch around 100,000.
Not easy, finally seeing some returns. Lin Mo sighed.
From awakening his beast-taming talent to now, he had spent around 300,000. But apart from the rewards from the school, this was his first time earning money. Although 100,000 wasn't much, in Chuaning, it was roughly equivalent to a year's income for a working-class person.
And he had only spent less than half a minute just now. The efficiency of making money was quite high. With this thought in mind, he quickly left the area with Xiao Bai. The blood from the black-bellied snake had a strong stench, which could attract other ferocious beasts in the vicinity. He still didn't have the ability to handle multiple opponents.
After walking about 500 meters, their second target appeared, a leopard that occasionally spewed flames from its mouth.
Name, Flame Leopard.
Attribute, Fire.
Aptitude, Unknown.
Race level, 3rd rank advanced.
Talent skills, Flame Claw, Intermediate, Fireball, Intermediate.
Growth level, Young 5th stage.
Xiao Bai, attack on your own.
Lin Mo gave the command directly. The growth level of this flame leopard was the same as Xiao Bai's, making it a good opponent.
Swish. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Bai rushed towards the flame leopard without hesitation.
At the same time, the flame leopard also charged towards Xiao Bai without showing any weakness. The two met in mid-air, raised their paws, and struck out together.
Bang! A muffled sound.
Xiao Bai and the flame leopard both shook as they landed. At this moment, the difference between a tamed beast and a wild ferocious beast was evident. Ferocious beasts grew up in the wild filled with competition and danger from a young age, making them stronger in terms of combat instinct, timing, and ferocity compared to tamed beasts.
After landing, Xiao Bai's first reaction was to adjust its posture for the next attack. The flame leopard, on the other hand, didn't bother adjusting its posture and directly launched a second attack. Its front paws were covered with a layer of burning flames, and with a roaring heat wave, it struck towards Xiao Bai's head. Flame Claw, Intermediate, flames cover the claws, with a burning effect during attacks. Dodge! Lin Mo immediately ordered. Xiao Bai almost instantly jumped to the side as he commanded. Smack!
The flame leopard's paw missed and hit the ground heavily.
The dry leaves on the ground instantly turned black. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a bit scared.
If Xiao Bai had been hit, they would probably have to go to the medical room directly. Roar, perhaps angered by the recent embarrassing dodge, Xiao Bai let out a low growl and once again pounced towards the flame leopard. The flame leopard did not dodge or retreat, its flaming claws burning fiercely, carrying a hot wave that tore through the air, fiercely slapping towards Xiao Bai. However, just as the flame leopard's claws were about to fall on Xiao Bai's body twisted hard, abruptly changing direction in midair and landing beside the flame leopard.
Bang!
Flame Claw once again struck the ground, turning the dry leaves into charred black.
At the same time, Xiao Bai's claws came from the side, fiercely landing on the flame leopard's head.
Hiss! The sharp tiger claws dragged from the flame leopard's forehead all the way to its chin. 5 long bloody gashes were left on the flame leopard's head, and its right eye was directly burst by this claw, blood dripping. Roar! The flame leopard let out an extremely painful roar, its body over half a meter long trembling violently from the pain. Yet even so, it launched another attack. Opening its mouth, a burning fireball began to gradually condense inside. Fireball, Intermediate, condenses the fire element in the air and shoots it out in the form of a fireball. At the same time, in front of Xiao Bai, water elements began to rapidly condense. A water blade took shape in the blink of an eye, then in the next second, swiftly entered the flame leopard's mouth like lightning. At this moment, the fireball in the flame leopard's mouth had just taken shape. Bang! The water blade collided with the fireball, causing the fireball to explode directly. The water blade continued to penetrate, creating a large bloody gash in the flame leopard's throat. The flame leopard staggered, spitting out blood in large mouthfuls, then slowly fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Roar! Xiao Bai let out a demonstrative roar towards the flame leopard's corpse, seemingly declaring its victory. At this point, Lin Mo finally let go of the tension. Although the battle just now may sound lengthy, it actually happened in the blink of an eye, extremely dangerous. If Xiaobai's water blade had not condensed faster than the flame leopard's fireball, the final outcome would have been uncertain. This also made him realize once again the importance of quality growth. Xiaobai's water blade and the flame leopard's fireball were both at the entry level. The reason Xiaobai was able to be so much faster was entirely due to the water spirit stone and the power of water blade. Without the support of the water spirit stone, the water blade would have dispersed like the fireball after colliding, instead of, as it is now, shattering the fireball and continuing to cause damage.
Coming back to his senses, Lin Mo went forward to collect the flame leopard's body.
A third-tier advanced flame leopard was worth much more than the previous black belly snake, at least around 300,000. Then he let Xiaobai return to the beast space to rest.
After 2 consecutive battles, Xiaobai's physical exertion was not small. For safety reasons, it was more prudent to rest well before continuing forward.
But just then, in the dense forest behind him, there was suddenly a rustling sound of branches and leaves rubbing against each other. The moment he heard the rustling sound, Lin Mo's expression froze, immediately turning to look back, while also preparing to call out Xiaobai. However, the next moment, he breathed a sigh of relief,
because accompanying that sound was a person.
A 17 or 18-year-old, wearing black protective clothing, carrying a backpack, and a young beast tamer with a pet beast by his side.
Hello. Seeing Lin Mo, the other person greeted him proactively. Are you also a beast tamer here for practical training? Lin Mo nodded. Are you too?
The other person walked up to Lin Mo with a smile, extending his hand. Let me introduce myself, LV Qingyang, a student from 9th middle school. Lin Mo shook hands with the other person, Lin Mo, from 1st middle school.
LV Qingyang looked Lin Mo up and down. You're the number 1 seed from 1st middle school, right? Lin Mo smiled and didn't say anything.
Coming here for practical training at this time, his status as a seed was not difficult to guess. Similarly, without any surprises, LV Qingyang should be the number 1 seed from 9th middle school. I came here following the roar of a ferocious beast. LV Qingyang looked at the battle traces next to him. It looks like the fierce beast has been taken care of by you.
Can you tell me what level of fierce beast it is?
5th stage cub.
Lin Mo spoke truthfully.
A look of shock appeared in LV Qingyang's eyes, and he gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. Impressive.
You're not weak either. Lin Mo glanced at the pet next to LV Qingyang.
It was a calf over 1 meter long and over half a meter tall, with gray-brown skin and a rocky texture.
Calf. Name, split-hoofed bull. Attribute, earth. Aptitude, unknown. Race level, 4th rank low. Innate skills, trample, high level, thick skin, high level.
Growth level, 4th stage cub. Although the growth level is 1 level lower than Xiaobai, don't forget that besides him, the strongest Fu Qingli in the 1st middle school, his pet is only at the 3rd stage cub.
So, the strength of this LV Qingyang should not be underestimated. I'm far behind you. LV Qingyang shook his head and said, if I and Ku Lu Qingyang innocently pointed at Lin Mo, this brother can testify, I was just praising you. Lin Mo nodded. He was indeed praising you, saying you are very powerful.
Ran Yuan ignored Lu Qingyang and reached out her hand towards Lin Mo. Baizhong, Ran Yuan.
Ijong Lin Mo.
Lin Mo lightly shook her hand.
Who killed the fierce beasts here? What level?
Rin Yuan pointed to the battle traces on the ground. Obviously she was also attracted by the commotion here.
It was Lin Mo. Lu Qingyang said, the fierce beast was a 5th stage juvenile. Ran Yuan looked at Lin Mo in amazement. Impressive. It's just luck.
Lin Mo modestly said, your purple-winged flying snake should also be able to easily kill it. Although the purple-winged flying snake is only a 4th stage juvenile, it is a poisonous attribute pet.
Moreover, its venom spray is an advanced skill, extremely toxic. Once the flame leopard is bitten, it will definitely lose. So, in some ways, Ren Yuan killing the flame leopard would be easier than him. Alright, you two stop praising each other. Lu Qingyang mocked, the way you two are, really puts pressure on us ordinary people, you know? Ring Yuan rolled her eyes. With a D-level, defense amplification, talent, do you dare to call yourself an ordinary person? Lu Qingyang wanted to say something, but after seeing Ring Yuan's expression, he immediately shut his mouth.
But in his heart, he said defiantly, whether I'm ordinary or not, it depends on who I'm compared to.
He indeed had a D-level talent.
But compared to Ring Yuan with a C-level talent and Lin Mo who could kill a 5th stage juvenile fierce beast, he was indeed more than a little lacking.
By the way, Lin Mo, you should also have a D-level talent, right? Lu Qingyang didn't dare to argue with Ring Yuan, so he looked at Lin Mo again. He told Lin Mo about Ren Yuan's talent level. Ren Yuan told Lin Mo about his talent level, but they still didn't know Lin Mo's talent level. Lin Mo shook his head, I'm an F level.
It's not that he wanted to deceive people, but he could only say he was an F level to the outside world.
Ha, ha. Lu Qingyang forced a laugh. Your joke is not funny at all. Ran Yuan also agreed. I don't think it's funny either. How could the number 1 seed of Chuaningizhong have an F level talent?
Lin Mo said seriously, I'm not joking, I really am F level.
You're really not joking? Lu Qingyang couldn't help but ask again.
Although Lin Mo's expression already indicated the answer, he still found it hard to believe.
After hearing this question, Ran Yuan immediately looked at Lin Mo, wanting a definite answer. I'm really not joking. Lin Mo reassured again. Lu Qingyang, Ran Yuan.
The two were stunned. The number 1 seed of Chuaningizhong turned out to be an F level talent.
Is the world really this crazy now?
Lin Mo, I really didn't mean to offend you, but
in your Chuaningizhong, are there really no students with higher talents? Lu Qingyang asked.
In his opinion, if there was even one student with an E-level talent at Chuaningizhong, it would be impossible for Lin Mo, an F-level talent, to become the seed.
Upon hearing this question, Ran Yuan looked at Lu Qingyang as if he were an idiot.
Lu Qingyang may not have figured it out yet, but she had already realized.
How could Chuaningizhong not have students with higher-level talents?
But Lin Mo, an F-level beast tamer, surpassed a group of higher-level beast tamers to become the number 1 seed.
This shows that Lin Mo is stronger than those people. An F-level talent becoming the number 1 seed is more impressive than a D-level talent becoming the number 1 seed. Ran Yuan looked at Lin Mo. You are really amazing. Indeed impressive. Lu Qingyang also realized at this moment, looking at Lin Mo with a hint of admiration. Lin Mo could only shake his head and smile bitterly. If possible, he really wants to declare himself as a divine-level talent.
Then he wouldn't have to train hard here.
By then, not to mention the Qingyuan Academy, I'm afraid the top 3 academies in Huaxia would also fight to recruit him. But for now, he can only think about it.
Until he can prove himself as a divine-level talent, he can only claim to be an F-level talent.
Right. He looked at the 2 people. The smell of blood here may attract other fierce beasts. For safety reasons, let's leave here first. Then let's say goodbye here.
I also need to go for training.
Ran Yuan was very straightforward, waved to the 2 people as she left with her purple-winged flying snake. Then I'll leave too. Haven't encountered a single fierce beast since coming in, LV Qingyang said, walking in a different direction from Ran Yuan.
Coming here is for practical training, so generally, people don't travel together.
After the 2 walked away, Lin Mo moved his mind and called Xuanwu out of the beast space.
Then he placed the locator in Xuanwu's tortoiseshell, let Xuanwu hide in a bush, and entered the internal space himself. At this moment, the internal space, arranged by Lin Mo, had been divided into 2 areas, a rest area and a living area. The rest area was simple, with just a single bed in bedding. The living area was more complex, equipped with pots, bowls, utensils, and tables and chairs, serving as both a kitchen and dining room. After eating a little and replenishing his strength, Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a water spirit stone to meditate. The enrollment exam for the Advanced Academy was approaching, and time was tight for him now, so he couldn't waste this time that by rested. At this time, the benefits of the internal space became apparent. For other beast tamers, the more their pets rested, the less they dared to relax their vigilance. Because when pets couldn't fight, it was the most vulnerable time for beast tamers. At this time, the beast tamer must always be on guard to prevent danger from approaching, especially in such a wilderness environment. Pets and beast tamers couldn't rest at the same time, they had to take turns on guard. The direct consequence of this was a very low utilization rate of time, with not much time available for training each day. Lin Mo, on the other hand, had no such concerns. When Bai rested, he could rest too, and it was a complete relaxation of the mind. In such a wilderness environment, even with pets on guard at night, beast tamers couldn't sleep soundly, not to mention the various dangers that could arise. Just the various sounds of insects, birds, and animals in the woods could torment a person enough. This was also why students couldn't stay here for too long. Physical fatigue was one thing, but the mental fatigue caused by prolonged rest was what really could make a person collapse. Therefore, Xuanwu's internal space could truly be called a divine skill in the wilderness. After meditating for 2 hours, Bai recovered. Lin Mo put away Xuanwu and continued on with Bai. By now, it was already afternoon, and the light in the mountains was getting darker. It seemed to be the active period for fierce beasts, with various sounds in the forest almost constantly ringing out, keeping Lin Mo's nerves taut, not daring to relax in the slightest. They hadn't walked far when their third opponent appeared. Name, thick-skinned wild boar, attribute, earth, aptitude, unknown, race level, second rank advanced, talent skill, rapid charge, intermediate, growth level, young 4th stage. Roar. Seeing the enemy, I didn't wait for Lin Mo's command, he just let out a low roar and charged up. To this, Lin Mo just smiled slightly. He found that after the 2 battles before, Bai's wildness seemed to have been aroused, and his combat initiative was much higher than before. The thick-skinned wild boar is an earth-attributed fierce beast, with slightly stronger defense capabilities than other beasts of the same level. However, facing the beginner-level water blade from Xiaobai, its defense was still vulnerable. After Xiaobai dodged a charge once, it was able to knock down the thick-skinned wild boar with 2 consecutive water blades. When the thick-skinned wild boar finally breathed its last breath, Lin Mo stepped forward and stored the body in the beast space. Although the materials of the thick-skinned wild boar are not very valuable, it should still fetch around 30 to 50,000. Lin Mo muttered softly to himself. He found that compared to improving Xiaobai's combat experience, calculating the earnings from each kill of a fierce beast seemed to give him more motivation. This suddenly filled him with anticipation for the next month. How much money could he earn when he leaves here? In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Due to the existence of the internal space, Lin Mo lived a very comfortable life, still maintaining the spirited and refreshing appearance he had when he first entered the mountain. In 7 days, he and Xiaobai together killed a total of 32 fierce beasts. Among them were 8 fierce beasts at the 4th stage of infancy, 20 at the 5th stage, and 4 at the 6th stage. As for higher-level fierce beasts, they were also present in the base, but Lin Mo didn't dare to try them easily. The level suppression effect of infant pets was still quite strong. Xiaobai could defeat fierce beasts at the 6th stage of infancy mainly by using stealth to approach and then launching a surprise attack from behind with Waterblade. In simple terms, it was an assassin style. However, even so, he only dared to target the less powerful fierce beasts at the 6th stage of infancy. Therefore, he never considered going after fierce beasts at the 7th stage or higher. Nevertheless, even so, his harvest in these 7 days was very considerable. According to his estimation, the bodies of the 32 fierce beasts should fetch around 3 million. Even with slight fluctuations, it would not be less than 2.6 million. Calculating at this rate, when he leaves the base, he will not only be able to gather enough money to repay the rich woman, but also have a significant surplus. This way, at least for some time in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about the food for Xuanwu and Xiaobai. Roar. Just then, Xiaobai suddenly let out a low growl. Lin Mo instantly understood Xiaobai's meaning. There were sounds of battle and human shouts in the forest ahead of them. Let's go and take a look. Lin Mo signaled Xiaobai to lead the way. Since encountering Lu Qingyang and Ring Yuan on the day he entered the mountain, he hadn't met anyone else in these 7 days. Now that he had encountered someone, it was natural to go and see. Xiaobai was very fast. About 2 minutes later, Lin Mo also heard the commotion coming from ahead. Apart from the roars of fierce beasts and pets, there was also a slightly panicked male voice. Judging from the content of the voice, the man seemed to be commanding the pet in battle, but the situation seemed very unfavorable. After walking for about another minute, Lin Mo finally saw the situation clearly. The 2 sides fighting in the forest were a 4th stage infant lava turtle and a 5th stage infant white-browed ape. At this moment, the lava turtle was clearly at a disadvantage. Its defense was strong enough to barely withstand the attacks of the white-browed ape. If it were replaced by other pets of the same level, it would probably have been defeated long ago. Not far behind the lava turtle, a 17 or 18-year-old youth, wearing a black protective suit and slightly chubby, was sweating profusely as he commanded. However, the strength gap between the lava turtle and the white-browed ape was too large, and his command could not reverse the situation. Buddy, do you need help? Lin Mo looked at the beast tamer. As expected, this guy should also be a top seed from some school. The slightly chubby beast tamer saw Lin Mo and seemed to see a savior, hastily saying, "Yes, please help me." "Alright, then it's agreed. I'll take the body of this white-browed ape." Lin Mo laid down the condition up front. The example of beast tamers helping each other but falling out due to profit distribution had been talked about a lot in class before. So, it was a kind of unspoken rule in the beast tamer world to discuss the conditions before helping, too. "I agree." The slightly chubby beast tamer quickly agreed. Lin Mo then looked at the little white beside him. "Go ahead, show your skills freely." After dozens of battles, the fierce beast at the 5th stage of infancy posed no pressure to little white. Moreover, the strength of this white-haired ape was not considered very strong. Name, white-haired ape, attribute, wood, aptitude, unknown, race level, 3rd rank intermediate, innate skills, hammer strike, intermediate, roar, intermediate, growth level, 5th stage of infancy. Swish! Upon hearing Lin Mo's command, little white moved without hesitation, rushing towards the white-haired ape and swiping a claw at it. The ferocious attack made the white-haired ape realize that Little White's threat was much greater than the lava turtle's. So it directly abandoned the already injured lava turtle, turned around, swung its sturdy arms, and met Little White's tiger claw head-on. However, just as the white-haired ape's palm and Little White's tiger claw were about to collide, Little White suddenly retracted its claw. At the same time, a water blade began to condense in front of Little White. The white-haired ape never expected that Little White's attack was just a feint. After missing its strike, due to the inertia of swinging its arm, its body involuntarily staggered forward. It was in that moment that a water blade shot out and landed on its chest. A clear sound of cutting rang out. A half-foot-long gash was opened on the white-haired ape's chest, and blood gushed out instantly. Ayo! The white-haired ape let out a painful roar. But the next moment, that roar suddenly turned into a substantial ripple and spread towards the direction where Little White was. Roar, intermediate, a sound-based skill that emits a huge roar, causing a brief mental impact on enemies. At the same time, the second water blade in front of Little White had also taken shape and flew towards the white-haired ape again. The severely injured white-haired ape had no time to dodge, and the water blade accurately landed on its neck, cutting off half of it. A large amount of blood gushed out from the broken neck, dyeing the white-haired ape in a bath of blood, its whole body instantly turning red. Then, it weakly struggled a few times and slowly fell to the ground. At that moment, Little White was enveloped in the sound wave ripple. It was evident that Little White's expression momentarily became dull. This was because the roar, intermediate, had caused a mental impact on it. However, since the white-haired ape was already dead, the dullness lasted less than a second. But this scene made Lin Mo slightly alert. If the white-haired ape hadn't died, it could have seriously harmed Little White while it was stunned. A lion must exert all its strength when hunting a rabbit. He had been careless just now. Because he could have had Little White conceal its actions, then the white-haired ape probably wouldn't even have had the chance to use roar. Such mistakes must not be made again in the future. After silently admonishing himself in his heart, Lin Mo stepped forward and stored the white-haired ape's body in the beast space. The slightly chubby beast tamer only came back to his senses at this moment, then looked at Lin Mo in shock. Is it over already? This white-haired ape had just been tormenting him so much. How did it become so weak in Lin Mo's hands? Hearing Gong Su's words, Lin Mo asked with a hint of amusement, "What else do you expect? Do you want me to be tormented by it too?" No. I absolutely didn't mean that," the slightly chubby beast tamer quickly said. "I just didn't expect your strength to be so strong." He looked at Lin Mo with some admiration. "I'm Gong Su from 4th Middle School, thank you for saving me." Lin Mo shook his head. It was just a small effort, no need to make it sound so serious. Even if he hadn't come, Gong Su could have used a distress signal to call for help. 5. 4. These 8 days, I haven't had a peaceful sleep, haven't had a hot meal. If this continues, I feel like I'll go crazy even if I don't die. Brother, you understand me. LV Qingyang felt like he found a kindred spirit, grabbing Gong Su's hand. Every word you say resonates with me. Lin Mo watched the two who sympathized with each other, wanting to cry in frustration, wisely kept silent. With his spatial abilities, he truly couldn't empathize with these two. But now, I feel relieved. Gong Su's expression was hard to read, whether happy or disappointed. My pet is seriously injured, I have to go to the medical station. The record of staying here is definitely over. It's for the best, at least you don't have to be as conflicted and tormented as I am, LV Qingyang said. That's true. Gong Su smiled briefly. I'll leave first, can't delay treating the injury. LV Qingyang nodded. Go, healing is a priority. Gong Su turned to Lin Mo again. Thank you again, I'll remember your kindness today, and if I have the chance, I'll definitely repay it generously. No need to be so polite, you've already given your thanks, Lin Mo said. He was referring to the body of the white-haired ape. According to his estimate, the price of that body should be around 200,000. Gong Su smiled briefly, said nothing more, and left. I'll take my leave too, continue with my torment. LV Qingyang waved goodbye to Lin Mo, then with a heroic look, walked into the dense forest. Lin Mo shook his head amusedly and went deeper into Xiaolanshan with Xiaobai. For Xiaobai at the 5th stage of infancy, it was already difficult to improve combat skills. So in the days to come, he planned to challenge some 6th stage infant beasts with Xiaobai. It was bold. It was risky. It might even force him to go to the medical station. But for him now, enhancing Xiaobai's combat power was more important than breaking that record. So, he had to take this risk. As Lin Mo headed deeper into Xiaolanshan, at the entrance of Xiaolanshan training base, in a wooden house, Su Qiming and several middle-aged men and women were sitting, staring at the large screen on the wall. The screen displayed the electronic map of Xiaolanshan training base. At different positions on the map, several red dots with numbered labels were blinking regularly. Today is the 8th day. Sitting in the middle, the middle-aged man with black-framed glasses looked at the others. According to past experience, someone should be coming out soon.
It's boring just watching like this, why not make a bet? What do you want to bet on? A middle-aged woman with shoulder-length hair next to him asked. The middle-aged man with black-framed glasses said, let's bet on which school seed will come out last. There's nothing interesting to bet on. Another bald, chubby man said, everyone will surely bet on their own school seed to win. Then let's bet. The middle-aged man with black-framed glasses smiled, but since it's a bet, should we add some stakes? You, Lu Yunhai, your schemes are too obvious. Su Qiming laughed, your student Rin Yuan from No. For middle school has a C-level talent, that advantage is not ordinary. What? Are you scared? Lu Yunhai retorted. Scared my foot. Su Qiming slammed the table, let's hear it. What are the stakes? How about 10,000 each? Lu Yunhai looked at the others, whoever school seed comes out last, all the stakes will go to him. Okay, I'm in. Su Qiming was the first to agree. Although they were teachers, they were also professional beast tamers, and 10,000 yuan was not too much for them. Also, even though No. 8 middle school had a C-level student Rin Yuan, inexplicably, he had great confidence in Lin Mo. I'm in too. The bald, chubby man also agreed. Teacher Su, I suggest you better not follow, because your 4th middle school team is bound to lose, said the female teacher with shoulder-length hair. Su Pingshan looked at her, Teacher you, aren't you underestimating our 4th middle school too much? Yu Hongyan smiled and shook her head, it's not that I look down on 4th middle school, but, see for yourself. She pointed to the big screen on the wall. At this moment, the red dot with the number 4 on the screen was moving rapidly towards the base gate. Su Pingshan frowned, this kid, why did he come out so early? Lu Haiyun said, the 8th day shouldn't have reached the limit of these seeds yet. If he comes out at this time, it's probably because he's in trouble. You should go check it out. Su Pingshan nodded, got up, and left. Lu Haiyun looked at the others again, now 4th middle school is out. What do you all say? We'll follow from 9th middle school, Yu Hongyan echoed. Teacher Chen, what about 6th middle school? Lu Haiyun looked at the middle-aged man in a suit who had not spoken. Shen Xixian shifted his gaze away from the big screen, since you all are so interested, then 6th middle school naturally can't fall behind. I'm in. Good. Lu Haiyun smiled, let's agree then, 100,000 each, whoever seed comes out last wins. Ha! At this moment, Yu Hongyan suddenly exclaimed, Teacher Su, is the seed from 1st middle school lost? Why is it heading towards the depths of Xiaolanshan? Hearing this, the other teachers also looked at the number 1 dot representing Lin Mo. Sure enough, the dot was moving towards the depths of the base. According to his direction, it won't be long before he completely enters the activity range of the 6th stage savage beasts. Lu Haiyun looked at Su Qiming, Teacher Su, do you want to remind him? This is not a joke. Su Qiming thought for a moment and shook his head, let's see first. On one hand, if he reminded Lin Mo now, the previous duration of his stay would be invalidated. On the other hand, based on his understanding of Lin Mo, he believed that Lin Mo would not make such a basic mistake as getting lost. So he speculated that Lin Mo's current actions were likely intentional. This also made a hint of anticipation rise in his heart. Can Lin Mo handle the 6th stage savage beasts at a young age now? Teacher Su, have you thought it through? Shen Xixian reminded, if there's an accident with the 6th stage savage beasts, the rescue team may not arrive in time. Yes, Teacher Su. Yu Hongyan also said, challenging the 6th stage savage beasts with a 4th stage pet is too risky. Although we are betting, it's just for fun. You can't ignore the students' safety for that. Hearing this, Su Qiming was somewhat speechless. How could he disregard Lin Mo's safety for 100,000 yuan? But before he could explain, alright, they are all specially responsible for the elite class tutors, who have a clearer understanding of this score than others. If Su Pingshan's statement is not exaggerated, then Lin Mo's strength, even if placed among the seeds, has already taken a leading position in the segment. Including Rin Yuan with a C-level talent, compared to Lin Mo, she is probably a level lower. Teacher Su, are you kidding? Lu Haiyun couldn't believe it. Do you think I'm joking about this? Su Pingshan said, these are all the seeds of our 4th middle school who told me in person. He encountered a fierce beast at the 5th stage of infancy, almost fell, and it was Lin Mo from the 1st middle school who saved him. He specifically emphasized to me that Lin Mo's pet beast killed the fierce beast in just 2 moves. Several teachers present fell completely silent. An infant at the 5th stage killed a fierce beast at the 5th stage in 2 moves. They finally understood why Lin Mo went into the mountains. What a load of nonsense about getting lost. They felt that the 5th stage fierce beast was no longer worth seeing, and planned to kill a higher level fierce beast.
After a long time, Lu Haiyun came to his senses and looked at Su Qiming. Teacher Su, your first middle school really hides its strength. Under normal circumstances, students with talent levels above D grade will be taken away by the province. So the seeds of their schools every year are D grade talents. This year, due to special circumstances, there is a C grade talent like Rin Yuan, and he has always felt that the top spot is almost guaranteed. But now it seems that it may be uncertain. Not only Lu Haiyun, but the expressions of the other teachers at this moment are also somewhat complicated. Although as old rivals, the relationship between them is still good. But ultimately, they still hope that the seeds of their own school can win.
So, seeing Lin Mo's performance, they felt both envious and lost. Teacher Su, what's the situation with your seed this year? Yu Hongyan couldn't help but ask.
Just tell us, anyway, it's only about 20 days away from the enrollment exam now. There's nothing we can't say.
Lu Haiyun said. Su Qiming smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to say, it's just that even if I say it, you won't believe it. How do you know we won't believe you if you don't say it? Su Pingshan said. That's right, whether we believe it or not, you have to say it first. Chen Xixian also echoed. Okay, then I'll say it.
Su Qiming said, our seed this year is called Lin Mo, and his beast taming talent is
F grade.
The other 4 teachers were all stunned.
Then, Lu Haiyun sneered, Teacher Su, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to, but trying to fool us like this, is it fun?
Exactly. A student with an F grade talent has actually become your first middle school seed. This is simply ridiculous.
Yu Hongyan also said. Su Qiming looked helpless. I've said it, even if I say it, you won't believe it, but you insist on making me say it.
The other 4 were stunned again.
Su Qiming's reaction and attitude seemed to have not deceived them. Really F grade? Chen Xixian still couldn't believe it. Su Qiming smiled bitterly. There will be another talent test during the enrollment exam. Do you think I need to lie to you with such a lie now?
The other 4 looked at each other, not knowing what expression to make for a while.
An F-grade talent becoming a seed player is unprecedented in the entire Chuaning.
However, what they are most concerned about now is not this. It is that Lin Mo, an F-grade beast tamer, is leading all the D-grade talent seeds in strength.
This is not logical. Especially Lu Haiyun, at this moment, his feelings are truly complex.
If Rin Yuan, with a C-grade talent, loses to the D-grade talent seeds, it would still be acceptable. After all, C-grade and D-grade are only one level apart.
But if she loses to Lin Mo with an F-grade, then their 4th middle school would probably become the laughingstock of the entire Chuaning.
Unfortunately, their school has a C-grade this year, and they happen to encounter a weirdo with an F-grade talent. Lu Haiyun really felt a kind of awkward feeling.
Something's not right. Chen Xixian couldn't figure it out. If he has an F-level talent, how did he manage to raise the pet to the 5th stage of infancy in 2 months?
I'm also thinking about this issue, Su Pingshan said. This is almost impossible to achieve in Chuaning. The other 2 also looked at Su Qiming upon hearing this. They had the same doubts.
Su Qiming shook his head. Honestly, I don't know the specific situation.
The only thing I can confirm is that this growth rate is related to his beast taming talent.
Lu Haiyun pondered. The talent to accelerate pet growth, we've had it in Ningchuan before.
If it's F level, I remember it should be able to shorten the pet's growth time by 1%, far from reaching Lin Mo's speed. Yu Hongyan interjected, not to mention F level, even with a D level talent to accelerate pet growth, it can't match Lin Mo's speed.
Chen Xixian looked at Su Qiming. Could it be a mistake during awakening? Lin Mo's talent is not F level at all. Su Qiming asked back, do you think that's possible?
True. Chen Xixian said, for so many years, the awakening array has never been wrong.
Then what's going on? Su Pingshan asked.
Su Qiming shrugged, who knows? Just as Su Qiming and others were scratching their heads over Lin Mo's talent issue, Lin Mo had already found his target, a pure black spider the size of a grinding disc. Name, Night Demon Spider, Attribute, Gold, Aptitude, Unknown, Race Level, 4th Order Advanced, Talent Skills, Spider Web, Advanced, Bite, Intermediate, Growth Level, 6th Stage of Infancy. When Lin Mo saw the Night Demon Spider, it was hanging upside down under a large tree branch. The spider silk hanging from the branch was as thick as a soybean.
Lin Mo looked at Xiao Bai and asked with his mind, Xiao Bai, are you confident?
Xiao Bai nodded silently, then grinned in the direction of the Night Demon Spider. Lin Mo instantly understood its meaning, just a spider, a piece of cake.
He couldn't help but smile and said with his mind, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must do its best and never be careless, understand? Xiao Bai nodded again.
Lin Mo rubbed Xiao Bai's furry head. Go, have a beautiful battle. As he finished speaking, ripples appeared around Xiao Bai, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the air. After the hard training in the beast taming space before, coupled with the practical combat baptism during this period, Xiaobai's concealment, advanced, had also reached the entry level not long ago. Now, concealment, whether in activation speed, stealth effect, or duration, has made significant progress compared to before. This was one of the reasons why Lin Mo dared to venture into high-level areas. With entry-level concealment, Xiaobai's initiative could be greatly ensured. Coupled with the POW, however, Xiaobai did not rush to take action, but continued to move silently, arriving in the direction directly facing the night demon spider's abdomen.
The abdomen is the most vulnerable part of the night demon spider.
Then, in the next second, a water blade appeared out of thin air and shot towards the night demon spider. At the moment the water blade appeared, the night demon spider hanging upside down on the tree immediately sensed the danger, and the 6 eyes in front of its head opened simultaneously. However, the water blade was too fast. Before it could react, the water blade had already arrived. Shie! A familiar cutting sound rang out. The night demon spider's unprotected abdomen was directly slashed open, and a thick green liquid sprayed out directly. Hiss!
A painful hiss sounded.
The night demon spider sprayed silk from its tail, quickly falling from midair to the ground. But due to the injury, at the moment of landing, its 8 long legs trembled together, seeming unable to support its body. However, it still quickly turned its body and looked in the direction where Xiaobai was.
Xiaobai, hide! Lin Mo decisively gave the order.
In the next second, Xiaobai's figure, which had appeared due to using the water blade, disappeared again in the air. Almost at the same time, the night demon spider's 8 long legs moved together, and its grinding plate-sized body directly shot up and then slammed down fiercely at Xiaobai's previous position.
Bang!
Leaves flew. With its own weight plus the impact of the fall, that area was directly smashed into a shallow pit by the night demon spider. However, this fierce blow did not hit Xiaobai.
Height does not affect Xiaobai's movement speed.
Previously, approaching slowly was just to avoid making noise.
But when dodging attacks, there was not so much concern. Moreover, the huge impact of the night demon spider landing could completely cover the sound of Xiaobai moving.
Therefore, Xiaobai had already quickly moved to a different location while the night demon spider was jumping. The huge impact of landing caused the wound on the night demon spider's abdomen to gush out a large amount of green liquid again.
It couldn't help but let out another painful hiss.
However, its 6 eyes on the head were staring tightly at the surrounding environment, showing no relaxation. Lin Mo saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh at the ferocity of the fierce beast.
The night demon spider's previous move was obviously a desperate tactic.
It knew it was going to die, so it had to risk its life to involve Xiaobai.
Hey, I'm here! Lin Mo shouted. The night demon spider heard the sound and immediately turned towards Lin Mo, its 6 eyes gleaming with ferocity. If it couldn't find its pet, killing this beast tamer would also do. But just as it was about to advance towards Lin Mo, a water blade appeared out of thin air 3 meters behind it. Along with the water blade, there was also Xiaobai's figure. Sensing the danger behind it, the night demon spider immediately turned back without hesitation. However, it was too late. Just as it turned around, the water blade arrived in front of it. The night demon spider didn't even have time to react before the water blade landed on its head. Smack! Smack! 2 consecutive explosions. 2 of its 3 left eyes were directly blown up by the water blade's attack. The splattered green liquid flew out for 4 to 5 meters. Hiss! The night demon spider let out a crazed, painful hiss, its 8 long legs flailing like knives, chopping the surrounding trees and leaves into a mess. Lin Mo quietly watched this scene, commanded Xiaobai to hide again, and then retreated to the side, waiting for the right moment. By now, the night demon spider had fallen into madness, and attacking recklessly was not a wise move. After 2 minutes passed, with a large area of branches and leaves knocked down around it, the night demon spider finally calmed down slowly. However, at this moment, it once again found that Xiaobai had disappeared. And because it had lost 2 eyes and its vision was obstructed, searching for Xiaobai would be even more difficult than before. Sizzle! The night demon spider let out an angry hiss, directly changed direction and rushed towards Lin Mo. At the same time, behind it, another water blade appeared and shot towards it. The night demon spider sensed the danger behind it, but this time, it did not turn around, still advancing quickly towards Lin Mo. As a 6th stage juvenile beast, it already had a certain level of intelligence. After being at a disadvantage twice in a row, it had realized that there was no way to deal with the pet that could turn invisible. So, instead of being restrained by that pet, it chose to kill the beast tamer directly. The water blade fell on the carapace behind the night demon spider, making a clear cutting sound. However, when the water blade dissipated, only a shallow crack was left on the carapace, failing to cause serious damage. Lin Mo's expression slightly stiffened. He did not expect the carapace of the night demon spider to be so hard. At the same time, Xiaobai noticed this as well. Without hesitation, it sent out another water blade. The night demon spider still ignored the incoming water blade. It had already identified its target, which was the human beast tamer in front of it. The cutting sound rang out again. Another crack appeared on the carapace of the night demon spider. However, this did not stop it from continuing its advance. Roar! Seeing this, Xiaobai let out an anxious roar and charged straight towards the night demon spider. At this moment, the night demon spider was only 7 to 8 meters away from Lin Mo. If it continued to advance, Lin Mo would be in danger. Xiaobai, water blade attack, aimed for its leg joints. Lin Mo remained calm and stopped Xiaobai from rushing up. At the same time, he began to retreat quickly, trying to maintain a distance from the night demon spider. Xiaobai did not hesitate to follow Lin Mo's command. The next moment, a water blade came flying and accurately landed on one of the night demon spider's leg joints. With a light sound, one of the night demon spider's legs broke into 2 pieces from the joint. Its body stumbled and heavily crashed to the ground. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. As he expected, compared to the hard carapace, the long and slender legs of the night demon spider were much weaker in defense and could not withstand the cutting of the water blade. This instantly boosted his confidence. Xiaobai, continue. The following battle was without any suspense. When the 4th leg of the night demon spider was also cut off by the water blade, it lay on the ground, unable to move. The remaining 4 legs were not enough to support its body weight. Then, Xiaobai used a water blade to end its life completely. Phew, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, a 6th stage juvenile beast is not easy to deal with. This battle was much more difficult than he had anticipated. Xiaobai had used the water blade 9 times in a row, which was already the limit of its current ability. If the night demon spider did not die after 9 times, Xiaobai would have to engage in close combat. This was all thanks to the water spirit stone. Normally, at Xiaobai's growth level, even with the basic level of water blade, it could only be used 6 times at most. The water spirit stone not only accelerated the release speed of water blade, enhanced its power, but also increased the number of uses by 3 times. This once again proved the importance of growth quality. With this in mind, Lin Mo approached and collected the night demon spider's body, then let Xiaobai rest in the beast taming space. After the battle just now, Xiaobai was already too exhausted to fight again. This also showed the difference between a 5th stage juvenile beast and a 6th stage one. Xiaobai could fight several battles in a row against a 5th stage juvenile beast, but facing a 6th stage one, it was exhausted after just 1 battle. However, this also proved that his decision to challenge here was correct. Difficulty leads to improvement. Improvement leads to progress. Lin Mo liked the feeling of steadily moving forward step by step. After meditating in the Xuanwu's internal space for 2 hours, Lin Mo set off again with Xiaobai. In the following days, Lin Mo kept wandering within the activity range of the 6th stage juvenile beasts. However, due to the gap in strength, he needed to meditate to recover after each battle, so he could only fight 2 or 3 battles at most each day. This frequency was significantly lower compared to the previous days. However, Lin Mo could feel that Xiaobai's progress was not slower than before at all, especially in terms of skill proficiency. Xiaobai participated in actual combat during the day and continued training in the beast control space at night. The combined effect of actual combat and training progressed much faster than simple training at school. This made Lin Mo feel that it was not impossible for Xiaobai's water blade to reach the proficient level before the enrollment exam. Similarly, Xuanwu also made significant progress. Since awakening the internal space, Xuanwu was no longer the same as before, just eating and sleeping. Especially after Lin Mo let Xiaobai train in the beast control space for a long time, Xuanwu seemed to be stimulated by Xiaobai's diligence and would autonomously train after eating every day. Now, its turtle shrink, low-level, skill had also reached the entry level. And because Lin Mo had absorbed a lot of earth spirit stones, the defensive ability provided by this turtle shrink, low-level, skill could already rival that of turtle shrink, intermediate. However, due to the level limit of the skill itself, even if this skill continued to improve, the increase in defense would be limited. So Lin Mo was considering whether to buy another skill for Xuanwu to learn. Beastmaster's pets could learn skills, but it required purchasing special pet skill scrolls. However, the price of that thing. Lin Mo shook his head. This issue should be considered after leaving the training base. If there was enough money left at that time, maybe it could be considered. Currently, the top priority was to enhance Xiaobai's combat power. With this thought in mind, he continued on with Xiaobai. The 13th day. Su Pingshan looked at the screen with the red dot numbered 1. Lin Mo has been in the activity range of the 6th stage juvenile beasts for 5 days, but there is still no sign of him leaving. Could it be that he can easily deal with the 6th stage juvenile beasts? That seems to be the only explanation, Yu Hongyan said.
Indeed, if he couldn't handle it easily, he would have withdrawn long ago,
Chen Xixian also said.
Then, several people present looked at Su Qiming with a complex look.
What kind of monster is this Lin Mo from Zhongyi? Stop looking at me like that.
Su Qiming was being stared at by several people, feeling uneasy. Honestly, even I didn't expect him to perform like this now. Hearing this, the others turned silently to the big screen.
Then, Yu Hongyan sighed deeply. I knew it, this brat wouldn't last. On the screen, the light dot numbered 9 was moving towards the base gate. And that light dot represented the seed from Zhouzhong, Lu Qingyang.
It's been 13 days, coming out at this time, what a pity.
Su Pingshan lamented. Actually, it's not that much of a pity.
Chen Xixian said, 13 days may seem only 5 days away from the record of 18 days, but don't forget, at this stage of outdoor life, not to mention a day, even an hour, is extremely long and agonizing for them. And 5 days, if converted into hours, is a full 120 hours, which is probably longer than a century for those inside.
Hearing this, the others nodded.
Indeed, that was the case. For the vast majority of students who wanted to challenge the record, they could barely endure even if they couldn't eat well. The only reason that truly made them choose tea this will keep the mind in a state of exhausted yet tense all the time. In the end, there may even be situations where one is overly suspicious and sees danger everywhere. The torment and pain, without great perseverance, are really hard to endure.
Now there are only 3 seeds left. I wonder who will come out in the end? Su Pingshan stared at the big screen, sounding somewhat expectant.
At this moment, there were only 3 dots left on the big screen.
Number 1 representing Lin Mo, number 8 representing Rin Yuan, and number 6 representing the seed from No. 6 Middle School, Gu Haining.
In this situation now, who comes out in the end is actually not that important, Chen Xixian said. What I'm curious about is whether these 3 people can break the previous record of staying.
Lu Haiyun's eyes lit up. How about we make another bet?
Let's bet on who can break the record of staying. The prize is 100,000, and the money goes to whoever breaks the record.
Okay.
Several other teachers also became interested and agreed one after another.
I bet on Lin Mo. Su Qiming was the first to speak up. He is becoming more and more confident in Lin Mo now. I bet on Rin Yuan. Lu Haiyun firmly supported his own seed. I bet on Gu Haining. Chen Xixian also bet on his own seed.
Then the 3 of them looked at Yu Hongyan and Su Pingshan.
What are we betting on? Su Pingshan smiled. Both of our seeds have been eliminated, so if we bet now, wouldn't it be like giving money to your 3 seeds for nothing? How about you bet on no one breaking the record?
Lu Haiyun suggested, if no one breaks the record in the end, the money will go to your 2 seeds.
In that case, Su Pingshan pondered for a moment. I'm in. I bet on no one breaking the record.
Yu Hongyan said, then I'll join in the fun too, and bet on no one breaking the record. The reason why the 2 of them made such bets was not just for fun. It's because the record of staying for 18 days has been held for several years and is not that easy to break.
Okay, it's settled.
Lu Haiyun concluded, if a seed breaks the record, the 500,000 will go to that seed. If not, it will go to No.
9 and No. 4. This is getting interesting.
Chen Xixian smiled. The bet we made before, the last seed to come out has 400,000. If the last one to come out is the one who breaks the record, that seed will directly receive 900,000, a big profit.
Not just 900,000.
Lu Haiyun said, don't forget, if the record is broken, there is also a 1 million reward at the Xiaolanshan base.
9 million.
Su Pingshan smacked his lips. That's not a small amount of money, let's see who's lucky enough to get it. Without asking for the result, Lin Mo devoted himself fully to the 75th day of joining the elite class.
It was also his 15th day entering the Xiaolanshan base. Xuanwu upgraded once again.
Name, Xuanwu, Green Armored Turtle.
Attribute, Space. Aptitude, Advanced Bronze.
Race level, First Tier Low. Talent skills, Turtle Shrink, Low. Entry level, Internal Space, Super.
Growth level, 7th stage of infancy. 7th stage of infancy.
Lin Mo's mouth curved with a strong smile. This growth level has already exceeded the last one admitted to Qingyuan Academy last year. But what really made him happy was that with the increase in level, Xuanwu's internal space expanded once again. The current internal space has an area of 16 square meters and a height of 3 meters. Due to the limited area before, his arrangement of the internal space was actually quite cramped, barely qualifying as a small room for rest. But now, he could completely arrange the internal space into a luxurious bedroom. It's not that he's greedy for comfort. It's just that as a beast tamer, he often has to go on field missions.
Since he has the conditions to make himself more comfortable, why not do it? I just don't know when Xiao Bai will upgrade again.
Lin Mo looked at Xiaobai beside him.
Only 15 days left until the enrollment exam for the prestigious academy.
Although he is confident that Xiaobai will definitely level up before the exam, it would be even better if it could happen sooner. However, he also knows that leveling up is something that should happen naturally. So, rather than leveling up, he actually looks forward to Xiaobai's skill proficiency advancing further.
The growth level is at the 6th stage of infancy, with the skill proficiency at proficient. This is the baseline for entering Qingyuan Academy.
He is certain that he can achieve the former, but as for the latter,
he still cannot be sure until now.
Fortunately, the improvement of skill proficiency is somewhat controllable to a certain extent, so all he needs to do now is to give his all without worrying about the outcome. With this thought in mind, he set off with Xiaobai. At the same time, in the base monitoring room, it seems that our seed from No.
6 is out of the running for that one. 9 million. Chen Xixian looked at the No.
6 light spot moving quickly towards the base gate and shook his head helplessly. It's already pretty good, at least much better than that troublemaker from our school, Su Pingshan said. Yu Hongyan looked at the big screen. Now it's a matter of seeing which of these two can hold on until the end. At this moment, there were only light spots for No.
1 and No. 8 left on the screen.
In fact, after the others came out to rest, they had already returned to the mountains for training.
They just changed their locators, so their positions were no longer displayed on the big screen.
In 3 days, the record will be broken. I hope these two can hold on until then,
Chen Xixian said. Lu Haiyun's expression changed. If both of them break the record, who should get the 500,000 bonus?
Of course, it should go to the one who comes out last. Su Pingshan said, even if they both break the record, the one who breaks it last will be more impressive.
That's right. Others had no objections to this. On the 20th day in Xiaolanshan, Lin Mo finally welcomed Xiaobai's upgrade. Name, Baihu, Phantom Tiger.
Attribute, Water, Aptitude, Mid-Level Gold, Race Level, 5th Order Advanced, Talent Skills, Concealment, Advanced, Entry Level, Waterblade, Advanced, Entry Level.
Growth Level, Infancy 6th Stage. Finally, the 6th stage. Lin Mo felt as if a long-cherished wish had come true.
Since he knew that the last pet admitted to Qingyuan Academy last year was at the 6th stage of infancy, he had been looking forward to this day.
Now, this goal has finally been achieved.
He turned to look at Xiaobai beside him.
After upgrading to the 6th stage of infancy, Xiaobai's size had increased again.
It was now even larger than an adult husky, looking majestic and imposing. Especially with the innate transparency, which became more apparent with the level increase, Xiaobai looked like a crystal blue tiger. If it weren't for some black patterns on its body, when placed in the sunlight, it would almost be completely transparent.
Next, it's just a matter of skill proficiency.
Lin Mo clenched his fist and set off with Xiaobai.
With only 10 days left until the enrollment exam, whether he can enter Qingyuan Academy or not will be determined by this. Run Yuan is out.
In the base monitoring room, with Yu Hongyan's exclamation, several teachers present all looked at the big screen on the wall.
Indeed, the No. 8 light spot representing Ring Yuan was rapidly moving towards the base gate. 20 days.
2 days longer than the previous record, but
it's a pity. Su Pingshan looked at the No.
1 light spot representing Lin Mo on the big screen and shook his head lightly.
It's just not the right time. Lu Hai sighed helplessly. If it weren't for Lin Mo, Run Yuan's achievement would have been absolutely outstanding. But unfortunately, this year there was a monster like Lin Mo.
Not only did he surpass all the seeds with F-grade talent, but he also had the longest stay time. In comparison, no matter how outstanding Rin Yuan is, she can only pale in comparison.
If nothing unexpected happens, this year's top scorer should be Lin Mo. Chen Xixian looked at the light representing Lin Mo, with a slightly envious look. Having a top scorer brings great benefits to the school and teachers. Teacher Chen, don't praise us too much.
Su Qiming quickly said, I admit that Lin Mo's performance is indeed outstanding, but this is just practical training, which is very different from the entrance exam.
Alright, stop being modest.
Lu Haiyun said, no matter how the entrance exam changes in form, ultimately it's about combat power.
Judging from Lin Mo's current performance, the top scorer position is already set.
The only difference is how high his ceiling is and which level of institution he can enter.
Yu Hongyan added,
based on past experience, it might be difficult for Lin Mo to enter Qingyuan Institution, but Qiyun Institution should be almost certain. Compared to Qingyuan Institution, which ranks among the top 30 in Huaxia, Qiyun Institution is much weaker and can barely make it into the top 100.
However, for most students in Chuaning, Qiyun Institution is already considered top tier. Normally, the highest goal for Chuaning students is Qiyun. This is also why Li Shu was so shocked when she heard that Lin Mo wanted to take the Qingyuan exam. Forget about Qingyuan institution,
Su Pingshan said. Being at the 5th stage of infancy in Chuaning is indeed leading by a large margin, but in the whole of Huaxia, it's still too weak.
I think so too, Qin Xixian said. Qingyuan institution is one of the top 30 first-class institutions in Huaxia. All students who are not eligible for super first-class institutions will compete fiercely to get in here. Lin Mo's current strength is still lacking. Su Qiming also silently agreed with this assessment. Because what these two said however, after becoming proficient, Xiao Bai can change the power of the water blade at will even after it is launched. Do not underestimate this change. The energy consumption of a water blade with maximum power and a water blade with minimum power is completely different for the pet's physical strength. The simplest example.
After reaching proficiency with water blade, Xiao Bai can release it continuously up to 30 times at most. But if they are all water blades with the minimum power, then they can release it continuously at least 60 times.
The energy consumption difference is doubled.
However, energy saving is not the greatest benefit of controllable power.
The greatest benefit is,
previously, if the water blade was dodged by the enemy, the release of the water blade would be wasted. But now, it can launch the water blade with the minimum power each time, and then increase the power to the maximum after confirming it can hit. Or, it can use a low-power water blade to confuse the enemy first, and then use a high-power water blade to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at a critical moment. This unexpected and versatile attack method will definitely greatly enhance Xiao Bai's combat power.
Xiao Bai, let's go find the next target.
With this thought in mind, Lin Mo continued to set off with Xiao Bai.
He considered whether to take Xiao Bai to try their hand against the fierce beast at the 7th stage of infancy, but after careful thought, he gave up. With only 5 days left until the enrollment exam, if Xiao Bai were to get injured at this time and affect the exam, it would not be worth it. So for the next few days, his only goal is to make money. Now, the fierce beasts at the 6th stage of infancy are like a pile of materials waiting for Xiao Bai to arrive. So killing them means earning. He cannot miss such a good opportunity. Base monitoring room.
In addition to Su Qiming and 5 other teachers, 4 other seeds from different schools, including LV Qingyang, also gathered here.
Originally, LV Qingyang and the others were planning to leave. With the exam approaching, they all needed to go back to adjust their state and prepare. But after learning that Lin Mo was still inside, they all stayed without prior arrangement. And when they learned that Lin Mo had been inside for 25 days, they were all shocked. 25 days? How did this guy do it? Rain Yuan's expression was particularly complex. Although she stayed inside for 20 days, she couldn't hold on anymore by the 17th day. It was the obsession with breaking the record that made her grit her teeth and persevere for another 3 days. Because of this, when she came out, she almost shed a layer of skin and had to rest for 3 full days to recover. So when she learned that Lin Mo had been inside for 25 days, her shock was indescribable. 25. 25. 25. LV Qingyang seemed to have lost his soul, repeatedly muttering this number. When he met Lin Mo in the mountains on the 8th day, he thought Lin Mo had left midway and even envied Lin Mo's wisdom. So when he learned that Lin Mo had never left and had been inside for 25 days, his mouth could fit 2 eggs at the same time. For someone who couldn't hold on after 13 days, the impact of the number 25 was truly overwhelming. Similarly, Gu Haining, who had persevered for 15 days, was also in the same mood. Among the seeds, he was the only one who had not seen Lin Mo, but this did not affect his admiration for Lin Mo at all, because 25 days were completely beyond his reach. I say, are you guys missing the point? Gong Su suddenly spoke up.
He came out on the 8th day due to his pet being injured, so he was not as shocked by Lin Mo's ability to stay for 25 days as the others.
What point? LV Qingyang asked. Ran Yuan and Gu Haining also looked at Gong Su.
The point is not that Lin Mo has been inside for 25 days, but that he has been inside for 25 days and still shows no sign of coming out,
Gong Su said.
LV Qingyang and the others were all stunned at once. Then they all turned their heads to look at the big screen on the wall. On it, the number 1 light spot representing Lin Mo was still within the activity range of the 6th stage young beast, with no sign of moving towards the gate.
This scene plunged the already shocked group into silence. After a while, LV Qingyang came back to his senses, and then said with a complicated expression to himself, Lin Mo,
you're really a freak, aren't you?
Shut up.
Yu Hongyan glared at LV Qingyang, then turned to Su Qiming. Teacher Su, whether Lin Mo wants to come out or not, you must call him out today.
Su Qiming nodded, I understand.
Before the enrollment exam, there were still some necessary procedures to be done.
If Lin Mo didn't come out today, it would be too late. It's a pity.
If it weren't for the exam, I really wanted to see where this kid's limit is, Lu Haiyun sighed.
25 days.
For the few teachers who witnessed the whole process with their own eyes, their level of shock was not less than that of the seeds. Chen Xixian also sighed. Even if someone breaks Lin Mo's record in the future, it may not necessarily mean that person is stronger than Lin Mo, because Lin Mo can not only endure for 25 days, but time only allows him to stay for 25 days. Lin Mo was brought to the gate of the base by the patrol personnel in the mountains. Then, he saw Su Qiming and a group of people beside Su Qiming. However, the way that group of people looked at him made him feel goosebumps. It was as if he was some kind of never-before-seen monster. Teacher Su. Suppressing that strangeness, he greeted Su Qiming proactively.
Then he nodded to LV Qingyang, Ren Yuan, and others he knew. These are teachers from other schools. Su Qiming pointed to Lu Haiyun and others beside him. Hello, teachers. Lin Mo greeted politely. Kid, you're amazing, Lu Haiyun exclaimed.
Not only outstanding in strength, but also in looks.
After this year's enrollment exam, I'm afraid many girls will have a crush on you,
Yu Hongyan said with a smile.
Indeed a talented person, Su Pingshan echoed. Lin Mo.
He really didn't know how to respond to these words.
Alright, don't scare the kid, Chen Xixian said, then turned to Lin Mo. I'm curious, were you able to stay in the activity area of the 6th stage young beast because you could easily deal with the 6th stage young beast?
Lin Mo looked at Su Qiming.
Seeing Su Qiming nod, he said, yes.
The several teachers looked at each other. There was a hint of shock in their eyes. Although they had expected this result, seeing Lin Mo admit it was still quite impactful.
LV Qingyang and the other 4 seeds all gasped in cold air.
Except for Gong Su, who came out early, the remaining 3 mostly operated within the activity range of the 4th stage young beast, occasionally challenging the 5th stage young beast.
But Lin Mo, unexpectedly, could easily deal with the 6th stage young beast. The gap between them and Lin Mo was indeed too big. Kid, this is for you. Lu Haiyun took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Mo. We teachers made a bet on who would be the last one to come out. You won, this is the bet prize.
Lin Mo looked at Su Qiming again.
Take it.
Su Qiming smiled and also took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Mo. This is the reward from Xilanchen base for breaking the record of staying. Normally, the reward is 1 million, but because you extended the record duration by 7 days, the base temporarily adjusted it to 1.5 million for you. Originally, the base was going to hold a grand celebration ceremony for you, but because of the lack of time, I helped you cancel it.
Lin Mo nodded, smiled, and put away the 2 bank cards. Thank you, Teacher Su. No need to thank me, you deserve it. Su Qiming said, there are a total of 2.4 million in the 2 cards, make good use of it. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that the bonuses from several teachers would amount to 900,000. So he turned to Lu Haiyun and the others, saying, thank you, teachers. Lu Haiyun and the others waved their hands hurriedly. They had made a bet as individuals, and Lin Mo could get the 900,000 just because he won. If someone else had won, the money would naturally belong to them. So, they really couldn't accept his thanks. Afterwards, they each left with their respective seeds. However, looking at them from behind, they all seemed a bit desolate. In previous years of practical training, the strengths of the seeds from each family were comparable. Until the moment when the results of the enrollment exam were announced, no one knew who would be the top scorer. But this year, the results seemed to be a foregone conclusion. This made the teachers feel a bit lost. The seeds around them felt the same way. Before coming here, each of them was the most outstanding and dazzling one in their own school. Each of them was full of ambition and confidence, wanting to compete for the top spot in the city. But after coming here, they were all defeated by Lin Mo without a trace left. This kind of gap was really too discouraging. Lin Mo. After the others had walked away, Su Qiming finally spoke. Has your pet already reached the 6th stage of infancy? Yes, it just reached the 6th stage 5 days ago. Lin Mo replied. What? Su Qiming was shocked. It reached the 6th stage only 5 days ago? Yes, what's wrong?
Lin Mo was a bit puzzled why Su Qiming reacted so strongly.
Su Qiming looked at Lin Mo. I remember, you entered the activity range of the 6th stage infant beast on the 8th day, right? Lin Mo nodded, that's right. Su Qiming took a deep breath. So, from the 8th day to the 20th day, you've been fighting against 6th stage beasts with your 5th stage pet? Lin Mo nodded again. Su Qiming.
He had always thought that Lin Mo's pet had grown to the 6th stage of infancy on the 8th day. He also thought that Lin Mo had entered the range of 6th stage beasts because his pet had leveled up. But he didn't expect that Lin Mo had been fighting at a lower level all along. It should be noted that the base's beasts were more wild. so their strength was slightly higher than pets of the same level outside. In this situation, winning against the same level was already very good. But Lin Mo had been fighting at a lower level for 12 days. This was a huge surprise for him. He looked at Lin Mo and asked a question that he himself thought was unlikely. What about now? Can you fight against 7th stage infant beasts? Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, I haven't tried, but it shouldn't be a problem. Su Qiming. There are a total of 9 stages in the infancy period. After the 9th stage, the pet will enter the mature period. The mature period and the infancy period are 2 completely different stages. There is a qualitative difference between the 2. In simple terms, even 10 9th stage infant pets working together absolutely cannot defeat a pet that has just entered the mature period. Therefore, whether it's a beast or a pet, the closer it is to the mature period, the greater the level suppression power. In other words, the closer it is to the mature period, the harder it is to fight against higher levels. So, Su Qiming's question just now was actually a bold idea. He himself thought that Lin Mo couldn't do it. But he didn't expect Lin Mo to simply say, it shouldn't be a problem. This surprised him, because in his opinion, it was really unbelievable. After a while, Su Qiming came back to his senses, then subconsciously muttered to himself, if that's the case, then it's not impossible for Qingyuan Academy. Mr. Su, what did you say? Su Qiming's voice was too low, and Lin Mo couldn't hear clearly. It's nothing. Su Qiming waved his hand, let's go, we still need to prepare your registration procedures when we get back. Lin Mo nodded and followed Su Qiming onto the car. He just didn't notice that at this moment, Su Qiming's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. Back at school, Su Qiming personally helped Lin Mo complete all the procedures. Then he instructed, in the next few days, training can be relaxed appropriately to avoid affecting the state during the exam. Understood. Lin Mo nodded. He understood the principle of moderation that Zhang Qi mentioned. After undergoing intense training at the Xiaolan mountain base for so long, both he and Xiaobai indeed needed to relax a bit. So after leaving school, he went directly to the Daxia shopping mall. However, it was different from before. Previously, he came to buy things, but this time, he came to sell things. After a simple inquiry, he followed the receptionist to the underground second floor of the mall. Then, a woman in her 30s, tall and slim, dressed professionally, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, greeted him. Hello, I am the manager in charge of material procurement. My name is Xia Min. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Hello. May I ask what level of savage beast carcasses you want to sell? Xia Min asked. Lin Mo replied, I have savage beast carcasses ranging from 4th to 6th stage. Xia Min was taken aback. You want to sell more than one savage beast carcass? There are a total of 78. Lin Mo said. 78. Xia Min was somewhat shocked. She had seen large quantities of savage beast carcasses before. As the manager in charge of material procurement, she had seen hundreds of savage beast carcasses when large groups came to sell. But a single person, and still a student, selling so many savage beast carcasses at once, she had never encountered before. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Lin Mo. Excuse me, how did you obtain these savage beast carcasses? Lin Mo instantly understood Xia Min's thoughts. Are you suspecting that the source of these savage beast carcasses is not legitimate? No, that's not what I meant. Xia Min explained hastily, because you are selling a large quantity, I must confirm the source. All major purchases at our Daxia shopping mall go through this procedure, please don't misunderstand. Lin Mo nodded and said, these savage beast carcasses were all killed by me during training at the Xiaolan mountain base. There shouldn't be any problem with the source, right? If that's the case, then there's no problem. Xia Min said, then she was surprised again. Xiaolan mountain base. Are you the top seed of your school? Only students from various middle schools who were seeds could go to the Xiaolan mountain base for training during this time period. Yes, Lin Mo said, but does it have anything to do with this transaction whether I am a seed or not? Xia Min smiled, it does. For seeds from various middle schools, we offer certain preferential treatment when calculating prices. Oh, why? Lin Mo didn't expect such a good thing. The specific reasons are more complicated, but in simple terms, seeds are promising beast tamers. By doing this, we are also establishing good relations in advance. Xia Min said. Lin Mo suddenly realized such a visionary and broad-minded approach. The fact that the Daxia shopping mall could be found throughout the entire Huaxia was not without reason. Of course, Xia Min added, if you are not willing, you can also refuse this preferential treatment. I'm willing, why would I refuse such a good thing? Lin Mo said with a smile. He understood why the Daxia shopping mall did this. It was all about casting a wide net, reaping more fish, and selecting the best. In case the beast tamer who established good relations later became a remarkable figure, they would remember the favor from the Dacia shopping mall today. So, he was not worried that taking this benefit now would lead to a disadvantage in the future. Because, in essence, this matter was still a business deal, exchanging a small favor now for a bit of goodwill in the future.
This transaction was still profitable. Alright, you can now take out the carcasses, and I will help you calculate the price, Xia Min said.
Lin Mo nodded and began to pretend to summon a magic circle. Other beast tamers use the beast space to store and retrieve things, all of which require drawing a magic array. However, before his magic array was completed, a voice suddenly came over.
Lin Mo, I didn't expect to meet you here. With the voice, LV Qingyang and Rin Yuan, under the guidance of a receptionist, walked over. Lin Mo stopped his action of drawing the magic array and looked at the two. Are you here to sell the bodies of fierce beasts too?
Yes.
LV Qingyang said, selling bodies to buy resources, to see if we can improve a bit more before the exam. Although the top scorer is definitely yours, it's still beneficial to improve our strength a bit.
Don't say that. Lin Mo said, until the exam results are out, everyone has a chance.
Do you know that being overly modest is hypocritical?
Rin Yuan Looked at Lin Mo. Clearly, the gap in everyone's strength is there, and you still insist that everyone has a chance.
Do you know how hurtful that is for us? Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed as he touched his nose. He didn't expect Rin Yuan to be so straightforward. But thinking about how Ren Yuan confronted LV Qingyang, he understood. With Ren Yuan's personality, it wasn't surprising for her to say that. Hearing this, Xia Min's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Mo. She didn't expect Lin Mo to not only be the school's top seed but also the potential top scorer of Chuanning City this year. This sparked an audacious idea in her mind. However, she didn't voice this idea at the moment but instead looked at LV Qingyang and Rin Yuan. Are you two here to sell the bodies of fierce beasts as well? After receiving confirmation from the two, she immediately mentioned the preferential treatment for seeds. LV Qingyang and Rin Yuan naturally chose to accept without hesitation. Alright, please take out the bodies of the fierce beasts you want to sell one by one, and I will calculate the Rin Yuan looked straight at Lin Mo. During training at the base, in order to ensure mental and physical strength, I need to rest for at least 8 hours a day. After my rest, I let the pet that was on guard all night rest for another 4 hours. Then, I need at least 2 hours to solve 3 meals a day. So, the actual time I have for training each day is only 10 hours. Within these 10 hours, after deducting the time to find targets, time for battles, and time for the pet to recover after battles, there is hardly any time left. Moreover, this is under the condition that the pet is not injured. If the pet is lightly injured, it will be unable to battle for at least 2 to 3 days. In such a situation, it is already very difficult for me to ensure at least 1 or even 2 battles a day. So, how do you manage to have at least 3 battles a day? Of course, it's because of the spatial ability. With the spatial ability, Lin Mo can rest well in just 6 hours a day. And when he rests, Xiaobai can also rest. Therefore, he only needs 6 hours of rest time each day. Just this point alone, he saves 6 hours compared to Ren Yuan. There is also the time for the pet to recover after battles. Ren Yuan has to remain vigilant during this time to prevent danger. But during Xiaobai's recovery time, he can eat in peace, and even use meditation to accelerate Xiaobai's recovery. This saves him another 2 to 3 hours compared to Ren Yuan. Therefore, the actual time he spends on training each day is at least 8 hours more than Ren Yuan. In this situation, he can actually engage in 3 to 4 battles a day, which is not an exaggeration. If he didn't spend 12 days continuously fighting higher-level battles, his efficiency could be even higher. Of course, these thoughts are just in his mind and he doesn't actually say them out loud. The matter of the spatial ability must not be exposed in the short term. After Ren Yuan finished speaking, she also turned and left. Xia Min saw this scene, and her certainty about Lin Mo's identity as the top scholar became even stronger. This also made her bold idea even more intense. As for Lin Mo, after watching the two leave, he suddenly came back to his senses. 15 million. He actually made 15 million in one go, adding the previous 4 million, plus the remaining 300,000 in his account, his current total balance was close to 18 million. It seems that although being a beast tamer burns money, making money is not difficult. Lin Mo muttered to himself. However, he overlooked one thing. It's not that being a beast tamer makes money easy, it's that being a strong beast tamer makes money easy. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have become a seed, nor would he have obtained the opportunity to train at the Xiaolan mountain base. For example, the other members of the elite class didn't have the opportunity to make money at all.
If he wasn't strong enough, even if he went to the Xiaolan mountain base, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many ferocious beasts. For example, LV Qingyang, in the end, only made a little over $1 million, barely enough for 3 months of pet food. So, the reason he could make so much money was ultimately because he was strong enough. Strength is the foundation. Student Lin Mo. Xia Min interrupted Lin Mo's contemplation. I don't know if you're interested in being the spokesperson for our Daxia shopping mall this year? Spokesperson? Lin Mo was taken aback. Because of the existence of ferocious beasts, this world is not safe, and can even be said to be full of crises. Therefore, the entertainment industry in launching is not developed, and there is no concept of celebrities like in the previous world. So when Lin Mo suddenly heard the term spokesperson, he was a bit confused. However, he quickly understood what it meant. In simple terms, it's a promotional tool for businesses. Just like on Earth, they would find the top scholar of the year to be the spokesperson for a study machine. Daxia Shopping Mall also finds the top scholar of the year to be their spokesperson. But I'm not the top scholar yet, Lin Mo said. Xia Min smiled. When you become the top scholar, the companies that want you to be their spokesperson will probably be knocking on your door. So, I want to represent our company and secure this opportunity in advance. Securing the endorsement contract in advance. This was the bold idea in Xia Min's mind. For her, this idea was actually a gamble because whether Lin Mo could become the top scholar was still unknown. If she won the bet, everyone would be happy. But if she lost, she would probably pay a hefty price. However, LV Qingyang and Rin Yuanyuan's attitudes towards Lin Mo, as well as Lin Mo's remarkable record of 78 ferocious beast carcasses, made her decide to take the risk. Let's talk about your conditions first, Lin Mo said. He didn't object to being the spokesperson. After all, there was money to be made. Although he already had 15 million in his account now, for a beast tamer, this amount of money was not much. The endorsement fee is 8 million, valid for 1 year, Xia Min said. In addition, you can become a silver member of our Daxia shopping mall, and regardless of which city in Huaxia you shop in, you can enjoy an additional 10% discount on top of existing discounts. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. This silver membership seemed more valuable than the 8 million endorsement fee. After all, as long as he accumulated 80 million in spending, he could save 8 million. Xia Min continued, previous spokespersons didn't have the silver membership option. Because of your special situation, I added this clause, which is our sincerity in securing the contract in advance. However, your silver membership is only valid for 3 years. Only 3 years? Lin Mo suddenly felt that the 8 million was more practical. For a high-end beast tamer, spending 80 million in 3 years was absolutely easy. But at his current level, the probability of spending 80 million in 3 years was really low. However, even so, this silver card was still good. After all, saving money is earning money. Yes, 3 years, this is already the best condition I can offer you within my authority. Xia Min said, if you agree, we can sign the contract now. Lin Mo thought for a moment and asked, how much was the endorsement fee for last year's top scorer? Last year's top scorer endorsement was taken by another company, and the final endorsement fee was 12 million. Xia Min said. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Your Daxia shopping mall actually didn't outbid other companies? It's not about outbidding or not, Xia Meng explained, everything is about cost effectiveness. Some local or nearby companies, because their popularity is not high to begin with, so when they hire the top scorer for endorsement, the effect is very good, and the revenue brought in is considerable, so they are willing to invest more costs. As for our Daxia shopping mall, if we use the same endorsement fee as small companies to hire the top scorer, the end result would be a loss. Lin Mo completely understood. It was because of this that Xia Min used this pre-locking method to discuss cooperation with him. So, you must consider it carefully. Xia Min said, because once you choose to cooperate with us, you will definitely lose out on the endorsement fee. Lin Mo asked, can't you increase this endorsement fee? Xia Min smiled bitterly and shook her head. 8 million is already the limit of our mall's budget for this year. Lin Mo asked again, which institution did last year's top scorer finally enter? Qiyun Academy. Xia Min said, what if I can get into Qingyuan Academy? Lin Mo asked, is there still room for negotiation on this endorsement fee? Qingyuan Academy. Xia Min widened her eyes, looking incredulous. She couldn't understand how Lin Mo dared to say that. Where did his confidence come from? You don't need to make that expression. Lin Mo smiled, I'm just saying if I get into Qingyuan Academy, how about this endorsement fee? I'm sorry, Xia Min came back to her senses. If you can get into Qingyuan, then the endorsement fee can be raised to 15 million, and your membership period can also be extended to 5 years. Alright then, Lin Mo said, add a clause in the contract that if I get into Qingyuan Academy, the
the conditions will be as you just said, and if I don't get in, then it will be based on the previous conditions, okay? No problem, Xia Min agreed directly. If Lin Mo really could get into Qingyuan, the publicity effect would definitely surpass that of entering Qiyun. By then, the endorsement fees of other companies would probably skyrocket to over 20 million, so her 15 million would definitely be worth it. Wait a moment, I'll go find the manager of the publicity department to get the contract. Xia Min left in a hurry, and then returned with 2 contracts after 5 minutes. Take a look, if there are no issues, just sign. Lin Mo took the contract and carefully read it over. The 1-year term specified in the contract would start from the day after the announcement of the enrollment exam results and end on the same day the following year. As the endorser, he would have to cooperate with Daxia Shopping Mall to shoot 2 advertisements. Apart from that, there were no other mandatory requirements. As for the endorsement fee, it was as they had just negotiated, clearly stated in the contract. Additionally, if Lin Mo did not become the top scorer, then this contract would automatically be void. After confirming that everything was in order, Lin Mo signed and stamped the contract, then handed 1 copy to Xia Min. Xia Min took the contract, smiling. The endorsement fee will only be paid to you once you officially become the top scorer, but the silver membership card can be given to you now. She took out a silver card with exquisite patterns and handed it to Lin Mo. Thank you. Lin Mo sincerely expressed his gratitude. In fact, Xia Min could have waited until the exam results were announced to give him the silver card, but she gave it to him now, showing her full sincerity. You don't need to be so polite. If you really want to thank someone, it should be me thanking you for being willing to cooperate with us at such a low price, Xia Min said. Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head lightly. This transaction, although it seems like he lost 5 million in endorsement fees, but in fact, as long as he spends 50 million in Daxia Mall within 5 years, he can make up for this difference. Spending 80 million in 3 years, he finds it a bit difficult, but spending 50 million in 5 years, he thinks the chances are quite good. Moreover, once his consumption exceeds 50 million within 5 years, the saved amount is considered earned. In other words, the endorsement fee given to him by Daxia Mall is actually 15 million plus 10% off for 5 years. If he saves 5 million in 5 years, the endorsement fee is 20 million. If he saves 10 million in 5 years, the endorsement fee is 25 million. 15 million is the minimum, and the rest depends on his ability. So, no matter how you look at it, he won't lose in this deal. Of course, Daxia Mall won't lose either, because by giving him a 10% discount, the mall won't lose money, just earn a little less. Even if he spends 1 billion in 5 years, the mall will only earn 10 million less, and the money earned less is spread over the next 5 years. Losing a few million each year is nothing for Daxia Mall. It is precisely because of this that Xia Min proposed to give him a silver membership card. This is equivalent to spreading this year's endorsement cost into the sales profit of the next 5 years, which is a very smart move. With this in mind, he bid farewell to Xia Min and then arrived at the 8th floor of the mall. This floor is dedicated to selling pet skills. When he was at the Xiaolan mountain base before, he was thinking of buying a skill for Xuanwu. Now that he has money, he can come and take a look. Hello, what category of pet skills do you need? Lin Mo just arrived on the 8th floor, and the receptionist warmly greeted him. Defense type. Lin Mo's idea is simple. On the one hand, Xuanwu's current skill Turtle Shrink, low level, is too weak, with very limited defense enhancement. On the other hand, every time he is in Xuanwu's inner space, Xuanwu is alone outside. In this situation, if he encounters danger, the stronger Xuanwu's defense is, the more reaction time he will have. Therefore, defense-type skills are his most profitable choice at the moment. For defense-type skills, different types of pets can learn different skills. What kind of pet do you have? The receptionist asked again. Turtle. Lin Mo unconsciously touched his nose. The receptionist said, we have a total of 6 defense skills suitable for turtle-type pets to learn, including Turtle Shrink, Thick Armor, Hardening, Evasion, Mental Shield, and Void Jump. Except for Void Jump, which requires the spatial attribute, the remaining 5 skills do not have any attribute requirements. Let me start by introducing Turtle Shrink in detail for you. Lin Mo waved his hand. No need to explain Turtle Shrink. He is too familiar with it. Turtle Shrink, low level, the turtle retracts its head, tail, and limbs into its shell, increasing defense by 20% during the skill duration, exclusive skill for turtles. Just introduce this Void Jump. Lin Mo said. Thick Armor, Hardening, and Evasion have similar effects to Xuanwu's Turtle Shrink, so there is no need to learn them. And Mental Shield consumes mental power, which is not Xuanwu's strong suit. So this Void Jump is the best choice. It is both a spatial exclusive skill and a defense type skill, making it the most suitable for Xuanwu in terms of attributes and category.
The receptionist nodded and explained, Void Jump, the pet traverses through space, making short-distance movements, only learnable by spatial-type pets.
Lin Mo asked, how short is this short distance? This question is crucial. If it's 10 or 8 meters, it's okay. Avoiding skills at critical moments is still very effective. But if you can only move 1 or 2 meters, it's too mediocre. This is related to skill proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the farther the distance, the receptionist said. The initial movement distance of the Void Jump, low level, is 2 meters, reaching the beginner level is 4 meters, the skilled level is 8 meters, and so on. For each level of proficiency increased, the distance doubles. In addition, for each level the skill increases, the initial movement distance also doubles. For example, the initial movement distance of the Void Jump, intermediate, is 4 meters, and the initial movement distance of the Void Jump, advanced, is 8 meters. Lin Mo nodded and asked, what is the highest level of the Void Jump skill here? Advanced. The receptionist said. How much is it? Lin Mo asked. 8 million, Lin Mo winced. He knew that skill scrolls were expensive, but he didn't expect them to be this expensive. The receptionist explained, in fact, the prices of other attributes' advanced skills range from 200 to 500,000, but the Void Jump is a spatial skill, so the price is a bit higher. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, okay, I'll take it. The receptionist was taken aback. Sir, I must remind you again, the Void Jump is an exclusive spatial skill, only spatial pets can learn it, but you just said your pet is a turtle, so it probably can't learn it. Thank you for reminding me, but I'm buying it as a gift.
Lin Mo handed over his bank card and silver membership card. Okay, please wait. The receptionist took the cards and left. A moment later, she handed Lin Mo a beautifully packaged rectangular box. The original price is 8 million. But we currently have a 5% discount, so it's 6 million, and as a silver member, you can enjoy an additional 10% discount, so the actual price is
84 million. Great. Lin Mo smiled. With just this transaction, he saved 760,000. His current endorsement fee was already 1,500 plus 76. After putting away the box containing the skill scroll, he looked at the receptionist. I have another question. Please ask. The receptionist's attitude was even more respectful than before. There were only a few silver-level members in the entire Chuaning city. Lin Mo asked, if I have already learned the turtle shrink, low level, and then I learn the turtle shrink, intermediate, will the skills overlap? Or will they remain as two separate skills? Pets can learn skills they don't know directly from a higher level. But he really didn't know what would happen if he learned the high level after learning the low level. Well, the receptionist thought for a moment. I'm sorry, I haven't encountered this question before, so I can't give you an answer. But as far as I know, it seems that no one has ever, in the situation of already mastering the skill, low level, purchased the intermediate or advanced level of the same skill. Lin Mo nodded. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. Since the receptionist was unsure, he could only ask the teacher. Immediately, he called Su Qiming. Lin Mo, what's up? Su Qiming answered almost instantly. Well, Teacher Su, I have a question. Lin Mo repeated the question he had just asked. You kid, what's on your mind? Why are you asking such a tricky question? Su Qiming chuckled. With the exams approaching, he thought Lin Mo had something important to ask. But it turned out to be this. However, he still gave an answer. Your question is very simple, it will overlap. If your pet has already mastered the turtle shrink, low level, then after you learn the turtle shrink, intermediate, the low level will be directly overwritten, meaning your pet will only have the turtle shrink, intermediate, skill. However, the proficiency of your previous turtle shrink, low level, skill will be reset to 0, and now the turtle shrink, intermediate, will have to start from unskilled again. So, no matter what reason you have for asking this question, I don't recommend you to do it. Why? Lin Mo was puzzled. Because the time cost and economic cost are both too high. Su Qiming said, to achieve skill coverage, the proficiency of basic skills must at least reach the entry level. According to the example you gave, your retreat, low level, must be practiced to the entry level at least, in order to cover it with retreat, intermediate, otherwise the skill learning will fail directly. Lin Mo asked again, what if I directly cover retreat, low level, with retreat, high level? Kid, what are you thinking? Su Qiming chuckled. If you could do that, wouldn't all beast tamers' pets be able to master high-level skills? To cover skills, you can only cover them in order of levels. In other words, you can only cover intermediate with low level, cover high level with intermediate, and each time you cover, the skill proficiency will reset to 0. Just think about it, how high is the time cost? Lin Mo did a simple calculation. For a normal beast tamer, it takes about 3 months to practice a pet skill from unfamiliar to entry.
And to cover a skill from low level to high level, it needs to be covered twice, which is 6 months. But don't forget, at this point the skill has become unfamiliar again. To become familiar, you need to practice for at least another 3 months. So, covering a skill from low-level entry to high-level entry would take at least 9 months. Such a long time is enough for someone else to upgrade a skill from entry to proficient.
Let's talk about the economic cost.
Su Qiming's voice continued, the price of a general intermediate skill is between 1 to 2 million, and a high-level skill is between 2 to 5 million. If we take the average, both would total 4 million. In other words, you spent 9 months and 4 million huaxia coins just to turn a skill from low level to high level.
In that case, why not just buy a high-level skill that you haven't learned yet?
Not only can you save money, but also save 9 months of time, and even learn an extra skill.
Lin Mo felt a headache. If that's the case, skill coverage is indeed a loss. However, he couldn't help but ask, are there no benefits to skill coverage?
Of course, there are benefits. Su Qiming said, everything has its pros and cons. Skill coverage wastes time and money, but because the skill proficiency resets multiple times, it makes it easier for the skill to reach perfection. Lin Mo's eyes lit up instantly.
This benefit is not small.
The proficiency levels of a pet's skills range from low to high, entry, proficient, mastery, perfection, and transcendence. The first 3 levels can be achieved through hard work, but perfection cannot be achieved through hard work alone.
Some beast tamers' pets may never be able to reach perfection in their lifetime.
Because perfection not only requires hard work but also a certain level of insight and opportunity.
So, easier to achieve perfection is indeed a very big advantage.
However, this benefit also comes with risks. Su Qiming continued, easier to achieve perfection sounds tempting, but how much easier it can be is an unknown, so as a precaution, generally no one would do it.
I understand, thank you, Teacher Su. Lin Mo hung up the phone.
Then he returned to the receptionist.
Do you have retreat, intermediate, and retreat, high level?
Yes,
intermediate is 1 million, high level is
1 million, and we also have super level, priced at
2 million.
The receptionist replied. Lin Mo calculated the thickness of his wallet, gritted his teeth and said, I'll take them all.
For others, the time cost of resetting skill proficiency multiple times is indeed high, but for him, it's not a big deal.
Xiao Bai's Waterblade, Advanced, went from never starting to starting in just 10 days.
Xuanwu's Turtle Shrink, low level, although only started recently, it was because the early Xuanwu was too lazy and hardly practiced. In fact, if Xuanwu practices well, half a month to 20 days would be enough.
In other words, what takes others 9 months would only take him 45 to 60 days at most. He can definitely afford this time cost. As for the additional economic cost, buying something easier to perfect for a few million, Lin Mo thinks it's still worth it.
More importantly, he can treat this attempt as an experiment.
If it really succeeds, then in the future when teaching skills to the pet, he can start directly from the low level to ensure that the pet's skill proficiency reaches perfection.
Just imagine, if all the pet's skills reach perfection, what kind of scene would that be? Not exaggerating, being invincible at the same level should be a piece of cake. So, the investment of a few million is definitely worth it.
Okay, please wait. The receptionist immediately turned around to get the goods. Soon, she came back with 3 long boxes, 3 skill scrolls, a total of 8.
4 million, 5% off is 7. 98 million, and another 10% off is 7. 18 million. Lin Mo took the boxes, paid, and left.
He saved another 800,000.
Endorsement fee, 15. 6 million. Feeling great. However, when he saw his remaining balance of only
68 million, his originally great mood instantly disappeared, turning into a heart-wrenching feeling.
Adding the previous 84 million to the current
18 million, in just a short while, over 14 million has been spent. He earned this money in a full 25 days, but spent it in less than 10 minutes. This speed can no longer be described as burning money. Even if he really burned the money, it wouldn't be this fast. Fortunately, when he becomes the top scorer, he will receive another 15 million.
Otherwise, this 68 million in savings won't last long. On the way home, Lin Mo transferred
5 million to Lin Ruoyu. As a result, Lin Ruoyu immediately returned 500,000. When he was about to transfer another 500,000, Lin Ruoyu called.
Lin Mo, are you planning to break up with me?
Lin Ruoyu said angrily. Lin Mo smiled. You were such a good girlfriend, how could I bear to break up with you? But as we agreed at the beginning, borrowed money must be repaid with interest.
You can't let me break my promise, right?
But
500,000 interest is too much.
Lin Ruoyu said, I'm not a loan shark. If it was through the school's beast loan, 3 million Huaxia coins would have an annual interest of about 200,000.
For 3 months, it would be 40,000.
Lin Mo borrowed 3 million from her, and in less than 3 months, gave her 500,000 in interest, which is more than 12 times that of the bank. It's not just high interest, it's usury.
Lin Mo became serious. Xiaoyu, if it weren't for the 3 million you lent me, there wouldn't be the current Lin Mo, so this 500,000 is really not much. Not only is it not much, it's even a bit less, because Lin Ruoyu's kindness to him cannot be measured by money. Just giving him the pet egg of the phantom tiger is a huge favor. So, the interest of 500,000 he gave is not only to keep his word but also to express a little gratitude. Why not give more? Because Lin Ruoyu doesn't lack money. Also, because gratitude can only be repaid with gratitude. Lin Mo, I don't allow you to say that. What do you mean there would be no present you without that 3 million? On the other end of the phone, Lin Ruoyu's voice was unusually serious. Remember, you may have achieved your current results with a little help from the money I lent you, but the main reason is that you are already excellent enough. There are several students in the elite class who are not short of money. Can their grades match half of yours? So, don't attribute your excellence to money, and don't easily deny yourself, because you are already very, very, very good. Lin Mo's heart was full of emotion. Knowing that he had an F-level talent, perhaps only Lin Ruoyu in this world would say such words. Little rich girl, Lin Mo said softly, if you praise me like this, I will be proud. Then be proud. Lin Ruoyu's voice was proud and coquettish. With such an excellent girlfriend like me, I think you are completely qualified to be proud. He. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Then I will continue to work hard to become a man who can make you proud. Lin Ruoyu smiled sweetly, her voice like a silver bell. Although I am already very proud now, if you want to make me even prouder, I don't mind. Let's forget about that. Lin Mo teased, I'm afraid if you become too proud, your tail will stick up to the sky. You're the one with a tail. Lin Ruoyu retorted, then changed the subject. By the way, the exam is coming soon, how are you preparing? Without waiting for Lin Mo's answer, she quickly added, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay if you don't get into Qingyuan Academy. Qiyun Academy is also good. Both academies are in Qiyun City. We can still see each other often. Lin Mo was once again touched. Although Qingyuan Academy and Qiyun Academy were both in Qiyun City, one was in the east and the other in the west. If they were in different academies, it wouldn't be easy to meet. Lin Ruoyu naturally understood this. She just didn't want to pressure him. Seeing each other often is better than seeing each other every day. Lin Mo said, you just wait at Qingyuan Academy, I will come to see you soon. Really? Lin Ruoyu's voice was filled with excitement. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Of course it's true. Lin Mo smiled, don't forget, your man is now the school's #1 seed. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Ruoyu teased. After that, the two couldn't help but laugh. They chatted about this and that for more than half an hour before hanging up the phone. When he returned home, his parents were still at work. Lin Mo went back to his room and summoned Xuanwu. Xuanwu was at the 7th stage of infancy, with a shell diameter of 1.5 meters, looking quite majestic. The only thing Lin Mo complained about was that as its level increased, its shell seemed to be getting greener. It had changed from light green to emerald green. If this continues, will it glow green? Lin Mo was speechless. He shook his head and cleared his mind of these distractions. He took out the scroll of Turtle Shrink, Intermediate, from the beast space and tore it apart. With a swish, a thick white light flew out, slowly covering Xuanwu's body. About 3 minutes later, the white light gradually disappeared into Xuanwu's body. Then, he took out the scroll of Void Jump, Advanced, and tore it apart. The same scene played out. This time, the white light covered Xuanwu for 7 to 8 minutes before finally disappearing into its body. Lin Mo immediately felt the changes in Xuanwu. Name, Xuanwu, Green Armored Turtle. Attribute, Space. Aptitude, High Level Bronze. Race Level, First Order Low Level. Innate Skill, Internal Space, Super. Acquired Skills, Turtle Shrink, Intermediate, Not Mastered, Void Jump, Advanced, Not Mastered. Growth Level, Infancy 7th Stage. Indeed, not only did it gain the Void Jump, Advanced, but also, the original Turtle Shrink, Low Level, Entry Level, has now become the current Turtle Shrink, Intermediate, Not Entry Level. There is another change. Turtle Shrink, Low Level, was originally a talent skill, but after being covered, it became a postnatal skill. Lin Mo was not sure if this will have any impact. He can only wait for a chance to ask Su Qiming. However, since it has already been covered, even if there is an impact, he can only accept it. Then, Lin Mo looked at Xuanwu. In the next period of time,
focus on practicing turtle shrink, intermediate. I want to see how long it will take for you to practice it to the entry level, understand? Xuanwu's head stretched out from the turtle shell and nodded vigorously. That means, understood, I will work hard. Go! Lin Mo patted the turtle shell and put Xuanwu into the beast space. Then he saw that Xuanwu immediately started practicing hard. He used to think Xuanwu was lazy. Now he thinks that Xuanwu's eating and sleeping habits before should be its growth characteristics at that stage, not really lazy. He misunderstood it. Around 6:30 in the afternoon, the parents came back. Seeing Lin Mo, both of them were extremely happy. Although they knew that Xialanqian base had security measures, as parents, they couldn't help but worry. For more than 20 days, they couldn't eat or sleep well. Now seeing Lin Mo standing in front of them safe and sound, they finally let go of their worries. Xiaoma, these more than 20 days must have been hard on you, right? What do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you. Mother Chao Ling held Lin Mo's hand and asked softly. Yes, just say what you want to eat, I'll go buy groceries now. Father Lin Haifeng said as he was about to leave. Dad, Mom, it's okay, I've already ordered takeout. Today, you should also take a rest. Lin Mo led the two to sit on the sofa. Lin Haifeng and Chao Ling are also beast tamers. But because Mogu, Fu Qingli's shock wind fox has already reached the 4th stage of infancy, which is more than 10 days earlier than me, Sun Lei said. Lin Mo nodded and looked at Fu Qinli. There's nothing wrong with asking, my spirit beast is currently at the 6th stage of infancy. Hiss, the elite classmates around all gasped in surprise, then looked at Lin Mo with horror on their faces. While their spirit beasts were generally still at the 3rd stage of infancy, Lin Mo's spirit beast had already reached the 6th stage of infancy. This growth rate was truly terrifying. 6 stages? Fu Qingli's face instantly filled with frustration. A month ago, his shock wind fox was at the 3rd stage of infancy, while Lin Mo's phantom tiger was at the 5th stage of infancy. In this past month, he had tried various methods to accelerate the growth of his shock wind fox, finally reaching the 4th stage of infancy more than 10 days ago. He thought this would narrow the gap between him and Lin Mo, but unexpectedly, the gap had only widened. 3rd stage and 5th stage, 4th stage and 6th stage. Although both were a difference of 2 stages, these two stages were completely incomparable. This sense of frustration made him disheartened. If all his efforts were in vain, was there still a need to continue striving? Don't be so disheartened, your strength is not weak at all. Even compared to the seeds of other schools, you are not inferior, Lin Mo said. He had a good impression of Fu Qingli and didn't want him to lose his fighting spirit due to temporary setbacks. And what he said was true. Without him, Fu Qingli would undoubtedly be the seat of Chuaning First High School. Really? Fu Qingli's eyes sparkled a bit. Lin Mo nodded. Although it may sound inappropriate for me to say this, don't always focus on comparing yourself to me. Look at others more, and you will realize how strong you truly are. You. Fu Qingli was speechless. Translating Lin Mo's words, it meant, don't compare yourself to me, you definitely can't beat me, but you can compare yourself to others, and you are still strong. So, he was truly unsure whether Lin Mo was consoling him or mocking him. Just then, Su Qiming walked in with a stack of medal cards. The students immediately returned to their seats. Su Qiming nodded slightly at Lin Mo before turning to the whole class. The specific method of this year's enrollment exam has just been distributed to each school, and I'm here to explain it to you. The students immediately perked up. The enrollment exam of the Higher Beast Tamer Academy essentially tested the combat power of beast tamers, but the specific exam format varied each year. Therefore, what Su Qiming was about to say was very important to them. This year's exam format is the Trial of the Secret Realm. Su Qiming stated directly, you all know what a secret realm is, but this year's secret realm is different from the normal ones. Because this year's secret realm is both a secret realm and an illusion. The students looked puzzled upon hearing this. They knew what a secret realm was, and they knew what an illusion was. But when it was both a secret realm and an illusion, they were a bit confused. In simple terms, it means setting the illusion within the secret realm, Su Qiming explained. When you enter the secret realm, you also enter the illusion. So, are we supposed to dispel the illusion for the exam? Someone asked. Not necessarily. Su Qiming said, the content of the exam will only be known once you enter the secret realm. However, based on past experience, regardless of the exam content, the exam generally consists of 9 levels. The number of levels you pass will be your exam score. What if many people pass all 9 levels? Another person asked. Su Qiming smiled, let's not talk about whether anyone can pass all 9 levels. If there are, then the ranking will be determined by the length of time taken to pass the levels. However, there is one thing you must remember. After passing each level, you will have a 2-hour rest time, and the 3rd and 6th levels will have 4 hours. Therefore, you must prioritize the status of your pets, and never let them fight while fatigued just to save time, as it is a practice that is not worth it. Because the number of levels passed is the most crucial factor in determining the results, do you understand? The students all nodded in agreement. Alright, I will now start distributing the admission tickets. Su Qiming picked up the stack of metal cards and began distributing them one by one. As he distributed them, he explained, the admission tickets are made using special methods, containing the image information of you and your pets. During the exam, it will be checked, and only when the person, pet, and image information all match, can you enter the exam hall. In addition, due to time constraints, if you lose your admission ticket, there won't be time for a replacement, so you must keep it safe. As he said this, Su Qiming happened to hand Lin Mo's admission ticket to Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded, then carefully examined the metal card in his hand. It was overall brass-colored, the size and thickness similar to an Earth ID card. In the center of the card, the words Lin Mo were engraved in a square manner. The font was the size of a coin, indented, with a faint purple reflection inside. This admission ticket is much more exquisite than Earth's. Lin Mo muttered to himself, feeling a strong anticipation for tomorrow's exam. Since arriving in this world, he had been staying in the city all along. He had often heard terms like Mystery Realm and Illusion Realm, but had never seen them. Finally, tomorrow he would have the opportunity to experience it. But most importantly, this exam would be his first step towards the peak of the world. The next day, exam day. At 8 in the morning, all 879 students from class 16 of Chuaning No. 1 high school had gathered. Principal Dong Yaoqin gave a brief pre-exam mobilization speech, then organized everyone to board the bus and head collectively to the Mystery Realm. 2 hours later, the bus stopped at the entrance of the Xiaolanshan training base. Lin Mo was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the Mystery Realm to be at Xiaolanshan. Under the school's organization, the 879 students were quickly brought to a valley. The valley was shaped like a gourd. The gourd belly had been temporarily built into a small square, where the students gathered without being crowded. Principal Dong Yaoqin reminded them, this exam will be conducted simultaneously for over 22,000 candidates in Chuaning City. To avoid congestion, we are using staggered entry into the Mystery Realm. Our school is the first to enter the Mystery Realm, and other schools may take around 2 hours to enter. So after entering, don't rush, just wait calmly for the exam to begin. Finally, I hope all of you can achieve good results. Good luck. After Dong Yaoqin finished speaking, staff responsible for the exam approached and began organizing the students to enter the Mystery Realm. Before entering, identity verification was required. However, because several verification channels were opened simultaneously, the process was very fast. The verification process was also simple. Each verification channel had a machine, and the verification personnel only needed to place the admission ticket on the machine for a scan. The machine would display the image information of the candidate and their pet. Then, the verification personnel would use a scanner to scan the candidate and pet. Only when the scanned image matched the machine's image would the candidate be allowed to pass. This made Lin Mo feel like Earth was conducting facial recognition. However, this verification was much stricter than Earth's facial recognition because it also involved verifying the pet, essentially a double verification. After passing the verification, Lin Mo was taken to a cave at the end of the valley. The cave was quite large, covering hundreds of square meters. On the innermost wall of the cave, there was a pale purple vortex with a diameter of about 3 meters, resembling a gate of time and space, slowly rotating. Go in. If you encounter danger, just silently think about exiting in your heart, and you can immediately leave the secret realm, but at the same time, it also means that your exam is over, the staff member next to the vortex reminded. Lin Mo nodded, took a step through the vortex. The next second, he appeared on a vast grassland. The green grass extended to the end of the line of sight, connecting with the distant green mountains. Looking up, there was a blue sky and drifting white clouds, making people feel relaxed and happy. Lin Mo squatted down and touched the green grass on the ground, feeling no different from reality. If he didn't know beforehand, he would find it hard to believe that this was an illusion. I wonder how this illusion is created. Is it a magic array? Or a skill of a mental-type pet? Lin Mo was curious. However, he didn't think much about it, but took out the spirit stone, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate. 2 hours later, a grand voice sounded in the void. Attention all examinees, the exam will begin in 10 minutes, please prepare in advance. Attention all examinees. The voice repeated 3 times before stopping. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, moved his mind, and summoned Xiaobai. Then he looked around the environment again. It was still the same as before, no changes, and no other examinees in sight. This indicated that each examinee was in an independent illusion.
I wonder what the content of the exam will be. Lin Mo looked at Xiao Bai, his anticipation growing stronger. 10 minutes later. Attention all examinees, the exam is now beginning. As the voice fell 3 times, Lin Mo felt a flicker in the space 5 meters ahead, and a thunderhorn lion appeared there. The thunderhorn lion looked similar to a lion in general appearance, but it had an extra horn on its forehead compared to a normal lion. This horn could be used to discharge electricity, and its attack power W. Dong Yaoqing quickly said, "Our seed, during training, performs slightly better than other seeds, but it definitely cannot live up to your extraordinary 3 words. Li Zhengqing smiled and said, "Even at this point, you are still modest with me. I have heard that your seed is a top talent." Dong Yaoqing was about to speak. Beep, beep, beep. A sudden urgent buzzing sound rang out. Upon hearing this sound, everyone at the table looked towards the large screen in unison. Then they saw on the large screen, among the dense 2,000 red dots, one suddenly turned orange. However, this small orange dot made everyone present show a look of shock. Orange was not eye-catching originally, but when this small orange dot was placed among the dense red dots, it became particularly eye-catching. The reason everyone was shocked was that the red dot turning orange was a sign that the examinee had entered the second stage. However, the exam had just begun. After about 3 seconds of daze, Li Zhengqing came to his senses and looked excitedly at the staff on both sides of the screen. "Quick! Find out the name of this examinee. Report to the mayor, this student is Lin Mo from Yizhong." The staff immediately reported. "And the time taken?" Li Zhengqing asked again. The staff looked at the computer screen, a hint of undisguised shock flashed in their eyes, then they stood still, even forgetting to answer Li Zhengqing's question. Li Zhengqing raised his voice, "I'm asking you, how long did Lin Mo take to pass?" The staff startled, then came to their senses and quickly said, 3 seconds 55. Lin Mo took 3 seconds 55 to pass. Upon hearing this, the vast underground space fell into silence. 3 seconds 55. Passing the first stage in just 3 seconds 55. This speed was simply unbelievable. Li Zhengqing also took about 7 or 8 seconds to come to his senses. What was the fastest time to pass the first stage before? 44 seconds 12. The staff immediately replied. The look of shock on everyone present became even stronger. 3 seconds 55. 44 seconds 12. Lin Mo actually shortened this record by more than 40 seconds. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Could it be a system error? Yeah, 3 seconds 55. This is too exaggerated. Several officials from the education department couldn't help but say. They came here every year to observe the exams and had encountered students breaking records before. But each time the record was broken, it was shortened by 1 or 2 seconds, or 2 to 3 seconds. It was rare to shorten it by more than 5 seconds. Like Lin Mo, shortening it by 40 seconds at once, they had never even heard of it. Upon hearing the two people's words, Li Zhengqing looked at the staff, checked the system immediately. Yes, the staff in front of dozens of computers immediately got busy. Li Zhengqing then turned to Dong Yaoqing, "Principal Dong, do you think there might be a problem with the system?" I'm not sure." Dong Yaoqing was a bit confused at this point. Su Qiming would regularly report to him on Lin Mo's training progress, so he knew that Lin Mo's strength had reached the level of a potential top scorer. But even for a potential top scorer, the strength should not be so exaggerated. After all, in the past, all the record breakers were top scorers, so he really couldn't be sure. Report. The system check is complete. Lin Mo's results are confirmed valid. At this point, the staff responsible for checking the system gave the result. Good, great. Li Zhengqing excitedly said 3 good in a row, then turned to Dong Yaoqing again. "Principal Dong, you have given us a huge surprise." The principals of other schools looked at Dong Yaoqing with envy on their faces. They were not envious that Dong Yaoqing received praise from Li Zhengqing, but envy a good student like Lin Mo from Yizhong. For them, as teachers, to have such a student in their teaching career would be their lifelong glory. Unfortunately, they did not have the luck of Dong Yaoqing. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. At this moment, the buzzing sound rang out again. The adults who were still in a state of shock almost instinctively looked towards the large screen in front of them. Then they saw that the orange light spot in the Red Sea turned yellow in this instant. And yellow is the symbol for the examinee entering the 3rd level. Everyone present took a sharp breath. While other examinees hadn't even passed the 1st level, Lin Mo had already reached the 3rd level. Lin Mo was going against the rhythm of the heavens. Li Zhengqing's heart was also beating faster at this moment. Even though he held a high position and was accustomed to the ups and downs, he was also somewhat shocked by Lin Mo's speed. However, he quickly regained his composure and asked, "Shi Chang, How long did Lin Mo take to pass the second level? 22 seconds and 39. This time, the staff didn't hesitate and immediately gave the answer. 22 seconds and 39. 22 seconds and 39. Li Zhangqing could clearly hear his own rapid heartbeat. What was the previous record? 3 minutes 41 seconds and 87. The staff replied. Li Zhangqing took a deep breath and asked, what was the fastest total time for the first two levels? 4 minutes 45 seconds and 99. What about Lin Mo's total time for the two levels? 40 seconds and 94. Li Zhangqing took another deep breath and fell silent. The others around him also fell silent. However, the shock in their hearts seemed to surge like a raging wave, wildly surging and churning. The clearance record is divided into individual records for each level and the total time record for multiple levels. Lin Mo not only shortened the passing record for the second level by more than 3 minutes but also shortened the total time for the two levels by more than 4 minutes. This level of improvement is unprecedented. Looking at the entire history of Chuaning City, such a significant record-breaking situation has never occurred before. Li Zhangqing forced himself to calm down, then turned to the staff in front of him and asked, I remember the second level should be the fierce beast of the fourth stage of the young beast, right? Yes, Mayor. Li Zhangqing couldn't help but smile and turned to the principals behind him. I said that Lin Mo's performance is not only unprecedented, but probably also unparalleled. What do you think? The principals all nodded in agreement. 3 seconds and 55. How long is this time? It's just the time to say a sentence. It would be truly difficult for future examinees to break this record. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. At this moment, the buzzing sound rang out again. The adults, as if in a reflex action, all looked at the light spot representing Lin Mo on the large screen. However, Lin Mo's light spot was still yellow. This actually made the adults breathe a sigh of relief. If Lin Mo's light spot had really changed color at this moment, they really wouldn't know how to react. Then they saw another red light spot turn orange on the large screen. Li Zhangqing said, report the situation. It's Ring Yuan from Bajong. She took 42 seconds and 78 to pass the first level, also breaking the previous record. 42 seconds and 78. Li Zhangqing praised, it's a very good result. Hearing this, Bajong Principal Gulian Yue couldn't help but smile bitterly. If this had happened before, Ran Yuan's performance would definitely have been praised by everyone. After all, she broke the previous passing record. But now with Lin Mo shining ahead, Ran Yuan's performance could only be described as very good. Inside the secret at the same time, the vortex teleportation gate reappeared. The first level is the second stage of the juvenile, the second level is the third stage of the juvenile, the third level is the fourth stage of the juvenile, and if nothing unexpected happens, the fourth level should be the fifth stage of the juvenile. Lin Mo muttered to himself, leading Xiaobai into the teleportation gate. According to the exam rules, after this level ends, he has 4 hours of rest time. However, the consumption of the previous 3 battles can be completely ignored for Xiaobai, so he doesn't want to waste that time. Entering the fourth level. In sight is a different place. A thunderhorn lion with a body length of 1 meter 2 and a height of over half a meter, glaring at him with bared teeth and fierce eyes. Indeed, it is the fifth stage of the juvenile. Lin Mo smiled slightly and ordered directly, Xiaobai, finish it quickly. Swish! Xiaobai rushed forward without hesitation. At the same time Lin Mo entered the fourth level. Inside the underground base. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. The familiar buzzing sound rang out again. But perhaps the shock was too harsh before. At this moment, upon hearing this sound again, the big shots were relatively calm, just silently looking at the big screen in front of them. Sure enough, as they expected, the light spot representing Lin Mo changed from yellow to green. This was the sign of entering the fourth level. How long did Lin Mo spend on the third level? Li Zhangqing immediately asked. 51 seconds 27. The fastest record for the third level is 5 minutes 54 seconds 77. Lin Mo's total time for the first 3 levels is 1 minute 47 seconds 21. The fastest record for the total time of the first 3 levels is 41 minutes 40 seconds 76. The staff knew what Li Zhangqing was going to ask and blurted out everything that needed to be said. After hearing this, the big shots present couldn't help but look at each other, and then they saw the shock in each other's eyes. The passing time for the third level was shortened by 5 minutes. The total time for the first 3 levels was shortened by a full 40 minutes. Such a huge improvement was something they had never dared to imagine before. But Lin Mo actually achieved it directly. This left them momentarily speechless. Li Zhangqing also remained silent for a long time, then said as if talking to himself, the fierce beast in the third level is at the fourth stage of the juvenile, this is a watershed.
candidates who can pass this level can basically enter the Chiyun Academy. So, for safety reasons, candidates who pass the second level will rest before entering the third level. It is also because of this that the fastest record for the third level is over 40 minutes. But Lin Mo, after passing the second level, not only did not rest but also passed the third level in just over 50 seconds. Li Zhengqing paused slightly. President Dong, I boldly guess that Lin Mo's pet should already be at the 6th stage of the juvenile, right?
Yes.
Dong Yaoqing nodded. It just reached the 6th stage a few days ago. Several surrounding principals heard this and were instantly shocked.
Reaching the 6th stage in 3 months, this speed in Chuaning is simply a miracle.
Yes, this speed is not surprising in big cities, but in Chuaning, how is this possible? I had thought before that Lin Mo's speed in passing the levels was so fast, probably because his pet had reached the 6th stage of the juvenile, but then I thought this idea was too unrealistic, so I didn't mention it. I didn't expect it to be true.
Li Zhengqing nodded.
We were indeed bound by past experiences. In recent years, the top students in our Chuaning city are all at the 4th stage of the juvenile, and there was only one at the 5th stage of the juvenile 7 years ago. As for candidates at the 6th stage of the juvenile, it has not appeared for over a decade. So, it is normal that no one expected Lin Mo's pet to be at the 6th stage of the juvenile.
Everyone present nodded.
It was indeed the case. In Blue Star, most of those in high positions are beast tamers, and they are all powerful beast tamers.
So, they could easily infer Lin Mo's strength.
It's just that due to past experiences, they didn't even dare to think about the aspect of Lin Mo's pet has already reached the 6th stage of infancy. But then again, even if Lin Mo's pet is at the 6th stage of infancy, his speed in passing the levels is still amazing.
Principal Gu Lianyue of Baizhong said. That's right. Principal Geng Zhihui of Jiuzhong added, I remember the fastest record of passing the first level in Qingyuan province was over 5 seconds, right?
Li Zhengqing looked at the staff in front of him. Check it. The staff typed on the computer a few times and immediately gave the answer.
The fastest record of passing the first level in Qingyuan province is 5.61 seconds. The second level is 20.37 seconds. The third level is 47.19 seconds.
The fastest record of total time spent on the third level is 1 minute 38.83 seconds. Geng Zhihui exclaimed, breaking the provincial record in the first level, although the second level, the third level, and the total time spent on the third level did not break the record. They were very close. This speed is indeed impressive.
There's one more thing. Gu Lianyue said, those top examinees in the province, their pets can reach the 7th stage of infancy, even the 8th stage before the exam.
For Lin Mo to achieve a time in passing the levels just slightly slower than them with the strength of the 6th stage of infancy, it's really remarkable.
Everyone present nodded in agreement.
The greater the gap in the level of pets, the greater the power of level suppression, and the greater the advantage in battle. Lin Mo used a pet at the 6th stage of infancy to pass the levels, but the time spent was similar to students with pets at the 7th or even 8th stage of infancy.
This is not something an ordinary person can achieve. What do you think? Geng Zhihui suddenly looked thoughtful. With the strength Lin Mo has shown, does he have a chance to pass the Qingyuan exam?
Difficult. Gu Lianyue said, according to the admission conditions of Qingyuan in previous years, Lin Mo would have to pass at least the 5th level to have a chance, and his time in passing the 5th level cannot exceed 5 minutes.
Indeed, it's very difficult.
Principal Zhuo Qiuning of Liuzhong said, according to the level design of the admission exam, the fierce beasts inside are in their strongest state of the same level.
Although Lin Mo's pet has reached the 6th stage of infancy, the time for upgrading is not long.
Faced with a fierce beast at the strongest 6th stage like the Thunderhorn Lion, the chances of winning are probably not great. Or to put it another way, even if he has a chance to win, it's probably a narrow victory. It's almost impossible to control the time to pass within 5 minutes.
Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but sigh.
They all hoped that Lin Mo could pass the Qingyuan exam.
But what Zhuo Qiuning said was indeed the truth.
Passing Qingyuan is really too difficult.
Beep beep beep, beep beep beep.
At this moment, the buzzing sound rang again.
The group immediately looked at the large screen in front. The green light dot representing Lin Mo had turned blue,
and blue was the sign that the examinee had entered the 5th level.
This made the hearts of everyone present tighten in an instant. Can Lin Mo finish the battle within 5 minutes? How long did Lin Mo take to pass the 4th level?
Although worried about Lin Mo's performance in the 5th level, Li Zhengqing still habitually asked.
2 minutes 11 seconds 18. The staff replied.
This speed. Li Zhengqing frowned. After finishing the 4th level, Lin Mo entered the 5th level without resting.
He looked somewhat angrily at Dong Yaoqing. Principal Dong, didn't you emphasize to the examinees that they must prioritize the state of their pets?
Passing the 4th level meant that Lin Mo had fought 4 consecutive battles, and the opponent in the 4th round was a fierce beast at the 5th stage of infancy. In such a situation, entering the 5th level without resting was really reckless. It should be noted that the fierce beast in the 5th level is at the 6th stage of infancy. Lin Mo's pet was already at a disadvantage against the fierce beast in this level, and being fatigued from the previous battles would only lower the chances of winning. Dong Yaoqing smiled bitterly. Mayorly, how could we not emphasize such an important matter? It's just that I didn't expect Lin Mo to be so reckless in order to save time.
Mayorly, please don't be angry first. Principal Go Lianyue of Bajong 8 Middle School advised, since things have come to this point, we can only wait quietly for the results. I feel sorry for him, Li Zhengqing said with regret. Lin Mo had the opportunity to challenge Qingyuan Academy, but if he loses the opportunity due to his recklessness, it is not only his own loss, but also the loss of Chuaning. The others present also shook their heads with regret. Lin Mo's actions were indeed too impulsive and unwise. Clearly, others are still at the 1st level. I don't know why this kid is in such a hurry. Li Zhengqing shook his head helplessly. At this time, on the big screen, the vast majority of the dots were still red, with only a very small portion turning orange and white. Orange represents entering the 2nd level. White indicates that the examinee has already exited the secret realm.
Exiting the secret realm at this time means that they couldn't even pass the 1st level, which also means that these examinees have missed the opportunity to enter the higher Beast Academy.
Li Zhengqing looked at the staff in front and asked, what is the fastest record for the 4th level in Chuaning?
The staff immediately reported, there is no record of any examinee successfully passing the 4th level in Chuaning in nearly 10 years.
The fastest record for the 4th level in Qingyuan province is 1 minute 51 seconds 43. Li Zhengqing asked, wasn't there a student in the city 7 years ago who reached level 5 with a pet?
The staff replied, although that student entered the 5th level, he did not pass successfully.
Li Zhengqing nodded and asked, what is the total time Lin Mo spent on the first 4 levels? 4 minutes 8 seconds 39. The total time record for the first 4 levels in the province is 3 minutes 45 seconds 25, the staff said.
Lianyue sighed, this is the result of the difference in levels. In the previous levels, Lin Mo's time was only 2 or 3 seconds behind the provincial record, not exceeding 5 seconds. But after the 4th level, there was a difference of 20 seconds. 20 seconds may not be long, but in the race against time, it is a significant gap. It's useless to talk about it now, let's hope this kid can create another miracle, Geng Zhihui said. These words ignited a glimmer of hope in the hearts of everyone present. Raising a pet to level 6 in 3 months was the first miracle Lin Mo created.
If Lin Mo can pass the 5th level within 5 minutes, it will be the 2nd. The performance of Rin Yuan seems to be very good too.
At this moment, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle suddenly said to Li Zhengqing on his left. The people present subconsciously looked at the big screen. They then noticed, besides Lin Mo's conspicuous green, there was also a yellow dot that looked quite prominent. They just hadn't noticed it before because their attention was focused on Lin Mo.
Li Zhengqing immediately asked, how long did Rin Yuan take to pass the 2nd level? 3 minutes 29 seconds 78, also breaking the previous record, the staff reported. Li Zhengqing looked at Go Lianyue, Principal Go, what's the situation with this Rin Yuan from your school? Go Lianyue said, C-level talent, currently with a pet at level 5. C-level talent. Li Zhengqing's expression changed, I remember. She's the student who came from the province and was rejected by her?
Such incidents were rare, so he remembered it vividly.
Go Lianyue nodded, yes, it's her.
Li Zhengqing asked, with her strength, can she pass the 4th level?
Definitely. Go Lianyue said confidently. What about the 5th level?
Li Zhengqing asked again.
There's almost no possibility. Go Lianyue said, Ran Yuan's pet just reached level 5 not long ago.
Facing the strongest level 6, even with a C-level talent, the chances of winning are slim. Li Zhengqing then looked at Dong Yaoqing and asked, Principal Dong, if I remember correctly, the information you submitted stated that Lin Mo has an F-level talent?
Yes, Dong Yaoqing nodded.
Li Zhengqing pondered, Lin Mo with an F-level talent actually crushed Rin Yuan with a C-level talent.
Have you not thought about the reasons behind this?
Of course, we have considered it, Dong Yaoqing said.
After multiple analyses, we found that the only plausible explanation is that there was an error in the awakening array.
But as you know, this is actually the least likely explanation. Li Zhengqing nodded. Blue Star has entered the era of beast taming for hundreds of years, and there has never been a precedent of an error in the awakening array. Then let's not dwell on it, Li Zhengqing said.
After the candidates enter the higher education institution, they will undergo a talent test, and by then, we will know if there was an error in the awakening array. This is also the reason why they are certain that the awakening array has never been wrong. Because the talent test in higher education institutions is actually a recheck of the awakening array. Over the years, there has never been a case where the recheck result and the awakening result were inconsistent.
Li Zhengqing then looked at the staff in front and asked, "How long has Lin Mo been in the 5th level?"
"It's been 4 minutes and 25 seconds, the staff replied.
The hearts of the people present were suddenly lifted high, and they all looked at the big screen in front.
At this moment, the light representing Lin Mo was still blue, but with only 35 seconds left until the 5-minute mark, can Lin Mo successfully pass the level in this remaining time? Beep, beep, beep.
Just at the moment when everyone's hearts were lifted high, a familiar buzzing sound suddenly rang out. But the next moment, a group of important figures present were all stunned. Because they had been watching the light representing Lin Mo, and that light had not changed color, still blue.
This momentarily confused them. "It's Rin Yuan, she passed the 3rd level and even broke the previous record." Gu Lianyue, the principal of Bajong, was the first to notice the clue.
Li Zhengqing immediately looked at Ren Yuan's light, and indeed, it had changed from yellow to green.
Green indicated entry into the 4th level.
According to the usual practice, he would definitely ask about Rin Yuan's time to pass the level. But at this moment, he didn't have the mood for it because the 5-minute limit was about to be reached. The staff in front knew that the leaders were all concerned about this time limit, so they simply displayed the countdown on the big screen in front. The countdown at this time was 16, 15, 14. At the same time, inside the secret realm, in the 5th level, the young 6th level Thunderhorn Lion had already turned into a light spot and disappeared. The light purple vortex beside it was slowly rotating. "Rest, and then we'll continue," Lin Mo thought, retracting Xiao Bai into the beast space. Then he sat cross-legged, holding a piece of water spirit stone in his hand, and began to meditate. The next level is the 6th level, where the fierce beast inside will be the young 7th level Thunderhorn Lion. Although he was confident, Xiao Bai now had the ability to win against higher levels. But he also noticed that the beasts in this level were all in their strongest state at the same level. So, just to be safe, he planned to let Xiao Bai recover first. After all, this exam was of great importance and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Underground base. The countdown on the screen continued. 3, 2, 1, 0. The blue light representing Lin Mo remained blue. What a pity, Li Zhengqing sighed. The others also had disappointed expressions. Failing to pass in 5 minutes did not mean that Lin Mo's challenge had failed, but it meant that Lin Mo was now out of Qingyuan Academy. Don't be too disappointed, everyone. Li Zhengqing looked at the crowd and said, "It's a pity not to be admitted to Qingyuan Academy, but with Lin Mo's performance, it's still possible to choose a school one level higher than Qiyun. For us in Chuaning, this is already a big improvement. In previous years, the best result for Chuaning candidates was Qiyun at this level. Lin Mo's performance this year is even better than that. Mayor Li is right, we had too high expectations." Gu Lianyue regained his composure. "If this were in previous years, if a candidate could pass the 4th round smoothly, we would probably have started celebrating." "That's right," Deng Zhiwei added, "last year's top scorer only passed the 4th round." Hearing this, everyone's expression improved slightly. Lin Mo's previous performance was so amazing that it inadvertently raised their expectations. Now thinking back, it's actually quite impressive that Lin Mo has lasted this long in the 5th round. Only Dong Yaoqing still couldn't hide his disappointment. Among the people present, he was probably the one who most hoped that Lin Mo could be admitted to Qingyuan Academy, as it would be the highlight of his teaching career. But now it seems that he may not have that chance. By the way, how long did Rin Yuan take to pass the 3rd round? Li Zhengqing looked at the staff in front. Gu Lianyue had mentioned earlier that Rin Yuan had broken a record. But at that time, all his attention was on Lin Mo, so he didn't ask. 3 minutes and 47 seconds and 46 milliseconds. The previous record was 5 minutes and 54 seconds and 77 milliseconds. She actually finished more than 2 minutes ahead, very impressive. Li Zhengqing said, then furrowed his brows suddenly. Did Ren Yuan not rest before entering the 4th round? Gu Lianyue explained, Ren Yuan's talent is to accelerate the recovery of pet beasts. If she didn't consume much energy in the first 3 rounds, she wouldn't need to rest. Li Zhengqing nodded, didn't say anything more, and carefully looked at the big screen in front. Lin Mo's score probably wouldn't change much. Now he could divert his attention and see how other candidates were doing. At this moment, there were 5 colors on the big screen: white, red, orange, green, and cyan. There was only one cyan, which was Lin Mo in the 5th round. There was also only one green, which was Rin Yuan who had just entered the 4th round. Orange represented the 2nd round, and at this point, it accounted for about 1/5 of the total number of candidates. Red still had the most candidates, with about 70 to 80% still stuck at this level. As for the white representing those who had dropped out, there were slightly more than the orange, accounting for about 1/10. If a candidate dropped out after passing a round, the light would show the color of the last round they passed. For example, if they dropped out after passing the 1st round, the light would show red. If they dropped out after passing the 2nd round, the light would show orange. So this 1/10 white only represented those who couldn't even pass the 1st round. In fact, the number of candidates who had already dropped out of the trial might be more than 1/10.
Oh, someone has entered the 3rd round again.
The Mediterranean fat man on the left of Li Zhangqing suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked over and saw that there was indeed one more yellow dot on the big screen than before. But before they could examine it closely, 4 more yellow dots appeared one after another.
Li Zhangqing immediately asked, "Who are they?" The staff said, "The first yellow dot is Gu Haining from No.
6 Middle School, and the following 3 are Gongsu from No.
4 Middle School, Lu Qingyang from No.
9 Middle School, and Fu Qingli from No.
1 Middle School."
Li Zhangqing looked at the several principals, entering the 3rd round in more than 10 minutes. These should be the seeds of your respective schools, right?
Several principals nodded.
In fact, the speed of these seeds was the normal level of Chuaning candidates in previous years. In recent years, Chuaning candidates had basically entered the 3rd round at this time.
Candidates like Lin Mo and Rin Yuan were completely exceptional.
Just as he finished speaking, another yellow dot appeared on the screen.
There are a total of 5 yellow dots now. Who?
Li Zhangqing asked directly.
The staff immediately said, Sun Lei, from Yizhong.
Li Zhangqing looked somewhat surprised at Dong Yaoqing. Principal Dong, Yizhong is doing great this year. Including Lin Mo, you already have 3 students who have entered the 3rd round.
The other principals looked at Dong Yaoqing with envy.
Although later on, there were still students from their respective schools who could enter the 3rd round, the speed was ultimately slower compared to Yizhong.
Luck,
Dong Yaoqing said, I know the strength of these 2 students. Compared to the seeds of other schools, they are still a bit lacking.
Mayor Li, I suddenly thought of a possibility.
At this moment, the fat man from the Mediterranean sitting on Li Zhangqing's left suddenly stood up, looking excitedly at Li Zhangqing.
What? Li Zhangqing asked.
The fat man from the Mediterranean with shining eyes said, since Lin Mo has stayed in the 5th round for so long, neither exiting the secret realm nor entering the next round, could he be resting?
As soon as these words were spoken, the vast underground base fell silent in an instant. The vast underground base.
Because of the fat man from the Mediterranean's words, you could hear a pin drop.
Because
the possibility he mentioned does exist. And if Lin Mo is really resting, it means he has already passed the 5th round. After a stunned silence of more than 10 seconds, Li Zhangqing finally came to his senses and immediately ordered, check the illusion where Lin Mo is, see if the passage to the 6th round has opened, quickly.
The staff quickly said, report to the mayor, it has been opened. The time is 3 minutes 6 seconds 42 after Lin Mo entered the 5th round. The vast underground space fell silent again.
But the next moment, everyone present's eyes lit up, their faces filled with excitement. The vortex portal in the illusion opens at the moment the fierce beast dies. The fact that the passage to the 6th round opened at 3 minutes 6 seconds 42 means that Lin Mo only took 3 minutes 6 seconds 42 to finish the battle in the 5th round.
With this result, entering Qingyuan Academy is almost certain. Li Zhangqing's expression was also full of excitement, but he confirmed again, are you sure it's 3 minutes 6 seconds 42? Sure. 3 minutes 6 seconds 42, absolutely correct. The staff affirmed. Great. Li Zhangqing, a dignified mayor, was flushed with excitement. Over the years, many students in Chuaning City have been specially recruited into Qingyuan Academy due to their high talent levels. However, none of them entered by taking the entrance exam. Lin Mo's admission to Qingyuan Academy marks a breakthrough for Chuaning, with historical significance for the entire city. As the mayor, he naturally felt proud. But the most excited at this moment was Dong Yaoqing. His eyes were red, his fists clenched, and his whole body was trembling violently. Lin Mo's admission to Qingyuan Academy is of historical significance for Chuaning City. For him, it is also a great achievement. As a teacher and school principal, the proudest moment in his life is to have nurtured a brilliant student. Today, his wish has been fulfilled by Lin Mo. It is not an exaggeration to say that a student from their school has been admitted to Qingyuan Academy, a feat that Dong Yaoqing can boast about for a lifetime. Principal Dong, congratulations. Li Zhangqing looked at Dong Yaoqing with a solemn expression.
From now on, Dong Yaoqing's position in the educational community of Chuaning is bound to rise.
Principal Dong, congratulations. Principal Dong, I envy you. Old Dong, if I were you, I would have no regrets even if I died.
The principals of other schools also congratulated one after another.
Their congratulations were sincere, filled with both admiration and envy. In a small city like Chuaning, bringing out a student who enters Qingyuan Academy requires a combination of favorable conditions.
They may never have such luck in their lifetime.
Thank you all.
Dong Yaoqing wiped his eyes and said, after the exam, I will treat everyone to a meal.
Of course, we must eat. Li Zhengqing smiled and said, but President Dong, what I am more curious about now is whether Lin Mo can pass the 6th level?
As you all know, the resources that students can enjoy in higher-level beast taming academies are directly linked to the students' ranking based on their abilities. Although Lin Mo's current grades can get him into Qingyuan Academy, even if he is admitted, his ranking will be relatively low. But if he can pass the 6th level, even if he goes to Qingyuan Academy, his ranking can be in the middle, which will definitely be more advantageous for his future development.
Everyone present nodded in agreement.
Li Zhengqing was speaking the truth. In higher-level beast taming academies, especially top-ranked ones like Qingyuan Academy, the students are all top students from all over the country. Therefore, the competition there is much more intense than in high school. If one can have a higher ranking upon admission, they will have access to more resources at the beginning of their studies, which will naturally be more advantageous for future competitions. Dong Yaoqing thought for a moment and said, when Lin Mo was training at the Xiaolanshan base, he was indeed able to fight above his level, but he has not fought against a level 7 juvenile beast, so I am not sure if he can pass the 6th level. On this point, I am quite confident in Lin Mo, Geng Zhihui said.
Don't forget, this kid has already created 2 miracles.
That's true,
Gu Lianyue added, 3 months to level 6, passing the 5th level in under 5 minutes.
Initially, we all thought it was impossible, but Lin Mo did it, so this time, I think he can do it too. Li Zhengqing nodded, let's wait and see together, to see if this kid can create a 3rd miracle. As he finished speaking, he looked at the large screen in front of him. Lin Mo might need some more rest, so he could take a look at the progress of others. At this moment, there were a total of 6 colors on the large screen.
1 blue dot, Lin Mo. 1 green dot, Run Yuan.
8 yellow dots, after Sun Lei, 3 more candidates entered the 3rd level one after another. There were also more orange dots than before, accounting for about 10% of the total number of people. Red dots still remained the most, accounting for 70 to 75% of the total number. The rest were all white dots, accounting for 10 to 15% of the total number. Li Zhengqing looked at the staff in front of him and asked, can you tell me how many people have exited the secret realm among the red dots?
The staff quickly reported, Mayor, as of now, there are a total of 17,226 red dots, of which 10,350 have exited the secret realm, and 6,876 are still inside the secret realm.
How many people are in the white dots?
Li Zhengqing asked again. 3,450 people.
Li Zhengqing shook his head lightly, 6,876 plus 3,450, more than 10,000 people, probably have no chance of entering a higher-level academy. Although these 6,876 people have not exited the secret realm, it has been almost 20 minutes since the exam started, and they have not been able to pass the 1st level, which means their chances of passing are slim.
And failing to pass the 1st level means that they cannot even enter the lowest-ranked beast taming academy.
The elimination rate of nearly 50% is similar to previous years, the Mediterranean fat man added. The enrollment exam for higher-level beast taming academies is the first watershed in the life of a beast tamer. The future lives of beast tamers who are admitted to a beast taming academy and those who are not admitted are already completely different.
Beep, beep, beep.
At this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded. The people present subconsciously looked at the large screen in front of them.
What they saw was that the blue dot representing Lin Mo suddenly turned into a blue dot,
and blue is the symbol of the 6th level. This means that Lin Mo has entered the 6th level.
In theory, everyone should be happy about this.
However, at this moment, when everyone saw this scene, the faces of the people present all turned particularly ugly.
This kid, how did he reach the 6th level so quickly?
Yes, he barely took a break for a quarter of an hour. How can he rest well like this? Even if it's to save time, he's too impatient and can't hold his breath.
In the 6th level, there is a fierce beast at the 7th stage of infancy.
Indeed too reckless, Lao Dong. After the exam, you must talk to Lin Mo properly. If this continues, he will suffer a big loss in the future. The principals were both anxious and helpless, almost wanting to rush into the secret realm to drag Lin Mo out.
Starting the challenge without proper rest is simply joking with his future. Alright everyone, it's already like this, there's no use saying more.
Li Jingqing looked at the blue light spots on the big screen.
Let's just wait for the results quietly. The people present finally quieted down. However, their expressions still couldn't help but show a hint of worry. Lin Mo entering the 6th level so quickly is really not a wise move. Secret Realm. 6th level. The surrounding environment once again turned into a vast grassland.
As soon as Lin Mo and Xiaobai appeared, they saw the Thunderhorn lion lying in front of them not far away. It was a gray-brown male lion with a body length of nearly 2 meters and a height of nearly 1 meter. There was a half-foot-long purple horn on its forehead, which would occasionally emit a faint thunder light, looking very intimidating. Name, Thunderhorn Lion, Attribute, Thunder. Qualification, Unknown. Race level, 5th Order Advanced. Talent skills, Thunderstrike, Advanced, Thunder and Lightning Possession, Advanced. Growth level, 7th Stage of Infancy. Xiaobai, are you afraid? Lin Mo looked at the Thunderhorn Lion, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A fierce beast at the 7th stage of infancy, he finally had the opportunity to challenge it today. Roar! Xiaobai bared its teeth, letting out a low growl full of fighting spirit. It meant, not afraid, it also looks forward to fighting the fierce beast at the 7th stage of infancy. Good, go. Lin Mo gave the order, quickly retreating himself. Xiaobai entered stealth mode in that instant. Roar! The Thunderhorn Lion seemed to sense the threat and stood up at that moment, letting out a roar, then vigilantly staring at the grass on the ground around it. Lin Mo saw this scene and raised his eyebrows slightly. This Thunderhorn Lion is quite clever. It actually knows how to use the traces on the grass to determine Xiaobai's position. If it were in a real wilderness environment, this method would definitely be useless because of the wind, and the grass on the ground would always be moving. But this is an illusion. In the illusion, there is no wind, and the grass remains still. At this moment, any slight movement of a blade of grass would expose Xiaobai's whereabouts. However, Lin Mo was not worried. Stealth is a good skill, but it doesn't mean that Xiaobai won't fight once it leaves stealth. Swish! At that moment, a water blade appeared out of thin air 5 meters to the left front of the Thunderhorn Lion, flying towards it swiftly. Roar! The Thunderhorn Lion let out a low growl, lightly leaping to dodge the water blade. Puff! The water blade entered the grass, making a light sound and leaving a small fist-sized pit in the ground. Seeing that small pit, the Thunderhorn Lion clearly paused for a moment, apparently not expecting the power of this water blade to be so weak. Then, it turned its head to look at Xiaobai again. It had seen Xiaobai reveal its figure when the water blade appeared just now, but just as it turned its head, swish! Another water blade shot towards it from the void. The Thunderhorn Lion dodged the water blade once again, and the grass was left with another small pit. This time, the Thunderhorn Lion ignored the small pit and instead looked in the direction from which the water blade was shot. It just happened to see Xiaobai's figure disappear into the void once again. Roar! The Thunderhorn Lion let out a roar, and on the purple horn on its forehead, intense electric light began to surge. Then, the next second, a bolt of lightning shot out from that horn and landed directly at the spot where Xiaobai had just disappeared. Zila! The lightning hit the ground, quickly spreading and extending in all directions. The grass within a 2-meter radius turned completely black. Thunderstrike, advanced Thunder-type skill, condenses high-intensity electric current for attack, can cause area damage. Lin Mo's eyes showed a hint of shock. He didn't expect the power of this, Thunderstrike, to be so great. If he were to take a hit, even if he didn't die, he would probably be seriously injured. Xiaobai, you have to be careful, absolutely cannot be hit by its attacks, Lin Mo reminded telepathically. In the previous levels, those Thunderhorn Lions had also used the Thunderstrike skill. However, the power was incomparable to this level. Swish! Just as the Thunderstrike hit the ground, another water blade appeared out of thin air next to that area, flying towards the Thunderhorn Lion. Roar! The Thunderhorn Lion let out another roar, this time not evading, but raising its paw directly and swiping towards the water blade. At the same time, electric currents surged on its horn, and another bolt of lightning shot towards Xiaobai. It was well aware that if it dodged first and then attacked, it wouldn't be able to hit Xiaobai at all, or even lock onto Xiaobai's position. Therefore, it could only defend and attack at the same time. The next second, the lion's paw collided with the water blade. Poochie! The familiar sound of cutting rang out. A deep gash was directly opened on the lion's paw, almost completely severing the 4 toes, leaving only a little flesh still connected. Roar! The Thunderhorn Lion let out an extremely painful roar. Its paw instinctively landed on the ground, but in the next second, it was lifted up again due to the intense pain. And in this process of landing and lifting, the 4 toes, which were already barely connected by a thread of flesh, were directly flung out. Roar, the excruciating pain of flesh tearing made the Thunderhorn lion roar in pain again. It couldn't understand why the water blade's power was clearly weak, but when it landed on its paw, it had such a huge killing power. At the same time, Xiaobai just lightly leaped, avoiding the lightning emitted by the Thunderhorn lion, and then without hesitation condensed another water blade and struck towards the Thunderhorn lion.
Strike while the iron is hot.
Having fought alongside Lin Mo for so long, it had long understood this principle. Swish! The water blade whistled through the air with a breaking sound. Sensing the danger, the Thunderhorn lion subconsciously tried to evade.
However, the injured paw slowed its movement.
Seeing the water blade about to land on its head, electric currents rapidly surged on the lion's horn, then burst open, enveloping its entire body. Thunder and lightning body, advanced surrounds the body with electric currents to form a protective shield that can withstand attacks and also has a certain offensive effect. At this moment, from the side view, the Thunderhorn lion's entire body was surrounded by electric currents, like a lion composed of thunder and lightning, quite beautiful and dazzling.
Xiaobai, minimal power. Lin Mo immediately ordered.
The next instant, the flying water blade landed on the electric shield surrounding the Thunderhorn lion's body.
Crackle! With a light sound, accompanied by a slight electric light, the water blade was directly evaporated by the surrounding electric currents.
The Thunderhorn lion was dumbfounded.
How did the power of this water blade suddenly become so small?
Looking at the bewildered Thunderhorn lion, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Not to mention a low-intelligence juvenile fierce beast, even if his opponent was a beast tamer, encountering this situation for the first time would probably be a bit bewildering. And this is the wonderful use of controllable power. Speaking of which, after Xiaobai's water blade reached proficiency, this was the first time he encountered a battle with evenly matched opponents. Therefore, controllable power was also truly put into battle for the first time. Now it seems that the effect is quite good.
Xiaobai, continue.
Lin Mo looked at the Thunderhorn lion still surrounded by electric currents and gave a direct order. Being able to have electric currents surrounding the whole body, it has to be said that thunder and lightning possession is a very good skill, both offensive and defensive.
However, skills like this often have a major drawback: huge consumption.
So, he has already figured out how to deal with this Thunderhorn lion.
Swish! Xiaobai's water blade instantly took shape and shot towards the Thunderhorn lion like lightning.
The Thunderhorn lion wanted to dodge, but the speed of the water blade was too fast. If its paws were not injured, it could still dodge, but now it only had 3 paws left, making it difficult to avoid the water blade.
It also dared not retract. Thunder and lightning possession.
The huge pain from its paws constantly reminded it that this skill could not be resisted head-on. So, its only choice was to continue maintaining thunder and lightning possession.
But the next second, crackle!
A familiar light sound entered its ears.
The water blade, which looked powerful and came quickly, was once again easily evaporated by its thunder and lightning possession.
Roar! The Thunderhorn lion felt a kind of anger at being toyed with.
Just as it was about to retract thunder and lightning possession and launch an attack, another water blade flew towards it.
The water blade carried a tearing sound of the air, making a spectacular scene.
Helpless, the Thunderhorn lion could only continue to maintain thunder and lightning possession. So, a very interesting scene unfolded next.
If the Thunderhorn lion maintained thunder and lightning possession, Xiaobai would just watch it from a distance without attacking.
But whenever it wanted to retract thunder and lightning possession, a water blade would immediately fly towards it.
The Thunderhorn lion realized that Xiaobai was deliberately consuming it, so it braved thunder and lightning possession to chase Xiaobai. But with only 3 legs left, how could it catch up with Xiaobai, who had 4 legs?
3 minutes later,
roar! The Thunderhorn lion let out an unwilling roar, and the electric currents surrounding its body slowly dissipated. Its thunder and lightning possession had reached its limit and could no longer be maintained. In the level, all the fierce beasts were in the strongest state of the same level. Otherwise, with its growth level of 7 segments as a young beast, it would not be able to sustain such a huge consumption skill for so long. Swish! At the moment when thunder and lightning possession dissipated, a water blade appeared out of thin air and shot towards the Thunderhorn lion. Roar! The Thunderhorn lion let out a helpless roar and desperately dodged to the side.
But its movement was ultimately a beat slower than the water blade. Sizzle!
A half-foot-long gash appeared on the Thunderhorn lion's back, deep enough to see the bone, and a large amount of blood gushed out instantly. Roar! The Thunderhorn lion let out a painful roar, its body shaking and standing somewhat unsteadily. Maintaining thunder and lightning possession had almost exhausted its strength, coupled with the injuries to its paws and body, it was now at its last gasp.
The rest of the battle was no longer in doubt.
After Xiaobai released 2 more water blades, the Thunderhorn Lion's body slowly fell to the ground and then disappeared into light spots. At the same time, the faint purple vortex slowly appeared. Lin Mo's mouth showed a hint of a smile. Xiaobai, rest. After resting well, we will go meet the fierce beast of the 8th stage of the young beast.
Underground base. Since Lin Mo entered the 6th level, the vast space has been quiet.
Everyone's eyes were fixed on the blue light spot on the large screen in front of them.
They were all waiting.
They all hoped to know Lin Mo's latest progress as soon as possible.
However, before Lin Mo had any new progress, there was a change on Ren Yuan's side. The green light spot representing Ren Yuan suddenly turned blue. This made everyone's spirits slightly uplifted.
The change of the light spot to blue meant that Ren Yuan had entered the 5th level.
This was a good news for them. Although Lin Mo has already passed the 5th level. But for Chuan Ning, the more people enter the 5th level, the better. How long did Ren Yuan take to pass the 4th level?
Li Zhangqing asked.
6 minutes 41 seconds 73.
The staff reported. After passing the level, she rested for 20 minutes 18 seconds 65, and then entered the 5th level.
Li Zhangqing looked at Gu Lianyue. Is a 20-minute rest enough for Ren Yuan?
Gu Lianyue nodded. Yuan's sea-level talent can make the recovery speed of the pet one
5 times faster than normal. Her 20-minute rest is equivalent to 50 minutes of rest for others, so it should be enough. Does she have a chance to pass the 5th level? Deng Zhihui asked. The possibility is very small.
Gu Lianyue said, although Ren Yuan's talent can increase the endurance of the battle, the improvement in combat power is minimal, so it is very difficult to fight beyond the level.
Hearing this, everyone remained silent.
Increasing the endurance of the battle is very powerful at certain times and has a significant impact on shortening the duration of the exam records.
But when facing enemies stronger than oneself, its effectiveness is very limited.
The Mediterranean fat man suddenly sighed. It would be great if Ren Yuan could pass the 5th level in 5 minutes.
Everyone present nodded in agreement.
They all understood why the Mediterranean fat man said so.
With Ren Yuan's sea-level talent, even if she cannot pass the 5th level, she can still enter Qingyuan Academy.
As for those students with various middle school D-level talents, as long as their exam results are not too bad, they can also enter Qingyuan. But entering based on talent is different from truly passing the exam. There is a big difference.
Talent is luck, passing the exam is strength.
Especially for a city, the number of students who truly pass the exam can represent the educational level of the city. The Mediterranean fat man is the leader of the Chuan Ning City Education Bureau, naturally hoping that the teaching level of Chuan Ning can be higher.
Mayor, good news.
At this time, the staff in front suddenly looked excitedly at Li Zhangqing. Lin Mo has passed the 6th level.
What did you say?
Li Zhangqing was shocked.
The others present also looked incredulously at the staff member who spoke. How long has it been since Lin Mo entered the 6th level, and he has already passed? How is this possible?
Lin Mo has passed the 6th level.
The staff repeated the words again. Great, great.
Li Zhangqing said excitedly, almost stuttering. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations for Lin Mo to pass the 6th level. On the one hand, the difficulty of fighting beyond levels is too high. Moreover, the fierce beasts in the secret realm are all in the strongest state of the same level. On the other hand, Lin Mo rested for too short a time before entering the 6th level. Both of these factors would make it more difficult for Lin Mo to pass the level. So, although he hoped that Lin Mo could pass, he was actually mentally prepared for Lin Mo's failure. But unexpectedly, Lin Mo gave him such a big surprise.
The others present were also full of excitement and joy. Wow, passing the 6th level, even if Lin Mo enters Qingyuan Academy, his ranking can also be in the middle.
It's a bit difficult to be in the middle, but there should be no problem in the lower middle. This kid has a bright future.
With an F-level talent, I really don't know how this kid did it.
That's why it's called a miracle. This kid really created a third miracle. It is indeed a miracle, passing the 6th level. This is unprecedented in our Chuan Ning. Not only is he the first student from Chuan Ning to enter Qingyuan, he is also the first examinee from Chuan Ning to pass the 6th level in history.
Lin Mo has created 2 historical records in a row.
The principals were excited and flushed.
Lin Mo's performance was a huge surprise for them. How long?
Li Zhangqing came to his senses and quickly asked, how long did Lin Mo take to pass the level?
5 minutes 35 seconds 29. The staff said. Where is Lin Mo? Has he exited the secret realm?
Li Zhangqing asked again. He was eager to meet this guy who had created history for Chuaning.
No, the staff replied. No?
Li Zhangqing was surprised. The others, who were also excited, were equally surprised. Although Lin Mo had passed the 6th level, he was fighting above his level, and even if he won, it would probably be a narrow victory. At this time, he unexpectedly did not exit the secret realm to heal his pet.
What was he thinking?
The Mediterranean fat man licked his lips.
I have a bold idea.
Everyone present looked at the Mediterranean fat man. They, too, had a bold idea.
Li Jinqing's eyes twitched slightly. Principal Fan, are you suggesting that Lin Mo still wants to challenge the 7th level? Fan Lin Yuan said, that should be the only explanation.
The others nodded silently. They also thought the same.
Phew.
Li Jinqing took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. This kid has great courage. With the strength of a 6th stage juvenile, he wanted to challenge an 8th stage fierce beast.
This was really not something anyone would dare to do.
Yes. Fan Lin Yuan sighed. I probably know why this kid, with an F-level talent, has created so many miracles. The others also felt the same way. Many candidates, when faced with levels they felt unable to pass, would choose to give up voluntarily.
Because forcing a challenge could likely injure the pet, not only requiring money for treatment but also affecting future cultivation.
Of course, this was actually a very wise choice.
But being wise did not mean being right.
Although it could prevent the pet from being injured, it also missed the opportunity for the pet to accumulate experience in challenging higher-level battles. Therefore, Lin Mo's courage was actually a rare and precious quality.
Do you think Lin Mo has a chance to pass the 7th level?
Li Jinqing looked at several principals.
The principals all smiled bitterly and shook their heads, including Dong Yaoqing.
Because it was not just impossible, it was fundamentally impossible. Not to mention that the closer to maturity, the greater the power of level suppression. Just the huge gap in strength caused by the level difference was not so easily overcome.
So in their view, the chances of Lin Mo passing the 7th level were basically zero. Li Jinqing nodded, not saying anything more.
He also knew that the question he asked was quite absurd.
It was just that Lin Mo had achieved too many impossibilities before, so he couldn't help but ask.
Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside the matter of Lin Mo and looked ahead. Report on the current situation of the candidates who have passed the levels.
The staff quickly provided an answer.
As of now, there are a total of 815 candidates still in the secret realm. Among them, 801 in the 2nd level, 12 in the 3rd level, 0 in the 4th level, 1 in the 5th level, and 1 in the 6th level. In addition, among the 21,624 candidates who have exited the secret realm, 10,515 have passed the 1st level, 312 have passed the 2nd level, and the remaining 10,797 have failed to pass the 1st level. Li Jinqing's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. This was the current situation in Chuaning. Although the Beast Tamer recruitment exam had a total of 9 levels, the subsequent levels were actually designed for candidates from large cities. In small cities like Chuaning, only about 50% of candidates who passed the 1st level, and about 12% who passed the 2nd level. Beyond that, it was extremely rare. It was precisely because of this that they were so excited and thrilled by Lin Mo's performance. Report to the mayor, Ran Yuan failed to pass the 5th level and has just exited the secret realm. The staff reported the latest situation. Understood, Li Jinqing said, somewhat disappointed. The other principals beside him had similar reactions. However, they actually had anticipated this result, so it was not that difficult to accept.
What's the situation with the examinees in the 3rd stage? Li Jinqing asked again.
The staff immediately reported, there are currently 12 people in the 3rd stage, with 5 people having passed and resting, while the other 7 have not finished the battle, and the results are still uncertain.
Who are the 5 examinees who passed?
Li Jinqing asked with a hint of a smile in his eyes. The exam was not over yet, but 5 people had already passed the 3rd stage, which was more than in previous years. In order of passing time, they are Gu Haining, Gong Su, LV Qingyang, Sun Lei, and Fu Qingli.
Li Jinqing looked at several principals and said, these students are all D-level talents, right? The principals all nodded.
Li Jinqing smiled and said, the students with D-level talents this year have performed well, indicating that the teaching level in Chuaning has improved.
Students with D-level talents can enter Qingyuan Academy as long as they pass the 2nd stage.
If they pass the 3rd stage, they can secure a higher ranking after admission. In previous years, there were not as many D-level examinees in Chuaning who passed the 3rd stage as there are this year. Fan Lin Yuan nodded and said, the elimination rate this year is similar to previous years, but the performance of top students is indeed better than in previous years. At this point, the general results of the exam can already be determined, Li Jinqing said, looking at the blue light spot on the big screen. Next, we will see how far Lin Mo can lead Chuaning.
Everyone present understood the meaning behind Li Jinqing's words.
Lin Mo's current performance has already created a new history for Chuaning. Therefore, the height of Lin Mo's achievement next will determine the height that Chuaning can reach. In a sense, Lin Mo and Chuaning are already integrated at this point. While Lin Mo was resting, the enrollment exam at the Imperial Beast Academy was gradually coming to an end with the passage of time. 5 minutes later, there were only 65 examinees left in the secret realm. Among them, 59 in the second stage, 5 in the third stage, 0 in the fourth stage, 0 in the fifth stage, and 1 in the sixth stage. All of these people had already finished their battles. At this moment, those still in the secret realm were resting and preparing for the next challenge. The 5 people in the third stage were Gu Haining, Gong Su, LV Qingyang, Sun Lei, and Fu Qingli. Originally, there were 12 people in the third stage. Of the remaining 7 people, 3 withdrew after failing the challenge, while the other 4 withdrew after succeeding. So far, among the more than 22,000 examinees in Chuaning City, excluding Lin Mo and Rin Yuan, only 9 people have successfully passed the third stage. This proportion is less than 1 in 10,000 of the total number of people. This is the norm for the enrollment exam in Chuaning City every year, or more accurately, it is slightly worse than in previous years. It can be seen that having a student like Lin Mo means a lot to Chuaning City. Mayor Li, take a rest first. Fan Lin Yuan advised, the examinees usually have at least an hour of rest time, and we still have to wait. Li Zhengqing nodded and sat down slowly. However, as soon as he sat down, he stood up again and asked, how long has Lin Mo been resting in the sixth stage? Just over 10 minutes, the staff reported. Only 10 minutes? Li Zhengqing sat down slowly again. Why do I feel like it's been a long time? The others present also felt the same way. Since learning that Lin Mo intended to challenge the seventh stage, time seemed to have become particularly long. They both hoped that Lin Mo could rest well and wanted time to pass more quickly, feeling conflicted. As everyone endured the agonizing wait, another 10 minutes passed. The 65 people in the secret realm remained 65 people. Even the color of the light spot had not changed from before. Everyone was still resting. Because the people who are still in the secret realm at this time will face overwhelming challenges next, so no one dares to be careless. Just when everyone thought they had to wait patiently, on the big screen, the blue light representing Lin Mo suddenly turned purple. Mayor Li, Lin Mo has entered the 7th level. The staff in front immediately reminded. Swish! Everyone present, including Li Zhengqing, all looked at the big screen in front of them. Each person's face was full of tension and seriousness. The moment to determine the height of Chuan Ning has arrived. Secret Realm. The 7th level. This is a small valley. The valley is lush with vegetation, abundant wildflowers, and a flowing stream, presenting a vibrant scene. By the stream, a gray-brown male lion with a body length of nearly 2.5 meters and a height of 1.2 meters is drinking water with its head down. Sensing Lin Mo and Xiao Bai's appearance, it immediately turned its head to look over. The purple horn on its forehead, nearly a foot long and faintly shimmering with electric light, looked particularly dazzling. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The young 7th stage Thunderhorn lion has a body length of less than 2 meters, but this young 8th stage one has a body length that has soared to 2.5 meters. In most cases, the size of a ferocious beast is directly proportional to its strength. In other words, the strength of this young 8th stage Thunderhorn lion will be much stronger than the previous 7th stage one. This made Lin Mo hesitate a bit. Xiao Bai, at the 6th stage, currently has a body length of just 1.5 meters and a height of less than 1 meter. When Xiao Bai and the 8th stage Thunderhorn lion are put together, it's like the difference between L and XXL, the gap is too big. He was very worried that if he continued the challenge, Xiao Bai would likely be seriously injured. However, this thought was quickly dispelled by him. A beast facing the flying water blade, the counterattack of the Thunderhorn lion was also very decisive, directly sending out a flash of lightning. Minimum power. Lin Mo's mind moved. The next second, the water blade and the lightning met in midair. Crackle! The lightning flickered. Little White's water blade was instantly evaporated clean, and that flash of lightning directly exploded in the void, then disappeared. This scene made Lin Mo's eyes light up. He seemed to have found a way to deal with this Thunderhorn lion. The method Lin Mo thought of was essentially a battle of attrition. The fierce beasts in the secret realm, although in the strongest state of the same level, that refers to the growth state, their skill proficiency is fixed at the entry level. In other words, this young 8th stage Thunderhorn lion cannot control the power of its skills like Little White. This is Little White's opportunity. Little White, continuous water blade attack. Lin Mo ordered directly. Little White and Lin Mo were mentally connected, immediately understanding his meaning, and a water blade was sent out without hesitation. Roar! The Thunderhorn lion let out a low roar, looking at the incoming water blade, its disdain becoming more apparent. In the recent skill clash, it held an absolute advantage.
So in its view, the little tiger in front of it was simply ignorant of its own mortality. The electric current surged on its forehead, then another flash of lightning was sent out. Crackle!
The electric current and water blade collided, making a bursting sound.
The water blade was evaporated in an instant, the electric current exploded and scattered in the air. But the next second,
another water blade appeared in the void, flying towards the Thunderhorn Lion.
Roar! The Thunderhorn Lion let out an angry roar. It was provoked by Little White's consecutive attacks.
This time, instead of continuing to use skills and directly confront Little White, it first dodged the water blade, then released its skill.
Crackle!
The lightning flickered in the void, heading straight for Little White. Little White also dodged with a flash, then without showing any weakness, sent out another water blade. The two sides exchanged blows for more than 10 rounds in this manner. The grass in the valley was pockmarked and charred from the thunder strikes and water blades, but the two main characters causing all this remained unscathed. After dodging another water blade from Little White, the Thunderhorn Lion's movements suddenly stopped, no longer launching attacks. It suddenly realized a problem. After releasing so many skills in succession, even it was slightly fatigued. But the opponent in front of it still maintained the same spirited and lively appearance as at the beginning, seemingly unaffected by the release of those skills. The disdain in the Thunderhorn Lion's eyes gradually turned into caution. At this stage of the battle, it could no longer underestimate the little guy in its eyes. Little White, be careful next, Lin Mo immediately reminded in his mind. Although the battle had been going on for quite a while, judging from the Thunderhorn Lion's reaction, the real battle was probably about to begin. Roared! Little White responded with a low growl, indicating understanding. It knew that its level was far inferior to the opponent, so it dared not be careless. Roar! Just then, the Thunderhorn Lion suddenly let out a low roar, then moved its forepaws and swiftly charged towards Little White. Realizing that continuous skill usage was too draining, it switched to fighting in close combat. Its size was 2 sizes larger than Little White, giving it an advantage in close combat. Swish! Watching the Thunderhorn Lion charging rapidly, Little White immediately sent out a water blade without hesitation.
Then it turned around directly and ran.
Unless it had a hole in its head, how could it possibly engage in close combat with a fierce beast 2 levels higher than itself? However, the difference in size between the two sides was there. Although a water blade delayed for a bit of time, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer.
Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown.
If it were a normal environment, Xiaobai could use concealment to avoid, and it would be impossible to give the Thunderhorn Lion a chance to fight close. But in the illusion, this method is obviously not feasible.
The current situation is very unfavorable for Xiaobai. We must come up with a solution, otherwise Xiaobai will definitely lose. Lin Mo pondered.
Soon, he came up with a solution and told Xiaobai about it in his mind. Roar! Xiaobai, who was running wildly, let out a low roar, abruptly stopped, and then unleashed a water blade towards the approaching Thunderhorn Lion. Crack! The Thunderhorn Lion directly countered with a bolt of lightning, but its charge towards Xiaobai did not pause for a moment.
The water blade and the lightning met in midair.
The scene that had played out a dozen times before reappeared. The water blade was instantly evaporated, while the lightning burst, scattering into the air. At the same time, the Thunderhorn Lion finally reached Xiaobai, and one of its front paws, with a roaring sound, fiercely slapped towards Xiaobai's head. With the Thunderhorn Lion's size and strength, if this paw landed solidly, Xiaobai's skull might have been shattered. However, faced with this menacing paw, Xiaobai did not retreat. It just slightly shifted position, avoiding its head, and resisted with its body.
Bang!
The Thunderhorn Lion's paw heavily landed on Xiaobai's back, causing Xiaobai to stagger, almost falling to the ground. Following that, the sharp claws on the Thunderhorn Lion's toes emerged, and then it forcefully pulled. Sizzle! 5 1-inch deep bloody gashes were torn open on Xiaobai's ice blue back, and red blood gushed out instantly. Roar! Xiaobai let out a painful roar, its body softened, and it collapsed on the ground. But at that moment, a water blade suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of it and instantly landed on the Thunderhorn Lion's leg. This was the method Lin Mo had just thought of.
Trading injury for injury.
Using the wound on its back to exchange for the wound on the Thunderhorn Lion's leg.
As long as the Thunderhorn Lion's movement speed was restricted, they still had a chance. Sizzle! A deep bone-visible gash was instantly cut open on the Thunderhorn Lion's left front leg. This water blade was too sudden. Coupled with the fact that the two sides were almost face to face, the Thunderhorn Lion had no time to react. Roar! The unprepared Thunderhorn Lion also let out a painful roar, staggering and standing unsteadily. It could feel that the blow not only injured its flesh but almost severed the bones in its leg. In anger, electricity surged on its forehead horn, and it struck directly toward Xiaobai.
However, this strike missed without surprise. Lin Mo had already anticipated that the Thunderhorn Lion would counterattack after being hit, so he had already moved Xiao Bai when the water blade was sent out. At this moment, Xiao Bai was already 5 meters away from the Thunderhorn Lion. The blood flowing from its back was about to completely dye it red. However, its gaze towards the Thunderhorn Lion was still full of fighting spirit, because Lin Mo's plan for it had succeeded. The current Thunderhorn Lion, with one leg severely injured, it was impossible for it to catch up again. They could continue with a war of attrition. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai hesitated no more and directly sent out a water blade. Although the wound on its back did not affect its speed much, the blood was flowing profusely. If this continued, it would not last long. Therefore, a quick decision was necessary. Roar! Watching the water blade flying towards it, the Thunderhorn Lion let out a resentful roar. Electricity surged on its forehead horn, and it sent out a bolt of lightning to meet it. In fact, it wanted to dodge. But the injured leg severely affected its speed, making it impossible to dodge. So, it could only counter with a bolt of lightning. However, it was very clear that this was the result the opponent wanted. The opponent wanted to consume it in this way. But in the current situation, even if it knows, it is useless. Because, powerless to change. Swish! Just as the Thunderhorn Lion's thoughts were turning, another water blade flew towards it. The Thunderhorn Lion was unable to dodge and could only continue to attack in response. Crack! The water blade evaporated, and electric light scattered in the air. Then the next second, before the Thunderhorn Lion could catch its breath, another water blade flew towards it. Roar! The Thunderhorn Lion let out a helpless roar and continued to counter with an electric light. Lin Mo saw this scene, a hint of a smile gradually appearing on his lips. In the current situation, as long as it continues, White's victory is only a matter of time. However, looking at the wound on White's back, he also knew that they didn't have much time left. White, speed up! Lin Mo reminded himself. Roar! White let out a low growl, sending one water blade after another towards the Thunderhorn Lion. Faced with such an attack, the Thunderhorn Lion could only continue to use Thunderstrike to counter. For a while, the sound of crackling in the secret realm was incessant. Sizzle! Just after White released its 30-second water blade, the crackling sound suddenly turned into a familiar cutting sound. A water blade fell unimpeded on the Thunderhorn Lion's face. However, because it was the lowest power, it only cut a small wound on the Thunderhorn Lion's face, not serious. This scene left White and the Thunderhorn Lion stunned. White was stunned because it didn't expect the water blade to hit the Thunderhorn Lion. The Thunderhorn Lion was stunned because it didn't expect the water blade's power to be so small. If it had known, it wouldn't have used Thunderstrike to block the water blade every time, but would have let its body withstand the water blade and used Thunderstrike to attack White. Of course, what it didn't know was that if it did so, the cost might be even greater. At the same time, Lin Mo's eyes lit up suddenly. The Thunderhorn Lion was exhausted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be unable to withstand White's water blades. White, maximum power. Lin Mo executed the principle of take advantage of your illness to kill you without hesitation. Swish! As soon as the words fell, a water blade shot straight towards the Thunderhorn Lion. Although the Thunderhorn Lion couldn't dodge, it didn't sit still and instead slightly moved its body to take the blow. This water blade wasn't very powerful, so it wouldn't cause much damage if taken by the body. But the next second, the Thunderhorn Lion paid a heavy price for this wrong decision. Swoosh! The water blade of maximum power cut through the Thunderhorn Lion's back without hindrance, leaving a huge wound nearly a foot long and 2 inches deep. A surge of blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Roar! The Thunderhorn Lion let out an extremely painful roar, its huge body staggering in place, almost falling to the ground. It looked at White with a look of fear and confusion. It couldn't understand how the power of that water blade suddenly became so terrifying. But what awaited it was not White's answer, but another water blade flying towards it. Plop! This time, in the midst of great pain, the Thunderhorn Lion couldn't even move its body slightly and was directly cut in the neck by the water blade. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the Thunderhorn Lion's body gradually dissipated into light spots. At the same time, the familiar light purple vortex slowly appeared. However, Lin Mo didn't even look at the vortex. He recalled White into the beast space without hesitation and decisively exited the secret realm. White's injuries had to be treated as soon as possible. Underground base. Since Lin Mo entered the 7th level, the eyes of everyone present never left the purple light spot on the big screen. However, in the perception of everyone, time seemed to have become even longer than before. So much so that they often had a feeling that Lin Mo has been in the 7th level for a long time. Therefore, Li Zhangqing would occasionally ask, "How long has Lin Mo been in the 7th level?" The staff in front will immediately respond,
it's been 2 minutes, it's been 2.5 minutes, it's been 3 minutes.
Later, because he had asked too many times, Li Zhangqing himself felt embarrassed and stopped asking. However, the eyes of the people present were still fixed on the purple light spot, waiting for any possible changes.
Suddenly, Lin Mo has exited the secret realm.
The staff's voice broke the silence of the underground base.
The people present were first stunned, then stood up in unison, almost asking in unison, did he pass?
He did. The staff said, it took 8 minutes, 31 seconds, and 26 milliseconds.
The vast underground space first fell silent, then erupted into enthusiastic cheers.
Including Mayor Li Zhangqing, the dignitaries present were all excited beyond themselves.
Passing the 7th level successfully.
It meant that Lin Mo once again created a new history with Chuaning. Perhaps in the future, Chuaning would find it difficult to reach the heights of today. But at least this one time could show that Chuaning had once been glorious and had extraordinary significance.
Mayor Li, he passed, Lin Mo really passed. Fan Linyuan shouted, his face turning red with excitement. Yes, he really passed.
Li Zhangqing was also excited and emotional. As the mayor, he naturally hoped that the examinees could achieve the best results. But to be honest, he hadn't dared to think about this result before coming here today.
Winning 2 levels of battles. And he won.
This was no longer a miracle, but a fantasy. The several principals present were also trembling with excitement and could hardly contain themselves.
He won 2 levels of battles, it's unimaginable, how did this kid do it?
Without a doubt, Lin Mo's proficiency in pet skills should have reached proficient.
F-level talent, 6 stages in 3 months, and even raised his skills to proficient. How can other examinees with higher talent levels bear it?
Yes, if compared to Lin Mo, others would probably feel inferior. I seriously doubt that the awakening array went wrong.
Indeed, such extraordinary results cannot be achieved with an F-level talent. Everyone, let's not think about it too much for now.
Li Zhangqing interrupted everyone. What level of talent it is, Lin Mo will know when he goes to Qingyuan Academy.
Our current priority is to think about what kind of reward to give Lin Mo. Upon hearing this question, all the dignitaries fell into contemplation.
In previous years, the official reward for the top scorer in Chuaning was only 2 to 3 million Huaxia coins. But for Lin Mo, who repeatedly made history with Chuaning, 2 to 3 million was clearly not enough. Therefore, Lin Mo's reward indeed needed careful consideration. After silently reciting exit in his heart, Lin Mo's vision flickered, and he quickly appeared back in the cave where he had entered the secret realm. On the cave wall, the faint purple vortex resembling a portal of time and space was still slowly rotating, indicating that the exam was not over yet. If the pet is injured, you can go to the base's medical station for free treatment. If not, wait at the base's gate. The staff next to the vortex reminded. Thank you. Lin Mo nodded and left. Passing through the gourd-shaped small valley outside the cave, Lin Mo quickly arrived at the base's medical station.
There were quite a few examinees here to treat their pets' injuries.
However, because they were prepared in advance, the medical beast tamers in this medical station were completely sufficient. As soon as Lin Mo arrived at the medical station, a staff member led him to a treatment room.
What kind of injury did the pet sustain? External, electric shock, or both? The staff in the treatment room asked directly.
External injury, Lin Mo replied.
Indeed, it's just an external injury, no electric shock? The treatment for these 2 types of injuries is different.
The staff confirmed, it's just a simple external injury, Lin Mo said.
The staff looked at Lin Mo in surprise.
Because the fierce beast in the secret realm is the thunderhorn lion, most of the pets that come here for treatment suffer from electric shock injuries, or electric shock injuries combined with external injuries. Like Lin Mo, who only suffered external injuries, it was the first time he encountered such a case.
External injuries are relatively easy to treat.
The staff handed a list to Lin Mo and said, take this list and go to treatment room No.
7. Lin Mo thanked them and quickly went to treatment room No. 7.
Inside was a female beast tamer in her late 20s, wearing a white coat. Next to her was a creature the size of a basketball, resembling a white butterfly. Name, phosphorescent butterfly. Attribute, light. Aptitude, unknown. Race level, 3rd rank intermediate. Innate skill, healing, intermediate. Growth level, early mature. Lin Mo curiously glanced at the phosphorescent butterfly. It was the first time he had seen a healing-type pet. At this moment, the female beast tamer also noticed Lin Mo and immediately greeted him. If it's for treatment, come in and place your pet on the ground. Lin Mo nodded, pretended to draw a summoning array, and summon Little White. At this moment, Little White, due to massive blood loss, had no strength to stand and collapsed as soon as it came out. The female beast tamer saw the wound on Little White's back and her expression changed. How did it get such a severe injury? This was the most serious injury she had seen today. Although treating a combination of external and electric shock injuries was more complicated, in terms of severity, it was far less than what she was facing now. Without waiting for Lin Mo's response, she ordered, "Phosphorescent butterfly, heal." With her command, the phosphorescent butterfly on the shelf next to her gently flapped its wings. A white light flew out from its wings and landed on the wound on Little White's back. The visibly open wound on Little White's back began to slowly close. This scene made Lin Mo widen his eyes slightly. If this kind of healing technique were brought to Earth, it would definitely be profitable. 2 minutes later, the white light slowly disappeared, and at this point, Little White's wound had only healed about 1/8. Without hesitation, the female beast tamer gave another command. Another white light fell on Little White's back. This process was repeated 9 times. About 20 minutes later, the wound on Little White's back was finally completely healed. The female beast tamer let out a sigh of relief and said to Lin Mo, "Although the wound has healed, the damage caused by the pet's blood loss cannot be immediately restored. If conditions allow, it's best to add some supplements to aid in recovery during the recent feeding process. If conditions do not allow, then just take it slow. But in any case, your pet should not engage in battles within the next half month to avoid aggravating the injury." "Understood, thank you." Lin Mo pretended to draw another array and sent Little White back to the beast space, then turned and left. The female beast tamer watched Lin Mo's departing figure with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Other candidates would immediately exit the secret realm after their pets were injured. However, she had observed that the blood flowing from Little White's wound had already coagulated, indicating that Lin Mo had let it continue fighting for a long time after the injury. For her, who had been away from the campus for a long time and had experienced real battles as a beast tamer, Lin Mo's actions were more in line with her preferences. Because in real battles, just because your pet is injured doesn't mean you can immediately withdraw. Sometimes, even at the risk of serious injury or even death, you must continue to fight. Therefore, while the other candidates treated this exam as just an exam, Lin Mo treated it as a real battle. There was a qualitative difference between the two. And this also indicates that Lin Mo is far ahead of other candidates in terms of mentality. Therefore, although she does not know Lin Mo, she is convinced in her heart that Lin Mo's performance will definitely not be too bad. Lin Mo did not know what the female beast tamer was thinking. After leaving the medical room, he followed the instructions of the staff and came to the entrance of the base. According to the arrangement before the exam, after the exam, everyone had to wait at the entrance, and then each school would arrange for cars to leave together. Lin Mo. Just as he arrived at the entrance, Run Yuan quickly walked towards him. "Why did you leave the secret realm so soon? Is the pet injured?" In her understanding, Lin Mo should have been the last person to come out. But according to her understanding just now, there were still more than 60 people in the secret realm at this time. "Yes, the pet is injured." Lin Mo nodded. "What a pity." Rain Yuan sighed. "If it weren't for the injury, with your strength, you could at least pass the 5th level. "The 5th level?" Lin Mo's expression was a bit strange. "Yes." Run Yuan didn't notice Lin Mo's anomaly. "I failed at the 5th level, but I think with your strength, you can definitely pass the 5th level." She never thought that Lin Mo had already passed the 5th level. It's not that she's arrogant. It's because her talent is C-level, recovery acceleration. Out of over 20,000 examinees in Schwanning, no one could have a shorter rest time than her. Now that she had just left the secret realm for more than 20 minutes, Lin Mo came out. For a beast tamer who needed at least an hour of rest, this time difference was definitely not enough to pass the 5th level. Lin Mo smiled and was about to explain. "How did these leaders come?" A voice suddenly came from the crowd. Lin Mo turned his head and saw a large group of people walking towards him. Leading them was Mayor Li Zhengqing, who was often seen in the news. The few next to Mayor Li seemed to be leaders from the Education Bureau and the principals of various schools. "The exam is not over yet. Why are these big shots coming out?" Other candidates couldn't help but whisper when they saw the adults approaching. Only Lin Mo remained calm. He could probably guess why these big shots were here. It wasn't until Li Zhengqing and the others stopped in front of Lin Mo that the surrounding whispers gradually quieted down. "Mayor Li, this is Lin Mo." Dong Yaoqing pointed at Lin Mo, his words and expression filled with undisguised pride and arrogance. This scene left the surrounding candidates bewildered. Mayor Li actually came to find Lin Mo. What did he want with Lin Mo? Some students with quick minds immediately looked at Lin Mo with shock. "Hello, Lin Mo." Li Zhengqing looked at Lin Mo with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, the surrounding candidates were even more puzzled.
Even if the mayor wanted to be more friendly in front of these students, was Li Jingqing's attitude towards Lin Mo too enthusiastic? And those students who had already guessed something completely confirmed their suspicions. Lin Mo was this year's top student. But then a problem arose. In previous years, these leaders would meet with the top student and some high-achieving students, but they would always bring those students to the leaders' offices. The situation where leaders actively came over before the exam was over, like this year, was unprecedented. They couldn't understand why this was happening. Lin Mo showed a polite smile. "Hello, Mayor Li. Do you know why I came to find you?" Li Zhangqing asked with a smile. Lin Mo nodded. "I guessed. Good lad." Li Zhangqing pointed at Lin Mo, confident enough, worthy of being the top student. Top student, top student, top student. A wave of exclamations came from the surrounding candidates. One by one, they all looked at Lin Mo with faces full of shock and envy. Top scorer. A genius-level figure that a city can only produce once a year. For them, it was an existence that was beyond reach. Moreover, the top scorer would receive a large reward. Top scorer? Ren Yuan, not far from Lin Mo, looked puzzled. Didn't Lin Mo fail to pass even the 5th level? How did he become the top scorer? And those examinees who had already anticipated this result were still pondering that question. Why did Mayor Li Zhangqing and others come to see Lin Mo in person? Mayor Li, how many levels did Lin Mo pass? Ren Yuan couldn't help but ask. The other examinees around, upon hearing this question, also looked expectantly at Li Zhangqing. They were all very curious about this question. Li Zhangqing noticed the gazes of the examinees around him and smiled. It seems like everyone wants to know. He turned to Dong Yaoqing. Principal Dong, since Lin Mo is a student of your school, why don't you announce the result? Thank you, Mayor Li. Dong Yaoqing nodded and looked at the group of examinees around him. Lin Mo successfully passed the 7th level of the secret realm. Hiss, there was an instant gasp in the audience. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Lin Mo with faces full of disbelief, as if they wanted to pop their eyeballs out. Of the over 20,000 examinees present, nearly half hadn't even passed the 1st level. The other half barely passed the 1st level. Those who passed the 2nd level were just under 300. Those who passed the 3rd level, including the 5 still in the secret realm, totaled only 9 people. As for those who passed the 4th level, so far, there was only Ren Yuan. Those who passed the 5th level, none. Those who passed the 6th level, none. But Lin Mo, unexpectedly, not only passed the 7th level with a significant lead. For them, this was like hearing a science fiction story. Ren Yuan also widened her eyes. However, compared to the shock of others, she felt a bit embarrassed in addition to being shocked. Lin Mo passed the 7th level, but she had just expressed regret that Lin Mo had not passed the 5th level. This was too embarrassing. Li Zhangqing looked at the examinees who were shocked to the extreme and then turned to Lin Mo. In the past, the city would give a reward to the top scorer, but for your reward, we discussed for a long time and finally came up with 3 options. But we have been unable to determine which specific option to choose, so we wanted to ask for your opinion. Upon hearing this, the examinees who were already shocked to the extreme were directly stunned. In previous years, the reward for the top scorer was simply money. But this year, they actually discussed 3 options and even asked for Lin Mo's opinion. Was the gap between the top scorer and the others really that big? However, when they thought of Lin Mo passing the 7th level, they were somewhat relieved. In previous years, the top scorer could at most pass the 4th level. This achievement was indeed incomparable to Lin Mo's 7th level. I wonder what the 3 options are, Lin Mo asked. Li Zhangqing glanced at Dong Yaoqing. Dong Yaoqing understood and took the initiative to say, the first option is for the city to directly give you a reward of 10 million huaxia coins. 10 million! There was another round of exclamations among the surrounding examinees. In previous years, the highest reward was only 3 million. 10 million was more than 3 times the amount. Dong Yaoqing ignored the astonishment of the crowd and continued, the second option is to give you beast resources worth 10 million, and you can decide on the type of resources yourself. The surrounding examinees didn't have much of a reaction to this. This reward was not much different from the first one. The only advantage was that if they were to buy resources with the money themselves, they might have trouble finding some resources, but if the city intervened, they could even obtain rare resources. The third option is to give you a large flat in the city center and a reward of 8 million huaxia coins. When this was said, the examinees looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of extreme envy. Although Chuaning is a small city, the housing prices are not low due to the unique wilderness environment of Lanqing, especially the houses in the city center. If encountering a beast tide, the city center is the safest place in the city. Therefore, the houses there are not something that can be bought with money.
However, Lin Mo instantly understood the intention of the city to give him a house. A large flat in the city center of Chuaning costs at least 3 million. A house plus 8 million is obviously more valuable than the 10 million value of the first two options. So, unsurprisingly, the city actually wants him to leave his roots in Chuaning in this way. Although the house is given to him, it is definitely not for him to live in, but for his parents to live in. As long as his parents are in Chuaning, no matter how far he goes in the future, Chuaning will always be his home. This can also be considered as a disguised way to retain talents.
Dong Yaoqing looked at Lin Mo. Think carefully, which one do you choose? Which one to choose?
Upon hearing this, Lin Mo had not spoken yet, and the surrounding candidates spoke first.
Choose the first one. Having the money in your own hands, you can do whatever you want. The second one is good. The city will buy resources for you, which is much more cost-effective than buying them yourself. It's possible to buy resources worth 12 million for 10 million. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense.
Obviously, the third one is the best, a house in the city center, not something anyone can buy. A group of people heatedly debated as if the reward was for them. However, soon they also realized this, and gradually quieted down, looking at Lin Mo. Ultimately, this decision had to be made by Lin Mo himself.
Lin Mo looked at Li Zhangqing.
Merely, I want to choose the third one.
On one hand, the third condition is indeed the best. His family's current house is old and dilapidated.
If he could get a large flat in the city center, it would immediately improve his parents' quality of life.
This way, he could also study at Qingyuan University more at ease.
On the other hand, Li Zhangqing presented these three conditions, clearly wanting him to choose the third one. Since the other party offered a peach, he naturally had to return a plum.
He understood this social etiquette.
Good, good, good. Li Zhangqing smiled brightly. I will have someone prepare it, and in no more than 3 days, your top scholar reward will be credited.
Thank you, Mayor Li.
Lin Mo sincerely thanked him.
No need to thank me, you earned this by your own ability.
Li Zhangqing patted Lin Mo's shoulder with a smile. All right, take a rest for a while, we won't disturb you.
With that, he quickly left with the group. The exam was not completely over yet.
They still had to go back to monitor the exam. However, although they had left, it was not quiet where Lin Mo was,
because the surrounding candidates all crowded around him. Lin Mo, what level of talent are you? Lin Mo, what is the beast in the 7th level? Lin Mo, how did you pass so many levels? Do you have any secrets?
Lin Mo, tell us about your process of passing the levels.
The candidates were asking one after another, overwhelming Lin Mo.
They were too curious about this extraordinary person who could pass the 7th level. If he answered all their questions, he probably wouldn't finish until dark. Finding a quiet place to sit down, he took out his phone and called Xia Fupo. He didn't call his parents first because the surprise was too big, and he thought it would be better to say it in person. Because if he said it over the phone, his parents would probably think he was joking.
Have you finished the exam?
The phone was quickly answered, and Lin Ruoyu's silver bell-like voice came through.
However, Lin Mo heard a hint of obvious tension in that voice.
The rich girl was worried about his performance.
Well, I just came out of the secret realm, Lin Mo said. Did you get hurt? The rich girl asked with concern. Lin Mo was touched.
What the rich girl most wanted to know at this moment was clearly his performance, but the first thing she cared about was his safety.
This silly girl always put him first. No, don't worry,
Lin Mo said with a smile.
And, I am also this year's top scorer.
Top scorer? Lin Ruoyu was surprised, but then she smiled and said, my boyfriend is amazing.
Amazing? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow.
This word could easily be misunderstood.
Of course, being the top scorer, isn't that amazing? Lin Ruoyu didn't understand Lin Mo's implication, and then asked, how many levels have you passed? The 7th level. Lin Mo didn't beat around the bush. This was what Lin Ruoyu most wanted to know, and he didn't want her to worry. The 7th level. Lin Ruoyu exclaimed, her voice almost piercing Lin Mo's eardrums, you actually passed the 7th level. Although Lin Ruoyu had always been proud of Lin Mo, she couldn't deny the fact that Lin Mo had an F-level talent. An F-level talent meant low potential, indicating that Lin Mo's achievements would be very limited.
So, Lin Mo's achievement of being the top scorer this time really exceeded her expectations. As for passing the 7th level, it was something she had never thought of before.
In her anticipation, as long as Lin Mo could get into Qingyuan, she would be satisfied.
But unexpectedly, Lin Mo gave her such a big surprise. With Lin Mo's current performance, even among the freshmen admitted this year, he could still rank high. This achievement, in a small place like Chuaning, was truly remarkable. Lin Mo rubbed his sore ears and said with a smile, I said I would become a man you can be proud of. I can't break my promise.
Lin Mo.
Lin Ruoyu's voice paused for 2 seconds. You are really good.
Lin Mo smiled and said, you think I'm good just for this? What if I become even better in the future? Then I'll.
Lin Ruoyu's voice paused, then I'll wait for you to get better. Lin Mo understood Lin Ruoyu's intention and teased her on purpose. You, Lin Ruoyu, I thought you only cared about me, but it turns out you care about my body.
Bah! Stop talking nonsense.
Lin Ruoyu's face turned red. If there's nothing important, I'll hang up. I still have training to do.
Hee, go ahead.
Lin Mo said with a smile, wait for me, I'll come find you soon.
Okay, got it.
Lin Ruoyu's voice hung up the phone cheerfully. Lin Mo smiled slightly, about to put away the phone, when another call came in. It was Xia Min, the manager of Dasha Mall.
Did you receive the news so quickly? Lin Mo muttered to himself and answered the phone. Hello, Lin Mo, I'm Xia Min.
Xia Min's voice was full of joy. Congratulations, not only did you win the title of top scorer, but you also successfully entered Qingyuan. Manager Xia is well informed, Lin Mo said. The news of him becoming the top scorer had only been announced for at most 15 minutes, yet Xia Min already knew. In this regard, our mall naturally has relevant channels. Xia Min smiled. According to our previous agreement, if you become the top scorer and enter Qingyuan, the endorsement fee is 15 million, and the silver membership card is valid for 5 years. However, after I reported your results to the company, the situation has changed a bit, so I would like to discuss it with you first.
What has changed? Lin Mo asked.
His tone was calm. He was not worried that Dasha Mall would back out. With his exam results, even if he didn't cooperate with Dasha Mall, there would be plenty of people seeking to collaborate with him. Our company wants to extend the endorsement period with you, Xia Min said.
Extend? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. Isn't the contract for the top scorer usually 1 year? Because there will be a new top scorer next year. By then, this old top scorer will naturally be forgotten by people. Normally, it is indeed 1 year. Min explained.
But because your performance this year is really outstanding, we expect that for at least the next few years, there will be no examinee in Chuaning who can outperform you, so we want to extend the contract.
Lin Mo thought for a moment and asked, how many years do you plan to extend it to?
3 years,
Xia Min said.
The endorsement fee is 20 million per year, and your silver membership card will be extended to 10 years, but the endorsement fee needs to be paid annually.
Are there any other changes in the terms? Lin Mo asked. He could understand the increase in the endorsement fee.
After all, his performance this time is not just about getting into Qingyuan. Xia Min nodded. In the previous contract, you were required to shoot 2 advertisements for our company, now it has been changed to 2 per year. In other words, within 3 years, you will have to shoot 6 advertisements for us.
Lin Mo was silent for a moment. I have no objection to the endorsement fee, but can the membership card not be extended in duration, but instead be changed to a gold membership card?
The silver membership card at Dasha Mall enjoys a 10% discount, while the gold membership card can enjoy an 8.5% discount. Compared to extending the silver card to 10 years, he thought upgrading the level would be more cost-effective. Xia Min said, only the headquarters is qualified to issue gold membership cards, so I have to go back and discuss it with the company.
Okay, Lin Mo said. Xia Min said somewhat embarrassedly, before I give you an answer, can you not agree to cooperate with other companies?
As expected, as soon as Lin Mo leaves Xialanqian base, countless companies will flock to him. This is also the reason why she was anxious to make this call. At the same time, she was also grateful that she got Lin Mo's phone number in advance, otherwise she wouldn't even have the chance to talk to him now.
Sure, Lin Mo agreed directly.
After all, the contract between him and Xia Min was locked in advance, so this small request was not unreasonable.
Okay, I will give you an answer as soon as possible.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo returned to the gate of the base. At this time, various schools had already begun to evacuate, so there was no longer the situation where a group of people rushed up to surround him.
However, Ran Yuan was still at the gate, seemingly waiting for him on purpose.
Seeing him, she immediately came up and said, Lin Mo, I'm sorry.
Lin Mo was puzzled. Why are you apologizing? Because I misunderstood you before. Ran Yuan still looked a bit embarrassed.
I thought you didn't pass the 5th level and said a lot of silly things.
It's okay, you don't have to worry about it.
Lin Mo didn't expect Ren Yuan to apologize for such a thing.
As long as you don't mind.
Ran Yuan felt relieved. Then I'll leave first, the school has already gathered. See you at Qingyuan Academy.
Lin Mo nodded. See you at Qingyuan. Mo go. As Ren Yuan left, Sun Lei ran out of the base and said, I heard you are now the top scorer? Lin Mo smiled and asked, How many levels did you pass?
I passed 3 levels, failed the 4th level.
I really didn't expect the beast in the 4th level to be so abnormal, Sunlei said with a lingering fear. He thought that with his D level, strength amplification, and the increase in combat power, passing the 4th level should not be difficult. But unexpectedly, not only did he fail, but he failed miserably. His ironclad bear, under the thunder strike of the Thunderhorn Lion, was knocked down before his combat power could be fully utilized. Not bad, at least entering Qingyuan is no problem, Lin Mo said with a smile. That's for sure.
Bringing this up, Sunlei became happy again, at least for the next few years. The two of US brothers can continue to fight side by side.
Let's go. Lin Mo put his arm around Sunlei's shoulder. We should also gather. Back to school. The candidates each went home.
They had prepared for today's exam for a long time, and now that the exam was over, regardless of the results, they could finally relax.
However, Lin Mo was left behind and was taken to the principal's office by Su Qiming. Both parties sat down. Dong Yaoqing looked at Lin Mo and said directly, I won't beat around the bush.
I called you here this time to reward you.
Lin Mo was not surprised by this.
In previous years, the school would also give some rewards to the top students. However, judging from Dong Yaoqing summoning him, this year's school rewards would probably be better than in previous years. Dong Yaoqing took out a card and placed it in front of Lin Mo. This is the reward the school is giving you, 3 million. Compared to the rewards in the city, it is definitely much less, but it is already much higher than in previous years.
I hope you understand. Lin Mo nodded, I understand.
After all, the school was the school, and its financial resources could not be compared to those of the city.
Furthermore,
Dong Yaoqing took out another card and pushed it to Lin Mo. There is 1 million in here, a little token of my personal appreciation.
Lin Mo was taken aback and quickly pushed the second card back.
Principal, I can't accept this. The rewards from the city and the school, he naturally deserved.
But what was the meaning of Dong Yaoqing's personal reward?
Don't rush to refuse, listen to me.
Dong Yaoqing looked at Lin Mo. Do you know how rare it is for a teacher, or for me as a principal, to bring out a student like you? Lin Mo was silent, he really didn't know.
Dong Yaoqing smiled. Lin Mo, not to exaggerate, being able to bring out a student like you is something that all teachers dream of but rarely achieve in their lifetime. So, your presence not only brings honor to the school but also brings us great glory.
Do you think, just for this honor, I shouldn't thank you? Well,
Lin Mo was speechless.
Don't burden yourself.
Dong Yaoqing pushed the card in front of Lin Mo again. This is just a little token of my appreciation and gratitude, without any other intentions.
Then thank you, Principal. Lin Mo accepted it.
Dong Yaoqing had said so much, it would be inappropriate to refuse again.
That's right. Dong Yaoqing smiled, this matter is settled, now let's talk about the real issue. The real issue?
Lin Mo was puzzled. Dong Yaoqing nodded, looking solemnly at Lin Mo. What I'm about to tell you is the truth about the Higher Academy of Beast Taming.
The truth?
Lin Mo was slightly surprised. This word was not a good one.
Dong Yaoqing asked however, how could there be a death quota in a university? And it's 200 every year.
Dong Yaoqing said, the higher-level Beast Taming Academy is indeed a place to teach students profound knowledge of beast taming, but at the same time, it is also a place to train soldiers for the country. You should know that this world is not safe, danger can happen anytime, anywhere, and once you enter the higher-level Beast Taming Academy, you must learn to face all of this. So, besides what you mentioned, the higher-level Beast Taming Academy also has practical combat courses.
Combat means there will be many uncontrollable factors, naturally leading to a death quota.
Dong Yaoqing looked at Lin Mo. Originally, these things should not be told to you now, to prevent you from developing fear towards the higher-level Beast Taming Academy. But I found that you are the kind of person who dares to fight, which is a good thing, but in battle, it may bring you life-threatening danger. So I want to remind you that when you arrive at the higher-level Beast Taming Academy, you can dare to fight, but you must not act impulsively or recklessly. Remember, as long as the green hills are preserved, there will be no shortage of firewood.
Being alive is the most important.
Lin Mo stood up, bowed deeply to Dong Yaoqing. I understand, thank you, Principal.
Dong Yaoqing's words were sincerely for his good. Good that you understand.
Dong Yaoqing smiled and waved his hand. All right, I've said everything I wanted to say, go home quickly. Your parents are probably waiting for you at home.
Lin Mo nodded, thanked again, and left. Back in the residential area,
Lin Mo could see from afar that a large group of people had gathered at the entrance of his unit. Among them were journalists carrying long guns and short cannons, as well as well-off businessmen. Their purpose for coming here was obvious. Lin Mo really didn't want to get involved with these people, so he made a phone call to summon Sunlei. After understanding Lin Mo's intention, Sunlei smiled and walked towards the group of people. then asked in surprise, "Why are you all gathered downstairs at my house?"
Your house? Classmate, you are Lin Mo, right? A journalist asked.
Upon hearing this, Sun Lei's face changed, and he turned and ran.
He is Lin Mo, chase him.
With the journalist's exclamation, the crowd immediately swarmed after him. After those people ran far away, Lin Mo came out from the shadows and quickly returned home. At the same time, at the entrance of the residential area, Sun Lei was cornered by a large group of people chasing after him.
Student Lin Mo, I am a reporter from Chuaning Daily. How do you feel after becoming the top scorer? Student Lin Mo, I am from Chuaning TV.
What do you think of the title of top scorer? Student Lin Mo, I am the chairman of Chuaning Mall, and I would like you to be the spokesperson for our company.
Student Lin Mo.
A large group of people, each speaking one after another, afraid of being left behind. Sun Lei, who was surrounded in the center, looked innocent. Why are you looking for Lin Mo? Why are you surrounding me? The large group of people were all stunned.
Aren't you Lin Mo? Someone asked.
Sun Lei helplessly said,
When did I ever say I am Lin Mo? If you are not Lin Mo, why are you running? If you chase me, can I not run? Then where is Lin Mo? How would I know?
The large group of people looked at each other in silence, all with speechless expressions. Then, the group of people left Sun Lei behind and returned to the bottom of Lin Mo's house.
On the 5th floor window,
Lin Mo saw the scene, shook his head helplessly, and directly closed the curtains. Lin Haifeng and Xiao Ling beside him were still a bit puzzled.
Xiao Mo, are you really the top scorer this year? Today is the day of the exam.
The two of them deliberately did not go to work and waited at home, just to know Lin Mo's results as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, before Lin Mo arrived, they were greeted by a large group of journalists and businessmen. Those people came and said Lin Mo became the champion as soon as they arrived. Then they pulled him, wanting to interview him and talk about cooperation. This made the two who had never experienced such a scene directly confused. Fortunately, the two quickly reacted and, on the grounds of trespassing, drove a large group of people out. Then the two looked at each other, completely confused.
Lin Mo is the champion? How is that possible?
It's not that they look down on their own son. It's just that the previous champions at least had D-level talent, while Lin Mo only had F-level talent. So, after those people left, the two were in a state of anxiety.
On one hand, they felt that Lin Mo couldn't possibly be the champion. On the other hand, they felt that those people outside wouldn't make a mistake.
It was simply contradictory.
Now that Lin Mo has finally returned,
they immediately couldn't wait to ask him this question.
Only by hearing the answer from Lin Mo's own mouth could their hearts truly be at ease.
Lin Mo looked at his bewildered parents and couldn't help but smile. Yes, I am this year's champion.
Really the champion?
Lin Haifeng turned to look at his wife. Our son really became the champion? Xiao Ling nodded somewhat dazedly. Our son said it himself, it shouldn't be false.
Ha ha. Champion.
My son is the champion.
Ha ha.
Lin Haifeng laughed excitedly. Xiao Ling beside him was also excited, wiping away tears.
For parents, nothing makes them happier than seeing their children succeed. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile.
It had been a long time since he had seen his parents so happy. I'll go buy some groceries. Let's celebrate today. Lin Haifeng came to his senses and was about to go out.
Buy groceries? Our son has become the champion, and you still don't want to go out for a meal?
Xiao Ling gave her husband a look. Yes, I'm so happy I'm confused. Let's go out to eat. Let's go to the most expensive Daxia shopping mall in Chuaning.
Lin Haifeng couldn't stop smiling. Just then, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. It was Xiamin calling.
It should be about the result of the gold membership card.
But I wonder, what is the result? The call connected.
Xiamin said directly, the headquarters just replied, you can have the gold membership card, but the validity period is only 5 years.
Lin Mo nodded, okay.
Although the validity period is 5 years shorter than the silver card, the discount rate is 0.5% higher. You have to know, his spending at Daxia shopping mall easily starts at millions, even tens of millions.
When you calculate this 0.5%, it's not a small number. As for after 5 years, what if he's already dead by then? What if he gets a higher level membership card by then? No one can say what the future holds.
So, what truly benefits you is what truly belongs to you.
Xiamin excitedly said, shall I bring the contract to you now, so we can sign it as soon as possible?
There are too many people wanting to sign Lin Mo now. She's worried about the night being long and having many dreams.
No need to bother.
My parents and I were just planning to go to the mall for a meal. You can wait for me there.
He hung up the phone.
Lin Mo let his parents go downstairs first, attracting the attention of those people downstairs, and then slipped out himself.
Then, the family of three met at the entrance of Daxia shopping mall.
Just as he arrived at the entrance of Daxia Shopping Mall, Lin Mo saw Xiamin pacing back and forth with a folder in her hand. When she saw him, Xiamin immediately walked up quickly and said with a smile, "Lin Mo, congratulations on becoming the champion."
"Thank you," Xiamin said. "Shall we go in and eat while we talk?" "Wait a moment, my parents are still behind," Lin Mo said.
"Sorry, I was in a hurry and forgot about this."
Xiamin apologized quickly.
Lin Mo had just told her that he was going to have a meal here with his parents.
"It's okay." Lin Mo smiled and reached out to Xiamin. "Give me the contract, I'll sign it now."
This.
Xiamin looked a bit embarrassed. "This is a big deal, signing it like this is really a bit hasty."
"Here, take it.
If this contract is not signed, your heart will definitely not settle."
Lin Mo took the contract and pen from Xiamin's hand, confirmed that the contract was fine, and signed his name.
"Thank you, Lin Mo." Xiamin breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Lin Mo said, if this contract is not signed, her heart will never be at ease. Now, she can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
"You're welcome," Lin Mo said.
Xiamin smiled and said, "Then I won't disturb you for dinner. I will arrange for your endorsement fee to be transferred immediately."
Shortly after Xiamin left, Lin Haifeng and Chao Ling arrived.
The family of three came to the luxurious restaurant on the second floor and had a harmonious meal.
During the meal, Lin Haifeng and Chao Ling would occasionally exclaim at the gorgeous dishes. Daxia Shopping Mall in Chuaning is the highest consumption level place. As working class people, they may not even come here to consume once a year. Lin Mo, on the other hand, remained calm because he had seen more in his past life. As the meal was about to end, Lin Mo took out the bank card given by Dong Yaoqing and handed it to Chao Ling. "Mom, there is 1 million in it, you keep it."
1 million.
Lin Haifeng and Chao Ling were a bit shocked. 1 million is nothing to a beast tamer, but for them as working class people, it is definitely a huge amount.
"This is the top scholar award given to me by the principal," Lin Mo explained. "Since it's your reward, you keep it. Beast tamers spend a lot of money. If we can't help you, it's fine. How can we take your money?"
Chao Ling pushed the card back directly.
"Yes, you keep it.
You will be going to Qingyuan Academy soon, and there will be many places where you need money," Lin Haifeng also said. Lin Mo pushed the card back again and smiled. "I haven't finished speaking yet.
In addition to this 1 million, the school also gave me 3 million, and the city will give me 8 million and a house. The procedures for the house should be ready in a day or two. In addition, I am now the spokesperson for Daxia Shopping Mall, and the endorsement fee is 20 million per year. So, I am not short of money now. You can rest assured to keep this money, spend it as you wish, no need to be so frugal." Lin Haifeng and Chao Ling were stunned. The previous 1 million was already a huge amount for them, but what Lin Mo just said added up to more than 30 million. This is a huge sum of money that they dare not even think about.
Lin Mo looked at their reactions and chuckled lightly.
This is why he chose to speak after the meal. If he had said it earlier, they probably wouldn't have the appetite to eat.
While the two were in a daze, Lin Mo got up to pay the bill, only to be told that Xiamin had already paid for their bill. Lin Mo didn't say anything about it, gestured for his parents to go home first, and then he went to the 5th floor of the mall alone. This floor is dedicated to selling various pet supplements. After a simple inquiry, Lin Mo spent 200,000 to buy the best blood supplement food for Xiao Bai before leaving. Early the next morning, the 20 million endorsement fee from Daxia Shopping Mall was credited to his account. Then Xiamin personally delivered the gold membership card to him.
On the third day, the 8 million from the city was also credited.
Then Li Jingqing personally led the team to deliver the keys and documents for the new house.
Along with them were various media outlets from Chuaning City.
Lin Mo didn't like this kind of occasion, but he also knew that the city would definitely want to publicize this, so he had to cooperate. On the 4th day, Lin Mo took his parents to Daxia Shopping Mall and purchased a full set of new furniture. On the 5th day, he directly moved with his parents to the new house. With the beast space, there was no need to hire a moving company, which was very convenient. On the 6th day, Sun Lei came to visit his new home and exaggeratedly exclaimed how comfortable the large flat was.
Lin Mo wanted to pay for Sun Lei's family to buy a set too.
He now has a total of
98 million on him. Buying a house is still very easy. Of course, a house like his family's new house cannot be bought even with money,
but it is still possible to buy one in the nearby neighborhood. However, Sun Lei rejected his proposal, saying he wanted to earn money and buy it himself. He even rejected Lin Mo's proposal to lend him money. Lin Mo did not insist on it. Sun Lei has his pride and persistence, so as his brother, Lin Mo must respect that. On the 7th day, Lin Mo received a notice from the school that the city would send them to Qingyuan in 3 days, so he needed to prepare in advance. On the 8th day, Lin Mo and Sun Lei went to Daxia shopping mall together to buy more pet food for Xiaobai and Xuanwu. Now that the exams are over, the benefits of the elite class naturally disappeared. So for the next period of time, they had to raise their pet beasts themselves. However, when they arrived at Daxia shopping mall, Xiamin suggested that they only buy a month's worth of pet food. The reason was that there were more varieties of pet food in Daxia shopping mall in Qiyun City, giving them more choices. Lin Mo gladly accepted this suggestion. On the 9th day, Lin Mo spent a day at home with his parents. At 8 o'clock on the 10th day, Lin Mo and Sun Lei arrived at the designated location in the city. Next, they would go to Qingyuan Academy. A whole new life awaited them there. And for Lin Mo, there was one very important thing: he would finally be able to see Lin Ruoyu. When Lin Mo and Sun Lei arrived at the designated location, they saw several acquaintances: Ran Yuan, LV Qingyan, Gong Su, Gu Haining, and Fu Qingli. There were also 4 people they didn't know. However, everyone who came here was going to Qingyuan Academy. This meant that these 4 people's talents should also be at the D level, and they had passed the 3rd test. Lin Mo, should we call you Lin Yuan now? LV Qingyang greeted him with a smile. Ran Yuan, Gong Su, and others followed suit, smiling and nodding at him. Only Fu Chunli, with a more complicated expression, congratulated him. He had always seen Lin Mo as his competitor. He had always thought that the gap between him and Lin Mo was not big. But on the eve of the exam, he learned that Lin Mo's pet beast had reached the 6th stage of infancy. At that moment, he realized that the gap between him and Lin Mo was huge. Then came the exam. He couldn't even pass the 4th test, while Lin Mo passed the 7th test. This undoubtedly told him that the difference between him and Lin Mo was not a gap, but a chasm. This really made him feel uncomfortable. However, in the past few days, he had also figured it out. If he was not as good as others, he had to admit it. Fu Qingli could afford to lose, but he couldn't afford to lose face. Thank you. Lin Mo ignored LV Qingyang's teasing and thanked Fu Chunli. Then, with the introduction of several people, he also got to know the other 4 people. These 4 people were named Pang Jianming, Xiu Zicheng, Yu Daon, and Li Yingying. As he expected, all 4 of them had D-level talents. Especially the girl Li Yingying, who awakened a healing-type beast-taming talent. This made Lin Mo pay special attention to her, because healing-type beast-taming talents were very rare. Once these beast-tamers grew up, they would immediately become highly sought after. When beast-tamers went on missions in the wild, a healing-type beast-tamer was generally included in the team. This was equivalent to a healer in an Earth-based online game. Their combat power might not be strong, but they were indispensable. So in most cases, when combat-type beast-tamers met healing-type beast-tamers, they would enthusiastically make friends. Before he and Sun Lei arrived, the others had done the same. However, Lin Mo had no intention of making friends, just politely greeted them, because he had already planned out his future growth path. He had an incredibly large beast taming space. This meant that as long as his financial ability was sufficient, he could contract many pet beasts at the same time. In other words, he can completely contract a healing type pet on his own. Although his beast taming talent does not have a bonus for the healing type, it does not affect normal healing. In this way, he can play the roles of both a warrior and a healer by himself, making him a complete beast tamer team on his own. Therefore, he does not need a healer beast tamer. Or more accurately, he does not need to deliberately flatter the healer beast tamer. After a few simple greetings, Li Zhengqing led a group of people to come quickly. Very good, everyone is here. Li Zhengqing looked at everyone, then turned to a handsome middle-aged man next to him. Teacher Wu, it's up to you next. Thank you, Mayor Li. The handsome middle-aged man turned to Lin Mo and others. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Shuwen, a teacher at Qingyuan Academy. He pointed to a middle-aged woman in protective clothing next to him and said, "This is my colleague Su Dan, you can call her Teacher Su. We are here this time mainly to take you to the academy. However, before we set off, there are 2 things to explain. First, you must fully obey my and Teacher Su's commands on the way. I believe you can do this, right?" Lin Mo and others nodded in unison. Wu Shuwen continued, "Secondly, from Chuaning to Qiyun, it takes 3 hours and there can be no stops in between, so if you have any physiological issues to resolve, you can do so now." Upon hearing this, no one moved. Well, since there are no issues, let's set off. With that, Wu Shuwen and Su Dan began to draw summoning formations together. After a while, 2 purple-brown, 5 to 6 meters high, 7 to 8 meters long, super large birds that look like white cranes appeared beside them. Name, Xingming Crane, Attribute, Wind, Aptitude, Unknown, Race Level, 4th Order Advanced, Talent Skills, Wind Control, Advanced, Sky Splitting Claw, Advanced, Growth Level, Mid-Maturity. Lin Mo noticed that there were 7 seats fixed on the backs of these 2 Qingming cranes.
Without surprise, this was the means of transportation they would be taking next. The wilderness of Blue Star is dominated by fierce beasts, so normal means of transportation are not feasible.
This includes airplanes, as there are flying beasts in the sky.
Therefore, on Blue Star, transportation can only be used within the city.
Get on, find your seats, and fasten your safety devices,
Wu Shuwen said. Lin Mo and the others immediately complied.
Lin Mo then noticed that the safety device on this seat was similar to the one on a roller coaster in his previous life, so even if the Qingming crane performed aerial stunts, they wouldn't have to worry about falling off. After all 11 people were seated, Wu Shuwen and Su Dan also jumped onto the backs of the Qingming cranes.
After a brief farewell to Li Jingqing, the two controlled the Qingming cranes to take off.
At the moment of takeoff, a strong push and bump sensation hit Lin Mo, making him feel like he was about to be thrown out. Fortunately, the safety device worked, keeping him firmly in his seat.
After takeoff, the flight became much smoother. In Lin Mo's imagination, flying on the back of such a bird should have a very strong wind blowing in his face. But in reality, there was no wind on the back of the Qingming crane, just like the feeling of flying on a plane.
Teacher Wu, why is there no wind?
LV Qingyan was the first to speak, asking Lin Mo's question.
Wu Shuwen smiled and said, because the Qingming crane's skill is wind control, it can manipulate the airflow around its body.
Hearing this, everyone looked enlightened.
Lin Mo also marveled at this skill, which was truly a natural mount.
Then he couldn't help but wonder if he should contract such a flying-type pet as well? A land mount like Xiaobai is enough.
When Xiaobai grows up, its size can reach 5 to 6 meters, more than enough as a mount. In the water, it is naturally Xuanwu.
Moreover, Xuanwu has internal space, which is simply the best choice for a mount in the water.
So, it seems that he is now lacking a flying pet. However, flying pets are not easy to find, and high-quality ones are even rarer. Therefore, this matter can only be discussed at Qingyuan later.
Then, he thought of Lin Ruoyu again.
This filled his heart with anticipation.
In another 3 hours, he would be able to see the little rich woman. Qiyun City.
As the capital of Qingyuan province, it is the political and economic center of the entire province, with a total population of over 8 million. In terms of prosperity, overall strength, and urban area, it is incomparable to the small Chuaning. At this moment, in the easternmost part of Qiyun City, in front of the gate of Qingyuan Academy, which is 30 meters high and nearly 100 meters wide, a large group of students were discussing around the notice board at the entrance. There are actually more than 6,000 new students this year, which is over 1,000 more than previous years.
Isn't that great? Don't forget, our school is really short of people now.
That's true, after all, we suffered heavy losses from that incident. Speaking of which, that incident was really strange, obviously just a...
Shut up! The school strictly prohibits private discussions about that incident.
If you continue, we will all be punished.
Ah, the first place among this year's new students actually passed the 8th test, quite impressive.
The 8th test's fierce beast is at the 9th stage of infancy. To pass this level, this Muyun court is indeed very strong.
Have you guys seen where he comes from? How could he not be powerful? Huajing.
No wonder, the capital is indeed incomparable to other places.
I think compared to the first place, this student ranked 986th, named Lin Mo, seems to be really powerful.
From Chuaning, with a pet at the 6th stage of infancy, damn.
He actually passed the 7th test. A damn, causing everyone to look over. Is this information confirmed to be correct?
Yes,
defeating an 8th stage infant with a 6th stage infant, isn't that too exaggerated?
I didn't expect that. From such a small place like Chuaning, there could be such a powerful individual. It's a pity he's in Chuaning. If this Lin Mo were born in a place like Huajing, his results probably wouldn't be much worse than the first place.
That's fate, even reincarnation requires skill. Ha! Isn't that Lin Daxioa? Why is she standing alone?
At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly noticed Lin Ruoyu standing on the other side of the gate.
Tall figure, perfect face.
Even wearing the most common training clothes and tying the most ordinary ponytail, she still couldn't hide her extraordinary beauty. Indeed, the beauty who took the top spot among the top 10 school flowers as soon as she arrived in Qingyuan, the so-called national beauty, is just like that.
Yes, just standing there, there's a unique charm. Alright, stop thinking about it. Don't forget, Lin Daxioa has rejected the pursuit of 4 school grass in a row. What's the school grass? As far as I know, 3 of the top 10 in the school's power ranking are pursuing Lin Daxioa, and the 4th ranked one has been pursuing her since the first day she arrived in Qingyuan, and now, 3 months have passed, and he hasn't even seen a smile from Lin Daxioa. Even those in the top few of the power ranking are not interested. I really don't know what kind of person Lynn Daxiawa is looking for. It's strange, Lynn Daxiawa is usually obsessed with training and indifferent to everything else. Why is she here today? She should be here to see the list of new students. What's the point of looking? Has she even glanced over here? I think Lynn Daxiawa looks like she's waiting for someone. I think so too. Lynn Daxiawa has been standing there for more than 10 minutes. Who has such a big face to make Lynn Daxiawa come early to wait? I'm curious too. Just as the crowd whispered, a young man in white clothes, 1 meter 80 tall, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with a handsome face, walked quickly towards Lin Ruoyu. Isn't this the fourth on the combat power list? It's him, Wang Hao, fourth on the combat power list, eighth on the school grass list, an absolute influential figure at Qingyuan Academy. According to school rumors, wherever Lin, the school flower of Lin, is within 100 meters, there must be Wang Hao's figure. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Have you heard another saying, in front of Lin, the school flower, everyone is equal? What does that mean? It means that whether you are an ordinary student or a double-list genius, in front of Lin, the school flower, there is no difference. That's right, I think Lin treats everyone the same way, polite, friendly, but also a little distant. The way you guys put it, I'm even more curious about who Lin, the school flower, is waiting for. I'm curious too. I must see today who it is that can make Lin, the school flower, pay so much attention. Hey, look, Wang Hao is talking to Lin, the school flower. A group of people who were whispering just a second ago suddenly quieted down and watched the two in the distance quietly. Ruoyu, are you waiting for someone? Wang Hao walked up to Lin Ruoyu with a smile on his face and stopped. Lin Ruoyu frowned slightly. Senior Wang Hao, I think I've told you many times, we're not that close, please call me by my full name. Sorry, I forgot for a moment. Wang Hao still had a smile on his face. I'll remember next time. Lin Ruoyu glanced lightly at Wang Hao. I remember you said the same thing last time. Really? Maybe I've been too busy lately, forgetting even what I've said. I'm really sorry, I promise I won't forget next time, Wang Hao said. Lin Ruoyu ignored him and turned her head to look at the sky in the distance. According to the time Lin Mo sent him a message, they should be arriving soon. Thinking that he would soon see Lin Mo, she had no interest in anything else. Ruoyu, I want to. Wang Hao wanted to speak, but before he could, Lin Ruoyu interrupted him. Wang Hao. Lin Ruoyu's voice was cold, her eyes colorless as she looked at Wang Hao. I have something very important now, and I don't want to be disturbed, understand? Okay, I won't disturb you. Wang Hao's perfect smile on his face became somewhat forced, then he slowly stepped aside. However, he didn't walk far, but watched Lin Ruoyu from a distance. Although Lin Ruoyu had always firmly rejected his pursuit, there had never been a time when she had such a cold attitude as just now. So he wanted to see what exactly the important thing Lin Ruoyu mentioned was. At the same time, the students who were watching by the notification bar were all looking at each other. The school flower Lin seems different today from usual. Yes, it's different. It might be related to the important thing she mentioned. To make Lin, the school flower, act out of character, this matter seems extraordinary. Look at the sky. That's the Azure Sky Crane. There must be new students arriving. Oh my god, did I see it wrong? Lin, the school flower, actually smiled. You're not mistaken, Lin, the school flower, really smiled. So beautiful. Hearing this, everyone no longer paid attention to the two Azure Sky Cranes getting closer, but all looked at Lin Ruoyu. Indeed, in their impression, Lin Ruoyu, who always smiled at them, was now smiling exceptionally brightly. A smile that captivates a city. Another smile that captivates a country. The so-called captivating the city and the country is just like this. What exactly is going on that can make Lin, the school flower, so happy? Are you silly? Didn't you see Lin, the school flower, staring at those two Azure Sky Cranes the whole time? It is obvious that the person Lin Da's school flower is waiting for is there. I understand. Suddenly someone looked as if they had just realized something. What do you understand? I understand why Lin Da's school flower is so happy. Don't forget, Lin Da's school flower is also a freshman this year. After 3 months apart, she sees her high school classmates again. How could she not be happy? Makes sense. I think it's not right. With Lin Da's school flower's personality, she wouldn't be so happy just to see classmates. Oh, why are you thinking so much? We'll know the situation soon. The discussions of the crowd gradually stopped as the two Qingming cranes landed. At the same time, Wang Hao on the side felt a strong sense of unease. When Lin Ruoyu smiled just now, he was truly amazed. He could be considered to have fallen in love at first sight with Lin Ruoyu. Since the day Lin Ruoyu started school, he had unintentionally seen her, and her shadow seemed to be imprinted in his heart, impossible to erase. So he immediately started a passionate pursuit.
But after 3 months of chasing, he couldn't even get a smile from her.
Not to mention such a brilliant smile just now.
He also heard the discussions of the people around him, saying that Lin Ruoyu was happy to see her high school classmates. But his intuition told him that the reality was not like that. After 3 months of chasing, he somewhat understood Lin Ruoyu. The smile on Lin Ruoyu's face just now was definitely not like a smile towards a friend. This made him uneasy and also a bit bitter and unwilling. Who on earth could make Lin Ruoyu show such an expression? With the strong wind flapping its wings, the two Qingming cranes landed steadily on the ground. Wu Shuwen and Su Dan jumped off the crane one after another. Then, Lin Mo and the others also slid down from the crane one by one. This is Qingyuan Academy. Wu Shuwen looked at Lin Mo and the others. Later, you will go to the Academic Affairs Office to report by yourselves. The Academic Affairs Office will assign you dormitories and classes based on your exam results. If you have any other questions, you can ask there. With that, Wu Shuwen and Su Dan controlled the Qingming cranes to leave. Lin Mo. Almost as soon as the two left, Lin Ruoyu's voice rang out. Then Lin Mo saw a figure running towards him, then fiercely crashing into his arms, the force of it almost making him unsteady. The beauty was in his arms, fragrant and soft. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth as he gently stroked Lin Ruoyu's back, silently expressing the long thoughts of the past 3 months. The people around, however, were completely petrified at this moment. Everyone maintained a shocked and dumbfounded expression, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. This was their expression when they saw Lin Ruoyu rushing into Lin Mo's arms. For them, the impact of this scene was no less than a tide of beasts attacking. It took a long time for someone to finally come to their senses.
Did I see it wrong? Did Lin Da's school flower hug that guy?
You didn't see it wrong. Not only did she hug him, but it was Lin Da's school flower who took the initiative.
Who said earlier that Lin Da's school flower was happy to see her high school classmates? Is this how you act when you see classmates? No wonder Lin Da's school flower didn't pay attention to the school grass and the top fighters. Turns out she already has someone. Come to think of it, Lin Da's school flower seems to have mentioned having a boyfriend, but those pursuers didn't believe it. Is it that they didn't believe it?
They just pretended not to believe. After all, if they believed her, they wouldn't be able to pursue her anymore. True, without a boyfriend, pursuing her is legitimate, but if she has a boyfriend, then it's like being a third party. But then again, this Lin Mo was able to win over Lin Da's school flower during high school, which is quite impressive. Impressive it may be, but this guy's future days might not be easy. What person in white clothes? Lin Ruoyu was startled, then she suddenly realized, you mean Wang Hao? That's just an annoying guy, don't bother with him. Lin Mo smiled, understood, love rival. Nonsense. Lin Ruoyu looked seriously at Lin Mo. There are indeed many people pursuing me in the academy, but none of them are your love rivals, do you understand? Understood. Lin Mo tightened his grip on Lin Ruoyu's hand. Only competitive opponents can be called love rivals. Those without competitiveness naturally don't even count as love rivals. Damn, is this the legendary dog food? Suddenly feeling so full, Sun Lei rubbed his stomach beside him, completely unaware of being a third wheel. Get lost. Lin Mo kicked out. Sun Lei agilely dodged, saying, Sister-in-law, you and Mo have plenty of intimate time, now introduce Qingyuan to us first. Sun Lei calling Lin Ruoyu's sister-in-law made her blush a bit. After all, she and Sun Lei were classmates in the same class before. However, she also knew that Sun Lei and Lin Mo had a great relationship, so she quite liked this address in her heart. It gave her a sense of identity and affirmation. She organized her thoughts and began to introduce Qingyuan's situation to the group. Qingyuan Academy has 2 main departments, Combat Department and Support Department. These 2 main departments are further divided into 18 sub-departments. For example, the Combat Department is divided into Strength Department, Agility Department, Speed Department, Spirit Department, Space Department, and so on. Similarly, the Support Department also has similar detailed divisions, such as the Medical Department that you all know belongs to the Support Department. When we arrive at the Academic Affairs Office, you will be assigned detailed departments based on your talents. And different departments also study different things. In short, it's specialization. All beast tame. The professional beast tamer has a hard prerequisite: the pet must enter maturity. For them, with the current pet level, which is the 4th or 5th stage of infancy, there is still a long way to go before maturity. Lin Mo was not too surprised by this result. Just like the universities on Earth, the higher-level beast taming academies in Blue Star are also 4-year programs. Most of the students who can enter Qingyuan Academy have D-level beast taming talents. These people stay in Qingyuan for 2 or 3 years. If they still cannot get their pets to mature, then that would be strange. So, these people don't need to compare themselves with those people at all. What they should really compare themselves to are the other new students of the year. So, his next goal is already very clear. It is the new student strength ranking that Lin Ruoyu just mentioned. Although he has 30 million in hand now, raising pets is very costly. So, before he runs out of money, he must find a new source of income. And this new student strength ranking is obviously a very good choice. So, he has decided to participate in this new student strength ranking. However, for the current Lin Mo, this new student strength ranking is not that easy to climb. On the way to Qingyuan today, Lin Ruoyu sent him a ranking list of this year's new students. His exam score ranked 986th. Although this ranking cannot fully represent his strength, it is not far off. In other words, he still has at least 700 places to climb before reaching the new student strength ranking. The task is very challenging, and he must work hard. Sister-in-law, what if I can't make it to the ranking? Do pets have to rely entirely on themselves for food? Sun Lei asked. Upon hearing this question, Lin Ruoyu and others looked at Lin Ruoyu. This was also a concern for them. For most ordinary families' children, just the cost of pet food alone is already a significant expense. Lin Ruoyu said, "Don't worry if you can't make it to the ranking. The school provides low-cost regular animal feed, which is about 1/3 of the market price, and most people can afford it. Also, if you need money, you can take on some tasks. The school has a task hall that regularly issues paid tasks. These tasks are not very dangerous, so as long as you work hard, it is completely possible to support yourself and your pets." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With the most basic living issues settled, they could focus on studying with peace of mind. By the way, sister-in-law, there is another question. Sun Lei asked again, "I just heard those students calling you the school flower. What's that about?" "It's just some boring list made by some bored people," Lin Ruoyu said. "Not only is there a school flower list, but also a school grass list, a rich woman list. You will gradually come to know about them, and if lost, you must report it immediately. Otherwise, any problems caused by this card will be your responsibility. Do you understand?" Lin Mo and his group all nodded in unison. "Alright, take this card and go report to your respective class advisors as soon as possible. In addition, after all the new students arrive at the school will arrange for you to take the talent test. It's best for you to not engage in battles these 2 days and maintain a good condition." "Understood, thank you, teacher." After thanking the teacher, the group of people left separately. They belonged to different departments and had to report to different teachers. Lin Ruoyu stepped forward and held Lin Mo's hand. "Which department are you in? I'll accompany you to report." "Comprehensive department," Lin Mo replied. "Comprehensive department?" Lin Ruoyu's steps suddenly halted. "How did you end up in the comprehensive department? What's wrong? Is the comprehensive department not good?" Lin Mo asked. "It's not that it's not good, it's just how should I put it?" Lin Ruoyu looked conflicted. The comprehensive department has to learn a lot of diverse things. Some people think the comprehensive department is very strong, but others feel that the comprehensive department's studies are diverse but not specialized, like a jack of all trades. Lin Mo said, "It's a mixed bag of opinions. That's just one aspect." Lin Ruoyu said, "The most important thing is that the comprehensive department is under the combat department, but in terms of combat power, it is slightly weaker than other departments. So when forming teams for missions, there is often a situation where no one wants them." Lin Mo nodded in understanding. After all, there were so many people in the combat department, naturally, they would choose stronger teammates for missions. However, he didn't care about this. His goal, one person is a team. So teammates and such were actually optional. Of course, they were needed in the early stages. But for him, it wasn't a big deal. He thought for a moment and asked, "Besides this, are there any other drawbacks to the comprehensive department?" "None," Lin Ruoyu said. "Apart from that, the comprehensive department is quite good. After all, it is the most versatile department." "Then there's no problem, let's go report." Lin Ruoyu nodded and led Lin Mo all the way to the office of the teacher in charge of the comprehensive department. The class advisor of the comprehensive department was a young man in his late 20s named Hu Yan. "Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to end up in our comprehensive department." Hu Yan looked at Lin Mo's information, with a hint of surprise on his face. Lin Mo was even more surprised. "Teacher Hu, you know me?" Hu Yan smiled. "Not only do I know you, all the teachers in the academy know you. With an F-grade talent, winning the top spot in Chuaning, and passing the 7th level of the exam with a strength of level 6, such results are hard to ignore. Some teachers even say that if you were born in a place like Huajing, you would likely be this year's top freshman." Lin Mo shook his head. "I still have a long way to go compared to others. If it's just an if. In reality, this year's top freshman, Mu Yunting, passed the 8th level of the exam in just over 7 minutes. Such strength is indeed much stronger than him now. Hu Yan smiled. Alright, your procedures are all done. The school should organize the talent test for you the day after tomorrow, and classes officially start the day after. You can freely explore the school environment these 2 days. With that, he glanced at Lin Ruoyu waiting eagerly outside the door and added, it's best not to get into disputes with anyone these 2 days. If you have any trouble, you can call me. He wrote down his phone number and handed it to Lin Mo. Thank you, Teacher Hu. Lin Mo took the note and left. He understood why Hu Yan gave such instructions. He was afraid that conflicts with Lin Ruoyu's pursuers would affect his talent test. However, he didn't actively seek trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. If those people really came to provoke him, he naturally had a way to deal with it. And what he needed to consider most now was the new student combat power ranking. So, his current top priority is still to enhance his strength. And just at this moment, Lin Mo suddenly had a change in expression, then a hint of smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Mo's mouth showed a hint of smile. Because just now, when he thought about enhancing his strength, Xuanwu in the beast space gave him a small surprise. Xuanwu's turtle contraction, intermediate, has reached the entry level. Calculating the time, from when he started learning the intermediate turtle contraction with Xuanwu until now, it has been exactly 15 days. This is exactly the same as his previous estimate. What's the matter? Why are you suddenly so happy? Lin Ruoyu asked. Lin Mo smiled and said, my pet's skill has leveled up. Then let me take you back to the dorm now. You can rest for a while, get to know your roommates, and we'll have dinner together tonight. Lin Ruoyu said understandingly. Lin Mo shook his head and said with a smile, there's no reason for you to take me back. I'll take you back, and by the way, get to know the door of your dorm. Lin Ruoyu asked subconsciously, why get to know the door? Lin Mo flicked Lin Ruoyu's chong nose, of course, it's to make it easier to find you in the future. Lin Ruoyu sweetly smiled and led Lin Mo towards the female dormitory. The male and female dormitories were not far apart. After sending her back to the female dormitory, Lin Mo was not far from the male dormitory. 20 minutes later, Lin Mo returned to his dormitory, Building 9, Unit 108. The room was spacious, a 4-person room. The overall layout was similar to university dormitories on Earth. The only difference was that each room was specially equipped with a pet room. At certain times, beast masters need to summon their pets, but it's not practical to run to the training room or outside every time they summon them. The pet room is specifically designed for summoning pets. When Lin Mo returned to the dormitory, there was no one in the room. He went to the pet room, locked the door, and summoned Xuanwu. Then, he took out the scroll of Turtle Contraction, Advanced, and tore it directly. A familiar white light appeared, slowly covering Xuanwu. After about 10 minutes, the white light disappeared. Lin Mo sensed Xuanwu's condition. Name, Xuanwu, Green Armored Turtle, Attribute, Space, Aptitude, Advanced Bronze, Race Level, First Order Low, Innate Skill, Internal Space, Super, Acquired Skills, Turtle Contraction, Advanced, Not Yet Mastered, Void Jump, Advanced, Not Yet Mastered, Growth Level, Juvenile 7th Stage. Lin Mo's mouth showed a hint of smile. The turtle contraction has finally advanced. However, this is not the end, because he still has a scroll of Turtle Contraction, Super. He looked at Xuanwu. Next, we will continue to practice turtle contraction, understand? Xuanwu nodded, understood. Lin Mo patted Xuanwu's shell and put it back into the beast space. Then, he summoned Xiaobai. Roar! Xiaobai came out and let out a low roar, then affectionately approached him, rubbing against him continuously. Lin Mo rubbed Xiaobai's fluffy head. It seems you are completely recovered. In the past half-month, following the instructions of the female doctor, he had given Xiaobai a lot of blood-enriching supplements. Now it seems that the effect is very good. Let's go train. Lin Mo put Xiaobai back into the beast space, then walked out of the pet room. Just as he came out, he saw a young man with a shaved head entering the dormitory. When the other party saw him, he also seemed surprised. Before the two could speak, the dormitory door was pushed open, and 2 more people entered one after the other. Then, the 4 of them briefly introduced themselves. Lin Mo got to know a little about these 3 roommates. Shaved head Xiaoning, from Bincheng City, Baijiang Province, with a humorous and slightly childish personality. Fatty Kong Jihao, from Anqi City, Yongchuan Province, with a somewhat introverted personality, a typical honest person. The second-generation rich Duanmu Chenyang, from Nanji City, Dongji Province, is cheerful and outgoing. Lin Mo, you are the only local here. You should treat us to dinner tonight, Duanmu Chenyang said with a smile. Sure, no problem, Lin Mo agreed with a smile. It's still early for dinner, let's talk about it later.
Xiaoning, with a bald head, looked mysteriously at his three roommates. Have you heard about the big news today? What news? Duanmu Chenyang's interest was instantly piqued. Fatty Kong Jihao also looked curiously at Xiaoning. Lin Mo felt a hint of unease. It's the news about a freshman winning the first school beauty, Xiaoning said. The school beauty who made many top students and school hunks return in defeat was won by a freshman this year. Wow! Duanmu Chenyang exclaimed in admiration. Who is this freshman, so amazing? I don't know the name, but I heard he's a handsome guy. Xiaoning said. A handsome guy? Duanmu Chenyang adjusted his hair. Am I not handsome enough? Xiaoning looked at Duanmu Chenyang and then turned to Lin Mo. I guess it must be someone like Lin Mo. Duanmu Chenyang twitched his mouth. You're just finding ways to say I'm not as handsome as Lin Mo. You really are not as handsome as Lin Mo. Honest Kong Jihao added fuel to the fire. Duanmu Chenyang clutched his chest and fell to the ground. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. With these three roommates, his university life for the next 4 years should not be boring. Seriously, Lin Mo. Xiaoning said earnestly, I think your looks can definitely make it to the school hunk list. Lin Mo asked, if I make it to the school hunk list, will the school reward me? No, only those who make it to the freshman combat power list will be rewarded, Xiaoning said. Lin Mo smiled, then what's the point of me making it? Oh my god, Lin Mo, are you asking for trouble with that statement? Duanmu Chenyang suddenly sat. Lin Mo asked, do you know how those people died? I don't know about that. Xiaoning shook his head. After this incident, the academy issued a gag order, and the number of deaths leaked out as a piece of gossip. Lin Mo didn't say anything more, planning to ask Lin Ruoyu during dinner later. Lin Ruoyu's B-level talent was also among the top at Qingyuan Academy, so she should know some information that others don't. Next, the four of them chatted about this and that, then cleaned up the dormitory, and it was time for dinner. Duanmu Chenyang smiled. Lin Mo, it's time for you to show your skills. Lin Mo nodded, no problem, but I've also made an appointment with a friend. You guys don't mind, right? Duanmu Chenyang waved his hand. It's fine, the more the merrier. Kong Jihao also said he didn't mind. Xiaoning, on the other hand, was full of gossip. What friend, male or female, is she pretty? You'll see when you meet her. Lin Mo thought of Xiaoning's previous big news and wisely didn't say much. This reaction, something's up. Xiaoning's eyes lit up as he pushed Lin Mo out. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Duanmu Chenyang next to them quickly pulled Kong Jihao along. The four of them arrived at the cafeteria. From afar, they saw a slender and beautiful figure standing there, creating a scene of its own. Male and female students passing by couldn't help but take a few more glances at that figure. However, the figure maintained a faint smile, unaffected by everyone's reactions. So beautiful. Xiaoning looked at the figure, amazed. I bet this beauty is definitely one of the campus flowers on the beauty list. Indeed, very beautiful. Kong Jihao also expressed his opinion. Duanmu Chenyang, on the other hand, looked disappointed. What a pity, such a beauty is destined to be out of our league. If you want to get to know her, take the initiative. Xiaoning goaded, you're handsome and rich, getting her phone number shouldn't be difficult. Forget it, Duanmu Chenyang shook his head, such a beauty is not someone I can pursue, I have that self-awareness. Really? Xiaoning looked at Duanmu Chenyang in surprise, even a second-generation rich like you has moments of self-doubt? Self-doubt my ass. Duanmu Chenyang glared at Xiaoning, you clearly have no experience in pursuing girls. What do you mean? Xiaoning put on a listening expression, indirectly admitting that he had never pursued a girl. Duanmu Chenyang said lightly, that girl has been standing there for a long time, everyone passing by can't help but look at her, but no one has gone up to strike up a conversation. Why do you think that is? Why? Xiaoning humbly asked. Two possibilities. Duanmu Chenyang raised two fingers. First, this girl is notoriously hard to pursue, these people all know this, so they simply dismissed the idea. Second, these people, like me, have self-awareness and know they are not up to her standards. I see, Xiaoning looked like he had learned something. So, let's just go eat obediently. Duanmu Chenyang looked towards the cafeteria. We can't pursue the beauty we want, but when it comes to food, we can choose what we want. Makes sense. Xiaoning gave a thumbs up. Duan, I didn't expect you to say something so philosophical. Kong Jihao was a bit confused. Going to the cafeteria to eat, you just pick whatever dish you want to eat. How did that become philosophical? He was about to ask. Oh my god. Xiaoning suddenly exclaimed, what's going on? Why is that girl staring straight at me? What are you thinking? Duanmu coldly chuckled, how could she? Oh my god, she seems to be staring at me. Duan, you have no shame, she's clearly looking at me. Xiaoning said as he straightened his chest, making a smiling face. You have no shame. Have you ever thought that with me here, how could anyone be interested in you?
Duanmu Qinyang also struck a pose that he considered the most handsome. Kong Jihao glanced at the figure in the distance. Then he looked at the two people bickering beside him. Finally, he looked at Lin Ma beside him and said slowly, "Why do I feel like that girl is looking at Lin Ma?" Xiaoning's proud chest instantly deflated. Duanmu Qinyang also awkwardly dropped his pose. With Lin Ma around, the possibility of that girl looking at Lin Ma was indeed higher. "Hey, am I mistaken? That girl is smiling at me." Xiaoning made a new discovery. "She's smiling at Lin Ma." Duanmu Qinyang wanted to say at me, but changed his words at the last moment. He was not as forgetful as Xiaoning. Well, most importantly, he really didn't want to be stabbed by Kong Jihao again. If this continued, he would go crazy. I'm going, that girl is coming towards us." Xiaoning nervously took 2 steps back. "Duanmu, why is she coming? What does she want? What should I do? How would I know?" Duanmu Qinyang also felt a bit flustered, and don't overthink it, maybe she just happens to be walking in our direction, just passing by. "No, I see she's coming towards us." Kong Jihao sounded very certain. Duanmu Qinyang looked at Kong Jihao with a face full of grievances. "Are you here just to torment me? She's coming, she's really coming, what should we do?" Xiaoning was nervous and at a loss. "Just chill." Duanmu Qinyang took a deep breath, put on a calm appearance, and pretended to be composed. "Actually, you don't need to be so nervous, she's here to find Lin Ma." Kong Jihao spoke the truth, because he noticed that the girl's gaze was always on Lin Ma. Xiaoning and Duanmu Qinyang's mouths twitched simultaneously, their faces a bit flushed. Then they suddenly realized, yeah, she wasn't here for them, so why be nervous? But the next moment, both of them widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and froze in place. After the figure walked over, she naturally leaned against Lin Ma's side and even held Lin Ma's hand. They were petrified for more than 10 seconds. Xiaoning and Duanmu Qinyang finally came to their senses, then both looked at Lin Ma with an inquisitive gaze. Lin Ma smiled. "Let me introduce my girlfriend, Lin Ruoyu." "Girlfriend?" Duanmu Qinyang felt a burning sensation on his face. He had just said he wasn't worthy of such a girl, and now she had become Lin Ma's girlfriend in the blink of an eye. It made him feel like he had slapped himself. Xiaoning was shocked and looked at Lin Ma in disbelief. "Lin Ruoyu? Is it the top beauty Lin Ruoyu?" Lin Ma nodded. "If there isn't another Lin Ruoyu at Qingyuan Academy, then it should be her." Xiaoning. "What do you mean if there isn't another Lin Ruoyu, then it's her?" "Bro, your words are a bit inappropriate." "So, the big news about the freshman winning the campus bell, the male lead is you?" Duanmu Qinyang also realized. Let's go eat first." Lin Ma rubbed his nose, took Lin Ruoyu's hand, and headed straight to the cafeteria. In place, Xiaoning and Duanmu Qinyang looked at each other with complex expressions. Especially when they thought about their debate on who Lin Ruoyu was looking at, they almost wanted to dig a hole and hide. "Lin Ma, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose," Xiaoning said fiercely. "Yeah, this guy clearly wants to see us embarrassed." Duanmu Qinyang gritted his teeth. Kong Jihao looked at the two. "Even if Lin Ma had told you in advance that his girlfriend is the campus belle, you wouldn't have believed it, right?" Xiaoning. Duanmu Qinyang. "Bro, are you here just to stir up trouble?" But they had to admit that Kong Jihao was telling the truth. Before Lin Ruoyu took the initiative to hold Lin Mo's hand, they would never believe that Lin Ruoyu would actually be Lin Mo's girlfriend. "So, are we still going to have this meal?" Kong Jihao looked at the two not speaking and asked again. "Yes, we must eat." Xiaoning gritted her teeth. "And we must eat heartily." "Right, Lin Mo made us so embarrassed. If we don't teach him a lesson, I would be letting myself down." Duanyu Qinyang also chimed in. With that said, the two rushed towards the cafeteria together. Seeing this, Kong Jihao silently followed suit. After a highly anticipated dinner, Xiaoning and the others left as if fleeing, swearing never to have a meal with Lin Mo in the presence of Lin Ruoyu in the future. The feeling of being watched all the time was just too uncomfortable. It was as if their every move was magnified countless times. They didn't even know how to pick up the dishes. The food tasted good, but to them, it was like chewing wax. Just sitting there gave them a feeling of sitting on pins and needles. This made them admire Lin Mo immensely. Being constantly watched by others, Lin Mo could act as if he didn't care at all, as if those around him didn't exist. They had to admit that it made sense for Lin Mo to be the boyfriend of the school's beauty. "Where are we going now?" After the three left, Lin Ruoyu asked. "Let's just stroll around. I have something to ask you," Lin Mo said. Lin Ruoyu nodded and led Lin Mo to a man-made lake on the campus. The name of the lake was simple, just called Qingyuan Lake, with a large area and a small island in the middle. The island was connected to the mainland by winding corridors, various fish swimming in the lake, and the evening breeze blowing, very pleasant.
After walking on the corridor, Lin Ruoyu asked, "Are you going to ask about that matter?" Lin Mo nodded. "If it's not too difficult, tell me. If the school has reservations, then don't 59116 8 8 323 5 10 30 60 7825. This period is slightly longer than 6th to 7th period, but it is normal. After all, the higher the level of the pet, the slower the upgrade speed. Compared to other beast tamers in Schwanning, this growth rate is already very fast. However, this is only compared to the beast tamers in Schwanning. Compared to beast tamers from other big cities, his growth rate is not much of an advantage. For example, his 3 roommates, Xiao Ning and Kong Jihao's pets are at the 5th stage of infancy. Duanmu Chenyang's pet is at the 6th stage of infancy. They are almost the same as him. This is also the reason why he and Lin Ruoyu agreed to go to Daxia Mall tomorrow. He wants to see if there are any other things in the mall here besides pet food that can accelerate the growth of pets. He has rapid growth, so theoretically the growth rate of his pet should be faster than others. But due to geographical restrictions, his speed can only keep up with others, or even worse than many others. So, he must quickly make up for this gap. At the same time, this is also the preparation he made to challenge the new student list next. But counting the days, Xiaobai should be upgrading soon too, Lin Mo calculated in his heart. Starting from the upgrade from the 3rd to the 4th stage of infancy, Xiaobai's upgrade progress has been basically synchronized with Xuanwu. Now that Xuanwu has upgraded, Xiaobai is not far behind. And it seems that things come when you think about them. Just as this thought had just crossed his mind, Xiaobai, who was training in the beast taming space, upgraded. With a thought, he put Xuanwu into the beast taming space and summoned Xiaobai out. Name, White Tiger, Phantom Tiger. Attribute, Water. Aptitude, Mid-level Gold. Race level, 5th order advanced. Talent skills, Concealment, advanced, entry-level, Waterblade, advanced, proficient. Growth level, 7th stage of infancy. With this size, it seems like you can already be a mount. Lin Mo looked at the slightly larger Xiaobai, with a clear smile on his face. Xiaobai at the 7th stage of infancy has a body length of 2 meters, and a waist height close to 1 meter. Coupled with Lin Mo's proper feeding, its fur is very smooth and shiny, looking exceptionally beautiful and majestic. Riding such a mount out would definitely be cool. However, Lin Mo was just thinking about it. At this stage, they don't need to use mounts temporarily. The next day, after having breakfast with Lin Ruoyu, the two headed straight to Daxia Mall. There are a total of 3 Daxia malls in Qiyun City, located in the east, middle, and west directions of the city. The two went to the one in the east because it was closest to Qingyuan Academy. It's really the capital city. Looking at the Daxia Mall in front of him, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. Chuaning's Daxia Mall is just an 18-story building, but the one in front of him has a full 42 floors. Just this alone can already explain many things. Let's buy an information bracelet first. Lin Ruoyu took Lin Mo straight to the 2nd floor of the mall, obviously very familiar with the place. Lin Mo was not surprised by this. With Lin Ruoyu's background, it would be strange if she wasn't familiar with this place. As for the information bracelet mentioned by Lin Ruoyu, he also knew about it. Its appearance is similar to Earth's smart bracelet, but its main function is only one: to identify information about ferocious beasts. As long as the scanning port is aimed at a ferocious beast, the bracelet can automatically identify relevant information about the ferocious beast, including the beast's name, attribute, growth level, and aptitude that is difficult to identify with the naked eye. This thing can be said to be a must-have artifact for every beast tamer. Chuaning also sells them, but during high school, the school strictly prohibited their use. Because as beast tamers, they must firmly grasp information about some common ferocious beasts. Using the bracelet too early can lead to dependence, which is not conducive to information retention. Moreover, the bracelet is after all a tool. In case of malfunction or damage, and they have not memorized the information about the ferocious beasts, they would be at a loss when facing the ferocious beasts. However, after arriving at the Advanced Beastmaster Academy, there is no such restriction. On the one hand, the information they need to remember, they have already remembered it pretty well during high school. On the other hand, they are about to face real combat, and having an information bracelet will indeed be very convenient during battles. So, buying a bracelet is indeed necessary. They arrived at the 2nd floor. The receptionist guarding the staircase saw the two people and a look of amazement appeared in her eyes. What a handsome couple! In their line of work, they meet countless people every day, but handsome men and beautiful women of the caliber of Lin Mo and Lin Ruoyu are truly rare. It is even more rare to see such a handsome man and beautiful woman of this caliber together. The receptionist was stunned for a moment before reacting, then quickly went up to them and said, "May I help you with something?" "Information bracelet," Lin Mo spoke. After going upstairs, Lin Ruoyu followed him like a little bird by his side, looking like he was the head of the family. Lin Mo was not domineering and did not care about these things, but he had to admit that having such an intimate girlfriend as Lin Ruoyu was truly a great blessing in life. "Alright," the receptionist smiled and said, "We have 3 versions of bracelets here, standard, enhanced, and flagship. Would you like me to introduce them to you in detail?" "Yes," Lin Mo nodded. The receptionist said, "The biggest difference between the 3 is the number of beasts they can recognize. The standard version can recognize 20,000 types of beasts, the enhanced version can recognize 30,000 types, and the flagship version can recognize 50,000 types. In addition, the standard version only has the functions of recognizing beasts and an electronic watch. The enhanced version also includes a compass and positioning function. When the positioning function is activated, the user's location can be tracked in real time. The flagship version, on top of the previous 2, also has an emergency alarm function. The bracelet can sense the user's condition, and once it detects that the user is unconscious or in major danger, it will automatically send an alarm signal to the emergency contact. There are also differences in the materials used for the 3 versions. In simple terms, the higher the version, the more comfortable it is to wear, and the stronger its resistance to impact, making it less likely to be damaged. Lin Mo asked directly, "How much is the flagship version?" In fact, in terms of the number of beasts they can recognize, the standard version is already sufficient. Many beastmasters may not even encounter 20,000 types of beasts in their lifetime. However, the emergency alarm feature of the flagship version is indeed a very practical and important function. So, he directly gave up on the other 2 versions. The original price of the flagship version is 120,000, but currently, our store has a special offer for new students. It's only 108,000. The receptionist looked at the 2 and smiled. "In addition, we also have a couples design specifically for couples. The total price for a pair is 198,000. Lin Mo looked at Lin Ruoyu. "How about we get a pair of couples design? But what about the bracelet I already have?" Lin Ruoyu raised her wrist with a bit of distress, showing a white bracelet. She actually wanted to wear a couple's bracelet with Lin Mo, but she also knew that Lin Mo would definitely not let her pay for this bracelet. So, she didn't want Lin Mo to spend too much. The receptionist looked at the bracelet. "Is this bracelet purchased from our store?" Lin Ruoyu nodded. "Then there's no problem," the receptionist smiled. "All the bracelets sold in our store come with a trade-in service. You can use your current bracelet to exchange for a couple's design, just pay the price difference." Lin Ruoyu looked at Lin Mo. "Is it okay?" Lin Mo smiled. "You're helping me save money, why wouldn't it be okay?" He looked at the receptionist. "Then we'll take a pair of couple's design, and also a single men's bracelet." The single one was for Sun Lei. With that, he took out a golden card and handed it over. "All right." The receptionist brought out a calculator and quickly calculated the prices. The price difference for the exchange is 138,000. The single person payment is 108,000, totaling 246,000. "You are a gold member of our mall, so you can enjoy an additional 15% discount on this basis, so the actual price is 209,000. Lin Mo nodded and paid directly. Lin Ruoyu looked at Lin Mo with some surprise. "When did you become a gold member of Dasha Mall?" To become a gold member of Dasha Mall, one must spend over 100 million in a single day at Dasha Mall to qualify. Lin Mo obviously did not meet this requirement. Lin Mo smiled. "It's one of the benefits of being a spokesperson, with a term of only 5 years. Lin Ruoyu nodded. She knew about Lin Mo becoming a spokesperson for Chuaning Dasha Mall. Then, the 2 arrived at the 4th floor specializing in pet food. Lin Mo inquired about the pet food for the phantom tiger and the green armored turtle. The results were the same as in Chuaning. The best pet food for the phantom tiger could accelerate by 1.4 times, while the green armored turtle could accelerate by 2 times. Considering that after making it to the newborn list, the academy would provide the best pet food for free, he only bought a 3-month supply for the green armored turtle. As for Xiaobai, he still had a month's supply on hand, which should be enough for him to make it to the list. The current Xiaobai has reached the 7th stage of the juvenile stage. He is confident that he can make it to the newborn list within a month. However, although there is no faster-acting pet food, the price of pet food here is indeed much cheaper than in Chuaning. The 3-month supply of pet food for the green armored turtle would cost around 145,000 in Chuaning, while here, it only costs just over 110,000. With his gold membership card, he only needs a little over 90,000. He saved nearly 50,000 compared to when he was in Chuaning. "Alright, it's time to get down to business now. After sorting out the pet food, Lin Mo looked at Lin Ruoyu. You should know other ways to accelerate the growth of pet beasts, right? Lin Ruoyu nodded and said, in addition to the accelerated growth pet food, there are 2 other ways to speed up the growth of pet beasts in Qiyun. The first is to go to the Spirit Beast Tower, where the formations inside can accelerate the growth of pet beasts. The second is the Feeding Spirit Pill, a pill specifically developed to accelerate the growth of pet beasts. But these 2 methods have their pros and cons. The advantage of the Spirit Beast Tower is that the effect is stable, but the downside is that each time you enter, you have to stay inside for at least half a month, which requires a lot of time. The advantage of the Feeding Spirit Pill is that it is convenient, as you only need to give the pet beast 1 pill every 10 days, but the downside is that the effect is not stable, and the specific effect varies depending on the pet beast. Lin Mo asked, do these 2 methods have specific data on their acceleration effects? Lin Ruoyu nodded. The Spirit Beast Tower has 3 formations. The primary formation can accelerate by 0.5 times, the intermediate formation by 1 time, and the advanced formation by 1.5 times. As for the acceleration effect of the Feeding Spirit Pill, it generally fluctuates between 0.3 times and 1.5 times. The specific effect can only be known after taking it. There is also the issue of price. Lin Ruoyu continued, the 3 formations of the Spirit Beast Tower, the primary one costs 10,000 per day, the intermediate one costs 20,000 per day, and the advanced one costs 30,000 per day. Under normal circumstances, a pet beast must enter the Spirit Beast Tower at least 4 times within 6 months to be effective. In other words, a pet beast needs to stay in the tower for at least 60 days every 6 months, with costs varying depending on the formation level, which are 600,000, 2 million, and 8 million per half year. As for the Feeding Spirit Pill, the price is 50,000 per pill, usually sold in batches of 20, totaling around 1 million every 6 months. As for which method to use, it depends on personal preference and wisdom, it's up to you to choose. Lin Mo nodded. These 2 methods are indeed difficult choices for most beast tamers. The Spirit Beast Tower has a stable effect, but the better the effect, the higher the price. The most expensive half year is 1.8 million, which is not a small number for the vast majority of beast tamers. The effect of the Feed Spirit Pill is unstable, but there is a possibility of small gains. If you are lucky, you can even achieve the effect of 1.8 million in the Spirit Beast Tower with 1 million. Of course, if you are unlucky, that 1 million may not even be as good as the effect of 600,000 in the Spirit Beast Tower. However, for him, there is no choice. Because of his god-level beast taming space, which has the attribute of rapid growth. He doesn't know the principle of the formation in the Spirit Beast Tower, but he thinks it should be similar to his rapid growth. So, the Spirit Beast Tower can be directly passed, leaving his own rapid growth unused, and then spending money to rapidly grow in the Spirit Beast Tower. He is not stupid. In this way, he actually only has the choice of Feed Spirit Pill. Immediately, under Lin Ruoyu's lead, he came to the 5th floor of the mall and bought 80 Feed Spirit Pills. 20 for Xuanwu, 20 for Xiaobai, 20 for Sun Lei's Iron Claw Bear, and 20 for Lin Ruoyu. At first, Lin Ruoyu refused to accept them no matter what, saying she had this medicine. But Lin Mo still forced her to accept them. Lin Ruoyu has her own, this time it's his gift. The nature is different. 80 Feed Spirit Pills cost a total of 4 million, after the discount of the gold membership card, the actual payment is 4 million. This discount intensity made Lin Ruoyu somewhat speechless. Your gold membership card really saves money when buying things. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. That's why he wanted to exchange his silver membership card for a gold membership card in the first place. Both cost 4 million, the discounted price of the silver membership card is 6 million, while the discounted price of the gold membership card is 4 million. He saved 200,000 in one go. And this is just a transaction of 4 million. If the transaction amount is larger, he will naturally save more. Compared to the distant 10-year term of the silver membership card, the visible and tangible benefits in front of him are obviously more cost-effective. Then, the two of them had a romantic lunch at the Dasha Mall before returning home. Lin Mo originally wanted to accompany Lin Ruoyu for a walk, but Lin Ruoyu rejected his idea directly, citing I have to rest well today because I have a talent test tomorrow. Back at the academy. After sending Lin Ruoyu back to the dormitory, Lin Mo went directly to Sun Lei and handed over the bracelet and pills he bought. Mo gu, you. Sun Lei looked at Lin Mo moved, not knowing what to say. From the awakening of their talents until now, Lin Mo has helped him too much. Alright, it's unnecessary to thank me, just train well. Lin Mo patted Sun Lei on the shoulder and left directly. Sun Lei looked at Lin Mo's back,
a hint of determination slowly appearing in his eyes. Lin Mo's kindness to him, when he has the opportunity in the future, he must repay it tenfold, 100-fold. Back in the dormitory, Lin Mo went straight to the pet room and fed Xiaobai and Xuanwu a feed spirit pill each. He had asked Lin Ruoyu before. The acceleration effect of this feed spirit pill is calculated by addition with the pet's original growth rate. For example, Xiaobai. It is currently eating pet food that accelerates growth by 1.4 times, so its growth rate is 1.4 times the normal rate. If the acceleration effect of the feed spirit pill can reach 0.5 times, then Xiaobai's growth rate would be 1.4 times plus 0.5 times, equaling 1.9 times. So, after taking the pill, how much the growth rate of Xiaobai and Xuanwu can be increased depends on the effect of this feed spirit pill. The next day, the day of the talent test. In the classroom of the comprehensive department, all 52 students of Class 1 were present. This was the first time Lin Mo had seen other classmates besides his 3 roommates. 52 people, 36 boys and 16 girls, somewhat implying a dominance of males over females. More wolves and fewer sheep. It looks like I have to act quickly. Duan Yu Chenyang looked at the girls around him and muttered softly to himself. What do you mean? Do you want to find a girlfriend in the class? Xiao Ning asked. Don't you want to? Dumu countered. It's not easy to get into a prestigious university. If we don't talk about love, wouldn't it be a waste of years of hard work? Xiao Ning shook his bald head. I don't want to at all. Why? Dumu Chenyang was very curious. He found it incredible that boys of their age didn't want to date. Of course, it's because dating would affect my cultivation. Xiao Ning looked serious. Do you know why I shaved my head? Why? Dumu Chenyang suddenly felt that Xiao Ning seemed like a boy with a story. Xiao Ning looked troubled, because if I didn't shave my head, there would be too many girls chasing after me. Those days of being constantly bothered by people are really annoying. I've had enough. Xiao Ning. Kong Jihao suddenly interrupted Xiao Ning. I carefully observed just now and confirmed that your bald head isn't shaved. You're actually balding early. Xiao Ning. Ha ha. The old man with white hair stood at the front of the classroom. Let me introduce myself. I am Luo Changfeng, the director of the Academic Affairs Office. You can call me Director Luo. The talent test is very simple. You just need to let your thoughts enter the beast space, and you don't need to do anything else, so don't be nervous or feel pressured. After he finished speaking, the portable movable array was set up. The circular array had a diameter of 2 meters. Compared to the awakening array with a diameter of 10 meters, it looked somewhat crude. Luo Changfeng looked at Hu Yin and said, Who's first? You can start. Lin Mo stood up in the center of the array without waiting for Hu Yin to speak. Let your consciousness enter the beast space, Luo Changfeng said. Lin Mo followed his instructions. The next moment, he appeared in the beast space. Lively islands, towering mountains piercing the clouds, slowly flowing white clouds, continuously surging deep blue sea. Like a fairyland on earth, a beautiful and comfortable environment that made people feel relaxed. Except for Xiaobai and Xianwu who were training hard. Everything here was no different from when it was first opened. But just as Lin Mo was immersed in the beautiful scenery, a change suddenly occurred in the sky. The originally drifting white clouds quickly gathered together to form the shape of a giant dragon. It was a dragon of indescribable size. It coiled around the central mountain on the island, its body disappearing into the sky along with the mountain, making it impossible for Lin Mo, the master of the beast space, to see its full appearance. Only a huge dragon head comparable to a mountain peak slowly descended from the sky, as if looking in the direction of Lin Mo's thoughts. When Lin Mo saw the dragon head, he was shocked as never before. Because on that dragon head was a human face. A human-faced snake-bodied dragon, 1,000 miles long. This giant dragon is the Candle Dragon. Lin Mo was shocked to the core. When he awakened his talent, he only visualized the Candle Dragon to increase his talent level. He never thought that the Candle Dragon would appear in his beast space. It is said that when Mount Buzhou was about to collapse, the Candle Dragon appeared, coiling around the mountain peak, ultimately saving Mount Buzhou. If this giant dragon is the Candle Dragon, then the mountain on the island is Mount Buzhou? This thought startled Lin Mo himself. The Candle Dragon and Mount Buzhou unexpectedly appeared in his beast space. What kind of place was his beast space? However, the next moment, Lin Mo dismissed this thought. No, it's impossible for the Candle Dragon and Mount Buzhou to be here. I must have thought of Mount Buzhou when visualizing the Candle Dragon, so that's why this scene with features of the Candle Dragon and Mount Buzhou appeared here. Yes, that's it. Lin Mo found it hard to believe that what he was seeing was the real Candle Dragon and Mount Buzhou. On one hand, the Candle Dragon only existed in myths and legends, while the world he was in now was a living reality.
On the other hand, even in myths and legends, the candle dragon was at the very top level. How could it be content to stay in the beast space of an ordinary person like him? However, if it really was the candle dragon, then his beast space's attributes such as rapid growth, aptitude improvement, and instant summoning would all make sense. With the terrifying power of the candle dragon, it wouldn't be too simple for the beast space to have these attributes. Also, his beast space had growth potential. As his beast level increased, not only would the existing attributes continue to strengthen, but new attributes would also appear one after another. For the candle dragon, this was not difficult either. So, was the white cloud giant dragon in front of him really the candle dragon? Lin Mo himself was a bit confused. However, he didn't have time to think further, because at that moment, another change occurred. In front of him, the white dragon made up of white clouds seemed to be stimulated and suddenly, in an instant, turned into a completely red color. It was truly just a moment. The body, so huge that Lin Mo couldn't see it in its entirety, turned completely blood red. Human face, snake body, body length of 1,000 miles, completely red. This is becoming more and more in line with the description of the candle dragon. Lin Mo was completely dumbfounded. However, at this moment, he couldn't afford to think too much. Because he suddenly realized why the white cloud dragon turned red. It was stimulated by the testing array. Without surprise, when he awakened his beast taming talent initially, it was because of such a situation that caused the red light to appear on his body. So, when he realized this point, his mind immediately shouted towards the white cloud dragon, "Don't change color, quickly turn back." However, the only response he received was a dragon's roar. Roar, the majestic and awe-inspiring dragon's roar resounded throughout the beast taming space. Upon hearing this sound, Little White and Xuanwu, who were in training, instantly softened and lay on the ground, unable to stand up. It wasn't that they were weak, but in that dragon's roar, there was a kind of pressure that made even their souls tremble. Faced with such pressure, they had no resistance at all. Lin Mo didn't feel that kind of pressure, but he understood the meaning of that dragon's roar. His Majesty does not tolerate provocation. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Your Majesty is preserved, but my talent level is going to be miserable. Not knowing if this statement had any effect, after he said this, the red color on the dragon's body began to slowly fade away. At the same time, the light on Lin Mo's body within the 2-meter diameter testing array also slowly descended. His talent test was over. Talent test is over, Luo Qingfeng's voice rang out. Lin Mo's mind immediately retreated from the beast taming space and then looked at Luo Qingfeng. Although the white cloud dragon had shed its red color at the last moment, he wasn't sure if it had any impact on the test. However, upon seeing Luo Qingfeng's expression, Lin Mo was slightly stunned. Because Luo Qingfeng's expression at this moment was very strange, as if he were some kind of monster. Then he looked at the class advisor Hu Yan and found that Hu Yan's expression was the same as Luo Qingfeng's, and the other students in the class also had similar expressions to the two. This left Lin Mo somewhat confused. He was just taking a talent test, why were they all treating him like a monster? In the end, he looked at Luo Qingfeng, Director Luo, is there any problem with my talent level? Luo Qingfeng looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression, then sighed somewhat regretfully, no problem, your talent level is F. With that, he looked at Hu Yan, Teacher Hu, do you have any objections to this result? No, Lin Mo's talent is indeed at the F level. Hu Yan also looked somewhat regretful as he gazed at Lin Mo, go back to your seat. Lin Mo nodded and returned to his seat. He was slightly helpless with the result of being at the F level. After all, if the talent level was higher, one could enjoy more special treatment. For example, Sun Lei and LV Qingyang. According to the normal admission criteria, they wouldn't have been able to enter Qingyuan Academy. This year, due to the increase in enrollment, the admission criteria for Qingyuan Academy were lower than in previous years. But even so, among the over 6,000 new students, the last one in the rankings had reached the 5th stage of the beast taming, and even successfully passed the 4th round of the enrollment exam. This strength was much stronger than that of Sun Lei and LV Qingyang. But Sun Lei and LV Qingyang still came to Qingyuan. Why? Because their talents were at the D level. And talent level represents a person's potential. A candidate with an E-level talent born in Huajing might perform better in the enrollment exam than a candidate with a D-level talent born in Chuaning. Because the external resources that both can enjoy are different. But if both are placed in the same environment, the upper limit that the examinee with D-level talent can reach will definitely be higher. So, Sun Lei and LV Qingyang, they actually belong to special admissions. Special admission students do not participate in the ranking of new students, so only students at the 5th stage of juvenile life will be ranked last. And special admissions is the special treatment brought by high talent level. This kind of special treatment is more obvious in students with higher talent levels. For example, Lin Ruoyu's special treatment, Lin Mo can list a bunch without much thought. Special training grounds, individual tutoring teachers, exclusive single dormitories, additional resource supply, and so on. Lin Mo's helplessness lies in the fact that he clearly qualifies for special treatment but always sighs because of this F. However, despite the helplessness, he is actually mentally prepared for the result of F level, so he can accept it calmly. What he is more curious about now is, he turned to Xiaoning beside him. Why were you all looking at me with such strange eyes just now? Xiaoning heard this question and was suddenly surprised. Don't you know? Know what? Lin Mo became even more curious. It's about the scene you just showed during the test. It's simply unbelievable, Xiaoning said with an exaggerated expression. Lin Mo helplessly glanced at him and turned to Duanmu Chenyang. Duanmu, you tell me, what exactly happened just now? Xiaoning talks too much nonsense, he can't get to the point for a long time. When you were testing just now, your body first lit up with red light, then orange, then yellow, then green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, gold, each color lit up one by one. Do you know? When we saw those color changes, we were all stunned. This kind of situation, we've never heard of it before. He couldn't be sure whether the dragon's final act of fading away the red color was because of his words or because the test had ended. Because the end of the test and the dragon's fading of red almost happened at the same time. If it was because of his words, then if he tested again, the result would naturally be a happy one for everyone. But if it was because the test had ended, then testing again would be useless, and the result would not change. The most important thing was to look at the dragon's reaction. The dragon really disliked the feeling during the test. It would consider it a provocation. The test had just ended, and if he immediately provoked again, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. So, he planned to wait for some time before retesting. At least before the test, he could communicate with the dragon first and discuss it. If they could agree and prevent the dragon from turning red during the test, then the result of the test would naturally be without suspense. Thinking of this, Lin Mo lay directly on the table and then his mind entered the beast space. He just wanted to chat with the dragon now. It was not just about the test. He only found out today that the white clouds floating in his beast space could actually gather into a dragon. At this moment, he had too many questions in his mind. When Lin Mo first entered the beast space, he felt that the flowing white clouds were like a dragon entwined around a mountain peak. But he didn't expect that those white clouds could actually gather into a dragon. After all, compared to the fog-covered small room of other beast tamers, his beast space was already quite extravagant. If he had more dragons than others, would the others still survive? So, when that white cloud dragon appeared, he was truly shocked beyond measure. It's just that he didn't have time to think about it at that time. Now that he had calmed down, many questions arose in his mind. What exactly was this white cloud dragon? Why did it appear in his beast space? Were his beast space's attributes related to it? Also, why was his beast space different from others? Was it because he visualized the candle dragon? Or was it because his beast space was not just a simple beast space? Lin Mo was eager to figure out all these questions. However, when he entered the beast space again with his mind, he found that the dragon had already dissipated and turned back into white clouds drifting in the sky. Lin Mo was dumbfounded because he didn't know how to make those white clouds gather into a dragon. It made him feel like I've taken off my pants, and you're showing me this. After a moment of daze, Lin Mo thought of the most direct way. His mind looked at the white clouds in the sky and shouted directly, "Dragon, come out." As the owner of the beast space, Lin Mo's mind could spread throughout the entire beast space in an instant. However, after his voice fell, the white clouds in the sky showed no reaction. White cloud dragon, gather. Lin Mo changed his lines. However, the white clouds in the sky remained motionless. Do I have to provoke in order to make the white cloud dragon appear? Lin Mo's thoughts turned. He had been thinking about discussing the test with the dragon before. Now it seemed that he had oversimplified things. The premise of the discussion was that he could summon the dragon. Thinking of this, Lin Mo locked onto the white clouds in the sky with his mind and shouted, "White cloud dragon, get the hell out." The sound waves rolled and instantly spread throughout the entire beast space. The white clouds in the sky also showed a slight tremor due to the rolling sound waves, but there was no sign of them gathering into a dragon. This won't work. Do I have to provoke using the test array? Lin Mo looked helpless. This was the method he least wanted to use, but it was the only method he could think of now. However, he wouldn't use the Academy's test array. He planned to wait until the test was over and then go to the paid magic array at the Beast Tamer Association to give it a try. The privacy there was much better than at the Academy, and he would find it more convenient to do whatever he wanted to do. 20 minutes later, the first class of the comprehensive department completed all the tests.
There were 52 students in the class, none with talents at level B or above, 12 with level C talents, 33 with level D talents, 6 with level E talents, and 1 with level F talent. This result was similar to what Lin Mo had expected. Most of the students who could enter Qingyuan Academy had level D talents, with very few below that level. As for someone like him with an F-level talent, he was definitely an exception.
I have two things to announce next.
After Luo Changfeng and the other two left, Hu Yan walked to the front of the classroom and said, "First, classes will officially start tomorrow. In order to give you a direct understanding of life at a higher level Beast Tamer Academy, your first class will be a 3-day practical training arranged by the Academy."
Practical training?
When the students heard this, they became excited. For these novice beast tamers, practical training was more interesting than boring exercises and could arouse their interest.
I want to remind you.
Hu Yan's tone was serious. This practical training will be completely different from what you have experienced before. This time, you will experience real combat. In this training, unless you are in a life-threatening situation, the Academy's teachers will not intervene. In other words, you may get injured, or even seriously injured, during this training, so you all must be mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, the students who were just excited and thrilled a moment ago suddenly looked dejected, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them. They were indeed looking forward to the battle. But when the battle became dangerous, it was a different story.
Only Lin Mo still had some anticipation.
Although he had been at the Xiaolanshan base for a month, the environment there was somewhat different from the real wilderness. So, he was eager to experience this real combat that Hu Yan mentioned.
The second thing is, Hu Yan continued, you all should be familiar with the new student power ranking, right? The spirits of the students were lifted, yes.
Hu Yan said, all over 6,000 new students of this year will participate in this practical training, and the top 200 in the training will directly enter the new student power ranking. So, if you aspire to be on the new student power ranking, you must work hard in this training, as there are generous rewards for those who make it to the list. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the students became somewhat strange.
Teacher Hu, isn't it useless for us to strive for the new student ranking?
Exactly, after all, the gap in strength is there. In terms of combat power, the strength department, speed department, agility department, they are all stronger than us. I feel like we are just extras, going there will only highlight others. That's right, a match with no suspense, there's no point in participating.
Everyone had their own opinions. They didn't have much confidence in making it to the new student ranking.
It wasn't that they were belittling themselves in comparison to others, but that was the reality.
On one hand, the rankings of the new students' strengths were posted on the notice board at the entrance of the academy. The strongest student in their first class of the comprehensive department seemed to be ranked around 500th. Even though only about 10 days had passed since the enrollment exam, the strengths of the new students were unlikely to have changed much. In other words, even the first student in their class still had a gap of more than 300 places to make it to the power ranking. It wasn't easy to overcome this.
On the other hand, although the comprehensive department was also part of the combat department, there was indeed a gap in combat power compared to departments like the strength department, agility department, and speed department, which could directly enhance combat power.
So, these people want to climb the new student battle power list. It's really as difficult as reaching the sky.
Hu Yan listened to the student's words and fell silent for a moment. Then, with an unusually serious expression, he said, as your mentor, I won't say some grand words to pump you up. I also have to admit that many of the things you just said are correct. In terms of pure combat power, our comprehensive department may indeed be weaker compared to other departments. But what I want to tell you is, in the battles of beast tamers, combat power is indeed important, but combat power is not the only factor that determines victory or defeat. The tacit understanding between the beast tamer and the beast, familiarity with the wilderness environment, the methods and strategies used in battle, all of these will affect the outcome of a battle. So, determining the strength of a beast tamer is not just about combat power. The establishment of this new student battle power list by the Academy is not only to reward outstanding students and help them grow better, but more importantly, it is to cultivate your competitive spirit.
What is competitive spirit? It means realizing that you are not as good as others, and then doing everything possible to surpass them. Instead of finding out that you are not as good as others and feeling hopeless, without even the thought of competing. It's not scary to be less powerful than others. What's truly scary is lacking the courage to compete and the determination to become stronger. Students.
Hu Yan looked at everyone with a serious expression. Remember one thing.
Losing a battle is not a loss. The moment you completely give up on competition is when you truly lose.
After listening to this speech, the classroom fell into a long silence. Then, thunderous applause erupted. The students, with flushed faces, applauded vigorously, clearly encouraged by these words. Teacher Hu, you're right. We shouldn't just give up. Yes, even if we can't win, we should give it our all so that we won't have regrets if we lose. Teacher Hu, rest assured, we will never truly admit defeat. Teacher Hu, thank you for waking us up. We will work hard. Each person spoke with determination. Lin Mo looked at this scene and glanced quietly at Hu Yan. This teacher Hu, although he said he wouldn't pump them up, ended up being more motivating than anyone else. Combat power is indeed not the only factor determining the outcome of a battle, but it is the most crucial factor in determining victory or defeat. A level 1 juvenile beast, no matter how well the beast tamer cooperates with it, how familiar they are with the surroundings, or how clever the battle strategies they use, will definitely not win against a mature beast. This is beyond doubt. However, Hu Yan made a very valid point. That is to have an indomitable spirit. For any beast tamer, as long as they don't admit defeat, nothing can defeat them except death. And this has always been his belief. He has a divine-level beast taming space, with the life experience of living 2 lifetimes. With such a huge advantage in hand, as long as he never admits defeat and continues to strive forward unwaveringly, he will surely stand at the pinnacle of this world one day. Next, Hu Yan briefly explained the precautions for tomorrow's practical training and then dismissed everyone. Considering the training for tomorrow, Lin Mo temporarily put aside his plan to go to the Beast Tamer Association and instead went to the Dasha Mall. Since it was wilderness practical training, there were some things that needed to be prepared in advance. Upon arriving at the Dasha Mall and making a simple inquiry, he went directly to the 6th floor of the mall. Hello, may I help you with something? The receptionist saw Lin Mo and immediately greeted him warmly. After some thought, Lin Mo said, I need a complete set of essentials for wilderness combat. To be honest, he was not sure what exactly was needed for wilderness combat. Although he stayed at the Xiaolan mountain base for a month, that could at best be considered a simplified version of wilderness combat, and what he was going to face tomorrow was estimated to be hell difficulty. So, he thought of the Dasha shopping mall. As professional sales staff at the mall, these receptionists definitely knew more about this than he did. Sir, the full set of wilderness combat essentials for one person, totaling around 2 million, are you sure you want the full set? The receptionist asked. So many. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. How about this, you tell me what the full set includes, and then I'll decide what I want and don't want. Alright, the receptionist said. The full set of wilderness combat essentials includes information wristbands, short-range communicators, infrared alert devices, antidotes, wilderness tents, sleeping bags, protective clothing, insect repellents, anti-infection agents, hemostatic agents, bandages, machetes, distress signal transmit. 2. As the light of the magic array fell, a variety of exotic pets appeared beside the crowd. The most eye-catching among them was Lin Mo's Little White. Its innate transparency, coupled with the smooth and shiny ice blue fur, made Little White look like it was carved from crystal, very dazzling. Heavens, it's a 5th-rank advanced phantom tiger! Someone exclaimed. Having a 5th-rank fierce beast as a pet is not something ordinary people can have. Especially for the majority of students who can only select pets from the school's breeding center, a 5th-rank advanced pet is a dream beyond reach. Its aptitude is mid-tier gold. At this moment, someone else exclaimed. Obviously, someone used an information bracelet to check Little White's information. Then, the next second, everyone's gaze fell on Little White. A 5th-rank advanced pet is not something ordinary people can have. And a mid-tier gold 5th-rank advanced pet, ordinary people may not even have the chance to see. For most of the people present, it was their first time seeing a gold-tier pet. So, they couldn't help but want to take a closer look. Even Hu Yan, the class instructor, stared at the phantom tiger for several moments. However, he quickly regained his composure. Alright, stop looking. We are still more than 20 kilometers away from the training location at our current position. According to the academy's requirements, we must arrive before dark, so we need to set off now. But because I need to lead the way ahead, I need to select a few students to guard the rear. Any volunteers? The students looked at each other, but no one spoke up. It was their first time in the wilderness, and they were still a bit nervous. Teacher Hu, I'll do it. Lin Mo stepped forward. Since Little White appeared, everyone would occasionally glance in his direction, which made him feel strange. Being at the back, he could avoid those gazes. Teacher, we are also willing to guard the rear. Xia Ning, seeing Lin Mo volunteering, quickly pulled Du Mu and Kong Jihao to stand up as well. Alright, the 4 of you will guard the rear. Remember, you must always stay at the back of the group and not let anyone fall behind you. Hu Yan earnestly instructed, the environment here, once someone strays from the group, there could be a danger to life, so you must not be careless.
Understood. Lin Mo nodded. Xiao Ning and Dumu Chenyang exchanged a glance. They now completely believed what Lin Mo said yesterday. This practical training could indeed be a matter of life and death. The group of 53 people traversed through the ruins. Because each person had a pet with them, the group stretched out quite long, with the rear being the furthest. Lin Mo, what kind of family background do you have? Dumu Chenyang looked at the phantom tiger beside Lin Mo, then at his own silver tier pet. His expression complicated Duanmu Chenyang. Xiao Ning. Damn, this dog food came unexpectedly. Smack. Duanmu Chenyang slapped himself on the mouth. Damn, I shouldn't have asked. Me too. Xiao Ning imitated and slapped himself. I deserve this too. Clearly Lin Mo had said not telling them was for their own good, but they insisted on making Lin Mo speak. Now, there you go, dog food all over the face. They brought it upon themselves. However, the next moment, Xiao Ning looked at Lin Mo with curiosity. Is your girlfriend Lin Daxioa? Upon hearing this question, Duanmu Chenyang instantly widened his eyes and looked at Xiao Ning, thinking, are you not satisfied with being tortured, or have you not had enough dog food? But then he turned to Lin Mo, actually curious himself. Yes. Lin Mo nodded. Xiao Ning gasped in shock, then turned to Duanmu Chenyang. Duanmu Chenyang also looked at Xiao Ning. In that moment of eye contact, they both understood each other's thoughts. Xiao Ning, am I being stupid? Duanmu, absolutely. Xiao Ning, should I slap myself? Duanmu, you must slap hard. Xiao Ning immediately raised his hand, slapped himself on the mouth, then lowered his head and remained silent. Duanmu Chenyang glanced at Lin Mo deeply, then also lowered his head and said nothing. The two of them walked side by side with their heads down. After a tacit eye contact, they both sighed together. If the girlfriend was just a campus beauty, it would be fine. But she's a rich woman. If she was just a rich woman, it would be fine. But they were particularly generous to Lin Mo. How come they couldn't meet such a girlfriend themselves? Lin Mo, what's wrong with them? Why did they suddenly stop talking? Kong Jihao, seeing the two in silence, couldn't help but ask. Lin Mo glanced at the two, probably contemplating life. Duanmu Chenyang and Xiao Ning raised their heads together, looking at Lin Mo with a face full of grievances. Brother, please be a human being. Are they really contemplating life? Clearly, they are just envious. Everyone is human. They are all students of Qingyuan. Why is there such a big difference? Is this the so-called ups and downs of life? Oh, just then, a cry of pain interrupted their thoughts. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a female classmate holding her foot, squatting on the ground with a pained expression. It's Chu Yueying. Duanmu's face changed slightly, and he was about to rush over. Yesterday, he was looking for a target in the class, and the one he finally chose was this female classmate named Chu Yueying. Now, with such a good opportunity to play the hero, how could he miss it? However, as he took a step, Lin Mo stopped him. What's wrong? Duanmu Chenyang asked. Don't rush, let's understand the situation first. Lin Mo said, then shouted ahead, teacher Hu, someone is injured here. Everyone, stay where you are. Hu Yan quickly walked to Chu Yueying and asked, what happened? My foot seems to have been bitten by something. Chu Yueying was now sitting on a stone by the roadside with the help of her classmates, but her delicate forehead was covered in sweat, obviously feeling a lot of pain in her foot. Hu Yan's expression slightly changed, looking at the surrounding students. Everyone, move back 5 meters. The surrounding students were puzzled, but still followed the instructions. Then they saw Hu Yan take out a packet of white powder from his backpack and sprinkle it in a circle around Chu Yueying. Then, he took out an elastic band, tightly tied around Chu Yueying's pants, untied her shoelaces, and took off her shoes. However, after a careful check, there was nothing inside the shoes. So Hu Yan took out another packet of white powder and sprinkled it on Chu Yueying's tightly bound pants. The next moment, a green bean-sized dark purple ant quickly crawled out from the pants. Including this time, Lin Mo has helped him twice already. 1 hour later, the team finally walked out of the ruins. Ahead was a vast expanse of dense forest that seemed to have no end in sight. This made the students finally understand what Hu Yan meant by the next road will be more dangerous. The danger of the forest is at least tens of times higher than the previous urban ruins. Everyone, rest in place for 10 minutes. When they reached the edge of the forest, Hu Yan signaled everyone to stop. Then he said, for the next journey, I need you to divide into combat teams, each with 5 people. You can now group yourselves. The students immediately took action. Their grouping method was simple, just grouping together with those they were more familiar with, as long as they had 5 people. Lin Mo, we are still missing 1 person in our group of 4. Can I invite Chu Yueying? Dumu eagerly asked. Xiao Ning and Kong Jihao also looked at Lin Mo. Unconsciously, they had all already regarded Lin Mo as the backbone of the team. Lin Mo thought for a moment. Sure.
Dumu Chenyang didn't say a word, and went straight towards Chu Yueying. After a while, he helped the limping Chu Yueying to slowly walk over.
Thank you for being willing to team up with me, Chu Yueying said gratefully.
Due to her injury, other classmates were not willing to team up with her, and she was also embarrassed to ask to join.
At this moment, Dumu Chenyang extended an olive branch, resolving her dilemma.
You're welcome, we happen to be short of one person, Xiaoning said with a smile. Although he didn't have any thoughts about Chu Yueying, having one more girl in the team was still a happy thing.
Lin Mo asked, can you still not walk normally?
Chu Yueying shook her head. Teacher who said that the detox capsule will take about 6 hours to fully take effect. But don't worry, I can sit on the back of my pet beast and it won't affect the speed of the team. Lin Mo looked at Chu Yueying's pet beast, a young snow-stepping deer at level 6, over 1.5 meters long. It was indeed suitable as a mount. He nodded, then rest up, we will be setting off soon. With that, he walked to a nearby tree, sprinkled some insect repellent powder near the trunk to confirm it was safe, and then sat down against the trunk. Xiao Ning and the others followed suit and sat down nearby. Then they saw Lin Mo take out beast feed from his beast space and began to feed his phantom tiger.
Xiao Ning was surprised. Lin Mo, you just summoned it a little over an hour ago, is your phantom tiger so easily hungry?
You fool!
Dumu Chenyang slapped Xiao Ning's head, is it hungry?
Lin Mo is obviously doing this to keep the phantom tiger in its best condition at all times. With that, he also took out beast feed and began to feed his own pet beast.
Lin Mo looked at Dumu Chenyang with some surprise.
To think of this point, it seemed that Dumu's mind had become much brighter after Chu Yueying joined the group. Upon hearing Dumu's words, Xiaoning and Kong Jihao immediately started feeding their pet beasts. Chu Yueying saw this scene, thoughtfully glanced at Lin Mo, and then quietly began to feed her pet beast. In theory, her pet beast, because it had to carry her, consumed the most among all the pet beasts, so she should have been the first to think of feeding her pet beast. But before seeing the actions of Lin Mo and the others, she had not thought of this at all. Just from this incident alone, the gap between her and Lin Mo was extraordinarily large. Then she looked at the other classmates in the class and found that they had no intention of feeding their pet beasts at all. This suddenly gave rise to a thought in Chu Yueying's mind: these people and Lin Mo were simply not on the same level.
Lin Mo was far ahead of them.
Lin Mo looked at the few people feeding their pet beasts, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Then take out some deworming powder and start applying it to Xiao Bai's body.
This move, even if Dumu Chenyang's mind has become much brighter, still cannot understand. Lin Mo, the fur of pets can resist fly attacks, and they also have tails to drive away flies.
Isn't what you are doing a bit unnecessary?
Lin Mo smiled and said, just consider it as me caring for the pet. Keeping the pet in the best condition at all times is his own idea. But applying deworming powder to the pet is the experience taught to him by the receptionist. Beast tamers who have not been to the wild will have a common misconception: pets do not need deworming powder.
The reason is what Dumu Chenyang said.
However, this kind of thinking overlooks a very important point, that driving away flies also consumes energy and physical strength for the pets, especially when the pets are on night guard duty. Applying deworming powder can greatly reduce the consumption of pets, which can at least shorten the rest time of pets the next day by 1 to 2 hours. 1 or 2 hours may seem short, but in the wild, it could be crucial. However, this effect will not be very obvious in this training, so he did not explain too much. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Hu Yan continued to lead the team, but Lin Mo could feel that after entering the forest, the speed of the team slowed down significantly, and there were frequent incidents within the team. Some people had their faces scratched by dangling branches. Some people tripped and sprained their feet on the roots on the ground. There were also girls who screamed because of spiders and centipedes occasionally darting out in the forest.
This made Lin Mo suddenly realize that practical training is indeed necessary.
Otherwise, these beast tamers who are usually sheltered, once in the wild, may not even know how they died.
Stumbling and walking for another hour. Teacher Hu, I can't walk anymore, can we rest for a while? Someone in the team asked.
Including the time spent in the ruins before, they had been walking for nearly 3 hours. For students who rarely engage in physical activities, this was already a bit overwhelming.
No.
Hu Yan did not hesitate at all, then said loudly, I will speed up the pace next. If anyone in a group falls behind, the entire group will be deducted 10 points in the final training score.
Also, Lin Mo, your group doesn't need to stay behind anymore. If anyone lags behind, you don't need to pay attention to them either. With that, Hu Yan indeed accelerated the pace. As a result, the already exhausted students encountered even more problems. But no matter what happened to the students, Hu Yan did not slow down. As a result, the long line of the team became even longer. Teacher Hu, aren't you afraid that someone will fall behind and have a problem? Xiao Ning asked somewhat strangely. Two possibilities. Dumu Chenyang glanced at Chu Yueying beside him, then analyzed. One is that there won't be too much danger in this forest, the other is that there are people arranged by the academy to protect the back of the team. Makes sense. Xiao Ning looked at Dumu Chenyang in amazement. Dumu, your brain is on fire today. No need to worship me. Dumu Chenyang said indifferently, this is just my normal performance. Xiao Ning twitched his mouth, but after seeing Chu Yueying next to him, he vaguely understood something. Dumu, come over here for a moment. Lin Mo called Dumu Chenyang aside and asked softly, are you willing to let Chu Yueying sit on your pet? For beast tamers, pets are comrades in arms in battle, and partners in life and death. Beast tamers can use their pets as mounts, but it's a different story if it's someone else. That's why he asked specifically. Dumu Chenyang asked in confusion, Chu Yueying has her own pet, why should she ride mine? Lin Mo said, don't worry about those things for now, just say if you are willing or not. Dumu Chenyang thought for a moment and said, I'm willing. 5-2, 5-4, 5, 5-3-3-1-5, 3-0. More than 10 gray wolves with a body length of about 1.5 meters slowly surrounded them from all sides of the forest. Wolves! Someone exclaimed at the moment they saw the wild wolves. A group of students who were originally lying on the ground immediately got up in fear and then gathered together in a panic. Xiao Ning, Chu Yueying, and 4 others were also a bit flustered, instinctively looking at Lin Mo. But after seeing Lin Mo's calm expression, they gradually calmed down. At this moment, Lin Mo was observing Hu Yan's reaction. He knew that there were casualties in real combat training. But even if there were casualties, they should be used for uncontrollable accidents, not for playing with students' lives at will. So he speculated that these wild wolves were also part of their real combat training this time, arranged by the academy long ago. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental for these wild wolves to appear just after they stopped here. And his speculation was confirmed after seeing Hu Yan's expression. Because at this moment, Hu Yan looked unusually calm. He even maintained a sitting posture and did not stand up from where he was sitting. Lin Mo turned to the 4 teammates beside him. I plan to deal with these wild wolves, do you want to join me? The 4 looked at each other, remained silent, and did not speak. By now, more than 20 wild wolves had appeared around them. If the people present still had energy, this number would not be a problem. After all, these wild wolves seemed to be at the juvenile stage, not very strong. But now, most of the people were exhausted, and only a few of them could not possibly be a match for these wild wolves. Therefore, although their pets still had some energy left, in their view, it was wiser to use the remaining strength to escape rather than to fight. Lin Mo shook his head silently and said nothing more. He gave them the opportunity, but it was clear that they could not seize it. People must help themselves before others can help them. If Xiao Ning and the others did not want to make an effort, he could not keep dragging them forward, as that would only drag him down as well. However, he could understand the actions of the 4. They had just come out of high school and had never seen such a scene before, so it was normal to be afraid. With this in mind, he took Little White and walked directly towards the nearest wild wolf. Xiao Ning and the others watched the scene, feeling the urge to follow. However, as they saw more and more wild wolves gathering around, their impulse was ultimately suppressed by fear. The other students were also full of fear at this time. Teacher Hu, there are so many wild wolves, what should we do? Teacher Hu quickly asked the academy for help. The academy must have protection measures, right? Teacher Hu, please hurry, if this continues, someone will die. The voices of the students were full of fear. Hu Yan ignored the students' cries. From the moment they stopped, he had been observing the students' reactions. When he saw the students lying on the ground, his face immediately darkened. The lesson of Chu Yueying was still fresh in his memory, but these guys seemed to have learned nothing. It wasn't until he saw the 5 members of Lin Mo's group not lying on the ground that his expression improved slightly. At least out of the 52 students in the class, not all were defeated. And at that moment, the wild wolves arrived. Seeing the students suddenly getting up, Hu Yan's spirits lifted, thinking they were going to fight. But when he saw the students just panicking, huddling together, looking terrified and clueless, his hopeful heart turned into disappointment in an instant. Although he knew it was normal for freshmen to behave like this, as every new class was the same, they had to experience such a memorable training to realize the cruelty of the wilderness and combat, gradually transforming from rookies to soldiers. But he still hoped that someone among the students would make a performance that impressed him. However, the reality was that what was displayed in front of him at this moment was nothing but faces full of horror and frantic shouting. It was simply unbearable to look at. Just then, a clear sound of breaking wind suddenly entered Hu Yan's ears. Perhaps the students' shouting was too harsh, but when the sound of breaking wind entered his ears, Hu Yan actually found it particularly pleasant.
However, the next moment, he realized that it was the sound of a beast releasing a skill, and immediately followed the sound to look over. Then he saw a wild wolf's head flying out directly under the attack of a wind blade. Wolf blood sprayed up high like a fountain from the broken neck of that wild wolf. Hu Yan saw this scene, his eyes brightened, shining brightly. This was the scene he wanted. No, what he wanted was actually just for the students to be brave in battle. The scene before him had far exceeded what he wanted, even better than he had imagined. Looking in the direction where the wind blade flew from, Hu Yan saw Lin Mo standing under a big tree. Not far from him was the phantom tiger. One person and one tiger, along with the wild wolf they had just killed, formed a triangle. This was the most advantageous way to draw enemies and also the best way to protect the beast tamer.
Hu Yan's eyes lit up even more. Looking at Lin Mo, he even had a feeling of finding a treasure. The surprise Lin Mo brought him was really too great. Almost at the same time Hu Yan looked at Lin Mo, another wild wolf's head was cut off by a water blade and flew out. Most of these wild wolves were at the 4th or 5th stage of infancy. Faced with the 7th stage infant Little White and the proficient level water blade, they had no time to dodge. The high spraying blood dyed a large area of vegetation red. It also stunned the panicked students. Not every student had the opportunity to undergo wilderness combat training before the exam like Lin Mo. For most high school students, the combat they could participate in was battles between classmates or fighting against the school's fierce beasts. However, such battles often ended as soon as they started, occasionally resulting in injuries and bloodshed, which was already considered fierce. So for them, this scene was really too shocking. At the same time, the surrounding wild wolves, stimulated by the spraying blood, all revealed their inherent ferocity, rushing towards Lin Mo with bared teeth. Over 20 wild wolves, densely packed, running wildly with the surrounding branches and leaves swaying madly, creating a suffocating and oppressive feeling, coming straight at them. Little White, hide. Watching the approaching pack of wolves, Lin Mo gave an immediate order without hesitation, then he jumped with all his strength, grabbed a thick tree branch above his head, and quickly climbed up the tree. Good boy, even thinking of climbing a tree to escape after being surrounded. Hu Yan's eyes were full of surprise. Just now, when he saw Lin Mo standing under the big tree, he was guessing whether it was a coincidence or intentional by Lin Mo. Now it was clear. Roar! Roar! When the wolf pack rushed to the tree, Lin Mo had already climbed to a high place. The wild wolves could do nothing about it. They could only let out angry roars and then continue to circle around the big tree. The students around saw this scene and felt their scalps tingling. Over 20 wild wolves circling at their feet. If it were them, let alone climbing a tree, they might not even be able to stand steadily. Hu Yan, on the other hand, was ready to rescue at any moment. Although wild wolves couldn't climb trees, with over 20 of them surrounding there, if Lin Mo slipped, he could easily fall into an irretrievable situation. But just then, a familiar breaking wind sound rang out. Not far from the outer edge of the wolf pack, a water blade appeared out of thin air. Then in the next second, it directly slashed through the neck of a wild wolf. Swish! The sound of fur being torn apart was still clear even amidst the howls of the wolf pack. The fresh blood spurted from the neck of the wild wolf, and then it fell to the ground in an instant. Changing from beheading to cutting the neck should be to save the energy of the pet. Hu Yan instantly understood Lin Mo's intention. But clearly, he doesn't have much energy. Why did he use beheading before? Hu Yan pondered. However, when he saw the students beside him who were already frightened, he instantly understood. For the two wolves in front, Lin Mo used beheading to provoke hatred. Only in this way could he lure all the wild wolves to his side. In such a critical situation just now, he could still consider the safety of others. Hu Yan looked at Lin Mo's expression, filled with undisguised admiration and admiration. If Lin Mo's previous performance exceeded his expectations, then now, Lin Mo is simply a genius in his eyes. And a super genius. Roar! The killing of their companions further enraged the wolf pack. Several wild wolves immediately rushed towards Xiaobai, who appeared. But as soon as they moved, Xiaobai's figure disappeared into thin air again. Several wild wolves were slightly stunned, and some were at a loss and stopped in place. She dashed at this moment, another water blade flew out. A bewildered wild wolf instantly spurted blood from its neck and fell to the ground. The remaining wild wolves regained their senses and charged towards Xiaobai, who appeared again, but the next second, Xiaobai disappeared once more. Roar! Several wild wolves were madly roaring in anger, but they were helpless. In such a jungle environment, they wanted to find the hidden Xiaobai, which was simply wishful thinking. But before their roars could subside, the familiar sound rang out once again. Another wild wolf fell to the ground, and this time, Xiaobai's figure appeared in their flank position. The hesitation caused by the consecutive killings of 3 companions made the chasing wild wolves hesitate and dare not continue to attack.
However, the commotion here finally caught the attention of other wild wolves. The group of wild wolves circling the big tree directly gave up Lin Mo on the tree and all rushed towards Xiaobai's direction. However, Xiaobai's concealment was not useful no matter how many of them there were. A group of wild wolves searched around where Xiaobai disappeared, but found nothing. Roar dash roar dash. The frustrated wild wolves roared in anger repeatedly, then turned their gaze towards the large group of people gathered not far away. Since they couldn't deal with one person and one wolf, they changed their target. So the next second, led by one of the wild wolves, the dozen or so remaining wild wolves all rushed towards the students of the comprehensive class. Run, they're coming. Teacher Hu, help us. The students almost scattered in panic. Hu Yan saw the scene, shook his head gently, took out something resembling a remote control from his pocket, pressed it, a whoodash. An extremely loud, distant wolf howl sounded in the distance. When the wild wolves rushing over heard this sound, they instantly stopped, turned, and ran madly towards the direction of the sound, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Okay, don't run anymore, the wolf pack has left. Hu Yan's voice rang out, stopping the fleeing students. The students stopped in disbelief, confirmed that the wolf pack had really left, and then slowly gathered together again. Then the group of people collapsed on the ground, each with a look of surviving a disaster on their faces. For the next hour, you can rest assured, feed your pets. Hu Yan helplessly instructed, then turned to look at Lin Mo. At this time, Lin Mo had already come down from the big tree. He was sprinkling insect repellent powder around the tree. Seeing this scene and looking at the students lying on the ground, Hu Yan's helplessness grew stronger. Although he is a teacher and should treat every student equally, at this moment, he couldn't help but think that compared to others, Lin Mo is like the difference between a firefly and the moon. To put it bluntly, there is simply no comparison between the two. He took a step towards Lin Mo and found Xiaobai was not by his side, so he couldn't help but ask, "Where is your pet?" "It's in the beast space," Lin Mo replied. Xiaobai can recover faster in the beast space. Hu Yan looked at the large group of students feeding their pets. It was a well-known fact, so why couldn't they all think of it? He looked at Lin Mo again. At this time, if you bring back your pet, aren't you afraid of those wild wolves striking back? Lin Mo looked at Hu Yan and smiled. Teacher Hu, you don't need to worry about me. First, you just said I can rest assured, which means it's safe now. Second, even if those wild wolves really come, I can climb a tree first and then summon my pet, which is totally enough time. In fact, there is another important factor he can't mention. He has instant summon. So even if the wild wolves really come, he can react in time. You kid, you've thought it through. Hu Yan patted Lin Mo's shoulder with a smile. Rest, the results of this wilderness training are really important, so make the most of it. With that, he turned and left. Lin Mo watched Hu Yan's back, lost in thought. The results of this training directly affect the ranking on the new student combat power list. Everyone knows this, so Hu Yan didn't need to emphasize it again. Then why did he mention it again? Lin Mo's expression changed. Unless the results of this wilderness training are related to something else. What could it be related to? Lin Mo had no way of knowing. But judging from Hu Yan's serious attitude when speaking, this matter should be very important. Or rather, it would have a great impact on him. Thinking of this, Lin Mo sat with today's experience. They will probably never forget to sprinkle insecticide when they go out into the wild in the future. However, soon a new problem arose. When Shu Yueying was poisoned, many people sprayed insect repellent wildly, resulting in many people now having no insect repellent left. Some people turned to Hu Yan for help. Hu Yan's response was to solve it himself. The students without insect repellent looked at each other, and in the end, they had to ask for help from other members of their respective groups to barely solve the problem. Xiao Ning, Duanmu Chenyang, and Kong Jihao looked at the insect repellent in their hands with complex expressions. If Lin Mo hadn't stopped them before, they would probably be in a situation where they had no medicine to use at the moment. The three looked at each other and slowly walked towards Lin Mo. Shu Yueying on the side saw this and tiptoed, limping along. Lin Mo, I'm sorry. Xiao Ning and the others stopped in front of Lin Mo and apologized in unison. Lin Mo was a little surprised and looked at the three of them with a smile. Why are you apologizing to me? When you said to fight earlier, Duanmu Chenyang couldn't continue. Now thinking back to their previous actions, they were really too timid, too bad, and too embarrassing. It's okay, I understand, Lin Mo said. He was telling the truth, he really could understand their actions. And when he asked them to join earlier, he just wanted to give them an opportunity to improve their grades. If the three didn't dare to go, it would only affect their own grades. It didn't have any adverse effects on him. So, although he thought the three were a bit timid, he didn't feel that they owed him anything. Because he didn't have the power to demand that others must listen to him or do anything.
Xiao Ning and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Lin Mo say this, then sat around Lin Mo. Seeing this, Xu Yueying also sat down gently on the side. Lin Mo, I have a question, Xiao Ning said shortly after sitting down. Go ahead. Xiao Ning asked, how did you know the teacher who would stop at the end of the 5th hour? Lin Mo shook his head, I didn't know. Xiao Ning was surprised, then why did you insist on having us all ride the beast only after the 5th hour? The others also looked at Lin Mo with the same doubt. Lin Mo explained, I just thought, what if teacher who wanted to run for 6 hours, 7 hours, or even longer, what would we do? The answer is, the later we ride the beast, the longer we can hold on. This answer stunned Xiao Ning and the others. After a moment, Xiao Ning asked incredulously, is it that simple? Lin Mo smiled. What did you think? That it's complicated. It's not that simple, Kong Jihao suddenly said. Yes, and it's not simple at all. Xu Yueying also said, exhausted, with the beast right beside you, everyone around is riding the beast. In such a situation, being able to hold on without riding the beast requires strong self-control. Xiao Ning was surprised, then nodded. Now thinking back, if it weren't for Lin Mo stopping us, I probably would have ridden the beast early and ended up like those who fell behind, being left far behind by the team. Although they all knew that those who fell behind would be taken over by the school and there would be no life-threatening danger, it was certain that the training results of those people were frozen at the moment they fell behind. Thinking of this, Xiao Ning and the others looked at Lin Mo with gratitude. Without Lin Mo, they wouldn't have made it this far. Sensing the gaze of the others, Lin Mo smiled. Alright, stop looking at me like that, take the time to rest well, we don't know what's waiting for us next. Xiao Ning and the others nodded, immediately sat cross-legged, and began to meditate. Lin Mo glanced in the direction where Hu Yan was. At this time, Hu Yan was also feeding the pets. He remembered that before entering the forest, Hu Yan had said that they were still more than 20 kilometers away from the training ground. They had been walking in the forest for about 3 hours, 1 hour at a normal speed, and 2 hours at a fast pace. The walking speed in the forest was definitely slower than on a normal road. Roughly estimating, they had probably advanced about 12 to 13 kilometers in total. In other words, they should still be about 10 kilometers away from the training ground. He looked at the information bracelet on his wrist, and the time was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And at this current season, it would probably get dark around 7 o'clock. In the forest, it would get dark earlier due to the tree cover. This meant that, excluding rest time, they only had about 2 hours left for traveling. 2 hours for over 10 kilometers. For the students who were currently in poor condition, this was an exceptionally difficult challenge. Even for Lin Mo, it was a significant challenge. And indeed, the difficulty turned out to be even greater than Lin Mo had anticipated. Because even by 4:30, Hu Yan still showed no intention of setting off. If we consider the time it gets dark in the forest to be 6:30, then they only had 2 hours left for traveling. And this was under the assumption of a smooth journey. If they encountered any trouble along the way, their travel time would be even less. Thinking about this, Lin Mo took out a bottle of water from his backpack, and then pretended to draw a summoning array, putting his backpack into the beast space on his shoulder. Even for him, he would probably be exhausted from running, so reducing the weight was a small relief. At 4:50, Hu Yan stood up. It's time to set off. I will continue to move quickly, so keep up. With that, he started moving forward with the pets, jogging along the way. Seeing this scene, the faces of the students were somewhat bitter. When Hu Yan mentioned moving quickly before, it was just a fast walk, but now, it had turned into jogging. It was important to note that jogging consumed much more physical energy than walking. However, even though they knew this, they could only grit their teeth and follow. Fortunately, after an hour of rest, their stamina had recovered somewhat, and they could barely keep up. Lin Mo, you need to think of a solution quickly. If we keep running like this, Xu Yueying's pet won't last much longer, said Duanmu as they ran. Learning from past experiences, he had already thought about what would come next. Let your pet rest well, we'll switch later, Lin Mo said. But at this speed and running method, even if the two pets take turns, they probably won't last long, Duanmu remarked. At the previous speed, the pets could run with a person for over an hour. But at this current speed, even an hour seemed challenging. It's okay, we shouldn't have to run for too long this time, Lin Mo said. Duanmu was puzzled for a moment, not understanding why Lin Mo said that. However, Lin Mo's judgments had always been correct, so he didn't say anything more. As time passed, a situation similar to before began to unfold. The group started to spread out, and gradually, some people began to fall behind. To avoid falling behind, the remaining people had to ride on the pets. After an hour, out of the 37 students, 2 groups of 10 people fell behind. In the group, only 27 people were left. Among these 27 people, except for Lin Mo,
Everyone else had already mounted the pets. Xiao Ning, Duanmu Chenyang, and Kong Jihao, who had initially wanted to continue on foot like Lin Mo, found that their stamina was slightly inferior to Lin Mo's, so they also had to ride the pets. However, they were still the last group to mount the pets. After another 20 minutes of running, Lin Mo also climbed onto Xiao Bai's back. With his stamina, he couldn't hold on any longer after running for so long. If he didn't ride Xiao Bai, he would only end up falling behind. Shortly after he rode on Xiao Bai, Hu Yan in front suddenly stopped. We are now 3 kilometers away from the training ground. The order in which you arrive at the training ground will directly determine the results of this stage of your training. If you want good results, follow me. With that, he rode his pet beast and rushed out. The exhausted students heard that there were only 3 kilometers left and their spirits were lifted, following suit. However, their pet beasts were almost exhausted, and even if they wanted to rush, they were running out of energy, limiting their speed. At the same time, Xiao Bai, charge. Lin Mo gave the command, and Xiao Bai's speed instantly increased, charging out. Behind him, Xiao Ning and the other 3 also urged their pet beasts to follow. The 5 of them, with 4 pet beasts, quickly surged to the front of the group, especially Lin Mo, as he was the last to ride a pet beast. Xiao Bai's stamina was the most abundant, quickly leaving everyone behind. Half an hour later, Hu Yan stopped in a vast open space. Lin Mo followed closely on Xiao Bai. Lin Mo, impressive. Hu Yan gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. He had led several batches of freshmen, and Lin Mo was the first to achieve this level at this stage. Lin Mo smiled and asked, "Can I set up camp and rest now?" The open space in front of them was obviously prepared for them to set up camp. "You, go ahead." Hu Yan shook his head helplessly. Students were too clever, which was a headache for teachers. After about 2 to 3 minutes, Xiao Ning and the others arrived. They were already exhausted and didn't want to move, but seeing Lin Mo setting up a tent, they also took out their tents to set up. Then, after another 2 to 3 minutes, the other students also arrived one after another. However, even after 20 minutes had passed, only 22 students had arrived at the open space. "Rest up, everyone. I will announce the results of the first stage of your training in an hour." After saying that, Hu Yan also set up his own tent and rested. At this time, Lin Mo was already lying in his tent, with earplugs in his ears, ready to sleep. Under normal circumstances, he would not use earplugs. According to the experience taught by the receptionist, he not only couldn't use earplugs but also had to use a wooden pillow to sleep. Wooden pillows were uncomfortable, but they allowed him to hear the sounds from the ground more clearly, serving as a warning. But the current situation was different. Firstly, this was the rest time permitted by Hu Yan. Secondly, there were students all around his tent. If there was any danger, he could still be aware of it even with earplugs. So, he not only put on earplugs but also let Xiao Bai return to the beast space to rest. 1 hour later, "Everyone, gather in front of me." Lin Mo was awakened by Hu Yan's voice. Rubbing his eyes, he yawned and sat up. Although less than an hour of sleep couldn't give him complete rest, it was definitely better than not sleeping at all. He got up, walked out of the tent, washed his face with the water he carried, and then walked towards where Hu Yan was. To his surprise, there was a large crowd gathered in front of Hu Yan at this moment. In addition to the 22 people who had arrived here successfully earlier, the 30 people who had fallen behind had also been brought back. However, compared to the 22 who had arrived successfully, their expressions were clearly more downcast. It was obvious that they already knew that falling behind would affect their results. When everyone was present, Hu Yan took out a device similar to a tablet from his backpack. "Now, I will announce the results of the first stage of your training." Upon hearing this announcement, the students instantly divided into 2 camps. The 22 who had arrived successfully were all eager to know their results. The 30 people who fell behind looked disappointed and dejected. Hu Yan ignored the students' reactions and continued. "The first phase of training is divided into group performance and individual performance. Let me talk about the group performance first. First place, Lin Mo's group, points, 30. Second place, Wu Wenbin's group, points, 25. Third place, Li Tao's group, points, 20. Fourth place, Hu Yulong's group, points, 15. The remaining 6 groups, all have 0 points. Do you have any objections to this result?" "I have an objection." A student named Yen Yuezhong stood up and said, "I think this result is unfair and should be cancelled." "Why?" Hu Yan remained calm. Yen Yuezhong said, "Teacher Hu, you said before entering the forest that it would take more than 20 kilometers to reach the training ground, right?" Hu Yan nodded, "Yes. According to what you said, our current location is the training ground." Yen Yuezhong continued, "In other words, the previous section of the road was not the training ground, right?" "Right." Hu Yan nodded again. Since the previous section of the road was not the training ground, it cannot be considered as training, so the training results should naturally be invalid. Yan Yuezhong concluded with a somewhat self-righteous attitude.
Hu Yan remained non-committal and looked at the other students. Do any of you share his thoughts? I think Yan Yuezhong makes sense. I agree. Me too. For a moment, 7 or 8 people voiced their agreement.
Hu Yan glanced at the few who spoke up, then looked at Yan Yuezhong. Do you remember what training we are conducting this time?
Real combat training. Yan Yuezhong replied. Very well. Hu Yan nodded. Then let me ask you, what is real combat? Real combat is. Yan Yuezhong couldn't continue because he realized he didn't know how to explain it.
Hu Yan then turned to the others who supported Yan Yuezhong. Can any of you see the expressions of the people present all froze at the same time, and a hint of chill surged in their hearts. If what happened today was not part of the training, then the chances of them surviving would be slim. Alright, you can think about this question later on your own. Now, I will announce the individual results of the first phase of training, Hu Yan said as he looked down at the tablet in his hand. First place, Lin Mo, with 170 points. Second place, Xiao Ning, with 30 points. Upon hearing Xiao Ning's score, the students were all stunned. Then they looked at Hu Yan with astonishment on their faces.
Lin Mo was first, and Xiao Ning was second.
But Xiao Ning's score was not even close to a fraction of Lin Mo's. The difference between them was nearly 6 times. This gap seemed too large. They even began to doubt if Hu Yan had made a mistake.
Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Hu Yan asked, "Do you need me to explain?" Everyone nodded in unison.
They all wanted to know how such a huge gap had come about. Hu Yan explained, according to the scoring rules for individual performance, the first place finisher here receives 50 points, and the second place finisher receives 30 points.
Then, for killing the wild wolves, each one is worth 20 points. Lin Mo killed 5, totaling 100 points. In addition, as the class leader, I have the authority to reward 20 points to students who excel in each phase of training. I gave all 20 points for outstanding performance in the first phase to Lin Mo.
So, Lin Mo's total score is 170 points.
Do you have any questions?
The students remained silent.
Any questions? Of course not.
Lin Mo's performance was there for all to see, and each of them had witnessed it with their own eyes. Especially when they recalled Lin Mo's heroic performance when the wild wolves appeared, contrasting with their own cowardice at the time.
They were even more convinced of Lin Mo's outstanding performance.
As a result, everyone involuntarily looked at Lin Mo, their eyes filled with both envy and admiration.
Envy for Lin Mo's achievements. Admiration for Lin Mo's strength and performance.
However, Xiao Ning and a few others had a somewhat complicated expression at this moment.
While they envied and admired, they regretted more.
If they had been braver when Lin Mo called for battle, their scores would have been much higher now. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. The choices they made, they must bear the consequences themselves.
Next, Hu Yan announced the following rankings.
Third place was Kong Jihao, with 25 points.
Fourth place was Dumu Chenyang, with 20 points.
Xu Yueying and Dumu Chenyang arrived at the camp together, but because her performance had already been determined, she did not receive a ranking.
Fifth place was Wu Wenbin, with 18 points. Starting from the 5th place, each subsequent rank decreased by 2 points.
Therefore, the point difference for these lower rankings was not significant. After announcing the rankings, Hu Yan continued, "You can continue to rest now. The second phase of training will officially begin at midnight, so be prepared before then. Also, I want to remind you that the second phase of training will focus mainly on individual performance. So, if you were thinking of relying on your teammates, you should dismiss that idea early." With that, Hu Yan left directly, leaving behind a group of students filled with lament.
Especially those students who were not adequately prepared for outdoor training.
Previously, in the group setting where they helped each other, they could share resources with their teammates if they were lacking. But in the second phase, which relied solely on individual performance, they were at a loss. Everywhere, there were sounds of borrowing things from each other.
There were even wealthy students willing to buy things from others.
The scene was chaotic, like a marketplace.
Lin Mo ignored those people and went straight back to his tent, sitting cross-legged and starting to meditate. Training would begin at midnight.
Without a doubt, they could forget about resting that night.
1-1-0.
They also hope to continue together. If they can be with Lin Mo, their grades are guaranteed.
Lin Mo looked at Xiao Ning and the other two. Do you think the academy will set up a level with obvious bugs?
Xiao Ning and the others all shook their heads. Lin Mo said, "Then trust me, walking on your own is the wisest choice."
With that, he turned and walked towards his tent.
As for whether Xiao Ning and the others would listen to him, that was their own business. At the same time, Xiao Ning and the others looked at Lin Mo's back and fell into silence.
After a moment, Xiao Ning looked at the other three and asked, "What should we do?" "I'll listen to Lin Mo and walk on my own," Kong Jihao said, then turned and left. Xiao Ning then looked at Dumu Chenyang. "What about you?" Dumu Chenyang didn't answer, but looked at Chu Yueying. "Yueying, what about you?" Chu Yueying hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll walk on my own too." 6 hours have passed, and her foot is already better. She was actually a little scared to be alone, but out of trust in Lin Mo, she gathered her courage and chose to walk alone. "Okay." Dumu Chenyang was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't persuade her. Instead, he looked at Xiao Ning. "Shall we go together?" "Okay." Xiao Ning nodded directly. The reason he asked them one by one was for this purpose. His pet beast was only at the 5th stage of infancy, relatively weak in strength. If he walked alone, he was very worried about encountering danger. Therefore, the group of people set off on their own. On Lin Mo's side, after carefully packing up the tent, he first confirmed the direction using the compass on his information bracelet. Then he summoned Xiao Bai and quickly walked towards the east. In fact, Lin Mo chose to act alone. Besides being the most sensible choice, there was another important reason: he had the spatial interior of Xuanwu. According to the content and rules of the second ST, moreover, the sound and scene were clearly heard and seen by Xuanwu, but it seemed as if he heard and saw them himself, appearing vividly in his mind. That feeling was even clearer than what he heard or saw himself, especially in terms of vision. Human vision is limited at night. However, turtles can see clearly at night as well. So, this is equivalent to him having a night vision ability, which is really cool. The only downside is that the speed is too slow. If his normal walking speed is 5 kilometers per hour, then Xuanwu can only walk 5 kilometers in an hour. It's really frustrating. If Xuanwu could awaken teleportation, that would be great. Lin Mo couldn't help but think. Teleportation can be said to be a divine skill of the spatial system. Unlike the short distance movement of void jump, it can instantly cross extremely long distances, making it the best choice for traveling in a hurry. However, for now, he can only think about it. Although there is a chance to awaken innate skills every time a pet levels up, his two pets have only awakened skills from the 1st to the 7th or 8th stage of infancy, with Xuanwu awakening, internal space, and no other skills since then. It shows how low the probability of awakening innate skills is. Fortunately, he has aptitude improvement. As the aptitude of his two pets gradually strengthens, the future Xuanwu may have a chance to awaken teleportation. Just as Lin Mo was pondering, he suddenly noticed that the advancing Xuanwu changed direction. He immediately asked with his mind, "Xuanwu, why did you change direction?" "There are enemies ahead, we need to go around," Xuanwu responded with his mind. Lin Mo nodded and didn't say anything more. It's because in his internal space, Xuanwu can take detours. For other beast tamers, it's impossible to detour. Because fierce beasts are very sensitive to the scent of humans, it's hard not to be noticed. After bypassing the first therefore, no matter which possibility, it is their safest practice to hurry to the assembly point as soon as possible. Xuanwu immediately followed Lin Mo's instructions and continued on the road. However, they had not walked far when a strong sense of fear struck again in their minds. Lin Mo's heart moved, immediately making Xuanwu look up at the sky. Swish! The next second, a huge black shadow flew past them from above. Although there were trees blocking the view, through the cracks in the branches, Lin Mo still saw the general appearance of the flying fierce beast. It was a large bird with a length exceeding 7 meters and a wingspan close to 15 meters. Most importantly, the bird's wings were golden. This made Lin Mo's face look very ugly in an instant. Because he recognized the fierce beast, a 5th-order fierce beast, the golden-winged arrow pang. The moment Lin Mo recognized the golden-winged arrow pang, his scalp tingled. Obviously, this golden-winged arrow pang should be the one that caused the deaths of nearly 600 people at Qingyuan Academy. But it was clearly driven away. Why did it come back again? Lin Mo couldn't understand. Fierce beasts have their own territorial awareness. When they sense danger in a certain area, they will seek a new territory. Especially for flying fierce beasts like the golden-winged arrow pang, it is extremely easy for them to find a new territory. But it clearly knew there was danger here, yet it flew back. Why? Lin Mo's expression changed, thinking of a possibility: the golden-winged arrow pang laid eggs in this area. Only the offspring could make a fierce beast act so illogically. If my guess is correct. Lin Mo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a hint of anticipation unconsciously appeared in his expression. The golden-winged arrow pang is known as one of the fastest flying fierce beasts. If he could obtain its eggs, then he would have a solution to his previous expectations of a flying pet. However, this was a bold and risky idea. Even the teachers in the academy had to team up to deal with a 5th-order fierce beast. It would not be easy to obtain its eggs.
But with Xuanwu's internal space, there is still a chance. Lin Mo muttered to himself, then gritted his teeth. Xuanwu, change direction and head towards the direction the golden-winged arrow pang flew.
Compared to the eggs of the golden-winged arrow pang, the importance of the exam results was no longer as significant.
Upon hearing Lin Mo's command, Xuanwu, despite his fear, immediately changed direction without any hesitation. However, shortly after changing direction, a sense of fear struck again. Then, in the sky, the huge black shadow flew past once more. But this time, whether the golden-winged arrow pang came or went, the direction was completely different from before. It changes direction every time, probably to prevent someone from locking onto its landing point.
Lin Mo frowned.
The area of this forest was extremely large, and if he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the golden-winged arrow pang, blindly searching like this would be like finding a needle in a haystack. With his current strength, it was almost impossible to locate the golden-winged arrow pang. It seems I oversimplified this matter.
Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and let Xuanwu continue heading east.
Since there was no hope for the golden-winged arrow pang's eggs, he had to focus on the assessment.
However, whether by chance or by his exceptionally good luck, as Xuanwu continued eastward, they encountered the golden-winged arrow pang 3 times in succession. And each time, the golden-winged arrow pang came and went in different directions. This gave Lin Mo hope of finding the golden-winged arrow pang's eggs. He used the compass function on his information bracelet to draw out the directions the golden-winged arrow pang had come and gone 4 times. By doing so, he obtained 4 intersecting lines. Without any surprises, the point where the 4 lines intersected should be the landing point of the golden-winged arrow pang.
Therefore, Lin Mo once again instructed Xuanwu to adjust the direction and rush towards that point. On the way, he encountered the golden-winged pang flying over their heads several times.
This made Lin Mo even more confident in his judgment.
Because according to normal logic, the closer they were to that point, the more frequent the encounters with the golden-winged pang would be. At the same time, the more times the golden-winged pang flew over, the more straight lines Lin Mo obtained, the more precise his judgment of that point would be. However, after obtaining the 9th straight line, he never encountered the golden-winged pang again.
This made Lin Mo frown. The absence of the golden-winged pang meant that it was staying in its nest, and fierce beasts have a strong sense of territory.
In this situation, if they rashly intruded into its territory and were discovered, even if he was in Xuanwu's internal space, it would be a certain death. After hesitating for a moment, he signaled Xuanwu to continue forward. Firstly, the position they were in at the moment was still some distance from the point he judged, so it should still be within a safe range. Secondly, he had to confirm the location of the golden-winged pang's nest as soon as possible. The golden-winged pang had been flying around all night, and many people must have seen it.
The Academy should have already started taking action.
Once the Academy locked onto the golden-winged pang's nest first, he would have no chance at the golden-winged pang's egg. Therefore, he had to take this risk. After walking for about an hour, Lin Mo had Xuanwu stop. At this point, there was only about a kilometer left to the point he marked on the compass. It would be very dangerous to continue forward. Now, all we can do is wait, Lin Mo calculated in his mind. They could only get closer once the golden-winged pang left its nest, and this wait would be 3 hours. As the sky was already turning light, the golden-winged pang still hadn't appeared. It seems that my performance in the second stage of training is definitely a 0, Lin Mo felt somewhat helpless. According to his previous plan, after obtaining the golden-winged pang's egg, he could rush back to the assembly point. As long as he could return before dawn, he would still earn some points. But now, it seemed that going back to the assembly point was definitely out of the question. I hope I can get the golden-winged pang's egg, Lin Mo muttered to himself. Otherwise, he would have lost both the game and the soldiers. However, it has been several hours, and the people from the Academy still haven't shown up. Lin Mo found it strange.
Logically, the people from the Academy should have appeared by now. However, he didn't dwell on it.
His current priority was still to find a way to get the golden-winged pang's egg. After waiting for another half an hour, the sky was already getting brighter. Lin Mo, who had been struggling all night, was starting to feel drowsy. But just then, a strong sense of fear struck through Xuanwu's consciousness. Lin Mo's spirit instantly lifted, and he immediately looked towards the sky. Then he saw the huge golden-winged pang flying over their heads and disappearing into the distance in an instant. Swish! The next moment, Lin Mo's figure appeared in the woods. He immediately recalled Xuanwu and summoned Xiaobai.
Xiaobai, hurry! Lin Mo didn't dare to waste a second and quickly rushed towards the point he marked.
In fact, this was not a wise decision. But Xuanwu was too slow, and he didn't know when the golden-winged pang would return, so he had no choice but to do it this way. With nearly a kilometer to go, even if it was Xuanwu running at full speed, it would probably take about 15 minutes.
But under Xiaobai's full sprint, they arrived in just over 2 minutes.
A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth at that moment, because his judgment was correct.
This point was the nest of the golden-winged pang. Contrary to Lin Mo's imagination, the nest of the golden-winged pang was not in the trees but in an underground cave covered by a large patch of bushes.
The cave was extremely hidden.
He hadn't been able to find it at first. Little White smelled the scent emanating from the cave, guiding him in the right direction, and he discovered a cave entrance hidden in the bushes.
Not wanting to waste any time, Lin Mo instructed Little White to guard outside the cave while he immediately entered the underground passage. The wingspan of the golden-winged pang was 15 meters wide, but the diameter of this cave entrance was only about 5 meters. However, for Lin Mo, it was already quite spacious. So, after entering the underground passage, he almost ran all the way inside. The first half of the passage sloped downward, about 20 to 30 meters, before leveling out straight ahead. After walking another 10 meters, a huge space nearly 100 square meters in area and 7 to 8 meters high appeared ahead. In the innermost part of that space, there was a huge bird's nest with a pale golden, basketball-sized oval bird egg resting quietly inside.
Indeed, it has laid an egg.
Lin Mo's eyes were full of excitement. Before seeing this egg, the golden-winged pang laying an egg was just his speculation. Even before rushing into the underground passage, he wasn't sure if there were any golden-winged pang eggs in the nest. But now, it seemed that all his risks were worth it. With a thought, he stored the pale golden bird egg in his beast space and turned to rush out.
However, just as he turned around, what's this?
In the bird's nest, a transparent stone emitting a sparkling white light caught his attention. The stone was only the size of a fist and had been previously hidden under the golden-winged pang's egg, so he hadn't noticed it.
Regardless, I'll keep it for now.
With a thought, Lin Mo stored the stone in his beast space as well, then immediately turned and ran outside. Half a minute later, Lin Mo burst out of the underground passage and immediately looked up at the sky. Confirming that the golden-winged pang had not returned yet, swoosh, a huge black shadow flew over them, causing a strong wind that made the surrounding trees wildly sway.
It's okay, it didn't pay attention to us.
Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, signaling Xuanwu to continue running towards the east. The golden-winged arrow pang was not paying attention to them now because it hadn't finished searching the surrounding area yet.
Once it couldn't find a target after searching around, it would turn back to deal with Xuanwu in its territory. So, all they could do now was run. Keep running.
As long as they could run out of its territory before the golden-winged arrow pang finished searching this area, they would be safe. However, ideals are often lofty, while reality is often harsh. Just a few minutes later, Lin Mo felt the disparity between ideals and reality. Chirp, accompanied by a piercing cry, a huge black shadow in the sky, along with Xuanwu's fear, swept over. The strong wind pressed almost all the surrounding trees to the ground. At that moment, all Lin Mo could think of was that he was finished. Facing a 5th-rank advanced golden-winged arrow pang, an 8th-stage juvenile Xuanwu had no power to resist at all.
Once Xuanwu died, its internal space would collapse instantly.
By then, he, who was in the internal space, would be crushed into pieces instantly by the collapsing space. Of course, he could leave the internal space, but that would only make him die faster. Before becoming an official beast tamer, the beast tamer himself was extremely fragile. At this moment, with just a slight movement of its wings, the golden-winged arrow pang could instantly take his life.
In other words, this time, he was doomed to die. It's all because of greed. Watching the huge figure of the golden-winged arrow pang almost reaching Xuanwu, Lin Mo couldn't help but bitterly smile. He was not someone who gave up easily. Especially when faced with life and death, even if there was a glimmer of hope, he would fight for it. But in the current situation, he really had no hope at all, because he had already felt the pain transmitted to him by Xuanwu through mental induction. The sharp claws of the golden-winged arrow pang had pierced through Xuanwu's shell. Xuanwu instinctively released the skill, Turtle Shrink. Turtle Shrink, advanced, the turtle retracts its head, tail, and limbs into its shell, increasing defense by 60% during the skill duration, exclusive skill for turtles. However, even with the skill enhancement, its famously hard shell seemed as fragile as tofu under those claws.
Seeing that Xuanwu's shell was about to be torn to shreds by the claws of the golden-winged arrow pang in the next second, at that critical moment, a mutation occurred in Lin Mo's beast space. Above the island, the white clouds surrounding the peaks converged into a giant dragon in an instant. Then, an immensely huge dragon claw, comparable to a small mountain, reached down from halfway up the mountain.
This claw seemed to be reaching into the void.
But if one were to look from the perspective of an onlooker at that moment, they would see a giant dragon shadow suddenly appearing around Xuanwu's body. The dragon claw reached into the air and fiercely slapped the golden-winged arrow Pang. Chirp! The golden-winged arrow Pang was knocked back as if hit by a small mountain, and a large area of surrounding trees was smashed down. The next moment, it let out an extremely terrified scream, as if it had seen a great fear, flapping its wings and flying away in an instant. It was only at this moment that Lin Mo in the internal space finally came to his senses. Watching the golden-winged arrow Pang disappear in the blink of an eye on the horizon, he was filled with lingering fear. It was close. Just a little bit more. He would have died. However, amidst the lingering fear, a strong sense of curiosity also arose in his heart. What exactly was that white cloud dragon? A beast tamer's beast space was just an independent space. Besides allowing the pet to rest and speeding up its recovery, it had almost no other functions. Yet the white clouds in his beast space could not only gather into a giant dragon but also automatically protect the master in critical moments. In the blue star, this is absolutely unheard of and unseen. Without any hesitation, his mind immediately entered the beast space. When the white cloud dragon appeared for the first time, he had many questions in his mind. However, at that time, he tried every method but couldn't make the white cloud dragon appear. Now, with the white cloud dragon appearing again, he must seize the opportunity. When Lin Mo's mind entered the beast space, he saw the white cloud dragon slowly retracting its dragon claws. He directly asked, "Are you the candle dragon?" This was his biggest question because the candle dragon is a deity in Earth's mythology. While there are some myths and legends in the history of the blue star, there are no records about dragons. If the white cloud dragon in his beast space is indeed the candle dragon, does this mean that deities from Earth's mythology can reappear on the blue star? The dragon let out a deafening roar, its massive head turning slowly towards Lin Mo's direct. Lin Mo said, "The golden-winged Pang didn't attack me. When I saw it last night, I immediately hid. By the time I saw it again, it was already bright, and after it flew over my head, it never appeared again." He couldn't reveal the matter of the spatial interior now, so he could only say that. Lu Sheng said, "This matter is strange. In the morning, for some reason, the golden-winged Pang suddenly went mad, and then for some unknown reason, it directly left this area. If not for that, the casualties this time would not have been just 16 students. That's why I said you're lucky. Your current position is very close to the golden-winged Pang's nest. Under these circumstances, not being attacked is simply a miracle." Lin Mo smiled, "Maybe I'm just lucky." An hour later, they arrived at the assembly point. Hu Yen saw Lin Mo and ran up to greet him from a distance. Only after confirming that he was really unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, then his face turned serious. "Where is your locator? Didn't I tell you to keep it safe? I lost it when I encountered the golden-winged Pang in a panic." This was the excuse Lin Mo had prepared in advance. In order to prevent the academy from tracking his movements through the locator, he had thrown it away when he decided to steal the egg. "Oh, how can I scold you?" Hu Yen couldn't tell if he was angry or distressed. "Forget it, I don't have time to deal with you now. From now on, stay at the assembly point, and you are not allowed to go anywhere without permission." With that, he left directly. Lin Mo slowly walked towards a nearby open space. This was a good time for him to form a contract with the golden-winged Pang. He set up a tent in a vacant area, locked the entrance from the inside, and then with a thought, the egg of the golden-winged Pang appeared before him. Then, he pricked his finger, used his mental power as a guide and blood as ink, and began to draw the contract array on the eggshell. For Lin Mo, who had already contracted with 2 spirit beasts, this process was like a walk in the park. After a moment, as the contract array entered the eggshell, crack, crack, fine cracks appeared on the eggshell. Then the eggshell was completely broken. A basketball-sized creature covered in light golden soft feathers, resembling a fluffy little bird, appeared before Lin Mo. Name, Golden-Winged Pang. Attribute, Wind. Aptitude, Low Platinum. Race level, High 5th rank. Innate skills, Wind Control, High level, Sky Rending Claw, High level, Wind Shield, High level. Growth level, First stage of infancy. Seeing this initial attribute, Lin Mo took a sharp breath. The aptitude is Low Platinum. How is it possible to be Platinum? Lin Mo was full of disbelief. In his expectations, having a silver-level aptitude for this golden-winged Pang would have been remarkable enough. But it turned out to be Platinum. This is simply unbelievable. The aptitude of spirit beasts ranges from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, overlord, to myth. Each level is further divided into low, medium, and high. Except for the king, overlord, and myth aptitudes, the aptitude level of other spirit beasts is not necessarily related to their race level. In other words, even a first-level spirit beast may have a diamond-level aptitude. However, this is only theoretical. In practice, after years of research by the Beast Tamer Association, they have come to a recognized conclusion: the higher the race level of a spirit beast, the higher the probability of having a high aptitude. For example, among 10,000 first-level spirit beasts, only one may have a gold aptitude. But among 10,000 fifth-level spirit beasts, there may be 10 with gold aptitude. Note that the numbers 1 and 10 here are just examples.
In reality, no one knows the actual proportion between the two.
Because even an official organization like the Beast Tamer Association cannot conduct in-depth research on this data. The number of high-level spirit beasts needed is too large, and the research cost would be an extremely terrifying figure.
However, there are still some related conclusions that are worth referencing. For example, the probability of a platinum-qualified spirit beast appearing among fifth-order spirit beasts is much lower than the probability of a golden-qualified spirit beast appearing among first-order spirit beasts. So, that's why Lin Mo was so shocked. In addition, there is one more point. The golden winged arrow Pang actually awakened 3 innate skills at birth. Regarding innate skills, the Beast Tamer Association has authoritative research results. Generally, when a spirit beast is just born, it awakens only 1 or 2 innate skills. This conclusion applies to spirit beasts of the 1st to 9th orders. Although as the level increases, spirit beasts can awaken new innate skills, at birth, it's only 1 or 2. It's not unheard of for a spirit beast like the golden winged arrow Pang to have 3 innate skills at birth, but it's extremely rare. Platinum qualification. 3 innate skills. These two abnormal situations actually occurred simultaneously in the golden winged arrow Pang. The impact on Lin Mo can be imagined. However, no matter what, both of these are good things. So Lin Mo quickly accepted this result. He looked at the fluffy little bird and said, "Your name has the word Pang in it, you can control the wind, and you are also recognized as one of the fastest fierce beasts. So, from now on, you will be called Koan Pang. I hope that one day, you can spread your wings and soar, traveling 90,000 miles. Chirp chirp. Koan Pang understood Lin Mo's words and responded with a chirp, I definitely can. Lin Mo smiled, put the little Koan Pang into the spirit beast space, and then took out the fist-sized transparent stone emitting a faint white light. This stone was the one he found under the golden winged arrow Pang's egg. At that time, he didn't have time to examine it closely, but now upon careful observation, he instantly discovered the extraordinary nature of this stone. Because he could feel an invisible energy continuously emanating from this stone. Since the golden winged arrow Pang placed it under its own egg, it proves that it should be harmless. I just don't know if this kind of energy can be absorbed through the meditation of a beast tamer. Lin Mo didn't know what this stone was, so he didn't dare to try it rashly. If there were any problems with absorption, it would not be worth the risk. However, he boldly speculated that the two abnormal behaviors of Koan Pang were likely related to this stone. Therefore, the origin of this stone is likely to be significant. He carefully put away this stone. Wang Hao said coldly. Lin Mo glanced at Wang Hao and left directly. He had no interest in talking to an idiot. But as soon as he took a step, Wang Hao stopped him again. I told you to stay away from Lin Ruoyu, did you hear me? Lin Mo asked back, what if I say no? Then I promise, you won't be able to stay at Qingyuan Academy. Wang Hao said with a cold smile, you just arrived at Qingyuan, maybe you don't understand how much power a student with a high ranking on the combat power list has. Be sensible, leave Lin Ruoyu, otherwise you will regret it. When Lin Mo heard this, he was slightly stunned at first, then couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? There was a hint of killing intent in Wang Hao's eyes. Since the day he saw Lin Ruoyu rushing into Lin Mo's arms at the school gate, he had been looking for an opportunity to teach Lin Mo a lesson. But in those days, Lin Ruoyu had always been with Lin Mo, and he never found a chance. This time, because of the appearance of the golden winged arrow Pang, they, the senior students, were temporarily transferred to act as a guard team, giving him the opportunity to find Lin Mo. However, he had put in a lot of effort and finally found Lin Mo. But Lin Mo didn't even recognize him. How could his sworn enemy not recognize him? This made him feel greatly insulted. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Not recognizing him was not important, it didn't affect the purpose of his visit today. But what he didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Lin Mo actually turned and left. This was a direct disregard for him, treating him as if he were invisible. Then, he stopped Lin Mo and mentioned the consequences of defying him. But he didn't expect that after hearing his threat, Lin Mo laughed. He actually laughed. This was not just ignoring him, but a blatant contempt. Insult. Ignoring. Contempt. Since he climbed the combat power list, no one had dared to treat him like this. Wang Hao wished he could just kill Lin Mo on the spot. However, he couldn't. He was now a member of the guard team, and if he killed Lin Mo, he would also face death. So, he suppressed his killing intent and asked with great effort, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, just thinking of something interesting," Lin Mo said. Because he suddenly realized that Wang Hao's tone and lines just now were really like a scene from Earth's online novels. He even wanted to ask, "Do you also read online novels?" But considering that Blue Star didn't have such things as online novels, he didn't say it. After hearing this answer, Wang Hao's full of killing intent instantly turned into confusion. "I was being serious with you just now, and you still have the mind to think of something else? Something interesting?" This was no longer contempt, but stepping on him underfoot. Wang Hao clenched his fists tightly, the killing intent in his heart surging wildly, and he was even ready to summon his beast. He was a junior beast tamer. His beast had already reached maturity. As long as he made a move, Lin Mo would almost certainly die. And just then, Lin Mo suddenly spoke, "I have a curious question." "What?" Wang Hao didn't want to answer, but he subconsciously spoke. Lin Mo asked, "Is the energy of a student on the combat power list greater, or the energy of a student with a B-level talent greater?" Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. "What do you mean?" "The energy of students on the combat power list is indeed great. In some ways, they have absolute deterrence power over ordinary students. However, if compared with the few students with B-level talents in the school, they are not impressive. In simple terms, students on the combat power list can walk sideways in the school. But once they encounter students with B-level talents, they have to make way." Lin Mo smiled and said, "I was just thinking, before you make me regret, can Lin Ruoyu make you regret first?" Wang Hao's face twitched, almost distorting. "As a grown man, do you not feel embarrassed saying such things? Lin Ruoyu is my girlfriend. What's embarrassing about borrowing her power?" Lin Mo retorted. He was not the kind of person who would suffer for the sake of saving face. Clearly, Lin Ruoyu was capable of solving the problem, but he insisted on using his own abilities instead of hers. Such a melodramatic plot would never happen to him. Having lived two lives, there were some things he had long seen through. Notions of face and vanity were all nonsense. To seek trouble for oneself over such intangible things was simply inviting unnecessary suffering. This was one of the reasons why he had directly asked Lin Ruoyu for money in the first place. Despite having a shortcut right in front of him, he chose to abandon it for the sake of vanity and face, opting for a difficult path to prove himself. That was simply foolish. "I really don't understand why Lin Ruoyu would be interested in a coward like you who only hides behind women," Wang Hao said with a grim expression. However, no matter how angry he was, it was futile. Because if Lin Mo really chose to act that way, he had no way to stop him. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. This approach may indeed seem cowardly, but it's still better than some who want to be cowards but can't. "Don't you think so?" "You." Wang Hao was on the verge of exploding with anger. Lin Mo's blatant sarcasm was a direct hit at his inability to win over Lin Ruoyu. Seeing this, Lin Mo just smiled faintly and walked away. At present, his strength was indeed not a match for Wang Hao. But who said that dealing with someone had to rely solely on strength? Wang Hao watched Lin Mo's departing figure, his eyes filled with murderous intent. After the conversation just now, he dared not resort to any underhanded means against Lin Mo. Because with Lin Ruoyu's influence, she could easily find out and make him pay a heavy price. But that didn't mean he had no way to deal with Lin Mo. If the conspiracy failed, then he would resort to a more straightforward approach. Lin Mo was just a newcomer, while he was ranked 4th in combat power. Given the right opportunity, he could easily deal with Lin Mo in a legitimate manner. By then, not even Lin Ruoyu or the academy could do anything to him. With this in mind, a cold smile crept onto Wang Hao's lips. "Lin Mo, just wait. I will make you regret your decision today." Lin Mo had no idea what Wang Hao was thinking. After parting ways with Wang Hao, he soon found the location of the Comprehensive Department's Class 1. Upon seeing him, Xiao Ning and the others immediately greeted him. "Lin Mo, you're safe, that's great. Yeah, you didn't come back all night, we were really worried. It's good that you're back." Lin Mo nodded at the three of them and asked, "Are you all uninjured?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three dimmed, especially Dumu Chenyang, who seemed somewhat melancholic. Xiao Ning hesitated for a moment before saying, "The three of us are fine, but Chu Yueying didn't make it back. She encountered the golden-winged arrow Pang and lost both herself and her pet." Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, not saying anything. Perhaps because he had also experienced a life-threatening crisis, he found Chu Yueying's death not so difficult to accept. It was just a bit poignant. Last night, Chu Yueying was still chatting with them, but after one night, she was already separated from them by life and death. This was probably the unpredictability of life. After chatting with Xiao Ning and the others for a while and learning that the other students in the class were all safe, Lin Mo didn't say much more. Instead, he took out his phone and called Sun Lei. There were several classes from different departments training in this area. He wasn't sure if Sun Lei was here, so he was a bit worried. The call was quickly answered, and he learned that Sun Lei was not training in this area and was currently safe, which put Lin Mo at ease. About half an hour later, Hu Yan returned. He gathered the students of Class 1 of the Comprehensive Department together. Looking somewhat solemn, "You should all know about Chu Yueying's situation." The students' expressions turned somber upon hearing this, even though they had only known each other for a few days. But after all, there are still some friendships among classmates in a class. You can be sad, but what I want to tell you is, this is real combat. Hu Yan said, "You never know when accidents will happen, and you never know in what way accidents will occur. So, the only thing you can do is to constantly improve yourself, make yourself stronger, and have the ability to confront any accidents. Only in this way can you live better and longer in this dangerous world." He paused for a moment. After the students had digested his words, he continued, "Due to the accident last night, which interrupted the assessment, after discussions among the school's higher-ups, it was decided to redo the second phase of training tonight." Wow! Upon hearing this, the students were instantly in an uproar. "Teacher Hu, redo the training. What if that golden-winged arrow Pang comes back again? Exactly, is the school playing with our lives? Why can't we go back first and resume training after confirming it's safe?" Everyone had something to say. Their tones were full of panic and dissatisfaction. Only Lin Mo remained calm, because he knew very well that the golden-winged arrow Pang would not come back. When the golden-winged arrow Pang was knocked away by the giant dragon, it let out a scream of extreme fear. The kind of fear that came from the soul. Lin Mo still remembered it vividly. Without any accidents, the golden-winged arrow Pang had already been scared out of its wits. Hu Yan quietly watched the students. He understood their reactions. These students had been terrified last night. Mentioning the golden-winged arrow Pang now probably still gave them lingering fears. Under these circumstances, they naturally did not want to continue training. But understanding did not mean agreement. He looked at the students and, after their voices had completely subsided, somewhat helplessly said, "How many times do I have to say it before you remember? This is a real combat training. Everything in this training is benchmarked against real combat. If one day, you encounter an accident while on a mission, will you give up the mission because of the accident? If one day a beast tide appears, will you also give up the fight completely because the beast tide is too dangerous, and just wait to die? If that's the case, you might as well drop out now. Go be an ordinary wage earner, so at least when danger comes, you can hide behind a beast tamer." Hu Yan's voice carried a hint of sternness. "Now, those who are unwilling to participate in tonight's training can come find me to drop out." The students looked at each other, but no one moved. Their complaints just now were actually a habitual reaction. Just as Hu Yan said, it was because they did not truly consider this training as real combat from the bottom of their hearts. But after Hu Yan's stern criticism, they accepted the outcome. Seeing this, Hu Yan's expression improved slightly. "Go rest, training will start at midnight as usual." With that, he turned and left. The students dispersed, each preparing for the night's training. Although last night's training was interrupted, many of them already knew the content of the training. If they could make targeted preparations, it would naturally lead to better results. As for Lin Mo, he went straight back to his tent, put in earplugs, and went to sleep. He had hardly slept from last night until now. If he didn't sleep now, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. When he woke up, it was already sunset. After filling his stomach with food, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, holding a piece of water spirit stone in his hand, and began to meditate. He had never let go of the quality of growth of his pet. At 11:30 at night, Hu Yan once again gathered everyone and distributed locators to each person. When it was Lin Mo's turn, he personally put the locator into Lin Mo's protective suit pocket and zipped it up, saying, "Don't lose it again." Lin Mo smiled and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee I won't lose it this time." Hu Yan patted his shoulder and then looked at everyone. "Due to last night's situation, we have made some adjustments to tonight's training content." Upon hearing this, the students who had prepared specifically for the training instantly looked disappointed. Content changes meant that their preparations were all in vain. Ignoring their expressions, Hu Yan continued, "The training content is to reach the point where we enter the forest before dawn." Upon hearing this request, the students' expressions changed simultaneously. From entering the forest to the place where they rested yesterday afternoon, Hu Yan led them for 3 hours. 1 hour at a normal pace, and 2 hours at a fast pace. And last night, they probably encountered the golden-winged Peng 3 hours after. Some people also feel that their original direction is wrong, so they choose to join Lin Mo's side. In this way, although the number of people on Lin Mo's side has decreased, it is not much. Lin Mo is unaware of this. He doesn't care whether anyone follows him or not,
and he is too lazy to pay attention to those people's choices, because most of his attention is focused on the compass on his bracelet. In the forest, it is very difficult to walk in a straight line due to the obstruction of trees and vegetation. So, he must constantly adjust his direction of advance to ensure that he does not take the wrong path. I haven't walked far, but I've adjusted my direction several times.
Could this guy not know the right direction? Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have come here. It's too late to say these things now. Let's follow for now.
If we can see other people later, it should be possible to change direction in time. In the team, there are quite a few private whispers like this.
Even many students from the comprehensive department have doubts about Lin Mo. They followed Lin Mo only because they were at their wits' end. Now, hearing the discussions of the crowd, they naturally wavered. After a moment, they heard the sound of beasts galloping to their right. That was a group of people going in another direction. And at that moment, Lin Mo adjusted his direction of advance once again. This made those wavering people in the team immediately follow the other group without hesitation. This included many students from the comprehensive department.
In an instant, the number of people on Lin Mo's side decreased by more than half, leaving only about 20 people. Seeing this, Xiaoning and Duanmu Chenyang were somewhat displeased. These people followed Lin Mo when they had no choice. Now that they see others, they immediately turn around and leave.
How shameless! It's not just shameless, it's downright shameless.
If I were Lin Mo, I wouldn't have let them follow me in the first place. That's right, they come and go as they please, without even a thank you.
Such people shouldn't be given any face.
The two of them complained to each other, getting angrier as they spoke. Lin Mo heard their words, shook his head with a smile, and continued to adjust his direction. An hour later, he stopped and looked at the dozen or so people still following him.
Let's all take a break here and feed the beasts. Is it safe to feed the beasts here?
Yeah, what if a fierce beast appears?
Someone worried.
Lin Mo looked at the two who spoke, both of whom were his classmates from the comprehensive department.
He didn't explain, but instead asked, have you seen any fierce beasts on our way here?
The two questioners were stunned. It suddenly dawned on them that they hadn't encountered any fierce beasts in the past hour.
And not only them, but they also someone has already arrived.
The team was surprised to see someone emerging from the woods. They quickened their pace to approach.
Not only has someone arrived, but there are so many.
The other group was even more shocked upon discovering that Lin Mo's team consisted of over a dozen people. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who immediately asked, "When did you all arrive here?"
"About 5 or 6 minutes ago," Xiaoning replied. The middle-aged man glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. "So, you all took about 4 hours to get here?" Xiaoning nodded.
The astonishment in the middle-aged man's eyes grew stronger as he exchanged glances with the others beside him, then asked, "Who arrived first?" The group of over a dozen people all turned to look at Lin Mo.
The middle-aged man looked at Lin Mo. "What's your name?" "Lin Mo." "Lin Mo?" The middle-aged man paused. "Is it the Lin Mo with an F-level talent?" Lin Mo twitched his mouth. Hu Yan said that all the teachers at Qingyuan Academy knew of a student named Lin Mo with an F-level talent.
Now it seemed that the rumors were true. The middle-aged man looked at a young woman in her 20s behind him. "Take note, first place Lin Mo, took 4 hours.
4 hours?
The woman hesitated. "Teacher Nya, but according to the Academy's predictions, even the fastest students take about 5 hours. Nya Baifeng said, "Predictions are just predictions, actual results matter."
"But, this is impossible." The woman said, "On one hand, the Academy's predictions are usually accurate. On the other hand, there are still many checkpoints along the way.
Unless they went straight and bypassed all the checkpoints, it's simply impossible to arrive in 4 hours.
Nya Baifeng asked, "So what are you suggesting?"
"I suspect they may have cheated," the woman said.
Nya Baifeng furrowed his brow. "Joey, accusing others of cheating requires evidence." "I don't have evidence,"
Joey said, "but whether they cheated or not, the Academy can find out by investigating their movements."
Upon hearing this, Nya Baifeng hesitated as well.
As Joey said, unless they went straight, it was impossible to arrive in about 4 hours. This was also why they arrived later than Lin Mo and the others. According to the Academy's predictions, even the fastest students took about 5 hours, and they had come an hour early to meet them.
However, after a moment of contemplation, Nya Baifeng still shook his head. "Record it as I said."
"But,
enough!" Nya Baifeng interrupted Joey. "Unless you can provide evidence, your doubts are invalid." Joey gritted her teeth, glared at Lin Mo resentfully, and said nothing more.
Lin Mo watched this scene feeling somewhat puzzled.
He could understand Joey's suspicion of him. After all, from the conversation between Nya Baifeng and Joey, their performance seemed overly outstanding.
Generally, when most people encounter something they find unbelievable, they tend to question its authenticity first. but he couldn't understand the look Joey gave him at the end. He was certain that today was the first time he had met Joey. Before this, he had never even heard of the name Joey, but the look of disgust and hatred in Joey's eyes just now was inexplicable. What kind of situation would make someone filled with hatred upon meeting another person for the first time? As Lin Mo's thoughts raced, he quickly thought of a possibility: Wang Hao. Wang Hao was a member of the Qingyuan Guard, and the current Joey, judging by her age, should also be a student and a member of the Guard, so it was very likely that the two knew each other, and their relationship should be quite good. So the situation became clear. Wang Hao was not convenient to be confronted at the assembly point. Therefore, he asked Joey, who had a good relationship with him, to take action. And his outstanding performance provided Joey with a good breakthrough. After all, according to the regulations of Qingyuan Academy, cheating will be severely punished. Once labeled as a cheater, not only will he be ridiculed by everyone, but his entire life will also be forever tainted. Wang Hao and Joey are going to ruin his whole life. Think carefully about the reasons behind this. Lin Mo's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Since coming to this world, the principles he has always followed are to avoid trouble and not be afraid of it. Originally, if this Wang Hao didn't come looking for trouble, he wouldn't bother. But since the other party took the initiative to come to him, if he didn't fight back, it would only make the other party think he's easy to bully and escalate the situation. Thinking of this, Lin Mo directly looked at Nia Baifeng. "Teacher Nia, I suggest you check our movements now." Nia Baifeng was puzzled for a moment. Why? Rumors are more fierce than tigers. Lin Mo glanced at Joey. "If you don't check now, by tonight, the news of Lin Mo cheating in training will probably spread throughout the academy." Having taught for many years, Nia Baifeng was insightful and immediately understood the mystery in Lin Mo's words. He looked at Joey. "Do you have a conflict with Lin Mo?" Teacher Nia misunderstood. Lin Mo said, "This senior sister Joey and I just met for the first time, but she should have a very good friend named Wang Hao." When Joey heard this, her face instantly turned very ugly. She didn't expect that by just accusing Lin Mo of cheating, he would guess her relationship with Wang Hao. This reaction was too sharp. Seeing Joey's expression, Nia Baifeng already understood everything. He shook his head gently. "Joey, hand over your record sheet to Zhang Zitao. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Qingyuan Guard team." Teacher Nia. Joey's face turned pale as paper in an instant. For students, joining the Qingyuan Guard team is an honor. Because only the most outstanding students can enter the Guard team, this is a recognition from the academy. Also, as members of the Guard team, they wield a certain amount of power. This power is quite intimidating for ordinary students. But for her, the most difficult thing to accept was being expelled from the Qingyuan Guard team. Once this matter spreads, her reputation in Qingyuan will be completely ruined. Thinking of this, Joey gritted her teeth and looked at Nia Baifeng. "Teacher Nia, I refuse." What Lin Mo said was just his speculation. You can't just expel me from the Guard team based on his guess. Indeed, it's speculation. Nia Baifeng looked at her. "But can you say that you didn't originally intend to do so?" Joey couldn't say anything. This point she couldn't deny because her previous reactions had already revealed everything. Nia Baifeng said, "As a member of the Guard team, the first thing you need to do is to be fair and just, not to abuse power for personal gain. From the moment you had the idea to harm others, you are no longer worthy of being a member of the Guard team. However, considering your safety, you can temporarily follow the Guard team, but from this moment on, you are prohibited from using any of the Guard team members' powers." With that, Nia Baifeng no longer paid attention to Joey, but looked at Zhang Zitao holding the forms. "Quickly record their scores, the others should be arriving soon." Then he looked at Lin Mo. "Go rest first, we have planned a safe area near the ruins with someone guarding it." Lin Mo nodded, glanced at Joey, and turned to leave. Behind him, the three people, including Xiao Ning, who had completed their registration, quickly followed. "Lin Mo, is that Wang Hao targeting you because of Lin Ruoyu?" Xiao Ning asked somewhat gossipy. He was the most aware of the news about Lin Mo, Lin Ruoyu, and Wang Hao. He just didn't know at the time that the male protagonist was Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. "Then you have to be careful." Xiao Ning said, "Wang Hao is fourth on the combat power list. His energy is not small, like just now, it's just a small trick." Lin Mo's expression changed, looking at Xiao Ning. "Tell me, how big is his energy exactly?" When Wang Hao threatened him before, he said that with his energy, he could make him regret it. But no matter how much he thought about it, he felt that the students on the combat power list were just a bit stronger in strength and influence. He didn't think it was that big of an energy. Xiao Ning nodded. "The students at the top of the combat power list mainly derive their energy from two aspects. First, it is the influence brought by their own strength.
You also know that the combat power list is for all students in the school. Being able to make it onto the combat power list is a proof of strength in itself. And being at the top of the combat power list means that even in the entire Qingyuan, their strength is top-notch. Lin Mo said, I know this, but what does it have to do with the size of his energy? Xiao Ning smiled, from the looks of you, you haven't been beaten down by society. Lin Mo's mouth twitched, speechless. In his past life, he was a second-generation rich kid, only he had the privilege to beat others down. Although his family background was ordinary in this life, he had just left the ivory tower, so Xiao Ning was not wrong to say that he had not been beaten down. Xiao Ning continued, you may not know that among the students of Qingyuan Academy, there are also small groups. The reasons for the formation of these small groups are different, but they all have one thing in common, that is, their leader must be a student at the top of the combat power list. Lin Mo frowned, isn't this just like a gang? Xiao Ning said, it's different from a gang, but you can understand it that way. So, these gang members are one of Wang Hao's sources of energy. As long as Wang Hao says a word, those under him will definitely come to bother you to please him. Lin Mo nodded, this is indeed the energy brought by influence, you just said this is only one of them? That's right. Xiao Ning said, the second source of his energy is the Beast Tamer Association. Beast Tamer Association? Lin Mo was startled. Xiao Ning nodded, in Huaxia, only the Beast Tamer Association can conduct assessments for beast tamers. All apprentice beast tamers, after passing the assessment to become official beast tamers, can choose whether to become members of the Beast Tamer Association. And generally, most students from academies choose to join. Lin Mo understood that Wang Hao was a member of the Beast Tamer Association. Xiao Ning continued, members of the Beast Tamer Association have certain obligations to fulfill, but they also enjoy some rights. And one of the rights of members is that they can pay to post tasks anonymously in the Beast Tamer Association. Hearing this, Lin Mo completely understood. If Wang Hao anonymously posts tasks to deal with him in the Beast Tamer Association, then neither Lin Ruoyu nor Qingyuan Academy would be able to do anything about it. He had to admit that this would indeed be troublesome for him. Lin Mo didn't think much about Wang Hao's matter. It was mainly because thinking too much wouldn't help. He couldn't stop the other party from posting tasks, so he could only face it when the time comes. However, according to Xiao Ning, to anonymously post tasks in the Beast Tamer Association, it would require a hefty fee. Plus, he should be staying within the academy for a while, so he didn't need to worry too much for the time being. After all, the reputation of a high-level Beast Tamer Academy was not just for show. Daring to lay hands on students in the academy, no matter who did it, would ultimately pay a heavy price. However, he had to be wary of those small groups that Xiao Ning mentioned. According to Xiao Ning's introduction, the small group to which Wang Hao belonged was called the Haoyun Club, and Wang Hao was the president of this small group, which could be said to have considerable power. If Wang Hao let the members of this Haoyun Club come bother him, he estimated that he would be very annoyed. It seems that I must climb up the new student combat power list this time. Lin Maxin's thoughts were spinning. Although he could rely on Lin Ruoyu's energy to resist the Haotian Club, that was not a long-term solution. Lin Ruoyu could protect him for a while, but she couldn't protect him all the time. Therefore, only by becoming strong himself could he truly be safe. Although he made it onto the new life list, it wouldn't make the Haotian Club disappear. However, it could make some of them more cautious and reduce his troubles. As the thoughts settled, they arrived at the safety zone Nye Baifeng mentioned. It was actually just a temporary area enclosed by a warning line. However, pest control had been done in advance, so they could rest assured. After resting for about an hour, students started arriving one after another. Seeing those exhausted and injured students, including Xiao Ning and a dozen others who came with Lin Maxin, were filled with shock and gratitude. They were shocked because from the looks of these people, they had clearly experienced intense battles or encountered significant troubles. This was exactly as Lin Maxin had anticipated. They were grateful that they chose to follow Lin Maxin, thus perfectly avoiding these troubles. This admiration for Lin Maxin grew stronger among the dozen or so people. At the same time, the later students, seeing Lin Maxin and the others unscathed, were also shocked. On their way back, everything was calm at first, with no issues. But as they neared the finish line, trouble arose. Not only were there ferocious beasts blocking the way, but there were also various traps like mud pits, hanging nets, trip ropes, and so on. Although not fatal, they had indeed suffered. So, seeing the intact group, they felt as if they had seen a wealthy person among beggars. The level of shock was imaginable, especially for some of them who initially followed Lin Maxin but later felt he was unreliable and chose to leave. At that time, they secretly felt their decision was wise. However, compared to Xiao Ning and the others, they instantly felt like complete fools. They had made the right choice,
but due to lack of determination, they ended up making the wrong one. It was like answering a test question correctly but changing it to the wrong answer. They regretted it deeply, especially for those in the comprehensive department. Logically, they should have been the first to arrive with Lin Machine, but for various reasons, they ended up choosing the wrong direction. Not only did they suffer unnecessarily, but even in training results, they were far behind those who followed Lin Machine. Hu Yan had long said that this training's results were based on the order of arrival, yet they were over an hour later than Lin Machine and the others. This gap was not ordinary. At 6 o'clock, a faint light appeared on the horizon. Soon after, a red sun rose in the sky, illuminating the entire forest. The deadline for the second round of training had arrived. Lin Machine glanced at the students from the comprehensive department. Excluding Chu Yueying, who had already died, there were still 51 students in the comprehensive department, but at this moment, there were only about 30 here. In other words, around 20 students had not arrived before daybreak. He observed the other classes around, and it was a similar situation. After waiting for over an hour, the students who hadn't arrived on time were gradually brought back by the escort team members. Hu Yan also arrived at the safety zone with the last group of students and then gathered the students from the comprehensive department. Next, I will announce the results of the second phase of training, Hu Yan said without any preamble, looking at the tablet in his hand, and announced, first place, Lin Machine, 100 points. Second place, Xiao Ning, 90 points. Third place, Dumu Chenyang, 80 points. Fourth place, Kong Jihao, 60 points. The fifth place, Wu Wenbin, with 40 points. The 10th place, Hu Yulong, with 30 points. The rules for points are the same as before. Starting from the 5th place, for each decrease in rank, there is a deduction of 2 points. So the 5th place has 40 points, and the 10th place has 30 points. In addition, after announcing the rankings of the Comprehensive Department Class 1, Hu Yan continued, because the second phase of training this time involved more than 10 classes from several departments, there is also an overall ranking. This overall ranking includes students from various classes. For convenience, I will only announce the rankings achieved by our class. First place, Lin Mo, points, 300. Second place, Xiao Ning, points, 280. Third place, Dumu Chenyang, points, 260. Fourth place, Kong Jihao, points, 240. Eighth place, Feng Hai, points, 180. 11th place, Kai Zishan, points, 150. 14th place, Ren Lulu, points, 120. Congratulations to the 7 students mentioned above. After Hu Yan finished speaking, he smiled and applauded. The surrounding students also instinctively applauded. However, their expressions were particularly complex. On one hand, they were very envious of the achievements of these 7 individuals, to the point of being jealous. On the other hand, they were well aware that 6 out of these 7 individuals were benefiting from Lin Mo's success. Originally, they also had the opportunity to benefit, but they chose to give up on it themselves. This made the regretful crowd almost want to slap themselves. It was such a good opportunity right in front of them, yet they completely failed to grasp and cherish it. Why were they so foolish? Hu Yan observed the expressions of the crowd with a hint of regret in his eyes. He had already understood the situation of this assessment from Nia Baifeng. Therefore, he could easily guess the inner struggles of these students. He couldn't say anything about their choice to give up on Lin Mo and choose someone else. After all, this kind of decision could only be made by the students themselves. However, he truly felt sorry for them for missing out on the opportunity to achieve good results this time. In this training area, a total of 12 classes from 4 departments participated in the second phase of training, with a total of over 600 students. Missing the opportunity to achieve a top 10, or even a top 20 position in such a large-scale training, these students probably won't encounter such an opportunity again in the future. Of course, he also knew that Xiao Ning and the other 6 individuals were able to achieve such good results all thanks to Lin Mo. But so what? The academy only recognized rankings for this training. Xiao Ning and the other 6 individuals would receive corresponding rewards based on their rankings. This was a tangible benefit that they could actually obtain. At the same time, it also conveyed to these students that being able to latch onto the right person at a critical moment was also a form of strength. However, this was something that couldn't be explicitly stated by the academy. They could only hope that through this incident, these students would gain some insight. After a moment, the applause subsided. Hu Yan continued, "Next, everyone follow me, we will take the bus back to the academy." "Teacher Hu, is the training over?" someone asked. Earlier, Hu Yan had mentioned that their wilderness training this time would last for 3 days, but today was just the 3rd day. "There is still one final stage," Hu Yan replied.
However, due to the golden winged arrow Pang, this stage has been temporarily moved to be conducted at the academy. With that, Hu Yen turned and walked towards the ruins ahead. The people from the comprehensive department class 1 immediately followed. 3 hours later, the bus stopped at the entrance of the academy. As everyone got off the bus and looked at the familiar school gate, they felt as if they had traveled to a different world. Although they had only been away for 2 days, the events that had taken place during these 2 days were enough to bring about a significant change in their mindset. This also helped the students understand the significance of the academy's arrangement for this practical combat training. Before this training, they were still like children in an ivory tower, but after this training, they were about to transform into a qualified beast tamer. Go back to the dormitory and tidy up. Hu Yen looked at everyone and said, "Gather at the front square of the academy at 2 p.m. The students nodded and dispersed. Except for a few like Lin Mo, most of the others were in a sorry state due to the traps in the forest and indeed needed to clean up. "Lin Mo, stay back," Hu Yen called out to Lin Mo. After everyone else had left, he continued, "There will be a challenge in the afternoon. With your points, not only can you enter the top 200, but your ranking may also be quite high. The challengers may be strong, so be prepared." Lin Mo's expression changed. "If I rank in the top 200 after the challenge, can I directly enter the freshman ranking?" Hu Yen had previously mentioned that the top 200 in this wilderness training would be the top 200 in the freshman ranking. Now it seemed that the final ranking would be determined by this challenge. Hu Yen nodded. "That's right, the final ranking of the challenge will be your ranking in the freshman list. Also, your performance this time is related to something very important, but I can't tell you yet, so make sure to seize this opportunity." Lin Mo nodded in understanding. At the same time, he was silently pondering. When Hu Yen had solemnly mentioned the importance of training results to him before, he had guessed that the training results this time might be related to something else. Hu Yan's words now confirmed his speculation. Although he didn't know what it was yet, the repeated reminders from Hu Yen should have a significant impact on him. So, he dared not be negligent. Back in the dormitory, he took a shower, changed clothes, and then entered the beast taming space with his mind. During the bus ride back to the academy, Xiaobai had been resting, so now it was full O. After seeing Lin Mo as the first, everyone looked at Lin Mo with an admiring look. Among the more than 6,000 freshmen in this session, Lin Mo's points could rank first, even if only temporarily. It was really remarkable. Lin Mo did not care about the eyes of his classmates in the class, but continued to look at the big screen. Then in the second place, he saw a very familiar name, Mu Yunting, points, 550. If he remembered correctly, this Mu Yunting was the first in this year's freshman, who successfully passed the 8th level in the enrollment exam, while he only passed the 7th level at that time. So, although Mu Yunting's points were lower than his, it did not mean that Mu Yunting's strength was weaker than his. Without any surprises, in the competition for the freshman list this time, this Mu Yunting would be a major rival for him. After Mu Yunting, Lin Mo's gaze continued to look down, but there was no one he knew among the top 50. It wasn't until outside the top 100 that he saw the names of Xiao Ning and 2 others. These 3 unexpectedly also entered the top 200. However, it was unlikely that they could maintain this ranking with their strength. At exactly 2 o'clock, on the platform to the south of the square, some academic leaders gradually took their places. The academic affairs director who had tested their talents before, Luo Chengfeng, walked slowly to the front and said loudly, "Next, what you are going to do is the final stage of your training, the challenge match. You have already seen the rankings on the big screen. These 200 people are the provisional top 200 of the freshman list. You should all know about the freshman list, but many of you may not be clear about the rewards for making it to the list. Let me briefly introduce it here. For students who make it to the freshman list, the academy will provide the highest quality beast feed for free. In addition, depending on the ranking, each student on the freshman list will receive a certain amount of monetary reward every month. And the monthly monetary reward for the first place is 3 million Huaxia coins. Wow! This statement instantly caused a stir, especially for those students who were unaware of the extent of the rewards for making it to the freshman list. This news was undoubtedly a bombshell. 3 million every month. Even for some well-off second-generation rich kids, it was still a considerable amount. And for those students from poor backgrounds, this was definitely a huge sum of money. This made the students instantly full of anticipation and eagerness for the freshman list, with a fierce fighting spirit in their eyes. Not to mention, even if it was just for these monetary rewards, they had to give it their all. Lin Mo had known about the extent of this reward for a long time, so he didn't have much emotional fluctuation about it. But watching the reactions of the students around him, he admired Luo Chengfeng. With just a few simple words,
he ignited the fighting spirit of the students.
Luo Chengfeng continued, the reward for second place is 5 million.
The reward for third place is 2 million. The rewards for 4th to 10th place are 1 million. The rewards for 11th to 20th place are 800,000. The rewards for 21st to 50th place are 500,000. The rewards for 51st to 100th place are 300,000. The rewards for 101st to 150th place are 200,000. The rewards for 151st to 200th place are 100,000. Luo Chengfeng finished speaking in one breath, and the new students present were completely quieted by this series of numbers. However, the desire and fighting spirit in everyone's eyes became even stronger. Even the last 200, each receiving 100,000 per month, they were determined to strive for this freshman list no matter what. Whether they could make it or not was another matter. Luo Chengfeng saw the students' reactions and nodded in satisfaction. For them, as educators, it was not important whether the students could make it to the top. What was important was to have a continuous spirit of progress, even if this spirit of progress was initially driven by the rewards. Looking at the crowd of students, he continued loudly, "You all know about the rewards, next I will explain the rules of the challenge. First, you can challenge anyone on the leaderboard, but each of you only has one chance to challenge. Second, each person on the leaderboard can only accept up to 3 challenges. If after 3 times, they are still on the leaderboard, it means they have successfully climbed onto the freshman list and cannot be challenged again. Third, if multiple people challenge the same person at the same time, the challengers need to be sorted according to their strength, with the stronger ones going first. Fourth, people on the leaderboard can also challenge each other, and when multiple people choose the same opponent, those on the leaderboard have priority."
Luo Chengfeng looked at everyone. Do you have any questions about the 4 rules mentioned above?
All the students remained silent. These 4 rules were clear and they had no questions. Each person can only challenge once, to make them carefully choose their opponents and not challenge blindly. Each person on the leaderboard can only be challenged 3 times, to ensure fairness and prevent them from being overwhelmed by challenges. On the other hand, it also prevents someone from being targeted by a group, ensuring fairness. As for sorting challengers by strength when multiple people challenge the same person, it is also reasonable. If each person on the leaderboard can only be challenged 3 times, then the chances are greater for the stronger challengers.
Lastly, those on the leaderboard have priority, which is also understandable.
Those on the leaderboard earned their place based on their abilities, which is a proof of strength in itself.
Alright, now that you all understand, the challenge will begin in 10 minutes.
You can think carefully about who you want to challenge.
After deciding, you can submit your challenge application at the podium.
Almost as Luo Chengfeng finished speaking, more than half of the 6,000 freshmen rushed towards the podium. The remaining small portion either felt they had no hope of winning and gave up on the challenge, or were carefully considering whom to challenge. At the podium, members of the Qingyuan Guard had already set up dozens of application points.
After half an hour of busyness, all students who wanted to challenge had submitted their applications.
Then, after the members of the guard team screened and organized the applications, they were handed over to Luo Chengfeng on the podium. Luo Chengfeng took the organized data, glanced at it, and then smiled at the freshmen below. It seems like everyone is very enthusiastic about the challenge.
He raised the data in his hand.
We have received a total of over 4,800 challenge applications, which means each person on the leaderboard received an average of 240 challenge letters. But according to the rules, each person being challenged can only accept 3 challenges, and the challengers need to be sorted from strongest to weakest.
So next, those whose names I call out, please gather on the west side of the square. Li Tao, Lu Zirwei, Mo Qingyu. Luo Chengfeng read out 600 names in one breath. Anyone whose name was called out ran to the west side with a smile on their face. Being selected meant they had the opportunity to challenge.
Those not called out couldn't help but look disappointed. Those not selected, don't be disappointed. After a month, you can challenge the members on the list at any time. Prepare well, and each of you will have a chance. Upon hearing this, the students who were not selected instantly became spirited again. They did have a chance, they just had to wait another month. Furthermore, those selected should not be too happy, because the people on the leaderboard have not made their choices yet. If they choose the same person as you, they have priority.
Luo Chengfeng's tone suddenly changed. Now, students on the leaderboard can come forward to submit challenge applications. Upon hearing Luo Chengfeng's words, the students on the leaderboard immediately took action.
For them, the purpose of the challenge was only one, to achieve a higher ranking.
Only Lin Mo stood still.
On one hand, he was currently in first place, so even if he were to challenge, there would be no room for advancement. On the other hand, without thinking, he knew that there would definitely be no shortage of challengers against him.
So, he actually just needed to wait. Just as his thoughts were turning, he suddenly felt a gaze fall on him. Looking up, he saw a handsome and stern-looking boy, staring at him with a determined look in his eyes. Lin Mo didn't know this boy, but he had a strange intuition that this boy must be Mu Yunting. Almost at the same time he looked over, the other party withdrew his gaze and walked towards the podium. Lin Mo blinked and smiled. Regardless of whether this student was Mu Yunting or not, it was definitely him that the other party was challenging. Soon, the applications were completed. Luo Changfeng once again received the results of the challenges, and then his expression became somewhat subtle. It seems that everyone's ambition is very strong. He looked at the 200 students on the leaderboard. Among the 200 people, 46 of them want to challenge the first place Lin Mo. For these 46 classmates, I admire your courage, but at the same time, I have to say that most of you are really foolish. Upon hearing this, the more than 40 students who challenged Lin Mo were immediately full of discontent. They just wanted to challenge for a higher ranking. How could that be foolish? Luo Chengfeng glanced at them and said, in the case of too many challengers, the ranking will be based on strength, a rule you all know. So when you submit your application, you should consider that if you are not in the second, third, or fourth place on the leaderboard, then you are likely to lose the qualification to challenge. At the same time, because you have submitted a challenge application to Lin Mo, you will not be able to challenge others. Think about it yourselves, am I wrong in calling you foolish? Among the 46 students, 43 of them blushed and couldn't say a word. Luo Chengfeng shook his head. I announced that the 3 people who can challenge the first place Lin Mo are the second place Mu Yanting, the third place Fu Zihao, and the fourth place Bai Yin Jing. Upon hearing this, the 3 people who were selected to challenge Lin Mo were also disappointed. The members on the leaderboard had priority, and they had already lost the qualification to challenge. The 3 people who can challenge the second place Mu Yanting are. The 3 people who can challenge the 200th place Qiao Shaoji are. Luo Changfeng successively announced the people who qualified for the challenge. Then he said, next, we will start accepting challenges starting from the 200th place. Qiao Shaoji, please prepare on the central stage in the square. The 3 challengers will take turns challenging in order of strength. Upon hearing this, the students immediately rushed towards the central square, surrounding the stage. The stage was circular, with a diameter of about 60 meters. For official beast tamers, the area might be a bit small, but for apprentice beast tamers, it was already quite spacious. Luo Chengfeng's voice continued, the rules of victory and defeat are simple. If one side admits defeat, loses combat effectiveness, or falls off the stage, it is considered a defeat. Now, Deng Lin, you can go up on stage to challenge. Deng Lin was the strongest among the 3 students challenging Xiao Shaoji. Lin Mo also stood in the crowd, silently watching the battle. Xiao Shaoji's favorite beast was a flame leopard. He scanned it with his hand ring. Name, Flame Leopard. Attribute, Fire Aptitude, Silver Intermediate Race Level, 3rd Rank Advanced Talent Skills, Flame Claw, Advanced, Fireball, Advanced, Growth Level, 7th Stage of Infancy. Lin Mo is quite familiar with the Flame Leopard. When he was training in Xiaolan Mountain, he had killed one before. However, the aptitude of that Flame Leopard was obviously incomparable to Qiao Shaoji's. The simplest comparison is that the awakened skills of the Flame Leopard he killed were Flame Claw, Intermediate, and Fireball, Intermediate. In contrast, Xiao Shaoji's Flame Leopard has the Fireball skill at an advanced level. Then he looked at Deng Lin's pet, the Icefang Beast. The overall image of the Icefang Beast is somewhat like a kangaroo, but without a kangaroo's pouch, and it has 2 large flat teeth similar to rabbits. Name, Icefang Beast. Attribute, Ice Aptitude, Silver Low Race Level, 3rd Rank Advanced Talent Skills, Frost Breath, Intermediate, Icefang Shot, Intermediate, Growth Level, 7th Stage of Infancy. Seeing these attributes, Lin Mo's first reaction was that Deng Lin's choice of Qiao Shaoji was obviously carefully considered. First, the 2 pets, one ice and one fire, happen to counteract each other. Secondly, the race level and growth level of the 2 pets are almost identical. Only in terms of aptitude, Deng Lin is slightly weaker, but at this stage, this does not have a significant impact on combat power. Who do you think will win between the 2 of them? Xiao Ning asked beside him. Hard to say, Duanmu Chenyang said, both are equally strong, so either could win. I think so too, Kong Jihao nodded. Xiao Ning couldn't help but look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what do you think? It's really hard to say. Lin Mo said, we'll only know when they start fighting, right? Xiao Ning's expression changed. Are you suggesting skill proficiency? In a situation where the surface strength of the 2 is almost the same, skill proficiency is indeed one of the key factors affecting the outcome. Lin Mo nodded, and the coordination and tacit understanding between the beast tamer and the pet. Duanmu beside him was slightly stunned. In terms of tacit understanding, Everyone is now an apprentice beast tamer, so it should be similar, right? Not necessarily. Lin Mo glanced at Duanmu. Who do you think has a higher level of tacit understanding with the pet, a beast tamer who meditates for 4 hours a day or one who meditates for 2 hours a day? Duanmu's mouth twitched, unable to speak. The meditation of a beast tamer is mainly to expand, strengthen, and beautify the space for the pet. This is to make the pet's life more comfortable, and also a process for the beast tamer and the pet to build emotions and rapport. In essence, tacit understanding is a measure of the usual level of diligence. The higher the level of tacit understanding between the beast tamer and the pet, the more diligent they are in their daily practice. While they were talking, the battle between the two on the stage had already begun. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the battle between the two on the stage began. Both were evenly matched in all aspects, so the outcome was hard to determine. However, a few minutes later, the balance of victory began to tilt towards Deng Lin. The reason for this result was tacit understanding. Tacit understanding is not visible when viewed alone, but in a comparative situation, it becomes very clear. The coordination between Deng Lin and the pet was obviously better than that of Xiao Xiaoji. Therefore, there was no suspense in the outcome of the battle between the two. Deng Lin successfully replaced Xiao Xiaoji and became the new 200th on the new student list. Luo Chengfeng turned to the other two students who were qualified to challenge Xiao Xiaoji. Do you want to continue to challenge? The two students shook their heads in unison. Their strength was not as good as Deng Lin's to begin with. Now, seeing the battle between the two, they realized even more the gap between them and knew that even if they went on stage, they would not be able to win. And this is also the reason why the academies let the strong students challenge first. In this way, many unnecessary battles can be avoided, and a lot of time can be saved. Ranked 199th on the scoreboard, Yuan Hong, come up and accept the challenge. The challenge continues. Some succeed in the challenge, while others fail. However, this process allows the students below to feast their eyes. Normally, they don't see so many battles. Most importantly, the students on the stage use different pets, and their combat styles and techniques are also different. For the students watching, this is actually a learning process. Even Lin Mo, who has relatively rich practical experience, feels greatly benefited. Especially for some unexpected pets, he had only heard of them before, but today he finally saw them in person. There are also some strange pet skills that he is seeing for the first time. If he had encountered these skills on the stage, he would probably have suffered a lot. But now that he has seen them in advance and is prepared, dealing with them later will be much easier. Time passes. Soon it was Kong Jihao's turn. Ranked 132nd on the scoreboard, Kong Jihao, come up and accept the challenge. With Luo Qingfeng's voice, Kong Jihao stepped onto the stage. And the first challenger he faced was named Wang Chao. The moment both summoned their pets, there was an instant uproar below the stage. Because Kong Jihao's pet was only at the 5th stage of infancy, while Wang Chao's pet had already reached the 7th stage of infancy. With such a huge gap in strength, Kong Jihao had no chance of winning at all. This also caused a lot of discussion among the people below. His pet is at the 5th stage of infancy, how did he get such a high score? He's lucky, encountered fewer fierce beasts, right? Damn, if I had known he was so weak, I would have challenged him. I missed such a good opportunity. Yeah, at the 5th stage of infancy, this is simply a chance handed to him on a silver platter. What a pity, what a pity. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Xiaoning and Duanmu Chenyang's faces were a bit unsightly. Originally, they were quite happy to have achieved a good ranking thanks to Lin Mo, but the discussions of the crowd made them feel embarrassed. Duanmu, it seems we have to work harder in the future. Xiaoning's face carried a wry smile and a hint of seriousness. Yes, what we gained from others is not truly our own. Duanmu nodded in agreement. With that, the two fell silent. Lin Mo heard the discussions of the crowd, as well as the conversation between Xiaoning and Duanmu. However, he didn't say anything. Although he didn't think there was anything wrong with gaining from others, if this incident could make the two realize the importance of strength, it might not be a bad thing. Just as the crowd was discussing, the battle on the stage had already ended. As expected, Kong Jihao was defeated. However, this time, the other two students who still had the qualification to challenge did not give up their chance. Although their strength was not as good as Wang Chao's, it was not far off. If they were to fight for real, the outcome was hard to predict. So, after 2 more battles, Wang Chao finally secured the 132nd position on the new student ranking list. The situations of Duanmu Chenyang and Xiaoning were similar to Kong Jihao's, and they failed to hold on to their positions on the new student ranking list. The subsequent battles did not cause much of a stir. Those who were able to enter the top 200 in this training session were basically quite skilled. However, when the challenge reached the 38th position on the scoreboard, it once again caused a sensation among the students below, because Zhu Yingcheng, ranked 38th on the scoreboard, summoned a pet at the 8th stage of infancy. In previous matches, whether challenger or challenged, the summoned pets were at the 7th stage of infancy. An infant pet at the 8th stage was appearing for the first time, but the next moment, another round of exclamations erupted. Because the beasts summoned by the challengers are also at the 8th stage of infancy, it seems that another one came prepared. Lin Mo muttered softly. Compared to the battles between the 7th stage infant beasts, the battles between the 8th stage infant beasts were obviously more exciting. The two fought fiercely. Even the arena paved with giant stones was marked with traces of the battle. However, in the end, Zhu Yingcheng was superior and achieved victory. However, the other two challengers also did not choose to give up. So after a short rest, Zhu Yingcheng faced the second and third battles. Zhu Yingcheng's strength was indeed good, and he ultimately held on to the 38th position on the newborn ranking. In the subsequent matches, all the beasts summoned by the people were at the 8th stage of infancy. And at this stage, the competition became extremely fierce, with no one willing to give up the challenge. Therefore, almost every challenger had to fight 3 full rounds to hold on to their position. Of course, many challengers were defeated and dropped from the newborn ranking. It was getting dark when the challenge finally came to an end. 4th place on the points list, by Yunjing, come up and accept the challenge. With Luo Qingfeng's words, a handsome young man with long hair and a dashing appearance slowly walked up to the arena. Challenger Gu Shi, come up and challenge. Gu Shi was a pretty girl wearing protective gear, with braided hair, looking unremarkable. However, when the two summoned their beasts, there was a sudden burst of exclamations under the arena. Because the beasts summoned by these two were not only at the 8th stage of infancy but also extremely rare and uncommon beasts. Bai Yunjing's beast was a 2-headed wolf. It looked similar to a wolf but with 2 heads, and was larger overall, over 2.5 meters long, looking formidable. Name, 2-headed wolf. Attributes, ice, water. Aptitude, low-level gold. Race level, 5th order advanced. Innate skills, frost breath, advanced, water arrow, advanced. Growth level, 8th stage of infancy. When Lin Mo saw the 2-headed wolf, his face was full of shock like the other students. Not only because the wolf had 2 heads, but more importantly, this beast had dual ice and water attributes. 2-headed wolves were already rare, but one with dual attributes was even rarer. Generally, 2-headed wolves had only one attribute. Beasts like this with dual attributes were extremely rare. Most importantly, this 2-headed wolf had a gold-level aptitude, making it even more valuable. Without a doubt, Bai Yunjing's background was definitely extraordinary. Then, he looked at Gushi's beast, the phoenix-tailed butterfly. Name, phoenix-tailed butterfly. Attributes, poison. Aptitude, mid-level gold. Race level, 5th order intermediate. Innate skills, butterfly dance, advanced, hallucination, intermediate, tail sting, advanced. Growth level, 8th stage of infancy. This was a huge butterfly taller than a person, with wings that opened to a diameter of over 3 meters. It was mainly ink blue with various colorful spots, looking beautiful. The name phoenix-tailed butterfly came from its 2 long tail wings resembling a phoenix's tail. Lin Mo looked at the phoenix-tailed butterfly, also showing a shocked expression. Although the phoenix-tailed butterfly was not as rare as the 2-headed wolf, it was a very difficult to deal with poison attribute beast with 3 skills. In beast battles, although physical combat was possible, most of the time, skills were the main focus. So having an extra skill naturally provided a significant advantage. This is a clash of titans, this battle is going to be exciting, said Xiaoning excitedly. Although he also boasts of being a 2nd generation rich in normal times, compared to these two, he is completely inadequate. Lin Mo glanced at Duanmu Chenyang. To make this guy say such words, it seems that he was really hit. However, he did agree with Xiaoning's words. The battle between these two was indeed expected to be very exciting. And indeed it was. The battle between these two entered a white-hot stage right from the start. The twin-headed wolf made a move with a cold ice breath. Cold ice breath, ice-type skill, freezing enemies with extremely cold ice breath, can freeze or slow down enemies. Given the fragility of the phoenix butterfly, if hit by the cold ice breath, the twin-headed wolf could defeat it instantly with another water arrow. However, Gushi obviously anticipated this move. At the moment the battle began, the phoenix butterfly was instructed to create distance. Then, the phoenix butterfly's wings fluttered, and colorful phosphorescent powder sprinkled from its wings, enveloping the twin-headed wolf. This was the phoenix butterfly's skill, butterfly dance. The phosphorescent powder was actually a poisonous substance that could slow down the movements of those poisoned. Bai Yunjing obviously knew this and immediately controlled the twin-headed wolf to dodge. Then both sides fought back and forth for more than 10 minutes without determining a winner. The students around watching were all exhilarated. Lin Mo, Bai Yunjing will challenge you later, do you have a chance of winning? Xiao Ning asked. He originally wanted to ask what Lin Mo would do because he didn't have much faith in Lin Mo. Bai Yunjing's displayed strength was too strong, and in his understanding, Lin Mo's pet only had a 6th-stage juvenile. Meeting Bai Yunjing, there was almost no chance of winning. But thinking back to Lin Mo's amazing performance during training, he thought maybe Lin Mo could create a miracle? So he changed his question at the last moment. Lin Mo thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "It's hard to say, you'll only know after the fight." Xiao Ning heard this and didn't say anything more, but a strong sense of shock surged in his heart. He dared to bet that if he had asked the same question to someone else, that person would have said there was no chance of winning. But Lin Mo actually said you'll only know after the fight. Doesn't that mean Lin Mo believes he has a chance of winning? Xiao Ning vaguely felt that his guess might actually come true. Duanmu Chenyang beside him had a similar feeling to Xiao Ning. He also didn't have much faith in Lin Mo, but watching Lin Mo speak with a calm demeanor, he vaguely felt that Lin Mo might actually win. Another 10 minutes passed. The battle on the stage finally ended. In the end, Gu Shi emerged victorious. Her pet had one more skill than Bai Yunjing, giving her some advantage. This time, the other two students eligible to challenge Bai Yunjing directly gave up their qualifications. Although they were strong enough, facing Gu Shi with rare pets, their chances of winning were slim. However, although Bai Yunjing lost his 4th place on the scoreboard, he still had a chance to challenge Lin Mo. If he could succeed in the challenge, he would be the new first on the freshman list. So, Bai Yunjing's expression was not discouraged. After losing to Gu Shi, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate for recovery. Next was the 3rd place Fu Zihao. Compared to Bai Yunjing and Gu Shi's battle, Fu Zihao's side was a bit more plain. However, this did not mean that Fu Zihao's strength was weak. On the contrary, from the strength Fu Zihao displayed, one of his pet's 2 skills had reached the proficient level. So, he easily defeated the challenger. The other 2 challengers, seeing that Fu Zihao had 1 skill at the proficient level, directly gave up the challenge. Although those who could enter Qingyuan were all excellent students, in reality, these students had only been apprentice beastmasters for just over 3 months. In such a short time, to train the pet's skills to the proficient level, this is definitely a rare existence. And at the proficient level, facing the beginner level, it can be easily crushed. So, giving up the challenge is actually a very wise choice. Next is the 2nd place, Mu Yunting. At the moment when Mu Yunting summoned his pet, the surrounding students were instantly in an uproar. Because Mu Yunting's pet had already reached the 9th stage of infancy. Heavens, it's actually at the 9th stage. How can Lin Mo still fight? Fight what? If I were Lin Mo, I would just admit defeat directly. If it were me, I would also admit defeat. Infancy 9th stage, not to mention the strength, just the level suppression alone is enough to make Lin Mo drink a pot. There's no way to fight, absolutely no way. But speaking of which, Mu Yunting himself is the first among the freshmen. If he becomes the first on the freshman list, it also makes sense. The discussions of the crowd were loud and lively. Almost unanimously, they believed that Lin Mo had no hope at all. Xiao Ning and Duanmu Chenyang's gazes involuntarily turned to Lin Mo. Even though they had witnessed Lin Mo's amazing performance, at this moment, they couldn't help but worry about Lin Mo. On the podium, the various school leaders present. After seeing Mu Yunting's pet, their eyes also lit up slightly. A newly enrolled student whose pet had reached the 9th stage of infancy was also rare in the history of Qingyuan Academy. Director Wu, if I remember correctly, this Mu Yunting is from your combat department, right? The old man sitting in the center of the podium looked towards the middle-aged man on his left. Yes, Vice Principal Li, Wu Rongjong said, Mu Yunting's beast-taming talent is sea-level accelerated growth, so the growth rate of his pet is extremely fast. Vice Principal Li nodded. Although talents like accelerated growth cannot increase combat power, level advantage itself is a great advantage. In this case, it seems that there should be no suspense for this 2nd place. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded silently. And as Vice Principal Li had anticipated, Mu Yunting's 3 challengers, upon seeing that his pet was at the 9th stage of infancy, directly gave up their qualification to challenge. Although their pets had also reached the 8th stage. But for beast tamers at their stage, the difficulty of challenging beyond their level was not ordinary. Lin Mo, the 1st place on the scoreboard, come up and accept the challenge. At this moment, Luo Qingfeng's voice rang out. Swish! The students of the comprehensive department class 1 all looked towards Lin Mo. In their view, the most sensible choice for Lin Mo at this moment was to admit defeat directly. because Lin Mo's first challenger was Mu Yunting. Considering the huge level difference between the two, admitting defeat was not embarrassing at all. Just like the three challengers who had admitted defeat before, everyone would only say they were wise. However, under the gaze of everyone, Lin Mo slowly took steps and walked towards the arena. Lin Mo, why not admit defeat? Xiao Ning stopped Lin Mo. It was better to admit defeat than to be defeated, and it was more straightforward. Yeah, Lin Mo, if you go up, you will lose, and even your pet may get injured, it's not worth it. Duanmu Chenyang also advised. It's okay, I just happen to want to see how strong a pet at the 9th stage of infancy really is. Lin Mo smiled and continued to walk towards the arena. He knew that Xiao Ning and Duanmu Chenyang meant well, but what he said was true. During the enrollment exam, Xiaobai was at the 6th stage of infancy, and they had paid a considerable price to defeat the 8th stage of infancy Thunderhorn Lion. But because of this, his enrollment exam stopped at the 7th stage. Now Xiaobai had grown to the 7th stage of infancy. If he were to participate in the enrollment exam again, he was confident that he could defeat the 9th stage of infancy Thunderhorn Lion and pass the 8th stage. Of course, a pet at the 9th stage of infancy, under the command of a beast tamer, would definitely be stronger than the Thunderhorn Lion at the 9th stage of infancy. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, CF, F, 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 9, F, F, 6, 9, 2, 3, 2, 8, 9. While he was pondering this question, the battle between the two on the stage finally began. Mu Yunting, please come up to the stage for a challenge. Lin Mo stood firm on the stage, and Luo Qingfeng's voice rang out. Immediately, a handsome and cold-looking young man in the crowd slowly walked towards the stage. It's really him. The moment Lin Mo saw this young man, he suddenly realized. This young man was the one who had stared at him when he submitted the challenge application before. At that time, he guessed that this young man was Mu Yunting, and now it seemed that his guess was correct. Soon, Mu Yunting stepped onto the stage, then without saying a word, summoned his pet, a giant elephant over 3 meters tall, over 5 meters long, with some golden markings on its body. Name, Golden Spotted Giant Elephant. Attribute, Gold. Aptitude, Advanced Silver. Race level, 5th rank low. Innate skills, Trample, Advanced, Charge, Advanced. Growth level, 9th stage of infancy. Looking at the information displayed on the information bracelet, Lin Mo's eyes unconsciously became serious. The size of the golden spotted giant elephant was already much larger than the average pet. In addition, Mu Yunting's pet had reached the 9th stage of infancy, making its current size more than twice as large as Xiaobai. With such a size difference, if Xiaobai were to be touched by it, it would probably result in broken bones and tendons. Moreover, elephants have thick skin and strong defense. Fighting against it with a level difference would only make the difficulty greater. However, if Xiaobai can defeat this 9th stage infant golden spotted giant elephant, then it shouldn't be a problem to deal with other 9th stage infant pets. A strong fighting spirit surged in Lin Mo's heart as he pretended to draw a summoning array and summon Xiaobai. Roar! After resting for a few hours, the lively and energetic Xiaobai let out a cheerful growl as soon as it came out. Then it approached Lin Mo and rubbed affectionately against him. Phantom Tiger. It's also a rare pet. At the sight of Xiaobai, many people in the crowd below exclaimed. Strictly speaking, the Phantom Tiger could not be considered a rare pet, only uncommon. Especially when compared to pets like the two-headed wolf, it was even less so. However, compared to most students' pets, the Phantom Tiger could indeed be considered rare. Because most students' pets came from the high school breeding center, and as apprentice beast masters, they did not have the financial resources and ability to contract better pets. Not only rare, but also of intermediate gold aptitude. Another person in the crowd spoke up, causing another stir. Up to now in this challenge, including Lin Mo's Phantom Tiger, they had only seen 3 intermediate gold level pets. It showed how rare intermediate gold level aptitude pets were. It's a pity that Lin Mo encountered Mu Yunting. Yes, even with a 7th stage infant Phantom Tiger, he would have a chance to maintain his ranking in the top 50 on the scoreboard, but unfortunately, he is in the first place. It can only be said that he is unlucky. If his opponent wasn't Mu Yunting, he would have a chance to win. Many people began to feel sorry for Lin Mo. The 7th stage infant Phantom Tiger was indeed very strong, but the opponent was even stronger. It's already at the 7th stage. Under the presiding stage, Hu Yan looked at the Phantom Tiger with a surprised expression. When he registered Lin Mo's information before, Lin Mo's pet was still at the 6th stage of infancy. It had only been a few days, and it had already reached the 7th stage. If it's at the 7th stage, maybe it really can maintain its ranking. Thoughts turned in Hu Yan's mind. As the class leader, he was the most aware of Lin Mo's performance in the enrollment exam.
With examples of surpassing 2 levels of combat and successfully passing the trials, it indicated that Lin Mo had the potential for challenging higher levels. However, he shook his head immediately, dispelling that thought. In the illusionary realm, the fierce beasts and the pet beasts of the beast tamer are simply incomparable. Even though Lin Mo had successfully surpassed level 2 before, the chances of success this time are still slim. On the platform, Vice Principal Li smiled and looked at the 2 people beside him. Youngster at level 7, 1 level higher than what you said before.
What do you two have to say now?
Wu Rongzhang pondered for a moment. I still believe in Mu Yunting. Although the difference between level 7 and level 9 is only 2 levels, the gap between these 2 levels is much greater than that between level 6 and level 8.
I also believe in Mu Yunting, Sang Zi said, not to mention the level difference. In terms of attributes alone, the Phantom Tiger does not have the advantage.
The Phantom Tiger is of the water attribute, while the Golden Spotted Giant is of the gold attribute.
Although the two are not mutually restrained, in terms of combat power, the gold attribute still has T during the month in Xiaolanshan. Although it couldn't be considered a true wilderness environment, Lin Mo and Xiaobai experienced nearly 100 battles of all sizes, accumulating rich combat experience.
They understood better than anyone else the importance of taking the initiative. Especially for Xiaobai, a pet with the skill of concealment, taking the initiative was almost instinctual for it. Therefore, as the 4 words "battle begins" fell from Luo Qingfang's mouth, Xiaobai had already activated concealment. When the golden spotted giant elephant charged over, it had already left its original position.
Boom!
The body of the golden spotted giant elephant heavily landed on Xiaobai's original position, emitting a loud noise. The entire arena trembled because of this collision. The students who were originally gathered around the arena were frightened by this momentum and subconsciously backed away.
But the next moment, missed. It didn't hit. When did Lin Mo make the pet dodge? Such quick reflexes. Among the crowd, there were continuous exclamations. However, they didn't have much time to discuss because new developments were happening on the arena.
Swish! Just as the golden spotted giant elephant came to a stop, at a position not far from its side, in the void, a water blade appeared out of thin air and shot towards it like an arrow. Mu Yunting's face slightly changed, immediately ordering, "Dodge."
The golden spotted giant elephant also reacted promptly, trying to dodge. However, its size hindered it.
It tried its best but only managed to avoid vital points. The water blade landed on the thick back of the golden spotted giant elephant, leaving it 2-inch deep, half-foot long wound. Fresh red blood instantly flowed out.
Whoosh! The students below watching this scene were instantly in an uproar. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? The golden spotted giant elephant is injured first. I never expected this.
Although the golden spotted giant elephant is not of the earth attribute, with its high defense and thick blood, Lin Mo's water blade was able to create such a large wound.
The proficiency of this skill is at least proficient level. If that's the case, Lin Mo might really have a chance to win.
The students were all filled with disbelief. In their understanding, Lin Mo was bound to lose this challenge. Many of them even thought that Lin Mo might not last more than 2 minutes. But now, less than 10 seconds into the battle, Lin Mo had already injured Mu Yunting's pet. Although this didn't mean Lin Mo would win, the fact that a level 7 novice injured a level 9 novice was already beyond their expectations.
In the crowd, Xiaoning and Duanmu Chenyang exchanged a glance, equally shocked.
Although they benefited from Lin Mo's training and achieved good results, in their impression, Lin Mo's greatest strength lay in his rich wilderness experience and meticulous work style. In this training session, Lin Mo relied on these 2 points to lead them to good results. As for Lin Mo's combat power, the two of them didn't have high expectations. After all, there were many level 7 novices in the top 200 of the rankings. But, the true test lies in action. Lin Mo's move to injure the level 9 golden spotted giant elephant already spoke volumes. On the podium, Wu Rongzhong and Sang Zi exchanged a glance, their eyes also showing a hint of shock. As teachers of the academy, their perspective was much higher than that of the students below, so naturally, they saw things differently. While the students were shocked by Lin Mo injuring the golden spotted giant elephant, what they were thinking was, what rich combat experience. In fact, Mu Yunting was very clever. He knew that his golden spotted giant elephant didn't have an advantage in speed and agility, so he made an unexpected move at the beginning. If it had succeeded just now, the match would have ended directly.
But what he didn't expect was that Lin Mo anticipated Mu Yunting's anticipation.
Lin Mo probably guessed the battle strategy of Mu Yunting when he saw the golden spotted elephant, so he prepared countermeasures in advance. Only in this way can it explain why the Phantom Tiger can react so quickly. Being able to guess the battle strategy of Mu Yunting itself requires a very rich combat experience.
Vice Principal Li smiled and looked at the two of them. How do you see the outcome now?
Lin Mo is indeed strong, but I think Mu Yunting still has a greater chance of winning. Wu Rongjong said, although the golden spotted elephant is injured, for it, this injury is nothing at all, it doesn't even affect its combat power. Although Lin Mo seems to have the upper hand now, he cannot afford to make any mistakes. Once his pet is touched by the golden spotted elephant, the outcome will be decided.
Sang Zi thought for a moment and said, I might have to change my opinion.
From the water blade just now, Lin Mo's water blade should have reached the proficient level. This level of water blade not only has great power and speed, but also can be released many times.
As long as Lin Mo is smart enough, even if the golden spotted elephant is strong, it will be useless.
So, Lin Mo does have a chance to win. Wu Rongjong said, but the premise of his victory is that he cannot make a single mistake.
Sang Zi nodded, indeed, but my intuition tells me that Lin Mo might really not make a mistake.
Wu Rongjong shook his head helplessly. Well, let's wait and see then.
On the arena.
Seeing the golden spotted elephant injured, Mu Yunting's expression was almost unchanged.
On the one hand, now is not the time to feel sorry for the pet. If he cannot lock in the advantage at the beginning, it will be really difficult for him to win.
On the other hand, as Wu Rongjong said, the injuries on the golden spotted elephant look terrible, but because of its thick skin, these injuries do not actually affect it much.
So,
Wu Rongjong and Sang Zi were both stunned for a moment.
They deliberately turned their heads to look at the arena below.
Lin Mo was still sitting there meditating, while Mu Yunting and the golden spotted elephant were on full alert, guarding against the ghost tiger's attack.
In this situation, they really couldn't see any sign of the battle ending.
However, since Vice Principal Li said so, it was obvious that he had his judgment, so the two didn't say anything more and just looked at the arena. And at that moment, on the arena, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and then looked at the vigilant and angry Mu Yunting. Let's discuss. How about you just admit defeat directly?
Admit defeat? Mu Yunting sneered with anger. Why should I? Just because of your rascal-like way of fighting? Lin Mo nodded. Exactly. Do you have a way to deal with it?
Mu Yunting clenched his fists, anger surging in his eyes, almost wanting to rush up and punch Lin Mo. Since he became a trainee beast tamer until now, he had never felt so frustrated. And at that moment, behind the golden spotted elephant, a water blade appeared out of nowhere, landing directly on its hind leg, leaving a terrifying 3-inch deep wound. Hiss, the golden spotted elephant let out a painful neigh for the first time.
Its mountain-like body trembled violently, half kneeling on the ground. You!
Mu Yunting's face turned extremely ugly in an instant, suddenly realizing that he had been tricked. Lin Mo's words about admitting defeat were just to provoke him and find an opportunity to strike.
No!
Lin Mo's plan didn't start with making him admit defeat, but with meditation. Lin Mo used meditation to delay time in a tricky way to make him angry, and then suggested admitting defeat to completely enrage him. Otherwise, if he had just asked him to admit defeat, he wouldn't have been so furious, and he wouldn't have given Lin Mo a chance.
Lin Mo was setting him up step by step. To come up with such a meticulous battle strategy in such a short time? Mu Yunting looked at Lin Mo with a complex expression.
However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much, because as the golden spotted elephant half knelt on the ground, the ghost tiger was already launching another attack, another water blade coming towards them. Mu Yunting immediately commanded the golden spotted elephant to dodge. However, the golden spotted elephant was already slow, and with its hind leg injured, it couldn't dodge at all. In the familiar sound of cutting, another wound was cut on the back of the golden spotted elephant, causing its huge body to tremble again.
Through mental sensing, Mu Yunting could clearly feel the pain the golden spotted elephant was enduring.
But he knew that this was his last chance,
so he immediately ordered the golden spotted elephant to charge towards where Xiao Bai was.
The next moment, the golden spotted elephant's body rushed towards Xiao Bai as if it had a booster installed. At this moment, Xiao Bai, who had just launched 2 water blades in a row, hadn't had time to enter stealth mode.
Lin Mo was going to lose.
This was the thought that simultaneously emerged in everyone's mind at that moment. With the physique of the ghost tiger, as long as it was hit by the golden spotted elephant, it would definitely lose without a doubt.
Bang!
The next moment, the golden spotted elephant heavily crashed down where Xiao Bai was.
The huge impact made the arena tremble violently.
At the same time, the golden spotted elephant's hind legs were bleeding profusely, kneeling on the arena. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, stood unscathed 3 feet away from the golden spotted elephant. Seeing this scene, the students watching were all a bit stunned.
How did the ghost tiger dodge it?
Mu Yunting's attack just now was timed perfectly, there was no way it could have missed. On the podium, Sang Zi glanced at Wu Rongjong. At this moment, Wu Rongjong's expression was very complicated. As the deputy director of the combat department, he naturally knew how Xiao Bai had dodged. In fact, it was very simple. Xiao Bai just jumped sideways 2 or 3 meters away while the golden spotted elephant charged over. In the previous charges of the golden spotted elephant, Xiao Bai had always used concealment to shift positions and evade. This created a kind of thinking inertia among the onlookers, thinking that charging could only be avoided in this way. So, they didn't notice that Xiao Bai had moved. Although it was only a distance of 2 or 3 meters, it was already enough for it to be out of the range of the charge skill. Being able to do this once again made Wu Rongzhong have to admit that Lin Mo's combat experience was indeed rich, and his combat awareness was really strong. The golden spotted elephant had only launched a few attacks, yet Lin Mo had already completely grasped its skill range. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. On the arena, Mu Yunting was also full of surprise. He had originally aimed to win with this strike, but unexpectedly, it failed. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment, because just as the golden spotted elephant charged down, Xiao Bai unleashed a water blade. At this point, the two were only 3 feet apart. The water blade had almost taken shape when it landed on the golden spotted elephant. However, it was evident that Lin Mo had held back. Because at such a close distance, the water blade could have easily attacked vital areas like the eyes or neck, but Lin Mo chose to attack the back. Another wound appeared on the back of the golden spotted elephant. At the same time, the golden spotted elephant suddenly lifted one of its front legs and then heavily slammed it down on the ground. Bang! A muffled sound. The arena shook violently. Lin Mo clearly felt a force spreading from below the arena, then bursting out from under Xiao Bai's feet. Trample, advanced, stomped the ground with powerful force, sending all enemies within a 5-meter radius flying. Pang! Xiao Bai, who had just launched a water blade, was directly lifted off the ground and flew over a meter high. At the same time, the golden spotted elephant took a sudden step forward, swung its long trunk like a whip, and directly whipped Xiao Bai away. Roar! Xiao Bai flew 5 to 6 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, letting out a painful roar. Lin Mo's eyes twitched, signaling Xiao Bai to conceal himself, while looking coldly at Mu Yunting. Under the arena, the onlooking students also fell silent, their expressions somewhat complicated. Those with keen eyes could see that Lin Mo had shown mercy with the water blade just now. If the water blade had attacked the vital points of the golden spotted elephant, it wouldn't have had the chance to use trample, let alone whip Xiao Bai away with its trunk. Those who said Lin Mo's methods were unsightly before Mu Yunting's actions, do you think they are honorable? This is not just about being honorable or not, this is simply shameless. Exactly, he showed mercy out of camaraderie, but Mu Yunting took advantage and acted shamelessly. This is just disgraceful. Such a person has a problem with their character. No matter how strong they are, I look down on them. The students discussed one after another. But this time, those who had thought Lin Mo's way of fighting was unsightly did not retort, because they already knew that Lin Mo's previous trickery was just a means to provoke Mu Yunting. He didn't actually resort to trickery. But this time, Mu Yunting had truly acted shamelessly. The winner, Lin Mo. On the rostrum, the school leaders all had furrowed brows. Only Vice Principal Li remained with the same expression as before, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuations. After hesitating for a moment, Sangzi looked at Vice Principal Li and said, "Principal, in a situation like this, should we let Director Luo speak later?" "Speak about what?" Vice Principal Li asked back. Sangzi was stunned for a moment, then didn't say anything more. She understood Vice Principal Li's meaning. The Academy has always emphasized treating this training as real combat. And this challenge is also part of real combat. Therefore, Lin Mo holding back in the actual combat was a mistake in itself. The injury to the pet beast was the price Lin Mo paid for this mistake. As for the actions of the Mu Yunting, although morally untenable, in the context of real combat, it could not be considered despicable. She looked at Lin Mo on the stage. Although she suffered a loss due to considerations of classmates' friendship, if it could serve as a lesson for Lin Mo to avoid similar mistakes in the future, it wouldn't be considered fruitless. On the stage, Lin Mo stared coldly at Mu Yunting. "Admit defeat, otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to your pet beast." Unlike the previous admission of defeat, this time he was serious. Mu Yunting looked at Lin Mo, his eyes twitched slightly. He could feel Lin Mo's anger. Unlike his obvious outward anger, Lin Mo's anger was like a turbulent undercurrent beneath a calm sea, seemingly light and breezy, but actually full of hidden dangers. However, he didn't care about it. He was confident in the attack power of the golden-spotted giant elephant. Lin Mo's phantom tiger had probably lost its combat effectiveness after the previous blow. The possibility of it posing a threat to him was not great. It was simply impossible for him to admit defeat at this point. At the same time, he heard the discussions around the stage. To the victor belonged the spoils. As long as he could become the first on the new student list, today's events would soon be forgotten by everyone. What people would remember then would only be his identity as the first on the new student list. So, the only thing he had to do now was to defeat Lin Mo. He looked at Lin Mo, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I think it's you who should admit defeat, right? Does your pet still have the ability to fight? With these words, he immediately made the golden-spotted giant elephant more vigilant. Although he speculated that the phantom tiger had lost its combat effectiveness, it was still just a guess. Lin Mo looked at him indifferently. In that case, don't blame me. The moment his words fell, a familiar cutting sound rang out. A water blade appeared without warning behind the golden-spotted giant elephant, then opened a wound on its other hind leg. Hiss! The golden-spotted giant elephant let out a painful neigh, its two hind legs gave way, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Mu Yunting felt the pain transmitted by the golden-spotted giant elephant, his face full of disbelief. When Little White was thrown away, their thoughts were the same as Mu Yunting's, thinking that Little White would most likely lose its combat effectiveness. Because of the size and strength of the golden-spotted giant elephant, any pet beast hit by it would either die or be injured. So, seeing Little White still able to launch an attack really shocked them. However, that water blade was just the beginning of their shock. As the golden-spotted giant elephant fell to the ground, Little White leaped and landed on its back. Then the sharp claws on its tiger paw popped out, and it fiercely scratched its back. Sheila, 5 deep blood mouths appeared instantly. Hiss! The golden-spotted giant elephant let out a painful roar, but because its two legs were injured, it couldn't even shake off Little White at this point. Roared! Little White let out a roar, and its two tiger claws tore at the back of the golden-spotted giant elephant like digging a pit. Chila, chila, chila. The continuous tearing sound rang out. The back of the golden-spotted giant elephant instantly became bloody and fleshly, as if it had been minced by a meat grinder, with flesh everywhere. A large amount of fresh blood gushed out as if it were free. Facing such an attack, the golden-spotted giant elephant lying on the ground could only let out waves of painful roars and roll in place, trying to press Little White under itself. However, this action had no effect on Little White. It just lightly jumped and landed behind the golden-spotted giant elephant. Then a water blade shot unhesitatingly towards the head of the golden-spotted giant elephant. I concede. Faced with this direct attack on the vital point, Mu Yunting's face changed drastically, and he chose to concede without hesitation. However, it was too late. The water blade had already been released, and even if he conceded, he could not retract it. Watching the water blade about to fall on the head of the golden-spotted giant elephant, Luo Qingfeng's figure flashed, appearing in front of the water blade, his fist covered with a faint red light directly met it. Bang! The water blade exploded, turning into mist and dissipating. Luo Chengfeng calmly retracted his fist and glanced at Lin Mo. He could feel that the power of the water blade had diminished at the critical moment. Otherwise, even if he could block the water blade, his fist would probably be injured. At the same time, he also knew that if he hadn't intervened, the water blade would have landed on the head of the golden-spotted giant elephant at full power. By then, even if the golden-spotted giant elephant didn't die, it would probably need 2 to 3 months to recuperate. I didn't expect you to have such character, Luo Chengfeng muttered to himself. He had no dissatisfaction with Lin Mo's actions, on the contrary, he admired them. He saw everything that happened on the stage the clearest. Mu Yunting was unjust first, so naturally, Lin Mo's subsequent actions were justified. He smiled at Lin Mo and directly announced, Mu Yunting concedes, the winner is Lin Mo. There was a sudden silence under the stage. Then thunderous applause rang out. Lin Mo's victory was hard-earned but well-deserved. Most importantly, compared to Mu Yunting's actions, Lin Mo's approach clearly won people's hearts. Therefore, they wholeheartedly acknowledged Lin Mo's victory. Only Mu Yunting's face looked ugly. The louder the applause below, the more painful his face became. Moreover, he felt some resentment and incomprehension in his heart. When the applause subsided, he looked at Lin Mo and asked, "How did you do it? Why did your pet receive such a heavy attack but not get hurt at all?" Hearing Mu Yunting's question, the students below the stage all looked at Lin Mo in unison. This was also their question. The leaders on the podium also pricked up their ears. Although they could guess some things, they still needed to hear Lin Mo's answer. Lin Mo glanced indifferently at Mu Yunting. "I don't seem to have an obligation to answer your question." In fact, Little White was not uninjured. It was impossible for it not to be injured by the golden-spotted giant elephant's attacks. So, its last few attacks were actually fighting while injured. However, Lin Mo could not tell Mu Yunting about this, let alone say it publicly, because that would be equivalent to voluntarily revealing his true strength to others. He preferred to keep others from seeing through him, which would be more advantageous for him. You. Mu Yunting's face flushed with anger, but he was helpless. Lin Mo turned to Luo Changfeng. Director Luo, please let the match continue. There were 3 people who had obtained the qualification to challenge before, and Mu Yunting was just the first.
Luo Changfeng nodded and said to Mu Yunting, you can take your pet to treat its injuries.
Then he looked at Fu Zihao below the stage. It's your turn to challenge Lin Mo. Fu Zihao smiled bitterly and said, I give up the challenge. Judging from the combat power displayed by Lin Mo and Mu Yunting during the battle, he was simply not a match for him.
Luo Changfeng then looked at Bai Yunjing. I also concede. Bai Yunjing's tone was full of disappointment and unwillingness. When he was defeated by Gu Shi, he didn't care much because he thought he still had a chance to turn the tables. After witnessing the battle between Lin Mo and Mu Yunting, he knew that he had no chance at all. Luo Changfeng nodded. In that case, I announce that the first place on this month's new student list is Lin Mo. Wow! Applause erupted below. The first place on the new student list represents the strongest strength among the new students.
Before this challenge, many people did not have high expectations for Lin Mo. Some even mocked him after knowing that he had an F-level talent. But now, everyone is convinced of Lin Mo's first place, because they all know how difficult it is for someone with an F-level talent to achieve this first place.
Luo Changfeng waited until the applause died down before continuing. This challenge is now over.
All students who have made it to the new student list should register at the Academic Affairs Office tomorrow morning to receive your rewards. Furthermore, there are some rules regarding the new student list that I hope you all will remember. He turned to the students below. Starting from next month, each of you will have a chance to challenge once a month. In addition, members on the new student list must accept at least 3 challenges each month. So, challengers, I hope you will cherish your opportunities and try to challenge opponents you are confident in defeating. Don't waste your chances. As for those being challenged, you cannot refuse the first 3 challengers who come to you. If you refuse, it will be considered as surrender.
Do you all understand?
Understood. The students responded in unison.
Luo Changfeng nodded. All right, then let's disperse. Go back and rest well. The academy will officially start classes tomorrow.
The students gradually left. The school leaders on the platform, however, remained motionless. Sangzi smiled and looked at Wu Rongjong. Director Wu, it seems my judgment was better. Rongjong did not pay attention to Sangzi's teasing and turned to Vice Principal Li beside him. Vice Principal Li, did you already know that Lin Mo would win? He recalled their previous conversations. Although Vice Principal Li did not express a clear opinion, his attitude clearly favored Lin Mo. Vice Principal Li nodded and said, I didn't know who would win, but I did have more confidence in Lin Mo.
Why?
Wu Rongjong was puzzled. Before the battle started, from all aspects, Lin Mo seemed to have the advantage, right? He was genuinely confused. Although he had seen examples of the weak defeating the strong in the past, they were rare, and it was usually because the weaker party had a significant advantage in some aspect.
For example, a C-level talent juvenile defeating an E-level talent juvenile.
This was normal because the talent of a beast tamer could sometimes determine the outcome. But Lin Mo, with a talent level lower than Mu Yunting, and a pet level lower than Mu Yunting, he had almost no advantage compared to Mu Yunting. Yet he still won in this situation, and he won decisively. So he was truly puzzled. Because you overlooked a very important point, which is the beast tamer himself, Vice Principal Li said, talent level is important, pet level is also important, but the beast tamer himself cannot be ignored.
A student like Lin Mo with an F-level talent who can overcome obstacles and enter the academy as the top scorer in Chuaning province must have exceptional qualities.
I was convinced of this, which is why I had more confidence in Lin Mo.
Wu Rongjong still hesitated. Is it just because of this point? Of course not.
Vice Principal Li looked at Sangzi. Director Sang, why did you suddenly change your opinion? Sangzi replied, because I found that Lin Mo is very intelligent, he knows how to use his advantage as well, and he has a keen sense in battles.
Exactly, that's it.
Vice President Li nodded, then looked at Wu Rongjong. Director Wu, as the head of the combat department, you only focus on talent and pet levels, which is somewhat biased. Wu Rongjong nodded, looking ashamed. Thank you for your guidance, I will pay attention in the future. In fact, from his perspective, this was unavoidable. Examples like Lin Mo were truly exceptional, and it might not be possible to produce one in several years. Therefore, over time, he naturally developed the habit of valuing talent levels and pet levels. However, Lin Mo's appearance did indeed serve as a wake-up call for him. For him, this was not a bad thing. Vice President Li then nodded slightly and left. After Vice President Li walked away, Wu Rongjong looked at Sang Zi. Director Sang, is the reason you changed your mind not just because of what you said?
Sang Zi smiled, not entirely, there is another reason I told you about. Wu Rongzhang was puzzled and said, women's intuition? Sang Zi said seriously, exactly, it's women's intuition. I don't know why, but after the start of the battle between the two, seeing Lin Mo's performance, I had a faint feeling that he would win. I don't know why I felt that way, but the feeling was particularly strong. Wu Rongzhang looked incredulous, are you serious? Sang Zi raised her hand to the sky, absolutely true. Wu Rongzhang's mouth twitched and he turned to leave. If Sang Zi wasn't lying to him, then he could only say that he truly lost to Sang Zi this time. Who made him lack women's intuition? Unit 108, Building 9. Lin Mo was pressed on his own bed. Sitting opposite him were Xiaoning, Duanmu Chenyang, and Kong Jihao. At this moment, Xiaoning and Duanmu had a look of interrogation as they stared at Lin Mo, as if saying, you won't get away without giving us an explanation. What do you guys want? Lin Mo looked helpless. He had just returned to the dormitory and had been pinned down by the three for 3 to 4 minutes. As the top of the freshman list, should you treat us? Xiaoning asked. Treat? 1 meal is not enough, it should be 3. 5 meals, Duanmu Chenyang added. Okay. You. Kong Jihao was an honest person, being pulled by the other two to sit here. He had no idea what to say while looking at Lin Mo. However, feeling the cold gaze of Xiaoning and Duanmu Chenyang, he shivered slightly and blurted out, You are really strong. Oh my god. Damn it. Lin Mo. Xiaoning and Duanmu both cursed out loud. Lin Mo felt a chill. Although you are really strong was a compliment, coming from a man, it felt a bit strange. However, considering Kong Jihao was an honest person, he understood. This must be sincere. He looked at the three, I will definitely treat you to the meal I promised, but if you have nothing else, I need to go out for a while. His Kunpeng in the beast space was still hungry. Xiaoning and Duanmu Chenyang's eyes instantly lit up with curiosity. Going out at this time, are you going on a date? Lin Mo smiled slightly. I said no, do you believe me? Damn. Xiaoning and Duanmu instantly felt like they had been fed dog food and stepped aside. Lin Mo smiled and quickly left. As Lin Mo walked away, the playful expressions on Xiaoning and Duanmu's faces gradually faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Duanmu, we need to work hard in the future. Xiaoning gazed at the darkening night outside the window, seeming a bit distracted. Yes, we really need to work hard. Duanmu also looked out the window, his face filled with seriousness. Although they had just been joking with Lin Mo, it was because Lin Mo was their dormitory brother. But the reality was that Lin Mo was the top of the freshman list, while they were just ordinary students at Qingyuan Academy. If they don't work hard, the distance between them and Lin Mo will definitely grow further and further apart. By that time, they may no longer have the qualifications to joke with Lin Mo again. I have a question. Kong Jihao suddenly spoke up. Xiaoning and Duanmu glanced at each other, both having a bad premonition. However, considering that there was no one around at this time, they still nodded. Go ahead, ask. When you guys talk about working hard, why do you all look out the window? Kong Jihao looked puzzled. Xiaoning and Duanmu glanced at each other again. This guy was indeed here to stir up trouble. Fortunately, there was no one around, so they didn't care. Xiaoning continued to look out the window. Lin Mo, you're really amazing. Yeah. Duanmu Chenyang also looked out the window. Who would have thought that a dormitory buddy suddenly became the number one on the freshman list? Being number one on the freshman list means the academy will provide the best beast feed for free. Xiaoning looked envious. 3 million a month, more than my pocket money. I can't even call myself a second-generation rich kid in the future. Duanmu looked distressed. Kong Jihao interjected, so you guys work hard for this. Xiaoning and Duanmu glanced at each other, then both suddenly rose up and pinned Kong Jihao down. Damn, so an honest person can always be stabbed by others. I've tolerated you for a long time, today we settle all scores. Poor Kong Jihao, completely unaware of what was happening, found himself in a situation where he was surrounded by men on both sides, with no way out, and was only spared after being roughed up by the two. The next morning at 9 o'clock, classroom of Class 1 of the Comprehensive Department. Out of 52 seats, only 51 were occupied. Ah, what a pity. Duanmu Chenyang looked at the empty seat and sighed softly. He didn't have deep feelings for Chu Yueying, but she was still the target he had chosen to pursue. So, her departure left him somewhat sentimental. Lin Mo patted Duanmu on the shoulder. The desk and chair of Chu Yueying were supposed to be removed by the academy, but Hu Yan stopped them. Hu Yan's original words were to use this empty desk and chair to remind the classmates of the danger and lessons they should remember. A moment later, as the bell for class rang, a group of people welcomed their first theoretical class after entering Qingyuan Academy. Hu Yan walked into the classroom with his hands empty. I will be teaching the first class today, and our topic is the evolution of pet beasts. Upon hearing this topic,
many people were slightly stunned,
including Lin Mo.
They all knew that pet beasts could grow and level up, but evolution was something they had never heard of before. Hu Yan said, "Many of you don't know that pet beasts can evolve, which is normal because the first condition for a pet beast to evolve is to enter the mature stage. And during your high school stage, it is difficult to cultivate a pet beast to maturity, so these courses are all taught in higher education institutions."
Teacher Hu, what do you mean by evolution? A student asked.
Hu Yan said, "Evolution, to put it simply, is the enhancement of a pet beast's bloodline and species. In simpler terms, it is to raise the species level of your pet beast. Let me give you an example, like a first-order low-level green-shell turtle." Lin Mo's mouth twitched. He inexplicably felt like he had been pointed out. Hu Yan's voice continued, "According to the research results of the Beast Tamer Association over the years, the green-shell turtle currently has 86 evolution paths.
For example, one of them is a first-order green-shell turtle, second-order thick-shell turtle, third-order rock-shell turtle, fourth-order iron-shell turtle. There is also one, a first-order green-shell turtle, second-order flame-shell turtle, third-order fire turtle, fourth-order spirit fire turtle."
86 different evolution paths mean 86 growth plans, and beast tamers can choose the most suitable one according to their own situation.
Of course, it's not easy to make a pet evolve. It requires the beast tamer to put in a great effort. Teacher Hu, is there a limit to evolution? A student asked. My pet is a low-level fourth order. If I can meet all the conditions needed for its evolution, can I train it into a divine beast? Hearing this question, everyone in the comprehensive department class 1 perked up. This was something they all wanted to know.
That's a good question, Hu Yan said, but I have to regretfully tell you that there is a limit to a pet's evolution. As you all know, a pet's species level ranges from 1st to 9th order, with each order further divided into low, medium, and high levels. Generally speaking, the high 9th order is the limit of a pet's evolution. As for the king, overlord, and the highest mythical levels above the 9th order, it's difficult to reach through evolution.
Teacher Hu, if you say it's difficult, does that mean there's still a chance, right? A student asked.
Yes, Hu Yan nodded. To make a pet evolve beyond the 9th order, there are 2 prerequisite conditions.
First, the pet's aptitude must reach the corresponding level.
In other words, to evolve a pet into a king, its aptitude must be at least at the king level.
Second, it requires the blood essence of a corresponding level of fierce beast as a catalyst.
For example, to evolve into a king, you need the blood essence of a king-level fierce beast. And these are just the prerequisite conditions. Even if these 2 conditions are met, there are still other conditions that need to be fulfilled for the evolution to be possible.
Hearing this, all the students looked disappointed. With such strict conditions, they felt they probably had no hope. Not to mention the blood essence of the corresponding level of fierce beast, just the pet's aptitude alone was enough to keep them all out.
Only Lin Mo's eyes lit up,
because the pet's aptitude was not a problem for him.
With his aptitude enhancement, whether it was king-level aptitude, overlord-level aptitude, or the mythical aptitude that everyone dreamed of, it was just a matter of time for him. As for the other conditions, after solving the biggest challenge of aptitude, it seemed not impossible. Actually, you don't need to be too disappointed. Hu Yan looked at the students. King-level pets are already rare, let alone the overlord and mythical levels above them, which are even harder to come by. For the vast majority of beast tamers, being able to raise a pet species level to the 7th or 8th order in their lifetime is already remarkable. As for you, the only 2 things you need to do at this stage are first, understand the evolution path of your pet. The library of the academy has information on this, you can look it up after class.
Second, choose one of the paths and start preparing for it.
Although most of your pets are only at the 6th or 7th stage, the preparations for pet evolution are actually quite complex.
It's definitely not wrong to start preparing early.
Hearing this, the disappointed expressions on everyone's faces gradually faded. Divine-level pets were unattainable for the vast majority of beast tamers. They had been too hopeful before. Seeing this, Hu Yan continued, "Next, let's talk about the precautions for pet evolution.
The first point mentioned earlier is that the pet must enter the mature stage before it can evolve.
Secondly, pet evolution is not 100% successful. Even if you make thorough preparations, there is still a possibility of failure. Thirdly, after a pet evolution failure, it cannot evolve again for at least half a year, otherwise, it may cause permanent damage to the pet. Fourth, Hu Yan went on to explain a total of 6 points. Listening to these precautions, Lin Mo truly realized how difficult evolution was. However, upon further thought, he understood. After all, evolution is the improvement of bloodline and race, equivalent to changing the original race of the pet beast, so it is normal for the difficulty to be great. Regarding the evolution of pet beasts, this lesson covers so much, now let me talk about another matter. At the end of the class, Hu Yan shifted the topic. You all know that once the pet beast enters maturity, it means you are qualified to become an official beast tamer. So, regarding the professional assessment of beast tamers, you can start preparing in advance. Furthermore, after becoming an official beast tamer, you can form a contract with a second pet beast, and those who meet the conditions can also start preparing for matters related to the second pet beast in advance. As the voice fell, the bell for the end of class rang. Hu Yan left directly. The students in the class immediately began to discuss pet beast evolution, beast tamer assessment, contracting a second pet beast. The amount of information in this class is too much, they all need to digest it well. Lin Mo, on the other hand, fell into contemplation. He didn't need to consider the matter of a second pet beast. Not to mention a second pet beast, he already had a third pet beast. What he needed to consider now was the evolution of the green armored turtle. On one hand, the green armored turtle had already reached the 8th stage of its infancy, the highest growth level among his 3 pet beasts, and it was definitely the first to enter maturity. On the other hand, his green armored turtle was of the spatial attribute. Normally, most green armored turtles are of the earth attribute. Occasionally there are other attributes like fire, gold, water, etc. But a spatial green armored turtle, he had never even heard of one before encountering Xuanwu. So, he was not sure if among the known 86 evolution routes, there was one suitable for a spatial green armored turtle. If not, then he would be at a loss. Thinking of this, he didn't even care to think about the beast tamer assessment, and went straight to the library. The library of Qingyuan Academy was very large. It had a total of 12 floors and housed several million volumes. After inquiring with the librarian, he found information about the evolution routes of the green armored turtle on the 2nd floor. However, after carefully reading through the 86 evolution routes, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile bitterly. The result he least wanted to see had appeared. Among these 86 evolution routes, there was no evolution route for the spatial attribute. This meant that even if he raised Xuanwu's aptitude to the divine level, it would be useless because it couldn't evolve. This is troublesome. Lin Mo slowly put down the materials in his hand, his brows furrowed into a character. Although his main pet beast had always been Xiaobai, he actually had high expectations for Xuanwu because of its spatial attribute, which had unlimited potential. However, if Xuanwu couldn't evolve, then even though it was of the spatial attribute, its achievements would be extremely limited. Many skills of the spatial attribute had requirements for race level, and if the race level couldn't be reached, many skills couldn't be awakened or used. Even if there is no evolution route, there must be other ways, I just don't know them yet. Lin Mo muttered to himself, silently encouraging himself. Spatial attribute pet beasts were extremely rare. Their rarity was even more scarce than a dual-headed wolf with golden aptitude. He had finally managed to find such a rare spatial attribute pet beast, and he couldn't let it go to waste. Leaving the library, Lin Mo went straight to Hu Yan's office. Lin Mo, do you need something? Hu Yan saw Lin Mo and was very enthusiastic. He truly appreciated and valued this student who had performed outstandingly in training and had greatly honored him. Teacher Hu, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. Lin Mo looked at the other teachers in the office, hesitating to speak. Come with me. Hu Yan immediately understood and led Lin Mo to an empty meeting room. Ask whatever questions you have. Lin Mo thought about how to phrase it and asked, I want to know if the pet beast evolution routes collected by the Academy are all the known routes at present? Hu Yan looked at Lin Mo in amazement and exclaimed, Kid, your reaction is too sharp. Lin Mo was puzzled. Hu Yan smiled and said, Actually, even if you didn't come to me, I plan to talk to you about this. Let me answer your question first. The evolution routes collected by the Academy are not all the known routes. The Academy collects evolution routes based on 3 criteria: safety, cost, and success rate. You should understand these 3 criteria without further explanation. After all, most of the students at the Academy come from ordinary backgrounds and cannot afford high risks and costs. Lin Mo nodded in understanding, taking the evolution route of the green armored turtle he had seen before as an example. Among the 86 evolution routes, the cheapest one from the first stage to the second stage costs around 2 million in initial investment, with no guarantee of success. This is indeed not affordable for ordinary people. Hu Yan continued, This is also the reason why I wanted to talk to you. Although the Academy's routes are safe, cost-effective, and have a high success rate, they all share a common weakness: the final evolution results are not the strongest. I didn't mention this in class before, but different evolution routes represent different evolution results, and there are differences in strength between different evolution results. He looked at Lin Mo. You should understand this, right? Lin Mo nodded. Even among 5th stage advanced beasts, there are differences in strength. He asked, "So, do you want me to choose those evolution routes that the Academy hasn't collected?"
Hu Yan nodded. "Indeed, that's what I suggest. On one hand, you are currently ranked first among the freshmen, you have money, and even if you fail, you can afford it. On the other hand, I think your Phantom Tiger is very good, and it would be a waste to just choose a common evolution route. However, the stronger the evolution route, the greater the risk and investment, so ultimately, it's up to you to decide." Lin Mo nodded. "Where should I go to learn about those other evolution routes?"
The Beast Tamer Association. Hu Yan paused slightly. In fact, the Academy has also collected some stronger evolution routes, but they are currently only open to students on the power ranking. However, it's the same at the Beast Tamer Association. They have the routes that the Academy has and those that the Academy doesn't. If they don't have it, then it's likely that the evolution route doesn't exist.
Lin Mo nodded. "I'll go there now. What about the afternoon classes?" "Go ahead, get permission." Hu Yan was very understanding. "Thank you, Teacher Hu." Lin Mo thanked and left.
For him now, he couldn't rest until he found the evolution route of the green armored turtle. The Beast Tamer Association is the official organization of Huaxia. In any city in Huaxia, there is a branch of the association. The Beast Tamer Association in Qiyun City is located in the city center and is a huge building with 66 floors. With his student ID from Qingyuan Academy, Lin Mo successfully arrived at the database of the Beast Tamer Association. The database has a total of 6 floors, each requiring different clearance levels.
Lin Mo could only access the lowest floor.
However, as Hu Yan said, the evolution routes he wanted to check were not classified, so his level was completely sufficient. In the vast floor, there were over 1,000 computers, with many people sitting in front of them. Lin Mo chose a corner position and began searching for relevant information. He first searched for the evolution route of the Phantom Tiger. The results showed 72 kinds, while he had only found 38 kinds when he checked in the Academy library before. After a rough browse, he found that it was indeed relatively safer as Hu Yan had said, the ones collected by the Academy. After careful comparison and selection, he chose several stronger ones and copied the information. Then, he searched for the evolutionary route of the green shell turtle. There are a total of 86 species in this institution, but he found results for 132 species. However, after a closer look, Lin Mo's brow furrowed again. He still couldn't find the evolutionary route of the space-type green shell turtle. According to Hu Yan, if he couldn't find it even here at the Beast Tamer Association, it means that the evolutionary route he wanted doesn't exist in the world.
What should I do now? Lin Mo was starting to feel anxious.
He had a space-type pet in his hands, but it couldn't evolve. It was like holding a treasure chest without the key to open it, a feeling that was simply unbearable.
Don't panic, stay calm, stay calm. Lin Mo forced himself to calm down.
If there really was no evolutionary method for the space-type green shell turtle in this world, then even if he panicked, it wouldn't help because it was something he couldn't change. Each of the known evolutionary routes had been painstakingly researched at great cost by predecessors. It was impossible for him to create a new evolutionary route on his own. Then, he had a thought. He began to search for information about the stone found in the golden-winged pang's nest. Yesterday, when he went to buy animal feed for the Kuan Pang, he had intended to have the people at the Daxia Mall help identify it. However, for safety reasons, he decided against it.
He speculated that the Kuan Pang's strong initial attributes were closely related to that stone. If his speculation was correct, then the origin of that stone must be extraordinary.
So, he decided to figure it out on his own. However, this world didn't have functions like image recognition or reverse image search, making the search a bit troublesome. After some effort, he finally found relevant information about the stone.
Spirit-infused stone. That was the name of the stone. But after reading the introduction of the spirit-infused stone, Lin Mo was stunned. Spirit-infused stone contains unknown components that can significantly enhance the pet's aptitude and increase the probability of awakening talent skills.
Lin Mo was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. He had guessed that the spirit-infused stone could enhance the pet's aptitude, but he hadn't expected it to increase the probability of awakening talent skills,
because this function was truly incredible.
Besides awakening talent skills at birth, there was a chance to awaken talent skills with each subsequent level up. However, the probability was very low. This could be seen from Lin Mo's Shen Wu and Xiao Bai. Lin Mo had personally raised both of them, but up to now, the two pets had only awakened the internal space talent skill, and that was already considered very good. For the vast majority of beast tamers, the probability of awakening talent skills after birth was truly minimal. The value of this thing is simply immeasurable. Lin Mo muttered as he looked at the information about the spirit-infused stone.
The information showed that the spirit-infused stone was easy to use, just place it with the pet. Moreover, it was permanently effective, so he could rotate it among several pets. Besides being incredible, he really didn't know how to describe it. Thank goodness I didn't have it identified at the Dasha Mall. Lin Mo was full of gratitude. The innocent are not guilty, but those who possess treasures are guilty. If someone with ill intentions found out about this, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. He immediately made a decision that this thing would stay in his beast tamer space from now on. He wouldn't take it out unless absolutely necessary. As he left the database and went downstairs, Lin Mo fell into contemplation once again. The value of the spirit-infused stone was indeed surprising, but the trouble in front of him still existed. He still didn't know the evolutionary route of the green shell turtle. And unsurprisingly, there is no evolutionary path for the Space Department's green armor turtle in the entire Huaxia. This directly put him in a state of evolutionary dead end. Lin Mo sighed, looking somewhat helpless. In the current situation, he had no choice. However, he was not planning to give up. Giving up so easily was not his style. Space Department's pet beasts had unlimited potential, and as long as there was a glimmer of possibility, he would strive with all his might. So now, I must be prepared on both fronts. On one hand, continue to search for the evolutionary path of the green armor turtle. On the other hand, start preparing the materials needed for Xiao Bai's evolution. With that in mind, Lin Mo turned directly and arrived at the task hall on the first floor of the Beast Tamer Association. This task hall was open to all beast tamers. As soon as Lin Mo entered the hall, the first thing he saw was 3 huge display screens. 3 huge screens, each over 10 meters in length, width, and height, were located in the left, front, and right directions of the hall, with information scrolling continuously on them. In the center of the hall was a circular workbench. Lin Mo walked directly towards the nearest No. 8 workbench. Behind the workbench was a young woman of about 25 or 26, wearing the uniform of the Beast Tamer Association, with a warm smile on her face. "Hello, sir, I am customer service No. 8, Li Wei. What service do you need?" "I want to post a reward," Lin Mo said. "The association's rewards start at least 1 million in bounty." "Are you sure you want to post a reward?" Li Wei asked. Lin Mo nodded, yes. For him, even if it was tens of millions, as long as he could find the evolutionary path of the Space Department's green armor turtle, it would be worth it. "Okay, please fill out this form first," Li Wei said, handing a form to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the personal information section on the form, frowned, and asked, "Can rewards be posted anonymously?" If personal information was disclosed, it would be detrimental to him as it would inform everyone that he had a Space Department's green armor turtle. "What kind of reward do you want to post?" Li Wei asked. According to the association's rules, rewards for seeking revenge and adventure must meet certain conditions to be anonymous. If it's for finding people or objects, everyone can remain anonymous. Lin Mo said, "I want to find an object." "Then you can remain anonymous," Li Wei said. However, for anonymous rewards, the association needs to charge an additional 10% of the bounty, and this fee is non-refundable regardless of the success of the reward. "Okay," Lin Mo nodded. "Please follow me." Li Wei stood up and led Lin Mo outside a room similar to a secret room, then introduced, "There is a computer in this room. After you enter the room, you can post an anonymous reward directly through the computer. The computer has a built-in time code scrambler, so the reward you post inside will not show the current time. There are more than 10 similar rooms on the first floor, so even the association won't know what reward you posted, ensuring your absolute safety. In addition, for the reward payment, for safety reasons, I suggest you pay in cash." "Okay," Lin Mo nodded and walked into the room. The room was completely enclosed, only 7 or 8 square meters in size. Besides a computer and a desk lamp, there was nothing else inside. Lin Mo glanced around and found that the walls of the room were very smooth and flat, with no place to hide a camera. He walked up to the computer and easily found the form for posting an anonymous reward. Unlike the previous form, this form only had a codename column for personal information. After some thought, he filled in the name Zhulong. Then it was the reward content, which he made up on the spot. Reward target, clues to the King's Qualification Beast Egg. Reward amount, 1 million. Reward deadline, 3 months. Then, he clicked on publish. The next second, a combination of numbers and letters forming an 18-digit code popped up on the computer screen. There was also a text prompt. "This code is the only credential for the reward you posted. Please make sure to keep it safe." Lin Mo took out his phone and took a picture of the code. Then he sat in the room for another 5 minutes before opening the reward form again. Although according to Li Wei, anonymous rewards were already very safe, when it comes to security, it's better to be cautious. This time, his code name was 9 Hades. Zhulong, also known as Candle 9 Hades. Only he knew this, so there was no need to worry about someone linking these two code names. Then, he posted a reward for the Space Green Armor Turtle evolution route. The reward amount was also 1 million. The deadline was also 3 months. After taking a picture of the second code, he left the room. Li Wei had been waiting outside, and when she saw Lin Mo coming out, she said, "You should have received the code by now. You can go to the counter with the code to make the payment. After the payment is successful, your reward will be officially posted." Lin Mo did not immediately make the payment. Instead, he went straight back to Qingyuan Academy. 3 days later, he withdrew 3 million in cash from a bank near the academy. It was also on this day that Kunpeng leveled up. Name, Golden Winged Arrow Pang. Attribute, Wind. Aptitude, Low-Level Platinum. Race level, 5th rank Advanced. Talent skills, Wind Control, Advanced, Sky-Splitting Claw, Advanced, Windblade, Advanced. Growth level, Juvenile Stage 2. Lin Mo calculated the time. It had been exactly 5 days since he contracted Kunpeng until today. The speed of this upgrade was consistent with the initial Little White. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he used 1.4 times the beast feed for Kunpeng. Like Little White, the best feed they could buy was accelerated by 1.4 times. After reaching the second stage, Kunpeng's body size had significantly increased, its body length had reached half a meter, and its wingspan was also half a meter. The most obvious change was its golden soft fur, which had begun to harden, showing a bit of the appearance of a golden winged arrow pang. Then Lin Mo made an unexpected discovery. The spiritual stone he had placed in the beast space was now on Little White. Initially, after storing the spiritual stone in the beast space, he had not paid attention to it, thinking he would figure out its use later. Unexpectedly, Little White had taken it for itself. It seemed that the pets had intelligence and knew that this thing was beneficial to them. Lin Mo did not interfere with this and checked on Xuanwu's injuries. After 5 or 6 days of rest, Xuanwu's injuries had already healed by half, and he could start low-intensity training. In about another week, he should be fully recovered. Then, 3 more days passed. Lin Mo finally went to the Beast Master Association to pay for the first reward. The reward amount was 1 million, plus the fee for the Beast Master Association, totaling 1 million. 3 days later, Lin Mo went to the Beast Master Association for the third time to pay for the second reward. With this, he spent nearly 10 days and 2 million to completely fulfill the posting of the 2 rewards. If someone could still trace him at this point, he could only accept it. Then his life returned to normal pace. The courses at the Advanced Beast Academy consisted of few theoretical classes, with most of the focus on training. Most students, apart from attending classes in the library, spent the majority of their time in the training grounds. This made Lin Mo stand out a bit because his pets could cultivate in the beast space, so he rarely went to the training grounds. However, he kept himself busy by spending time in the library researching various materials on pet evolution. He paid special attention to the evolution routes of other turtle pets. Unfortunately, there had been no substantial progress. He had looked up over 1,000 evolution routes of 46 turtle pets, but none met his requirements. Even the ones that could be used as reference are not available. This made Lin Mo feel a sense of despair for the first time, and he can only place his last hope on the reward. If even the reward yielded no results, then he really had no other way. 1 week later, Lin Mo went to the Beast Tamer Association again. He couldn't leave contact information for the anonymous reward, so he could only go to the association regularly to see if there was any news. As expected, the results were disappointing. Both rewards received no responses. However, on that day, Kunpeng upgraded again, reaching the 3rd stage of infancy. This upgrade occurred just 13 days after the last one. In contrast, it took 15 days for Xiaobai to go from the 2nd stage of infancy to the 3rd stage. Lin Mo analyzed that this was because Kunpeng spent more time in his beast space. When Xiaobai was in the 2nd stage of infancy, he had to take Xiaobai out for training from time to cope with the elite class training. However, since making a contract with him, Kunpeng had never left his beast space. Therefore, it was normal for Kunpeng to upgrade faster than Xiaobai. Another week passed. Early in the morning, Lin Mo went to the Beast Tamer Association again. The result was still disappointing. However, as he was preparing to leave, he unexpectedly met Wang Hao at the entrance. The two looked at each other, passed by, and neither spoke. But Lin Mo keenly sensed a hint of coldness and satisfaction in Wang Hao's eyes. Is he planning to make a move against me? It seems I have to be careful when leaving the academy in the future, Lin Mo thought. If Wang Hao really put a bounty on him, then the other party would definitely act when he left the academy.
Upon returning to the academy, Lin Mo suddenly felt a movement in his heart, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. Xiaobai had upgraded. Name, White Tiger, Phantom Tiger. Attribute, Water. Aptitude, Mid-level Gold. Race level, Advanced 5th rank. Innate skills, Concealment, Advanced, Proficient, Waterblade, Advanced, Proficient, Watermist, Advanced, Unskilled. Growth level, Infancy 8th stage. He actually awakened a new innate skill. Feeling the change in Xiaobai, Lin Mo's spirit suddenly lifted, his eyes shining brightly. Xiaobai was hatched and raised by him, but apart from the 2 skills it had when hatching, it had never awakened a new skill. Now, his long-awaited wish had finally come true. However, he also understood that while there might be reasons within Xiaobai itself, the credit of the Spirit Stone could not be ignored. Without the Spirit Stone, Xiaobai might have been able to awaken the skill, but certainly not now. He then communicated with Xiaobai and learned about the function of Water Mist. Water Mist, Advanced, a water-based skill that creates a large area of mist around the target. Hu Yan has emphasized this to him more than once. Hu Yan smiled and said, "You're lucky, the opportunity is here, come to my office immediately." Hu Yan's office. After receiving the call, Lin Mo hurried over. "Sit." Hu Yan pointed to the chair opposite him and asked, "How much do you know about the secret realm?" "I only know that there are many treasures in the secret realm, which are very beneficial to beast tamers and their beasts. It is also dangerous, but I don't know much else," Lin Mo said. He had heard about the secret realm often and seen some related information in the news, but it was all superficial. The only secret realm he had entered so far was the one for enrollment exams. However, that couldn't be considered a true secret realm because it had been cleared in advance and even had illusions set up inside. Hu Yan nodded, "You're right, the secret realm is indeed very dangerous. According to the statistics of the Beast Tamer Association, in the past 10 years, only 50% of beast tamers who entered the secret realm have come out alive." Lin Mo's pupils suddenly dilated. 50%. In other words, only half of them could survive. Hu Yan continued, "Moreover, this mortality rate is only for developed secret realms. If it's a newly discovered secret realm, the mortality rate will be even higher." Lin Mo's expression shook again. He knew the secret realm was dangerous, but he didn't expect it to be this dangerous. At this moment, Hu Yan looked at Lin Mo and asked, "If I give you a chance to go to the secret realm now, would you be willing?" "I'm willing," Lin Mo answered without hesitation. Danger and opportunity always coexist. Moreover, he was determined to stand at the top of the world. If he retreated because of this little danger, he estimated that he would never achieve his goal in his lifetime. "You're straightforward in your agreement," Hu Yan smiled and asked, "No need to think it over." "No need," Lin Mo's attitude was firm. "Alright, then go find people to form a team first." Hu Yan said, "A team of 5 is the standard for entering the secret realm." With that, he continued, "You should know the personnel configuration of the secret realm team, right?" "I know," Lin Mo said. He had some understanding of this before. Because the personnel configuration of the secret realm team was somewhat similar to a 5-person team in Earth's online games. There was a tank, a healer, and 3 DPS. In the context of Blue Star, a tank generally referred to a beast tamer with defensive talents and high defense beasts. The healer was a medical-type beast tamer. And the DPS naturally referred to beast tamers with talents and beasts focused on attack. "Good that you know," Hu Yan said. "However, there are 2 more requirements you need to pay attention to. First, due to the restrictions of the secret realm itself, there cannot be team members with beasts whose levels have already reached maturity. Second, considering your safety, apart from the medical-type beast tamer in the team, the levels of other members' beasts cannot be lower than the 6th stage of infancy." Lin Mo nodded to indicate his understanding. The reason medical-type beast tamers were not subject to level restrictions was that there were very few of them. However, Lin Mo had already thought of a suitable candidate. So, after leaving Hu Yan's office, he immediately called Ren Yuan. "Oh, the illustrious first on the new student list actually called this insignificant person, truly making me feel overwhelmed." Ren Yuan's teasing voice came through the receiver. Lin Mo smiled and didn't mind her teasing, asking, "How have you been recently?" In fact, he wasn't very familiar with Ren Yuan, LV Qingyang, and others. But contacting them after arriving at Shiyun would bring a sense of familiarity, like meeting fellow villagers. "Alright, cut the fake politeness, a busy person like you calling me must have a reason, just get to the point." Ren Yuan was still straightforward. "Has your pet reached the 6th stage of infancy?" Lin Mo asked. He remembered that during the enrollment exam, Ren Yuan's pet was at the 5th stage. It just arrived a few days ago. "Why do you ask?" Ren Yuan inquired. "There's an opportunity to enter a secret realm, and I want to invite you to team up with me, Lin Mo said.
A secret realm. Ran Yuan's voice suddenly rose in excitement. Such a great opportunity, are you sure you want to invite me?
I'm sure, but I must emphasize in advance that the secret realm is dangerous, and there is a high possibility of life-threatening situations, Lin Mo solemnly stated.
Of course, how could a secret realm not be dangerous?
But no matter how dangerous it is, as long as you invite me, I will definitely go.
Where are you? Let's meet and discuss further. Ran Yuan was already eager.
After all, for any beast tamer, a secret realm signifies a huge opportunity.
Wait, when you come, can you also invite Li Yingying for me?
I don't have her contact information, Lin Mo requested.
Li Yingying is also a student from Chuaning. When they collectively came from Chuaning to Qingyuan, they had met once.
At that time, Li Yingying introduced herself, mentioning that she awakened the healing-type beast taming talent, leaving a deep impression on him. Therefore, when it came to the role of a healer in the team, the first person he thought of was Li Yingying. I can extend the invitation, but I can't guarantee if she will agree, Ran Yuan replied.
Okay, Lin Mo understood.
After all, he wasn't familiar with Li Yingying either.
Moreover, going to the secret realm indeed involved certain risks, so it would be normal if she declined. One more thing, Ran Yuan asked again, you're not inviting me just to have me invite Li Yingying, are you?
Of course not. Lin Mo replied, I don't have many acquaintances in Qingyuan, so naturally, I would think of you guys first when such an opportunity arises. He was telling the truth. By the time he left Huyan's office, he had almost finalized the team members. It would be him, Lin Ruoyu, Ran Yuan, Li Yingying, and one more person to be confirmed. Initially, he would have thought of Sun Lei for such an opportunity. However, Sun Lei's pet had just reached the 5th stage a few days ago, not meeting Huyan's requirements. Therefore, he had to choose someone else. Nevertheless, it was easy to find an output-type beast tamer. So, if everything went smoothly with Li Yingying, his team of 5 was almost complete. Alright, I'll go find Yingying first and let you know once I have news, Ran Yuan said before hanging up the phone directly. Then, Lin Mo called Lin Ruoyu and informed her about the secret realm. Lin Ruoyu naturally agreed to his request. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo began to consider the final team member. Among his dormitory mates, except for Kong Jihao, both Xiao Ning and Duanmu met the requirements. However, he only had one spot left, so he needed to think carefully about whom to choose. Soon, Lin Mo made a decision.
He planned to invite Duanmu Chenyang.
On one hand, although both were at the 6th stage of infancy, Duanmu's pet was slightly stronger than Xiao Ning's.
Strength was crucial in the secret realm.
On the other hand, Duanmu was wealthy. Before entering the secret realm, team members would need to make some preparations, which typically required self-funding.
Xiao Ning might face some financial pressure in this regard.
So, he immediately called Duanmu. Upon hearing about the secret realm, Duanmu's reaction was almost as excited as Ran Yuan's, thrilled beyond measure. Lin Mo told him to wait a few more days, which calmed Duanmu down a bit, and he hurried off to train. He was aware of the dangers of the secret realm and wanted to enhance his strength as much as possible before entering. Later that afternoon, Lin Mo received a reply from Ran Yuan. Li Yingying had accepted his invitation and was willing to enter the secret realm with him. With this, all the members of his team were finally assembled. Lin Mo immediately called Hu Yan and reported the matter.
You've gathered them so quickly.
Hu Yan was very shocked. He gave Lin Mo 10 days to form a team, but Lin Mo managed to do it in just half a day. This efficiency was truly astonishing.
He asked somewhat uncertainly, did you also find the beast tamer from the medical department?
Yes, found them.
Lin Mo confirmed again.
Good. It's good that you found them. Hu Yan's tone was full of smiles. Since you were able to form the team so quickly, if I'm not mistaken, everyone in the team should be familiar to you, so I need to remind you.
It's best to discuss the final distribution of rewards before entering the secret realm.
I've seen many teams fall apart because of distribution issues, even turning into enemies from then on, so it's best to lay down the rules beforehand.
I understand, thank you, Teacher Hu.
Lin Mo sincerely thanked him.
Even if Hu Yan didn't say it, he knew this principle. And even though it was a reminder, it wasn't easy to say.
Hu Yan could say it straightforwardly because he genuinely cared for him.
After finishing these tasks, Lin Mo's life temporarily returned to normal. Then, 3 more days passed. Xuanwu leveled up. Name, Xuanwu, Green Armored Turtle. Attribute, Space. Aptitude, Low Silver. Race level, First Tier Low. Innate skill, Internal Space, Super.
Acquired skills, Turtle Shrink, Advanced, Entry, Void Jump, Advanced, Not Yet Mastered.
Growth level, 9th stage of infancy. Finally reached the 9th stage. Lin Mo's expression was somewhat excited.
Reaching the 9th stage of infancy for a pet meant that he was just a step away from becoming an official beast tamer. In other words, he could start preparing for the beast tamer assessment. However, that would definitely be after they returned from the secret realm. So, after a brief excitement, he quickly calmed down and observed Xuanwu.
After reaching the 9th stage, Xuanwu's size had explosively grown.
The diameter of its shell directly increased from the previous 2 meters to 3 meters, with the highest point of the shell about 2 meters above the ground. Lying there, it was like a green small hill. Also, its internal space area expanded once again, reaching 64 square meters, with a height of 4 meters. If the previous internal space could only be considered a studio apartment, it was now a slightly smaller 2-bedroom apartment. A hint of a smile couldn't help but appear on Lin Mo's lips. With such a movable house, he could live comfortably anywhere. Then there were Xuanwu's skills. Although Xuanwu had been injured during this period, the training intensity had decreased. But after 28 days, his Turtle Shrink Advanced finally reached the entry level. So, without hesitation, Lin Mo took out the scroll of Turtle Shrink Super and tore it apart. When the white light enveloping the entire Xuanwu disappeared, the skill of Xuanwu changed to Innate Skill, Internal Space, Super. Acquired skills, Turtle Shrink Super, not yet mastered, Void Jump Advanced, not yet mastered. With this, he had spent a total of 43 days, allowing Xuanwu's Turtle Shrink to leap from Advanced to Super. Now, as long as Xuanwu practiced Turtle Shrink Advanced to the entry level, its defensive power would increase by at least double compared to before.
However, this time, Lin Mo didn't force Xuanwu to only practice Turtle Shrink but also let it practice Void Jump.
Previously, he had been too hasty, focusing solely on quickly upgrading Xuanwu's skills, neglecting the dangers it might bring.
For example, the encounter with the golden winged arrow Pang.
If Xuanwu had mastered Void Jump at that time, it would have had a chance to dodge that claw. Then, 4 more days passed. Lin Mo went to the Beast Tamer Association on time again. That day, it was already the 3rd week after he posted the reward. But his 2 rewards still had no response. With a helpless shake of his head, Lin Mo turned and went to workbench number 8, where he found Li Wei.
Lin, are you here to check the reward results again? Li Wei greeted Lin Mo warmly.
After a few interactions, the two were now considered acquaintances.
However, Li Wei only knew that Lin Mo's surname was Lin and that he was a student at Qingyuan Academy, nothing more. No results. Lin Mo shook his head.
I came to ask you if I can take on someone else's reward.
It depends on the type of reward, Li Wei said.
Some rewards are open to everyone, but some rewards can only be taken by members of the association.
Lin Mo thought for a moment and asked, can I see all the rewards that others have posted?
No, you can't, Li Wei apologized. If the person who posted the reward raised the security level at the time of posting, only people with the corresponding security level can see it.
Lin Mo nodded, said nothing more, and instead went to the lobby's query terminal to do a simple search. He didn't find any rewards related to himself or any rewards initiated by Wang Hao. According to Li Wei, if Wang Hao had already posted a reward, he must have raised the security level. The higher the security level in the Beast Tamer Association, the stronger the Beast Tamer's strength. It seems like there might be some trouble now. Lin Mo furrowed his brows lightly. In this situation, unless he never left Qingyuan Academy, he could potentially encounter danger at any time. Thinking of this, he immediately left the Beast Tamer Association and returned to the academy at the fastest speed. After coming back from this expedition, I must complete the Beast Tamer assessment as soon as possible, Lin Mo secretly resolved. Only by becoming an official Beast Tamer could he become a member of the Beast Tamer Association. And Oren Yuan took over the topic. These days I also checked some information.
According to the customary rules for the distribution of profits in the secret realm, the usual practice is for the wet nurse to take a fixed percentage of 5, and then the remaining 95% is distributed according to the contribution of the team members. Simply put, the more you work, the more you get. In addition, if someone or a pet is injured, they can receive additional treatment compensation. However, the situation of our team is somewhat special, so I think the distribution method should also be changed. Lin Mo is the initiator of the team and also the one who has the qualification to enter the secret realm. Without him, we would not have the opportunity to enter the secret realm at all. So my suggestion is that Lin Mo can receive 20% of the total income, and then the remaining 80%, Ying Ying takes 5%, and the remaining 75%, the 5 of us will distribute according to the principle of the more you work, the more you get.
What do you think?
I agree, Dumu echoed first.
He wasn't short of money.
Compared to profits, he was more concerned about the opportunity to experience the secret realm this time.
So, how the distribution was made didn't matter to him. Am I taking too much? Li Yingying was a little embarrassed.
Not at all, this is one of the customary rules, it is what you deserve, Lin Ruoyu said with a smile. Then she looked at Rin Yuan. Your distribution method is already very good, but I want to add one more thing. If we find treasures in the secret realm that happen to be suitable for one of us to use, then that person can buy the treasure at 80% of the market price. Agreed, Ren Yuan was the first to express her opinion.
Dumu and Li Yingying also followed suit. This condition was beneficial to all of them. Lin Ruoyu turned to Lin Mo. Do you have anything else to add?
Lin Mo thought for a moment and shook his head. This distribution method was already very reasonable and complete. He looked at the four of them. Since the distribution method has been agreed upon, let me talk about the second matter. You should be mentally prepared for the danger level of the secret realm, right? All four nodded. This was something that could be known with a little research. Since you all know, I won't say more, but I must confirm it again now.
Lin Mo's expression became extremely serious. Are you sure you want to enter the secret realm? Even if there is a possibility that you may die inside.
The four of them all nodded without any surprise. Good, Lin Mo nodded, since you have all decided to go, then the preparatory work must be done quickly. He took out a few papers and handed them to the four of them. These are some preparatory work that must be done before entering the secret realm after I have checked the information. Each of you take one and prepare according to this. With that, he looked at Ren Yuan and Li Yingying. If you have difficulties with funds, I can lend you some first. Ren Yuan glanced at the list and looked at Lin Mo. According to this preparation, it will cost at least 1 million.
Aren't you afraid that we will die inside and won't be able to pay you back? Lin Mo smiled. If we all die inside, what use is the money to me?
That's true, Ren Yuan nodded. Then lend us some, as both Yingying and I are very poor.
Lin Mo nodded and immediately prepared to transfer 3 million to Ren Yuan.
According to the list he prepared, it would cost about
2 million. 3 million would be enough for Ren Yuan and Li Yingying to prepare. Are you afraid?
After Ren Yuan and the other two left, Lin Mo looked at Lin Ruoyu. He and Lin Ruoyu had gone to Dasha Mall before the meeting and were ready for what needed to be done.
Not afraid.
Lin Ruoyu held Lin Mo's hand. In fact, I have been to the secret realm before you came to the academy.
You have been to the secret realm.
Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He had no idea about this. Lin Ruoyu stuck out her tongue and said, I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would worry. Besides, we had a mentor leading the team that time, so the safety factor was still very high.
Lin Mo nodded, then asked curiously, what specific treasures are there in the secret realm?
He only knew that there were treasures in the secret realm, which were very beneficial for beast tamers and their beasts, but he was not clear about the specifics.
It's not certain, Lin Ruoyu said. Different secret realms have different treasures that can be found. For example, in the secret realm I went to last time, I found a spiritual grass. Spiritual grass. Lin Mo was shocked.
He didn't know much about the knowledge of treasures, but he knew about spiritual grass because of its great reputation. Spiritual grass is the main material for making spirit pills.
The function of spirit pills is to help beasts quickly improve their skill proficiency.
For example, if a beast needs half a year to upgrade a skill from beginner to proficient, with just one spirit pill, this time can be shortened to 3 months.
The powerful effect of it is evident.
Therefore, the price of spiritual grass is also extremely astonishing, with the purchase price at Dasha Mall generally exceeding tens of millions. For ordinary people, if they can find a treasure similar to spiritual grass in the secret realm, they can instantly leap across social classes from poor to wealthy. This also made Lin Mo more looking forward to the upcoming trip to the secret realm.
Ren Yuan and the other two were very efficient. They completed all preparations on the afternoon of the meeting day.
Then, the next day, under Lin Mo's organization, the 5-person team came to Lin Ruoyu's exclusive training ground and began the training before entering the secret realm. This was also a reminder from Huyen. After all, the 5 people had different personalities, fighting styles, and habits. If they didn't coordinate in advance, there could be significant mistakes in the secret realm due to improper cooperation. In the training ground, when Lin Ruoyu summoned her beast, it instantly caused exclamations from the others.
Oh my god, it's a unicorn!
This is an extremely rare beast that only appears once every 100 years in legends. Dumu's expression was exaggerated, as if he had never seen the world. Then he looked at Lin Mo in shock, his eyes full of meaning.
Lin Mo understood Dumu's gaze, which was asking, what is your girlfriend's identity after all?
He didn't answer because he was also unsure. At first, he thought Lin Ruoyu's family was at the level of the richest man in Chuaning, but when he learned about the attributes of Lin Ruoyu's unicorn, he no longer thought so.
Name, unicorn. Attribute, light, electric. Aptitude, Intermediate King.
Race level, King level. Innate skills, Holy Light Baptism, Super, Thunderstrike, Super, Mental Impact, Super.
Growth level, 9th stage of infancy. Dual attributes of light and electric. King level aptitude.
A King level race. 3 super skills, and 1 rare mental skill. Such a beast is definitely not something a small rich man in Chuaning can obtain. But he didn't ask about the specific situation of Lin Ruoyu's family. If Lin Ruoyu didn't tell him, she must have her reasons. When she is willing to say, or can say, she will naturally tell him.
Wow, it's so beautiful. Yes, I've never seen such a beautiful beast before. Ring Yuan and Li Yingying's reactions to the unicorn were completely different from Du Mu's.
The two of them looked at the unicorn with stars in their eyes, extremely fond of it.
Lin Mo was not surprised by this,
because the unicorn was indeed very beautiful. Its appearance resembled a white horse, with a horn on its forehead, pure white all over without any mixed colors. And the white of the unicorn was not ordinary white, but the kind that emitted a sacred light, making it look extremely holy. It's really beautiful.
Just by looking at it, I feel like my soul is being purified, Li Yingying exclaimed.
Indeed, Ren Yuan nodded. It is rumored that unicorns, because of their extreme purity, can only form a contract with the most pure and kind-hearted young girls. She turned to Lin Mo. I have to say, you are really lucky.
Lin Mo smiled. I think so too. Then, the other 3 each summoned their own spirit beasts. Duanyu's spirit beast was a juvenile 6th stage black-bellied rattler. Name, Black-bellied rattler. Attribute, wood. Aptitude, advanced silver. Race level, 4th order advanced.
Talent skills, strangling, advanced, biting, intermediate.
Growth level, juvenile 6th stage. The rattler is actually a type of python, but its size is much larger than the average python.
Although Duanyu's black-bellied rattler is only at the juvenile 6th stage, its length has exceeded 7 meters, with the thickness of an adult's thigh, looking extremely impressive.
Next was Rin Yuan's spirit beast, name, purple-winged flying snake. Attribute, poison. Aptitude, low-level gold. Race level, 5th order low level.
Talent skills, poisonous fangs, advanced, venom spray, advanced.
Growth level, juvenile 6th stage.
Lin Mo had seen this spirit beast once in Xiaolanshan. However, at that time, he did not know the aptitude of this spirit beast.
Unexpectedly, it was a low-level gold. But considering Ren Yuan's sea-level talent, he understood.
After all, with this talent level, high school would definitely give preferential treatment. For example, his phantom tiger was given to Lin Ruoyu by the school, but later Lin Ruoyu gave it to him.
Then came Li Yingying's spirit beast. Name, phosphorescent butterfly. Attribute, light. Aptitude, low-level silver. Race level, 3rd order intermediate. Talent skills, healing, intermediate. Growth level, juvenile 6th stage. Lin Mo had seen the phosphorescent butterfly before. When he took the entrance exam, the doctor who treated Xiao Bai's injuries used the phosphorescent butterfly. At that time, he was very impressed with Lanqing's ability to treat external injuries. Unexpectedly, Li Yingying's spirit beast was also a phosphorescent butterfly. Compared to the spirit beasts of the others, Li Yingying's spirit beast was lacking in various aspects. But there was nothing that could be done about it.
Just like medical spirit masters, medical spirit beasts are also extremely rare. Li Yingying's spirit beast probably took a lot of effort from the school, otherwise, it would be difficult for her to find one on her own. After understanding each other's spirit beast attributes, the group had a preliminary understanding of their teammates' spirit beast skills. Then, Lin Mo quickly formulated an attack plan. When encountering enemies, Duanyu's black-bellied rattler would attack first, entangling the enemy with strangling, then the other 3 would launch their attacks. Li Yingying would assist from the side, ready to help with healing at any time. The plan was simple, but in practice, it was a bit troublesome. For example, the angles of attack and the timing of actions, how each person should act to avoid disturbing and affecting each other. After all, this was not a game, and if skills collided, it would consume energy. For example, if Lin Mo's wind blade collided with Lin Ruoyu's thunderstrike, they might both dissipate before reaching the enemy. So, they had to grasp the timing and rhythm. As the group practiced, Lin Mo suddenly had a change in expression. Because Kuanping had leveled up again, reaching the juvenile 4th stage. He calculated the time and realized that it had been exactly 15 days since the last upgrade. This speed of advancement was consistent with Xiao Bai's previous upgrades. However, at this moment, Lin Mo was completely immersed in the group's training. 3 days passed like this. He received a call from Huyan, gathering early tomorrow morning to depart for the secret realm.